A while since we've uncovered a really deep .com centric mystery.
Hold up,
This
hold
one
up, hold
is
up.
one of
What's
those
up?
weird
We them
nebulous
boys?
ones that transcend
That's right,
reality.
we are them boys. Did we say I'm Star Wars Hackers?
Adam
Friedland,
and I'm going to say this
Puerto Rican
outright. This is
rattlesnake,
a very
Puerto
difficult
Rican.
one to pin down. There's a
But
lot
seriously,
of
you are
loose
going to
ends
want
that
to
you just can't
stick
find
around because we have
information
an
for, so I'm gonna do my
incredible. This is
best,
our
but
biggest get.
use
for
that
sure. We've
gut
had some great
instinct of
comics
yours
on,
to stop
but
me down
this
whenever
guy.
you feel lost.
Seriously,
I'm pretty
star.
stoked about having this guy on the show. Normally, when you guys get famous people, I'm not on the show.
Yeah, and
this
that
is the
will-
most famous person we've ever had.
Exactly, and that's without
So
names.
I'm pretty stoked.
Guys, without further
it's
ado,
a lot harder
Dr. Evil is here.
Woo!
Thank you, Stavros.
Right.
Thank you, Adam. It's a pleasure to be here at Cumtown. We're so happy to have you.
Yeah,
Dr.
it's
Evil.
so. I mean, I've been a fan for years.
Yeah.
Really.
They get together and
you're
they
too kind.
post
I
their
didn't know
thoughts
you were a
and
real
that-
person.
That's
I thought you were
not
just
like
from
usually
movies.
real.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of people make that mistake, Adam. They think I'm a silly
Just
character,
like-
but no, I'm
It's
real.
just
You're a real
anonymous
person.
words
Oh,
falling
yeah.
out of
Canadian
someone
accent.
at,
A
like,
very
the speed of
faint
light.
You don't know
Canadian
what you
accent,
could
yes.
find, what you could hear.
A faint
Yeah.
Dr.
This is
Evil
that
accent,
web
some people would say.
1.0. Yeah, as we transition
It's almost like I've forgotten my own
So this was
personality
like-
since
like chapters, like
2003.
This
What
is
have you been up to? You've
early
been trying to take over the
websites,
world and
this is
stuff?
chat
Still
rooms,
trying
this
to
is
take over the
MMOs.
world.
nice.
This
You haven't
is
made a lot of noise.
essentially
I've gone into
this
startups
is
mostly.
everything
Evil
we've talked
apps.
about ever
Perhaps you've
when
heard
it
of
comes to
Grindr.
online mysteries.
It's like
It's
Tinder,
all
except
of
it's for
those.
spreading
And
AIDS.
so this stemmed from a time where anonymity
Wow,
was
Dr.
of
Evil. We
utmost
making
importance
noise.
to
We
the
them
internet, right?
boys,
The
dude.
whole
Wow.
point was that you could
Incredible.
have a centralized
We're so
information
happy to have you
bucket
here,
where
Dr.
people
Evil.
could
I'm
share
happy to be
information,
here.
but they also were so
Do
fearful.
you know how we
of
booked Dr. Evil?
how
How we
we
booked him?
information. So
Yeah.
this was
Nick
kind of
knows him?
I think he
crossing that
actually
border
saw
for
Nick
one of
was
the first
using,
times. Before then,
well,
obviously, Web 2.0
I'll tell you
brought
how it
social
happened.
media
Yeah,
to the
please tell-
forefront.
please fill us in.
I
The
had
data was
an
all
email from somebody that knows
is a Rooster
that I'm
Teeth
friends with
production.
him, and they said this guy's harassing women online, Ja. And they
Nick is.
oh yeah, and they
She was a pioneer in aviation,
Oh,
breaking
yeah, does
multiple
he?
records
Oh, yeah?
over the course of her
Yeah.
career and paving the way for women in the field. But in 1937, while attempting her round-the-world flight, she disappeared somewhere over the Pacific Ocean, never to be seen again. Today, we close out our Disappearance Month with one of the most famous examples of all time, Amelia Earhart. This is Red Web. Welcome back to another mystery. We are concluding Disappearance Month with Amelia Earhart, a very fascinating case. I am Trevor Collins, and with me as always, Alfredo Diaz.
Heyo, man, this is a famous case.
Yeah.
Who hasn't heard of Amelia Earhart? Again, another case where I know of the person, some of like the details on the surface, but don't really know anything like too vast about it. So,
There will be a quiz.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
A before and
Well,
after quiz. So go ahead and look under your chair at,
Oh,
at
this-
home. There is a quiz there. We'll be grading.
This might be my last episode.
Yeah, this is like super well known, but as with every mystery that we uncover or dive into, there's always, even for my like itchy little conspiracy mind, I love looking into this stuff just in my free time. I'm just an enthusiast. And we always uncover a couple little details that I didn't even know about. So I'm really excited to dive into this one and then get your gut check back on what you feel like from the details that we have at hand, what you feel like happened.
I could already tell the theories are going to be pretty fun and interesting on this one.
Mm-hmm. They're wild and like there's so many different possible answers here.
I'm sure there's like aliens or Atlantis or something weird involved and mixed up in there, but I'm interested to see like which ones are like, I don't know, that I can sink my teeth into.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just that tinfoil hat you got on. You're always trying to make aliens apply, and sometimes they just don't work. You know?
Damn it. One day.
But yeah, no, this one's really interesting. And I'll say here at the top, you know, as with every historical mystery, when we look way back, stuff like this, there's a lot of conflicting information out there from different sources. So we did our best to kind of come up with the most factually consistent story or narrative around Amelia Earhart in her final journey. We're going to walk through her bio, basically her background, what led her to this, the plans for the trip, and then the trip itself and all the hiccups therein. So we're going to try to dive into all the pieces here. to see if we can pull this one together. But yeah, so as always, if there's theories we don't cover, if there's information we have wrong or slightly incorrect or what have you, we always love hearing back from you guys. There's a comment section on roosterteeth.com. We also have our new YouTube page, youtube.com/redwebpod, where we have visual things, also comments there. There's 1,000 different ways for you guys to reach out to us. redweb@roosterteeth.com. We just love it. I love the feedback. I love the conversation.
Yeah, let us know.
But yeah, let's dive into it. Let's talk about Amelia. So Amelia Earhart was born in Atchison, Kansas in 1897. She challenged typical gender roles from a young age along with her sister Grace, keeping a scrapbook of accomplishments from women who inspired her, particularly in male-dominated fields. In 1917, Earhart visited her sister in Toronto, where they both worked as volunteer nurses for World War I soldiers. Then, when the Spanish flu pandemic hit the city, she also caught the virus and spent her time recovering by reading books, many of which were on the subject of engineering. While still in Toronto, she visited an airfair, and at the airfair with her sister, there was an ace pilot who decided to dive his plane towards Earhart and her friend, most likely to scare them or just play in some way. But regardless, it had no real effect on Earhart, at least not in the way of being scared. I think she was actually morbidly curious in that moment. This plane is diving at me, and I actually really like what's happening for some reason.
Interesting.
Yeah. And aviation is also worth mentioning to get us in the right mindset. It was a very new field at this particular time. So you have this very strange mechanism dive bombing you for some reason at an airfare. And that I'm sure that moment just stood out to her. You know, she's reading a lot about engineering. She sees these marvels of flight in motion. And I'm sure, you know, she was just inspired by everything she was seeing here.
I mean, I could see that, right? Like humans just meant to be on the ground taking flight.
Yeah, a big old block of metal flying through the sky.
Yeah, I mean, it's groundbreaking for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, nowadays it's public transportation. It's a way of just going around and visiting family. But yeah, I mean, back then that must have been like thrilling to even think about being up there.
Oh yeah, especially not even designing it, but being behind the wheel, the joystick. I don't know, flying and being in control of that. I feel like would be magic, especially at that time. But another thing of note here, you know, Amelia Earhart was a mover, a shaker, and this was another one of those fields that just seemed exclusively occupied by men. And so I can't help but think that this might have been another motivating factor for her to kind of leap into this industry or this field of study. So while staying with her parents in Long Beach, California, Earhart visited an airfield again in December of 1920. Her father paid for a ride in a plane with Frank Hawks, who was a famous World War I pilot. And this would be the flight that would finally solidify it, that would convince Earhart to become a pilot herself. And she said, quote, "I knew I had to fly." The next month, Earhart was taking flight classes with another female pilot, Anita Snook, aka Nita. And on May 15th, 1923, Earhart became the 16th woman to earn a pilot's license. And after only 6 months of flying, she bought her own plane, a Kenner Airster nicknamed Canary.
God. I mean, that's like super nice of her dad. Damn.
And that's what solidified the whole thing.
Man, I had basketball dreams growing up. Like my parents get me Jordan.
Yeah, what the heck? I was supposed to fly through the sky without my Jordans on.
Holy hell, like being what, the 16th female to have a license?
Yes.
That's insane.
That's wild, yeah.
What in the, like, my God.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty cool though.
And then, damn, buying a plane. Talk about like getting into a hobby. You know what I mean?
When I was your age, I had 15 kids. I paid for all of my college with a part-time job. Yeah, I think money was a little different at the time, but certainly still an accomplishment, still a feat. So yeah, she's the 16th female to have a pilot's license. She's got her own plane now, 6 months into her journey. And around this time, Charles Lindbergh, who we have an entire episode around, not around his flying per se, but around his missing child and everything in there. Very interesting case. I suggest you go listen to it if you haven't already. But anyway, Charles Lindbergh became the first person to fly across the Atlantic around this time in 1927. And because of this journey, because of this trip, many other people were suddenly inspired to attempt the same feat.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to take it on that early, but
Yeah, I mean
Good on
that's
'em.
really early, but I mean it's having people like that push the boundaries and risk it all.
yeah, but I'm a follower, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I
I'm
will
a sheep.
follow. I will wait until thousands of flights have gone across, and then I'll jump in.
When it comes to bleeding edge, if it's in a computer or a phone or any sort of tech that
Oh,
doesn't put
tech.
my life on the line, hey,
Yeah.
I'm a mover and a shaker
Hey,
myself.
Put me in it. You know what I'm saying? Self-driving cars? Nah. I want an electric vehicle. I won't use the self-driving aspect of it.
Right. I consider myself a bit of a frontiersman myself. They're literally discovering the new world and crossing the Atlantic, and I'm trying a new graphics card on day one, you know?
Oh no. I hope this driver doesn't mess up.
Yeah, you know, I gotta play my game. Okay, so Charles Lindbergh inspiring all these other pilots to attempt this feat. A group of people actually sponsored Earhart to do this as well, but with the conditions of her being a passenger, not so much the pilot. The publicist for this project would later become her husband, turns out, and that's George Putnam. She was the first female passenger to cross the Atlantic and became a celebrity essentially overnight because of this. But she wanted to prove, obviously, that she could do it by herself, that she didn't need to be no passenger. She wants to be the pilot. So in 1928, Earhart became the first woman to fly across the US and back using only a compass and a road map. And then in 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's flight, she then flew across the Atlantic and became the first woman to do so. She meant to land in Paris. This is a bit of an aside. She meant to land in Paris, but she adjusted after 15 hours of flying, and due to weather and technical issues, she landed safely in Ireland. But hey, she made it across the Atlantic.
Damn. I can't imagine, like, I don't know, just back then, the risks that you take.
Oh
you
my
know?
goodness.
Also, you're probably just flying by yourself, you know? And it's just like, okay, see you when you get there.
Yup. Stay awake. Stay, you know, there are so many things that can go wrong. I mean, even in avionics today, we have so many different ways of measuring where we are, what's going on. Flying over the Atlantic, where everything looks the same, and especially if it's at night, there are so many illusions, I guess, for the lack of a better word, that can happen in your mind as a pilot. You can enter a tailspin, or rather, you can enter a spiral and not really be able to pull out of it, not even notice you're in it. There, you could end up sideways and kilted. You are very reliant on your avionics at this point, and especially during this time, they're very limited in their sophistication.
Yep. And it's just a lot of it's on you. I mean, nowadays,
Oh yeah.
a lot of it's done by the computer in terms of like you have all these different instruments and tools to like
We
help
got
the
satellites
pilot.
to tell you where you are.
Yeah, I mean, pilots still very skilled, still need to be behind the stick, but they're they have a lot of tools to make things easier, which is nice because when you have a bunch of people in the cockpit, or I mean, just behind you.
Party in the cockpit.
Yeah, everyone's
All
there.
The passengers, the professors, the geeks, the
everyone's
nerds,
hanging out.
the jocks.
But when you have like that many people, kind of like it's all on you and your ability to fly. It's good to have all
Hundo
those
P.
tools.
Yeah, and I'll paint a more vivid image of what this might have felt like when we talk about her final flight, her final big attempt towards the end of the story. But yeah, it's definitely all on you as a pilot and some very limited, compared to today, limited techniques. So, but because of this, she was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for this accomplishment. And in addition to this, Earhart's skill as a pilot and her work in this male-dominated field actually inspired many, many others. And she joined Purdue University, super proud, boiler up, that's me, to counsel women on careers and as a technical advisor to the Department of Aeronautics. Many of you probably don't know, but I do hail from Purdue University. I am an alum, and I have flown a plane there. So I'm basically a modern Earhart, if I can say so.
Damn, that's cool. I didn't know
Yeah.
you flew it. What?
They handed me the stick, and I went, I'll fly in a box pattern, and we'll let somebody else land this thing.
That's cool. Oh, was it like one of those planes where like they had like the training stick, so you're able to kind of like take it over, and then there's
It was a small Cessna,
oh
so it has like a 4-seater. It was for a class called test flight, where this is where I learned a lot about avionics in the instruments on the dash and all the, I forget most of it now, but all the different circumstances you could find yourself in that would be trouble to a pilot, and how to identify them and maybe how to pull out of those, or how to save yourself if, you know,
And that's dope.
yeah. And I always wondered, you know, when I was at the school, there's a dorm and a whole cafeteria, I think, named after her, Earhart Hall. So yeah, it's very cool. And I'm very proud to have her in my university's history.
Damn, that's what's up.
But with that said, obviously, Amelia Earhart, a very impressive individual. That's a little bit of background on her, but I want to talk about her trip now that is kind of centered to this mystery, to her disappearance. And we're going to talk about the plans that she made, because definitely a lot of 11th hour changes to this plan.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And then culminating with her final flight on this leg around the world, actually. So
Were they devious changes, or was it more like, oh, the flight or the weather?
they're not devious changes. They're definitely calculated.
Okay.
They might be foreboding to those who are a little bit more superstitious, but I think that they were wise to have made in the moment. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about her famous plan to fly around the world. After she had already set many records, obviously, what's harder to do than flying around the world? She's not the first person at this point in time to accomplish this, but she wanted to make it harder on herself. So she's flying around the world along the equator, which, for all technical purposes, going around the equator of the planet is the longest round the world path you can take, because just the way the world spins, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It squashes a little bit, and so it bulges out at the center. So it's basically the most difficult version of this flight.
That's wild. I mean, yeah, man. For people that, you know, want to, again, push the boundaries, if someone's done it already, you want to be the first in some like regard. So I guess that means turning up the difficulty. And
yeah, you got to push whatever limits you can. And in this way, I think she was really pushing the limits, obviously, of modern engineering at that time, but of the plane itself. I'll talk about some of the changes she made to it to attempt to accommodate for these plans. But originally, she planned on flying a 29,000-mile trip, or just shy of 47,000 kilometers, and she would make 20 stops in several different countries along the way. The first leg, originally, she was beginning out in Oakland, California. She was going to fly out to Honolulu, and then head towards Howland Island, etc., kind of going around the world that way, and eventually ending her way back in Oakland. The plane that she intended to fly was a Lockheed 10E Electra, which is a beautiful plane. We'll post a photo of that on our socials, as always. But changes were made to this Electra, including increasing the amount of fuel that it could carry, so that way she could fly for 24 hours straight, which was necessary if you wanted to make the world flight with as few stops as 20, right?
What were like the rest times like? Do we know?
Let me see, because I don't think that it was a time-sensitive thing. I think she obviously wanted to make this journey in a reasonable amount of time. I think it was something about a month, maybe 2, but probably around a month. So given the flight times and given break times, like maybe, I don't know, maybe a few days. It all depends, because if you land and you have some damage, you need to fix it. It all depends. So I think they're playing it by ear on how long they stay at each spot. But they're keeping the movement going. So if they don't need to stay over, they're not going to vacation around. They're going to hop back in the plane once their supply is refueled and they got food or whatever, and then they're going to head off again. Some other changes they added, in addition to increasing the amount of fuel, they also added an autopilot device, a radio that was advanced for the time, and another one that could also communicate with Morse code. These are some pieces of information that might become interesting later. So now you might be thinking to yourself, okay, this is a crazy flight. This is super long. How do you take this flight by yourself? Well, she did not plan to fly alone. And this is something that I genuinely did not know until kind of stepping into this research. Yeah. She was planning to bring along Captain Harry Manning as her navigator, and another man by the name of Fred Noonan as the second navigator. Manning was also a pilot and skilled with radio operation. He took about 3 months of leave from work to join Earhart on their journey, so he only planned to be with them for a few months or so. And Noonan was a former navigator for Pan American. So we have some very capable people helping her out.
All right. Oh, yeah, a whole crew.
Yeah. So now on March 17th, 1937, after a gilded career, lot of records, Earhart started her voyage on this one. But the team had trouble leaving Hawaii for Howland Island. And so this was one of the first potentially foreboding things that they came across. The plane was unable to take off due to a ground loop there in Hawaii and was badly damaged as a result. So a ground loop, for those who might not know, it's for specific types of planes, especially tail-dragging planes like the one that she's using here, a lot of old-school planes. It's when the pilot loses directional control while on the ground. What happens is, because the center of gravity is behind the landing gear, the plane has a lot of mass, and you can't turn the wheels. They can't steer, they're fixed. And so what happens is, if the plane's going a decent speed and for some reason it gets cocked to the side, whether it be a crosswind or what have you, that center of gravity wants to keep pushing forward, and it's actually now misaligned with the wheels. And so suddenly the plane does a little quick spin on the tarmac or the grass or wherever it is. And this sharp turn in one direction, this spinning, can actually make the plane tip, causing one of the wing tips to hit the ground, perhaps making the plane incur some damage. Yeah, and so this is what kind of made the trip get postponed. They had to repair these damages and make new plans. And as luck would have it...
Oh, so there was actually damage done.
Yeah, so there was damage done in this moment. And at this point, you know, they've only made it to Hawaii. They're having trouble getting off Hawaii to go to Howland Island. And just to give you a very rough idea of where that is, Fredo, I'm going to use an island that I'm more familiar with, that you might be more familiar with. It's on the way towards Fiji. It's in the South Pacific, still very much isolated, very much out, kind of in the middle of nowhere. If you drew a line straight from Hawaii to Australia, it's almost the halfway point between. It's closer to Hawaii. So it's very much out there. It's at like the date line, right? Where the day flips, you know, whatever. Mm-hmm. It's very much isolated. It's out there, man. So you do not want to have damage. You do not want to go flying off with a plane that's not ready.
God, that's like, yeah, I mean, you know, satellites not being a thing, I don't think, during this time, right?
Correct, yeah.
Like, what do? You're by yourself. Even if the plane goes down and you manage to survive, you're out in the middle of nowhere. It's only a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little terrifying.
So at this point, they're in Hawaii, they're fixing up the plane, and Manning, as I mentioned before, he had taken 3 months off of work to help Amelia Earhart plan this trip, join the trip, and he's sitting there in Hawaii. His leave is almost up already at this point, his 3 months. And he's also looking at the plane and he's going, man, I'm concerned about the amount of trouble we've already had, and this is the first leg. Remember, there's 20 legs we're looking at here.
Oh, God. Like,
yeah, Oakland to Hawaii, and now we're kind of down.
You never want to, like, go out so quick, though.
Mm-hmm.
So much planning, so much, like, anticipation and hype around it.
Yeah. So at this point, he's backing out. He's not because he's like, this is all screwed, I'm leaving. But this was his pre-allotted amount of time that he was going to be with the team. And he was not kind of quiet about his concerns. He's like, listen, we've had a lot of trouble already. I'm going to back out. I'm going to go back to my job, what have you. So at this point now, it's Earhart and Noonan. And Earhart decided to change the direction of her trip due to the changing weather patterns, now going the opposite direction. So they're basically scrubbing this trip. Oakland, heading out west, going around the world, ending up at Oakland. Just to make it simpler, what happens is they go back to Oakland and they restart this journey in Oakland, instead this time going east along the United States and around the world that way, still hitting the same spots. They're going to come back through Howland Island, Hawaii, back to Oakland, but they're going to restart the journey.
Oh, damn. Well, I mean, if you're having so many issues already, just reset it. You just started.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta cover all the bases. It's dangerous.
Right. And I think it was because of this ground loop situation, but it could have been for a lot of reasons, like range and control, that Earhart decided at this point to remove the 250-foot radio antenna from the plane because she felt that it was too difficult to use, but also because it was just so heavy. It added way too much weight to the plane. Now, this is another thing to remember when we get to the theories and to the necessity during this time of having radio, but we'll get there. Basically, what this meant was that Earhart could only communicate on a limited amount of frequencies. The exact kind of radio equipment that she had on board is still disputed to this day, but that is probably because it was changed so many times in the preparation. Things put on, things taken off. She took it very seriously, and whenever something wasn't going just right, or if she wasn't super keen on something, she would have it replaced and fixed. She took it all very seriously, as one should.
Right.
But those adjustments definitely leave history up for debate in this moment. But regardless, they were solely relying on voice communication because neither Earhart nor Noonan knew Morse code. So this is another question that raises in my mind, why even have, I mean, it's good that they had it, but why have the Morse code equipment wait on the plane, you know, if you can't send or receive in a way.
No one could even use it. I mean, just...
It comes in handy. I will say that.
Have a cheat sheet? I don't know.
Yeah, it'll come in handy. I'll kind of describe how it comes in use.
Okay.
But that's with hindsight. I'm just saying, like, you got rid of this more powerful equipment for the... I don't know. I'm splitting hairs, and I also don't know how heavy the Morse stuff is.
Right.
So let's move on. So she wanted to avoid any fanfare in case she was forced to restart the trip again. I mean, I can't imagine the attention that one would have on them to say, I'm going to fly around the world. I'm going to be the first woman to do it. You're going to have a lot of attention on it. And then you have to restart. And then if you have to restart again, if another issue comes about and you have to like start it, just, you know what? I'm going to avoid that. And that's what she did. So Earhart started her trip 3 days ahead of time on May 20th of 1937. So now this is about 2 months after her initial plan to fly about.
You gotta think too, like, there's probably a piece of her that's really trying to push this because, you know, there's during those times, I mean, anytime really, humans are humans, that there's just like a bunch of people being really rude and just nasty.
Right. You want to show them what for.
Yeah, and then hoping that she fails.
Right. But also, and maybe you're totally right, but on a perhaps... think of the voice that she carried at that time for young women. Just not even in this industry, but across the world, being a role model. There's a lot of pressure, I'm sure, that comes with that. But also as an achiever, she clearly wanted to achieve and tackle the world head first. And so I can imagine how tantalizing it would be to know that this is possible, to know that you are capable and have it be right at your fingertips, but then have to delay 2 months. You're just like, God, let me do it. But here's another thing, another wrinkle in the plan. You know, the reason she went out early makes sense, but by doing so, she ended up skipping relatively important preparation meetings with her technical advisor, Paul Mance.
No.
Yeah, and Paul was saying, hey, I felt that this planning was required, but Earhart was confident based on her past successes that she could get this done, so she didn't feel that they were as important. And to each their own, right? That's what it comes down to. You're two people on the cutting edge. Do you want to go slow? You want to go fast?
Yeah.
But it is worth saying that a majority of her flight went as planned. Though obviously not without trouble, she made it mostly around the world, and she got all the way to New Guinea. And at this point, they had been flying for about a month. Noonan and Earhart, very tired, and they land in Lae in New Guinea in particular. So now, okay, a little bit of trouble, a little bit of hiccups here and there, but they make it most of the way around. It's worth mentioning that at this point we have a few legs left. From Lae, New Guinea over to Howland Island up to Hawaii, Hawaii over to Oakland, California, bada boom, bada bing, that's your journey done. Basically, she just has the broad Pacific left to conquer.
That's insane. I had no idea that she was so close to accomplishing her goal.
Yeah, and that's where this final flight really comes into play. It's the question marks between Lae, New Guinea and Howland Island. And again, we'll dive into those specifics, but man, you just really for a second, if you will, like picture yourself in that situation. Picture yourself up in an old school 30s aircraft flying about. You got one trusted individual with you. You've got a plane that you've personally modified, that you know the ins and outs of, but you're flying over the Pacific, and I'm talking about the deserted Pacific. These islands are so small, and you have radio with which to triangulate. On one hand, so very impressive, but on the other hand, that gives me, I don't know what the opposite of claustrophobia is, but it gives me that, you know?
Yeah.
You
or
could
just-
go anywhere, but you're so just out there. This might as well be space.
Yeah,
at this
you go
point.
anywhere, and anywhere is nowhere still.
Yeah. And you don't want to mess up 1 degree off, and you will miss that target.
Oof, that is, I mean, it's a lot of skill.
Mm-hmm. A lot of confidence too. I mean, I can feel the confidence pouring off my notes here. But so serendipitously, they were planning to arrive back in Oakland on the 4th of July after, once again, a month and a half or so of flying. Now, in Lae, Earhart had a little bit of concern regarding the plane's weight. And I think this question comes up because there's so much less land to rely on during these few particular legs. And so you really want to focus on increasing your range of the plane. So at this point, Earhart starts removing anything that she deemed unnecessary. Some sources claim that this included parachutes and other emergency equipment and her Morse code guide. The runway at Lae was also very short, which was another reason why they felt it was necessary to lighten the plane. It ended at a cliff too, so it's like a movie moment where it's a short runway that drops
Yeah.
off at a cliff.
Jesus.
Yeah. No, not making it super easy on you, on yourself, but yeah.
What a dramatic way to finish it.
Right. And then we have a Coast Guard ship named the Itasca. Now, this ship would stay off the coast of their next stop, like I mentioned, in Howland Island, and this would help guide Earhart to them because it would be very difficult to see this island. Now, I almost want to give you the opportunity to guess in miles how long and how wide you think this island is, because I don't think you understand just how small this target is.
God, if you're making it sound like it's that small, maybe like 7 miles by 7 or something like that.
Yeah. This island is 2 miles long
What?
and a half a mile wide.
Why this one?
Well, because, I mean, these are one of the few options. Very beautiful islands, but just very small, very sparse. And in order at the
Oh.
time, with the range that they had, this is just one of the necessary evils. I mean, unless you went up through Siberia, through Alaska, I think that's completely reasonable. But again, she wanted to stay near the equator. So these are the
Yeah.
few options to make this trip. It's wild.
That is just when you
Yeah.
think, right? Like you're tired. You've gone through this extremely long journey. You're pretty much there, and it's like the hardest part is right at the end.
Yeah.
This is absolutely insane.
I'm glad you mentioned that because, like I said earlier, the original plan was to tackle these 2 lakes first. You're fresh, clean, you know exactly what you're getting into, but that's, you know, they got hung up in Hawaii. They had that little ground damage, and then the weather changed. And I'm sure she's really attempting to leverage the jet streams to help push the plane's speed, increase the range, etc. Because of the change in weather, she decided to go the other way. So it left the most difficult part at the end.
Oh,
Now, to find this island, obviously Earhart and her plane and the Itasca are both going to have to be communicating with each other. They're going to take bearings off of each other by way of radio. They designated a schedule and frequencies to send updates to each other via this radio. And she was also in contact with Harry Balfour, the radio operator for Guinea Airways, for the first part of her trip at least. Balfour and Earhart would give each other hourly updates regarding weather conditions, so she knew what she was kind of getting out into. And then she would communicate ahead to the ship so they could try to triangulate, is technically not the right word, but so they could try to decipher where each other were. But let's dive into the details of this final flight. And again, I want to remind you that this is where some of the details do get a bit hairy due to conflicting sources, but we did our best to come up with a clear and concise line of events from all of these sources.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this is like a big moment in history, so I'm sure everyone had an opinion. Everyone was there. Everyone saw it, and or
Right.
talked to someone who did.
right. And I mean, that's the thing too about these mysteries is you're always going to fall into some conflicting information. I'm sure if this was just crystal clear and we knew every piece of fact, we would probably have, as a society, a more easy time figuring out what happened. But let's dive into this last leg of the flight, okay? So she's leaving from Lae on July 2nd of 1937. And I'm gonna talk about times in local time, local being to wherever she is, because otherwise this might not technically make sense. But she's leaving at 10 a.m. from Lae. She has about 1,000 gallons in fuel in her Electra, and the flight was planned to take about 18 hours, so not a short trip whatsoever. While on course to Howland Island, Earhart reported that she encountered very strong headwinds. Headwinds would be winds coming directly at the front of the plane, the opposite direction that you're flying, basically hitting you right in the head, right?
Yep.
The winds were stronger than had been originally forecasted, and they were around 161 miles per hour. So these are pretty severe winds to be flying directly into. They're going to eat up your speed, and more importantly, they're going to eat up your fuel because your range is going to go diving down from this. Another thing that impacted her range was the fact that she had to lower her plane due to the very thick clouds. So in order to see anything, get visibility, and make sure she was staying safe, she flew at a lower altitude. Again, with that, you have more dense air. A lot of complicated, like, if you want to talk about pressure and density and all that, we can get into it. But basically, that causes a lot more drag, and it causes a lot more churn in the engine. You're using more fuel. So for the most part, Earhart was clear in communicating with the call signal KHAQQ. Let's fast forward a few hours to 10:45 a.m. Earhart attempted to contact the Itasca, but on the ship they could only make out the words
cloudy and overcast
through all of the static. Now this is probably because she's quite far out and they had a bit of a weaker signal because of that, but at least they're hailing her, right? Now a few hours still at 6:15 a.m., 15 minutes or so before her planned arrival time on Howland Island, the Itasca could hear Earhart much louder, and she requested them to take a bearing on her location, so she started whistling into the microphone. And from this, she was basically keeping her frequency hot. So she's whistling so that way they go, okay, the stronger we hear the whistling, the more confident we are she's in that direction, so they can basically get the heading on which she's coming in from. Yeah.
Whoa, okay. I didn't know that's all right. That's so interesting.
So from this, I don't think they were able to determine a location like one would with triangulation. There are only 2 sources here instead of 3. So instead, all you could do was get the bearing, the direction that they are in from you. And from that, you can echo back, okay, we are south by southwest of you, turn this many degrees or what have you, right? You can basically tell where each other's party is, and she's trying to head to one party, they are staying locked, and that's kind of how the whole navigation system is working at this point.
That's fascinating.
Very fascinating, also very scary. You're relying on a weakened radio, right? They chuck the 250-foot antenna for weight purposes. You have so a very weak and limited range of frequencies, and that's what you're navigating off of. I don't know if I can properly convey my own, like, I'm shaking in my boots thinking about it. Hovering thousands of feet above the broad, deserted, middle of nowhere Pacific Ocean, aiming for an island that's a mile in square mileage, and you're going off of a radio signal that is a lot of static, a lot of noise.
I mean, was the antenna that heavy? Like,
I don't know. I suppose it would. It would be, you know? But okay, so they pick her up, she's louder, means she's closer, excellent, everything is going as planned, they're finding each other's bearings. 6:45 a.m., she once again asks for a bearing. Now, this is where things start to get a little bit more hairy. At 7:42 a.m., Earhart was heard saying, quote,
"We must be on you, but cannot see you. That gas is running low."
Now, when it came to this signal, this message, this was the loudest signal possible, meaning that the plane must be very, very close. And so at this point, the Itasca crew members are like, excellent news. They flee to the deck of the ship so they can start looking and maybe hearing for the plane. So they're all out on deck, listening, looking, and everything. It seemed that Earhart was not receiving any of the messages that the Itasca was sending back, so instead, in order to at least breach communication, they started communicating with Morse code as well on multiple frequencies. And because they knew that they couldn't speak Morse code, essentially to get her attention, but also so she could kind of narrow in on the strongest signal, the strongest Morse signal. And that way, you know, she could take a bearing on it. Because if she's not responding, but they can hear her, they're thinking, okay, she can't hear us, so let's try something else. The Itasca was still unable to take a bearing on the plane and even created clouds of black smoke to basically say, hey, Earhart, you can look for this. This is where we are. Just whatever alternate thing that they can do to attempt to garner her attention. Another hour still, it's now 8:43 a.m. The Itasca received their final communication from Earhart, reportedly sounding frantic.
We are on the line, 157337. We will repeat this message. We will repeat this on 6210 kilocycles. Wait, we are running online, north and south.
The Itasca continued to try to get in contact with Earhart, but the only messages that the Itasca received were either unintelligible or simply just static. So this is where the fear is really starting to settle in. I'm sure on both sides.
Right.
She's reaching out. She's saying, hey, we are very low on fuel. Here's our bearing. Here, like the last ditch effort. She's repeating, we're on this north-south line. This is where we're at. And that's it. I mean, all she can do is kind of continue to repeat that out.
There's way more effort in terms of communication, and there's a lot more communication that I thought was going to be present in what could be, we haven't gotten there yet, but like the final moments of contact, which is very interesting. I felt like one of the conspiracy was going to be that no one responded. She was left to her own devices, etc.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It seems like there was a lot of effort here, and yeah, I don't know. I'd be very interested because I'm assuming one of the theories is that of sabotage, and so that's where I thought it was going to come into play. But who knows? Still could be. But yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised to see so much communication.
Absolutely, I am too. Honestly, I didn't know that this is how she was finding that one island. And that opens up the door for heavy communication back to Papua New Guinea or this ship here. You know, it'd be totally different, like you said, if she flew off and that was it, right? I mean, how would you find her? How would it would of course be a mystery, but there would be no angles to go with, right? If she just flew off into the sunset and then didn't arrive, that would be wild. But yeah, the amazing amount of communication, or the attempt of communication here, is so fascinating. So at this point, the Itasca is like, okay, we got this final message, and they began searching for Earhart and Noonan around Howland Island based on the 157337 flight path that she had given them, all while continuing to send radio messages out to see if she could hear them at least. Maybe not expecting a response, but just continuously broadcasting to say, hey, get your bearings off of this, but also we're talking to you, like look for our smoke, whatever they can do.
Right.
I want to say this 157337, it's nomenclature that I'm not familiar with, but it likely refers to the north-south degrees on a compass, basically saying this is the line on the compass that we are flying. And so they can use that to essentially figure out where they could be, because you can draw that line then on the map and then try to search for them that way. As of 10:40 a.m. on July 3rd, Earhart and Noonan were considered officially lost. A battleship called Colorado took over the search 4 days after she went missing. Other ships in the area also joined the search.
Wait, 4 days after?
So that's when the Colorado took over the search, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But otherwise, no, they were searching immediately, but they enlisted more help. And the Colorado actually had airplanes that flew over Howland Island and other nearby islands to really broaden the search and see if they could see whatever, right? A plane in the water, debris, anything. Ultimately, they saw no evidence of a plane crash, but Gardner Island, 400 miles southeast of Howland Island, did show, quote, signs of habitation, is what they had said. They even searched on the islands on the way back to Lae, basically to be like, okay, maybe they stopped on one of these islands that they passed over as a pit stop, as a safety, as something, right? So they're searching all the islands all the way back to New Guinea. But they, while searching, and the residents of those islands did not see any evidence that she had landed there, that she had been there, and so that was ultimately fruitless. Many radio operators in the area and even in the US claimed that they got signals from Earhart after her disappearance, but when looked into, most of these were deemed as hoaxes. But this is where new information that I had found out within the last couple of years came to mind, right? There was actually a young girl, a teenage girl named Betty Klenk in St. Petersburg, Florida. What's interesting about her situation is that she would have no reason necessarily to lie. She was a young girl, just kind of doing her thing in the backyard, playing with the family's radio. And when she was playing with it, she said she heard,
"This is Amelia Earhart. Help me."
And she said that she heard other things like,
"Water's knee deep. let me out.
Over the course of 3 hours, and she said that there was a man's voice in the background. So information that she necessarily wouldn't have had. And so that's what brings a lot of attention to this particular moment. Now, if she was hard to be heard from the ship flying over the Pacific when they were much closer to each other than this ship all the way over to Florida, basically what I'm saying is it would be strange that she would come in loud and clear in Florida.
Right.
But I don't know. It's interesting to say the least.
It's definitely interesting. Oh man, it's one of those things where it's super interesting and how, but it's just general enough.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, I can't unthink or unremember the kid that was supposedly stuck in a weather balloon that floated off, but the parents actually tucked him up in the attic and he was there the whole time. So it's who's to say that it's this young girl that's saying she knew all this and not the parents using the daughter as a mouthpiece to say, hey, say this, daughter, or whatever.
Exactly. I mean, I don't want to think ill of those people, but I'm not hearing anything that's super specific. I don't know, it seems pretty general.
It's very general, but interesting. It definitely perked my ears up when I first heard this. I was like, wow.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, for sure. The fact that, some random kid heard, Amelia, that's crazy.
Yeah. I misremembered it. I didn't even realize it was somebody in St. Petersburg, Florida. I thought, when I was thinking back on this and I was talking to Christian about this particular case, I was like, oh, yeah, apparently. And now I thought it was a young girl from a nearby island, from a city on a nearby island that just happened to pick it up. And so in my mind, in my false memory, I was like, this is solid. This is awesome. But no, it's just, it's someone from Florida.
Yeah. It's just someone from Florida.
But yeah, I mean, to kind of wrap up this last little piece of information here, despite protests from her husband, the U.S. government ended the nearly $4 million search for Earhart and Noonan on July 19th. So they gave it a good couple weeks there to search the area. And hey, I mean, even still, there are other, I think probably private organizations issuing sonar scans of the seafloor around Howland Island. And they've done that since the 90s all the way up into the more recent years. So people are still searching. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the theories, but that's pretty much it. That's the main meat and potatoes of her last trip and a little bit about Amelia Earhart herself.
Damn. Just right at the end. I'll be honest, it really seems like there was just random occurrences of unfortunate issues,
Mm-hmm.
I really thought there was going to be more she was flying and then we never heard of her again. There wasn't much communication, and then that opens up the gate for a lot of theories of sabotage.
Right.
But I mean, there was clear lines of communication. There was obvious issues that were happening. Interesting. Yeah, this didn't go the way I thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting case. And, looking back, you look on this and, I don't know, man. They're using radio beyond what radio was ever intended for, which I find so ingenious. We're going to use this to gather each other's bearings. They're basically really taking the technology at the time and pushing it way past its ever intended usage, right? In lieu of having other technology. And so I don't know if I can properly convey just how ambitious this journey was, but yeah, it really is a bummer that despite feeling like they got so close because that last piece of communication came in loud and clear, the whole crew flees to the deck to say, she must be in eyesight. She must be able to be heard. She's around here because of how clear this is. It's just a bummer to feel like they got so close and to have such an inspirational and talented person disappear. But with that said, why don't we talk about some of the theories that to attempt to answer, I guess, what came to fruition. Some of them just popular theories that I wanted to discuss and that we'll pull apart, and then others that seem to make a little bit more sense. Hey everybody, Trevor here as always with some housekeeping notes and just that weekly thank you for listening to Red Web, hitting us with those reviews on Apple, sharing us with your friends, supporting us in the store, subscribing to us on youtube.com/redwebpod, all that good stuff. I just want to thank you. I like to do that. just as much as I like to make this podcast. But I'm going to dive right into the sponsors for this episode, and then we'll get right back into this last disappearance episode. Amelia Earhart, I'm so excited to be covering this one, and I hope you're all enjoying it as much as I did while researching this with the team. And hopefully we uncover some information that maybe you didn't know about such a famous or infamous case. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by the Jordan Harbinger Show. The average podcast listener has around 6 shows in their rotation. I have a suggestion for another show that you might add to your lineup. It's informative, entertaining, and packed with interesting information. Give a listen to The Jordan Harbinger Show, a top shelf podcast named Best of Apple in 2018. Jordan dives into the minds of fascinating people, from athletes, authors, and scientists to mobsters, spies, and hostage negotiators. In fact, he even had an episode titled The Starter Pack, dedicated to cults, scams, and conspiracies. In a couple episodes that we really enjoyed, he talked to experts about how to debunk conspiracy theories, and another on how to recognize pseudoscience. Jordan's a fantastic interviewer, and the Jordan Harbinger Show is an excellent listen if you want to expand your worldview. We really enjoy the show, and we think you will as well. There's just so much here, so check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or search The Jordan Harbinger Show, that's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Burrow. Getting new furniture is a giant pain. There's confusing assembly directions, high shipping charges, the list goes on and on. You know what we're talking about here, but Burrow has built the future. Burrow has an easy-to-use website that lets you create and customize your own furniture without risking a relationship-ending fight. Burrow's got gorgeous modular designs that make moving easier, and they're made from durable materials like stain-resistant fabric and pet-friendly rugs. And if you need support as you make your furniture choices, Burrow has world-class service. They'll be there to help you, whether it's just picking out colors or finding the right furniture for you. Plus, Burrow provides free shipping on all orders, no matter the size. Thanks again to the team at Burrow for supporting the show, and listeners, Task Force, that's you. You can get $75 off your first order at burrow.com/redweb. That's Burrow, BURROW.com/redweb for $75 off. Get yourself some furniture, enjoy that furniture, customize it, and get that free shipping. Burrow.com/redweb. And with that said, let's get right back into the disappearance. So it's been theorized that Earhart and Noonan became prisoners of war to the Japanese army. Now you have to remember the time frame that we're in. We're just after World War I. Prior to World War II, there's some tensions, right? After the attack on Pearl Harbor, a lot of people are thinking, well, maybe it was the Japanese army, and that perhaps they might have landed on one of Japan's Marshall Islands. Whether out of emergency, necessity, or what have you, that they landed there. And having landed there, that's why they would be taken in. Now, others claimed that due to her close relationship with President Roosevelt, that she was ordered to complete a spy mission of some sort. That it was believed that, hey, maybe she was sent as reconnaissance. Yeah, it's a little outlandish, but remember, in this particular climate, it's fueling a lot of, whoa, what about this? And so some people are like, well, yeah, she might have been trying to fly around the world, but I think her close relationship with the president this is just a guise for otherwise a reconnaissance mission, that she's going to take pictures of islands,
right,
and study what's going on, and that she was caught and subsequently taken prisoner. However it came to pass, whether she landed or was captured or what have you, that she was a prisoner of war.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, that's a theory that I knew that would come up.
And it gets a little bit more sinister too. It even says that, there's a subset of this theory that says, no, she was supposed to crash land. She was supposed to crash land on one of these islands, thereby giving the U.S. government better access to the area or access to the island, a reason to go there. Oh, well, we're just trying to help out one of our own. This is not, anything nefarious. We're not trying to look after you.
Oh.
It's interesting. And I think what fueled this theory, and it's chicken or the egg sort of situation, but if you're aware of the Earhart disappearance, you might be aware of this photo that I'm about to describe. And Fredo, we're going to show you here now.
Please do.
And as always, task force, you can check out Red Web Pod on Twitter to see some of these key photos that we talk about. Now, this photo is an old 1930s photo, black and white, with most of the subjects quite far away. It's a dock in Japan, boats all around, and there's a couple of zoom-ins here. The key one that I want to focus on is the middle zoom-in. Now, a lot of people either came up with this theory because of this photo or fueled this theory because of this photo. It's either way, but they're basically saying that's Earhart. That is proof that she became a POW, that she was captured. Now, obviously, with the old school photo, it's very hard to decipher exactly who any of those folks down at the end of the dock are. It's very grainy, low fidelity.
Yeah, I just don't. Oh, I mean, it just looks like the back of a woman. I mean, to say that it's.
I could see that as a long-haired person. I mean, it's not even long hair. It's like a bit of a bowl cut, you know? It looks like me in kindergarten.
Yeah. To say that that's Earhart, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a stretch. It's very interesting.
Yeah. And for those of you who don't want to look, I just want to say this. If you don't want to look it up, what makes it harder, more obscure, is that they're sitting at the edge of the dock facing away. So you basically see from the butt up to the shoulders and the back of the head turned to the right a little bit. So you're not even getting a lot of the body language or height or detail.
No,
you're getting half of someone from the back. It's tough.
Oh, that's a stretch.
Yeah. Well, this is like one of the quintessential photos associated with this mystery, and this is something I'm happy to report on that I didn't know about. But we can debunk this entirely, I think, because a Japanese blogger said that they found this photo was originally published in 1935, which in a travel guide, which would be 2 years prior to the final flight even taking off.
Yep.
Meaning that this is just a red herring. This is just something to substantiate. I don't know. Basically, that this photo is in no way attached to this mystery. So it does kind of remove some of those.
It's just so, you're right. It's like such a stretch. I mean, I want to, like many, right, believe that's like, okay, that's her, that's the plane, that's Fred, the navigator. You want to believe it, right? Because it kind of like takes away, it solves the mystery. But I mean, it's a photo.
Yeah.
It could be anybody. It's like, there's just no way. There's no way to like give any detail.
Exactly.
To take any detail from this.
Right. Exactly. Especially those who are saying, oh, that's the plane in the background. Like, listen, I mean, if we were to put this into pixel conversion, this is like, you're looking at 5 pixels and saying like, that's a plane.
Yeah.
Another thing of note is that these islands that were a part of this theory, the ones that she was supposedly doing reconnaissance on, photos on, were 800 miles away from Howland Island. So based on the amount of fuel and the aircraft, we could definitely say, like, modern engineers would say, I don't know if she had the time or range to actually go to these islands and then fly back to Howland and make it feel seamless. Like, it would definitely look like she went out of her way. So, you know, it's interesting, and it certainly is fueled by the time that they were in, the moment in history that the people were in. But I want to move on to the next theory, because it does kind of build off of the spy theory. And conspiracies kind of spiraled out of that first one to suggest that perhaps Amelia Earhart went on to live another life. Immediately, a lot of red flags come up just from a little bit about her.
No, I mean, it just like, this is such a big thing to Amelia, right? Like, why, when you are pretty much there at completing just like one for the history books, one for
women, right? Even
women, just like a whole new life,
right?
I mean, you never know what's going on behind closed doors, but
sure.
That's hard to walk away from.
There's just so much momentum in her life and so much gumption that I'm picking up. I mean, obviously I didn't know her, but just from like the short bio we went through, and the fact that she has her husband back in the States. I mean, I would wager that it would be, again, we don't know her personal life, we don't know behind closed doors like you said, but I feel like it's a hard leap to say that she went on to a second life. But I do want to dissect the theory, because that's what we do. We discuss what the theories are. So this theory really stems from the 1970 book called Amelia Earhart Lives, where it claimed that she and Noonan were captured by Japanese soldiers and then subsequently rescued by the US government. Which another red flag comes to my mind to say, if the US government procured Earhart and Noonan, wouldn't they want to brag about it? Wouldn't that be like the best propaganda? Why be silent on it, you know? So yeah, it's so, I don't know. That's just what comes to my mind. But in the book, the author even claims, they go so far as to say that there's an actual person named Irene Bolam who lived in New Jersey at the time, that this Irene Bolam was actually the famed Amelia Earhart. And it was theorized that due to the stress of her flying career, that she escaped and went to live in New Jersey as Irene Bolam. And then some other people kind of, again, scoop the spy thing up and apply it here and say, this is all part of a spy mission.
Yeah, like I'm sure a lot of people during that time wanted to say that, wanted to believe that it was.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just the answer to a lot of things, right? Undercover so-and-so, right? But what's really interesting and almost low-key offensive to Irene Bolam is that she's a real person out there living her life. She has a well-documented personal life and zero experience with flying. I don't know how you test her. You stick her in a plane and watch her go. I don't know.
Yeah. But the government planted that background.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with a lot of the leaps in logic that are necessary to make this a reality. But really what people are going off of is the claim that they look similar. I would kind of disagree, but I can see it if I looked for it. Forensics experts said that they don't believe that they're the same person at all. I think that, you know, someone who's used to looking at human physiology would be better equipped at determining that. But
yeah, but they're a part of the government, Trevor.
Oh, sorry. They're part of the, they're a suit. They're part of the man. They're the man and the whatever. Irene Bolam, okay, the real woman, successfully sued the authors of this book, and the publishers then pulled the book entirely. So
damn. Well,
so I mean,
good for her. Because I'm sure that caused a lot of issues for
right, like drudging up her past as Amelia Earhart. Clearly, she's trying to run from it, and it's totally true. So no, I think it's interesting as a story piece. I think it's I love to suspend disbelief and jump into these theories, but the fact that there is a woman at the center of this, I don't believe, who is still alive today. But the fact that someone in the 1970s had to sue and say like, hey, I'm just a regular person. What the heck, man? I don't know. I don't think that this is the way that went. But that leads us into two theories that your mind probably naturally goes to. This next one being that she was involved with a crash. And I think that that's totally possible. Perhaps, as the theory goes, that she crashed into the ocean on the way to Howland Island and that she was having trouble locating the Itasca, which is all very fair. And that since she was late and she was still flying, she might have run out of fuel. Obviously, she had indicated as such on the radio that she was low on fuel. But this kind of builds off of what you and I were kind of already talking about. She's heading into heavy headwinds. She's lowering her altitude. Her range is being impacted. And she also took out some of that radio equipment. And all of this stuff naturally builds up to a more realistic conclusion that she didn't have an accurate enough bearing to really make this leg of the trip successful, unfortunately. And the fact that the Itasca could not get bearing on the plane's location in return after losing her signal, just have 2 points of contact to maintain this bearing. If one of them goes down, especially if both of them go down,
right,
you are lost. You are out there with only a hope and a prayer. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I'd like it to be that the plane, or there's like some, I mean, they did say that there was some evidence of people on island or inhabited island or etc. I mean, more than likely the plane crashed into the water. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate though, but given everything, again, I like to refer to Occam's razor. It just kind of makes sense. And we will get to that potentially inhabited island in the next theory here, but to close this one out, she's radioing in that she has low fuel. She's way past the planned landing time or the arrival time. And so she must be on fumes. And the theory goes on to say that kind of with that radio disconnect, she was probably flying about trying to find the island. And in that search, she was unsuccessful and ended up running out of fuel. But the interesting thing, given that crash would probably be in the near area, given her last communication was so strong, it's strange that the countless hours spent searching the area around Howland Island, including a lot of the modern investigations and sonar techniques, that the plane has yet to be found. That's the one remaining wrinkle to the crash theory, is that one would think that they would find it. That being said, I really want to weigh in the fact that the ocean is 18,000 feet deep in this area.
Yeah, I was about to say, the ocean's a big old place. Old
place.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I get that they, technology has advanced, and I'm sure people have searched because, people want answers, and people obviously imagine being the ship that finds it, right? Or the people that ping it on the radar, on sonar. But come on, the ocean's huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you have a general area, but I mean, she was lost up there in the air. Could have gone, hundreds of miles in the wrong direction, way off course.
Absolutely. It's totally possible. And that's where this last theory kind of comes in, is that she, in searching for this island, instead crash landed somewhere else. Whether it be an uninhabited island, an unknown island, or just an island in general, is kind of where the theory starts. And we have some other details to build on it from there. But remember I mentioned Gardner Island, that reportedly showed signs of recent habitation, right? I use air quotes because that's what investigators at the time said. Now, if you want to look this location up, it is currently known as Niku I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. But that is the location that we'll be talking about a little bit here for this castaway theory. Now, in searching for Howland Island, it's possible they either turned around to go find a different island, they found one along the way, etc. But the reason why Niku comes up is because it lies on that 157337 line that she radioed on her last transmission. It's also quite close to Howland Island, which kind of strengthens the idea because her final communications were strong. She must have been close, regardless of where she ended up, whether it be a crash or being a castaway. Now, there's the group called TIGHAR. It's an acronym, TIGHAR. They are the International Group of Historic Aircraft Recovery, and they have investigated this theory since 1989.
Oh my goodness, they're just passing this file down from generation to generation.
Absolutely.
Whoa.
So from their investigation and their research and everything, they claim that Earhart should have still had fuel when the Itasca lost contact, and thereby would be south of Howland Island if they had continued, maybe overshot it, or just passed the island out of eyesight and continued on. Earhart and Noonan may have then found Niku or another of the 8 islands in the Phoenix Islands, and decided to land there and wait for help, basically saying, we are desperate, we're out of fuel, at least there's land here, so let's go put the plane down. That said, no one saw any plane wreckage on the island, so people think then, okay, maybe Earhart must have landed the plane close to the water, somewhere on the beach, right? And then due to tidal changes, the tide coming in and out, it must have washed the plane out to sea, because otherwise you would then see the plane on the island unless they dismantled it down to the bolts and used it for
that
what
fast,
have you.
Though?
Yeah, exactly.
People searching.
Yeah, exactly.
Even then, even if they got washed away off the island because of a storm, or they died of starvation, etc. I mean, the pieces of the plane are still there.
Or they would be, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that they would be. You still have something, right? I don't think everything would wash away, and obviously, all the metal and stuff wouldn't just degrade that fast.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. If they landed on the beach and the plane washed off, it's so strange that they wouldn't have found it then, because I don't know at that point the plane would just kind of bob and float and leave, but it's hard to say. But what's interesting is the TIGHAR researcher Rick Giuseppe claimed to have discovered a piece of the Electra in 1991. Now, this piece of the plane was in the area and near one of these islands, but a lot of people dispute whether or not this is truly from Earhart's plane. In fact, the biggest counter theory to this is that this is just a piece of a World War II vessel that flew decades later, and subsequently crashed in the area in some way, and that this is a piece of that plane. So it's highly up for debate, but it's worth noting.
Was the plane just that similar?
That's a good question. You know, the plane that we're talking about, the Electra that
Right.
Earhart had, was essentially a chrome plane, very much that old school look. The whole plane was that very shiny silver metallic.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Now, I would imagine that a World War II vessel, that's where planes started to have a little bit more, okay, I'm kind of speaking out of my butt here, a little bit more paint on them. I'm going off my loose memory. I'm sure plenty of planes still had that polished metal look, or that shiny metal look, but as I recall, a lot of them were more fully painted to designate which side of the effort they were on. And I guess the paint can wear off, and so then you could just end up with an internal part. I guess I can see where the complication would be, but I think people are more confident that it is from a World War II ship or a plane than hers. But what's another interesting fact here regarding Niku Mororo specifically is that going all the way back to 1940, so this would be just a few short years, I should say, after this incident, British officer Gerald Gallagher said he found a skull on this particular island. After further searching the area, Gallagher found more bones and a sextant box, a sextant being a tool for navigation, and these bones were later studied by Dr. D.W. Hoodless over in Fiji, who claimed they, quote, could be that of a short, stocky, muscular European, and thereby unlikely to be either Earhart or Noonan.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I mean, I'm sure even with, they were able to kind of decipher and tell. I mean, if you're talking about like, cavemen and how we're able to kind of like look and analyze and kind of date and even reconstruct what they look like, I would think that you could do that with a human skull that's more recent comparatively.
Right. Like you would think that you could, carbon date this thing or beyond features like continental features. I'm sure like that definitely helps narrow things. But if we don't know the timeline, and maybe they just didn't have the capacity at the time of the study, but if we don't know how old the skull is or how long it's been there potentially, it makes it even harder to really confidently use this as a piece of evidence. And what, man, does this suck. As with most mysteries, it seems like you get that physical piece of evidence that Alfredo craves.
Yep.
Well, lo and behold, wouldn't you have it? Following this study, the bones were, can we say it together, audience? Lost.
Come on.
Right?
How?
I don't know. I feel like, that's human error. I feel like that's typical and almost expected, but man, that's frustrating.
That is insane.
Even if it was just to be like, no, that's not them. Just like, come on, give me some. So they at least had photographic evidence of this skull and the bones and stuff. And in 2015, there was an anthropologist at the University of Tennessee named Richard Jantz. He used the data from Hoodless's study and compared it to photographs of Earhart to try to see if there was any similarity between this skull and Earhart herself.
Interesting.
Now, he claims that it's likely that these could have been her bones, but not certain. He is saying likely, though. I don't know.
Likely. Yeah, but just, are you kidding me? You lost the damn bones? Like, that could have just solved the, oh, man.
Could have solved it all.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
You think that, like, I don't know, like you would, like, I don't know if someone would have the possession of it. They would take it on a plane themselves.
Right. I'm going to lock between the eyes with handcuffs and lock it to my wrist. It ain't going anywhere.
Pretty much.
Maybe that guy in Fiji just like picked up the skull, looked it over and said, yeah, European, and then threw it in the trash and then said, that's as much as I got. Yeah. No one else will study this. I don't know, man. I really don't know what happened there. But at this point, I'm just like no longer surprised. We've seen plenty of important evidence from many cases just go missing.
Yeah, it's insane. It wasn't really a thing when we first started Red Web, but here we are, where every once in a while a case that could seamlessly be cracked wide open isn't because something was lost, like a valuable piece of information.
I feel like you could come up. Now, obviously, it would require the skull in this instance to be the crux of the mystery. If it were her skull, that would solve the mystery. If it weren't her skull, clearly it wouldn't solve the mystery. But I feel like for every mystery we've done, we can point to one item or one event that completely unravels them or like creates the mystery that could have solved it perhaps.
Yeah. Or at least something that like a lot of people can just go, you know what? I could subscribe to that. I feel like I'm okay walking away believing in that theory.
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been it for me. I mean, because I don't know, I do believe in the technology that we use to be able to like identify human remains.
I don't. I think it's all a part of the state and the story. She's a
false.
spy. It's false. What's interesting when it comes back to Giuseppe for a second, the researcher at Tiger, he believes that some of the bones may have been taken by giant coconut crabs and eaten if these were her bones, have you. And that's why we only have a few fragments of bones, and that's why we kind of have nothing else to go off of. It's interesting. I didn't know giant coconut crabs ate bones, but...
Yeah, or maybe cracked it because they thought it was a coconut. I have no idea what they do. I have no idea.
But regardless of all of that, it is worth mentioning that none of the bones that they had seen or procured or studied could possibly belong to that of Noonan. And none have been found since that could belong to him. And so that does offer a bit of a wrinkle when it comes to this particular theory. I think there's something nice about believing that they, and in their expertise and in their experience, at least found some island to land on. At least if nothing else, it's nice to think that they survived at least a little longer. But it is, it does suck because there's no other evidence found on Niki Maroro that's ever been confirmed. And it's unknown if the Electra would have had enough fuel to reach the island, especially with this unpredicted weather. There's just a lot of variables here. And I do really like this theory, the castaway theory, but I think unfortunately where my mind goes, especially if you want to like lend credence to the young girl in Florida who supposedly picked up some of the frequencies, that it seems, I don't know, very unfortunate, but that the two met an unfortunate and early end in the last few legs of the trip.
Yeah, honestly, like in what seems to be as final moments, as final as you can get before like someone's able to see you. To be honest, like right there.
God, that's so frustrating, and that kind of is where the U.S. government comes in. They legally declared Earhart and Noonan dead on January 5th of 1939, almost 2 full years after their disappearance. Their official stance as the government is that the pair ran out of fuel and crashed into the Pacific Ocean. But for many, the mystery remains. A lot of these theories still tickle people's minds to this day, and researchers are still searching the area. There's a couple pieces of information I do want to kind of just shoot out ad hoc. Some of the sonar scans and photographs and whatnot seem to point to anomalies on the floor of the ocean or in the reef, the coastal reefs on some of these islands. I'm not missing that. It's just that there's not a lot of supporting evidence outside of that.
Right. There's something there, and that's pretty much it.
So we're still on the cusp, right? If there's ever an update on this case, if they find the plane or what have you, we're going to do an update as always. But so I did want to mention that loosely. There have been some anomalies potentially pointing to this, but they're just so hard to really secure. I mean, there's also other theories that, again, are a little sparser. For example, there in Saipan, there is the remains of a jail cell where some theorize that Earhart and Noonan have supposedly been held and what have you. But again, I don't want to go into the weeds on a bunch of smaller, less substantial theories.
Wow, how would you really even know? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what evidence supports that? I don't know. That's interesting, but we're not talking about it, so obviously not enough.
I mean, and I don't want to frustrate anybody who really knows this case. It's, I just want to take this opportunity to remind folks that
we scratched the surface of these mysteries. I would say, it's very much like, hey, we scratched the surface, and if you're very interested in it, there's a ton of ways to dive deeper.
Hell yeah.
But it's a good starting point.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, part of me almost wishes that the task force could be my full-time job, but
A sliver
one of
what
many
we do.
things we do. Yeah. Speaking of sliver and scratching the surface, that reminds me, and I just kind of wanted to put this out there to you, the task force, and Fredo, to you yourself. I've been diving personally into the concept of icebergs. They are topical icebergs that says like there can be some on the MCU, right? There could be some on comic books and all those sort of things, pop culture. But then there can be some on conspiracy theories and on the dark web and stuff. And it starts out with the top of the iceberg, that topics that most people know about. And the deeper you go down the iceberg, there are tiers of the iceberg that start to get into really obscure stuff. And I've been thinking about ways to try to tackle some conspiracy theory icebergs here on this, either on this podcast or as bonus content on our YouTube channel. But wanted to put that out there and see if maybe the task force would be interested in something like that. Maybe just a series that dives into these very, very deep, very, very interesting conspiracy theory icebergs and exploring them.
Look, that's a yes from me.
It's very fascinating. I've spent way too much time diving in there, but anyway, that is the Amelia Earhart disappearance. Very unfortunate end to a very inspirational and awesome woman in aviation, and not a Purdue alum, but hey, you were in there. You were inspiring my other alum. Boiler up again. Now,
that's the end of what I mean. This is a big, huge mystery.
Yeah.
Way more information up until like the final moments than I thought there would be.
Yeah, just way more information than I knew kind of going into this, which is always a welcome surprise when I step into one of these topics and I learn something, because I tout myself as knowing so much about all these different things. I love learning that there was more information to be had, more to sink our teeth into, as you say.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, this has been the Amelia Earhart disappearance, culminating our 4 weeks of disappearance-themed episodes. I hope you've enjoyed them. Starting next Monday, we'll be right back at it with our normal shakeup of conspiracies, internet mysteries, cryptids, true crime, everything in between. But as always, if you stumble across any mysteries yourself while browsing the web, if you have any topics that you want us to check out and dissect, you can always let us know at Twitter at RedWebPod, or hit us up at email. We have email now. It is the future. redweb@roosterteeth.com. We can check out all those emails and put them on our list, any topics you send through. But anyway, Fredo, I will see you next Monday for another mystery.
Hell yeah. See you then. Bye, everyone.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch bullshitter.
Welcome to the Sleepycast. I'm Chris O'Neill, Oni, followed by Jeff, Johnny Utah.
Hi there.
Corey Spaz Kid.
Hey.
And the beautiful Psyche Pebbles. Zach.
Hello.
Today we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, so put on your overalls and get ready.
Can I just say something too?
Yeah.
If you're looking for a podcast as funny as A Million Ways to Die in the West, this is it.
You come to this. This is
Don't drink. Don't stop. No, don't click. No, don't go away.
We got all your favorite jokes. We got poop in a hat.
It's the best.
We got Sarah Silverman being unfunny. I mean, really funny for 2 hours straight.
Yeah.
Did you hear the one about her having anal?
It's funny.
Can we talk about Sarah Silverman?
That's a hoot and a holler.
Sure.
Speaking of Jews,
we have nothing against.
But Sarah
Jews.
Silverman sure likes to say she's a Jew, huh, Corey?
and she likes to talk about dog do and weed.
No,
I have no problem with Jewish comedians. The same way I don't have a problem with black comedians. or any other kind of comedian, as long as they don't make that their shtick. It's like when a fat guy's like, "Oh, I should do stand-up. What should my shtick be? Oh, I'm fat. I'll make it about that.
Well, it's like,
oh, I'm Jewish. I'll make my whole act about being Jewish.
It's not just that. They literally always say the words, I'm Jewish.
I'm Jewish, so you know my hair is crazy.
That's the joke, and the Fine Brothers
My
did it
Jewish
too.
wife is a bitch, whatever, you know, God.
Well, that was a successful bit. I'm glad we got that.
Talk about weight loss.
Sarah Silverman, everybody. Animate that. It's a wrap.
Seriously, we have our special guest. Welcome, Sarah.
You sound like the worm.
Why are you still
You sound
alive?
like the worm bitch from Monsters Inc.
Mike Wazowski.
Speaking about being a fat, useless sack of shit, fucking idiot, Zach.
What are you looking at me for?
I was peripherally looking at both of you.
You were coming up with a topic, so you looked at me and then said that.
My eyes wander because I have a disability.
Okay, it's
what,
fine.
retardation?
Chris.
Yes.
You like to talk
Well,
about how
that's
you. Let's talk about how Chris starves himself so he can look cool.
I
Chris,
starve myself.
you're always the go-to guy. Chris, what's the newest diet? I'm doing keto. You're always doing something wacky that all the 13-year-old girls are doing these days.
Keto
Tell
was
us
the
a little
only
bit
thing I did. Keto was the only thing I did, and it worked. And then I got fat again.
I eat all celery and potatoes, and it makes me.
It's when you cut out like carbs.
You have a lot of discipline,
What's
though,
that,
Chris.
bread?
Carbs is like bread and pasta. No, I don't. I'm eating cookie. I just had a cookie and a big old pumpkin smoothie right when I walked in.
Yeah, what am I talking about?
But there was a point for like a month where I was doing nothing but keto, and I lost like 30 pounds, and it was
You look like a
cool.
scary skeleton.
You sound like you. All right, never mind.
At first,
I sound like what?
No, you sound like you're gonna have a lot of
at
discipline.
first, I thought you said chemo.
There was no like that.
Keto would be.
What always happens when you go when I
that's
go on
why
a
I thought
diet
it was
is
like,
the
you
first
should do
like
that.
week is like so fucking hard, and then you get so used to it instantly, and then it's the second you eat like one piece of candy is when it all falls apart.
Well, dude, that's like the thing. Like when I was doing like push-ups, like I did like I said 100 push-ups for like 15 minutes a day.
Yeah.
In case I felt like I was sitting down for a while, I'd do like 15 push-ups, and I had a lot of energy, but my stomach had shrunk. But over time, I was just like, man, I'm fucking lazy, and so I stopped actually being like productive for my body, and I started like
Wait, so you said I'm lazy, and then you stopped working out because you said you were lazy?
You meant lazy in the work sense, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I
it's
see.
it's like when people who starve themselves, like your body goes into this situation where it starts needing food because it thinks it's going to starve again. It doesn't want to shut down, so that's why it starts like burning stuff and like
Yeah.
So it needs more.
I've never been the type of person to fall into these crazy schemes.
That's not a scheme. That works.
That's your
All right.
body. Your body's not.
No, not that, but I mean,
Keto
there's
is-
always a new
No,
fad
but keto
diet.
definitely works.
It's a
though.
fad diet, though.
What did you
No,
what,
but it no.
Yeah,
but
I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm
Listen,
saying it's a fad diet. There's
Chris,
something.
Don't say that
Chris,
keto like is a
Chris.
fad diet because you're pretty much like not helping people by doing
Chris,
that. 'Cause it definitely
chemotherapy
works.
is bad.
Keto therapy is for cancer.
There you go.
I've got the like skin texture of a moldy wall.
That's disgusting.
You just sit out in the sun, Chris.
It has nothing to do with skin.
Yeah, Chris always looked like he was in the pool for
If
10
I walk
hours.
outside and stay in the sun for 4 days, the sun bounces off me and
I
hits other
can't
people.
stand fucking.
Well-
if you're gonna talk about pools, I can't stand like public pools.
You ever find a plaster in a pool?
A plaster.
Like a Band-Aid?
Oh, Band-Aid? Yeah.
That's no good.
I saw a huge tampon one time in a pool.
I have a real phobia against public pools.
Yeah, me too. Like the last time I was in a public pool was literally like 10 years ago, and I don't plan on going back.
Public pools
Man,
are
it's
gross.
been more like over 20 for me, easily.
Yeah, but I'm like,
If you're gonna do it, just go to like an apartment complex pool or something. But even those are kind of gross.
I can't imagine even. I'm like imagining just kid piss like in my eyes.
exactly. Like
What about,
swimming
like-
in a pool with like dirty kids who take that as an opportunity to shower just to like
You know
what do you call
What
it?
about like a hotel pool? Or like a hotel hot tub. A hot tub. What about a hot tub? That burns away all the.
hot tub?
No one pees in a hot tub.
The only
because
hot
it's so
tub I was
small.
ever in was like a family member's hot tub, which I sort of bared. But
Oh yeah, hot tubs.
I think hot tubs are more disgusting because they're almost like more of a breeding ground for bacteria.
Really?
burning away the germs.
Because it's like
Also
hot
making
water.
it
I don't know. I guess they chlorinate it even more than a pool, but
Well, that's good. It's less bacteria
I
than
don't have
that.
very many opportunities.
Still, it
where I
gets
can
all
be in a hot tub.
I think it gets all. I think what I read is it gets all foamy on top. That's dead skin cells. So if you see foam,
Oh.
Just eat the
Now I no
foam.
longer
It goes
want
away.
to go in a fucking hot tub because of you. Thank you.
I don't like. Yeah, just eat. Man, I'd rather just swim. The ocean's disgusting in itself, but I'd rather pick the ocean.
Oh no,
Lakes
no.
are gross.
No, no,
no ocean?
I will
Lakes are
say
fucking nasty.
the ocean is the grossest
You know,
thing.
when Chris was 5 years old, he went to the ocean and there was a big crab person. grabbing at his legs.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You should go down to like Dominican Republic. The water is super clear.
No, I don't care because it's connected to the rest of the ocean, which is full of snot, pee, poo, blood, dead people, dead animals.
Even if it's dead, even if it's dead animals.
No, what do you mean I watch too many movies?
There's dead people.
There's a million dead people in the ocean. Are you kidding?
Oh my god.
You play games.
You know how big the ocean is.
You play games like Mario Sunshine. You see how beautiful the water is, and then you see like places in like Mexico. But it's fucking beautiful.
If you put a little eyedropper in the ocean, suck out a drop, put it under a microscope, it's fucking nasty. Just like
so is anything.
There's little crab people inside of it.
I can pull a piece of your head out, put it under a microscope, and there's a little civilization.
There will not be a little civilization.
I'm not too worried about that, but I would never swim in certain kind of lakes or ever go.
I would never swim in a lake. Don't swim in a still body of water.
Why not?
Because that's where fucking bacteria. Bacteria congregates there.
You don't want to.
Have you looked at the fucking rims of a lake? There's like urine bubbles and condoms and shit where it all meets at the end.
I did swim in a lake in Lake Okoboji when I was younger, and when we got out, I was covered in like boils and shit because there was like these parasites that dig into your skin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but however,
you know what the ocean's full of?
You know what you shouldn't.
The ocean's full of sharks and jellyfish.
You shouldn't have been swimming next to the septic tanks.
I've been stung by jellyfish.
True. You've been stung by jellyfish.
Yeah.
And you tell me the ocean's nice.
When I was
it is nice.
But I was kidding about the sharks. They're not dangerous. But jellyfish and little fish that
if you're swimming 10 feet from the fucking beach, dude,
let's back up a second.
I'm not dropping you in the middle of the Atlantic.
Have you ever actually been in the ocean?
Yeah.
How far in?
Not in fucking open water.
You mean the beach?
Yeah.
Not in open water.
You're not going to get a shark
in the beach. I lived next to a beach my whole life.
What do you mean not in open water?
Not in like the center of the ocean like that movie where there's sharks biting at their toes.
Is the water not clear?
Sharks actually,
I bet it's not clear.
It's not clear.
Sharks actually are incredibly afraid of humans.
When it is clear, it's nice.
Like that's something that like I never knew growing up, where it's like I always thought shark attacks were common, but sharks are actually terrified of humans. The only time there would be a shark attack is if you attract them with blood or like.
Sharks are like they only go after humans if they think you're a seal or whatever.
A seal.
And everyone says that you have more of a chance of being struck by lightning.
Yeah, it's crazy. So go out, find a shark, and fucking beat it to death. And see what happens.
Punch its brains and kill it.
I like sharks.
Can we just talk about the beach for a second?
Sharks are dumb.
The beach, okay.
But they are cool.
One thing I will say, a nice beach breeze and the sound of the ocean, very nice.
Nice beach breeze.
Nice.
I've been to the Jersey Shore many times.
Okay, that does not count because Jersey Shore is gross.
It is a little gross.
But
my biggest complaint.
But that's what I was gonna say. The beach is kind of shitty too because you go to the beach, you get back in the car, everyone's like, "Don't get sand in the car," and you're like, "Well, fuck you! Like, it's impossible." Like. You always like step on gross shells, and there's little civilizations up in those too.
My biggest complaint.
And there's crab shit.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Little tiny strings of crab shit all down the beach.
Crab shit. There's no crab shit.
There is crab shit.
What? Little strings of crab shit. That's human shit.
There's no crabs. There's barely any crabs on the shoreline.
Crabs shit like
you guys
rats.
have not been to Wexford.
I've seen crabs shit like rats when they scurry into their holes.
They do.
Crabs.
Crabs get propelled by their shit. They spray shit out of their ass and skid across the sand.
That's why they walk sideways.
The hot sand sucks. Stepping on shells sucks.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was.
Hot sand is the worst.
Hot sand is the fucking worst. When you go to a beach, and you have to walk in the shade in some weird mismatched pattern so you don't burn your goddamn
feet off. Hot concrete to get off the hot sand.
God, that's the worst. Even when you wear sandals and you step into the sand, you're getting those shards of hot rocks in your.
The only thing I hated when I went as a kid, my family they would pack a bunch of shit for the day. Like they'd get a cooler and pack full of soda and granola bars, and then they just put up an umbrella and they'd sit there for like 6 hours, and it was just that was kind of boring.
And then you got to think of walking back.
I just swim the whole time.
But like the ocean smells like shit, and there's seaweed.
You need to go to a nice beach for one time.
Go to a nice beach with nice.
Wexford beaches. It is nice. Rensselaer is a nice beach. They shot Saving Private Ryan on it.
You go down in the Dominican Republic. There's a topless beach, which I was at, which I didn't even know was going to be
topless. Did you take off your top, Joe?
Yes.
Got your little titties out.
One time I went surfing.
Yeah.
Like the first time I was like trying to learn. I was on like a wakeboard.
What did you say when you were on a surfboard? What catchphrase?
I was like 5 and I never.
Totally tubular.
I never watched the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so I couldn't relate.
Did you say I'm on a surfboard?
Yeah.
Don't you ever forget?
No. Or did you win the surfing contest to get the lady?
Yes. But I was on a surfboard at age 5 with my dad, my old man.
Surfing is like a dark art.
Alright, these fucking colloquial terms for father is not what I say. But anyways,
I'm definitely calling my dad.
My dad held my board. He's like, get ready, you're gonna surf. And then the water went up and lifted me like 6 feet, and I was screaming, and then I fell off, and I ate so much water and came up spitting and like vomiting like water, and it tasted like a lot of different salts.
I had a brother called Adam. He went surfing with my dad and me.
You had a brother called Adam?
Yeah, he went surfing.
What do you mean you had?
Listen, this is what I'm gonna tell you.
What the?
We went surfing.
Yeah.
A huge seaweed guy covered in seaweed grabbed my brother and pulled him in the ocean. We never saw him again. That's what.
That's fucking really scary. That's actually a really scary image. Big fucking
seaweed guy.
It was
big
scary.
fucking lumbering seaweed retard.
You know what I'm thinking of?
Fucking. Wait, I was gonna. Oh yeah, when I was, California.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I went.
Do you know California?
California.
I went.
That
Can't say
state,
California without saying
That
it
big
like
old
Kim-
state on the west side. But my mom and dad brought me there when I was like 13, and I got in the ocean. The waves were pretty big. And I was like, they're not that big. And then a big fucking wave smashed me underwater
Yes,
and like dragged me like 50 feet, and I almost hit my head off a rock.
Water does this thing where it goes over you and pushes you under.
Yeah.
And
It literally like clobbered me into
It
the
does.
water. I probably should have died.
It wrecks you.
Yeah.
When I was riding a surfboard, it fucking knocked my ass underwater, and I scraped my face against the rocks, and then I came back
Is that
up.
why you don't have a lower jaw?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It did that to my brother. It actually a wave slammed him into the ocean floor so hard it like damaged his eye.
Oh god. It's horrible.
I don't know, it was a little kid, but it like fucked him up.
A big, huge fucking wave just came and aimed at his eye and fucking
It
streamed down his eye
slammed, I
socket.
think a shell like hit his eye
Could
as
you
he got
imagine,
slammed
like-
into the
Could you
ground.
imagine your eye landing on a big crab claw? That'd be the worst way to die.
There's crabs that just stick their claws up out of the sand and you step on them sometimes.
Jeff, I swear to God, I jumped off that thing and it was a 5 foot long crab. I swear.
It was not a 5 foot long
was.
crab, Chris.
There's
It
no
was.
5 foot
It was a
long
mirelurk.
There's Japanese spider crabs that are like 10 feet tall.
In the deep ocean, yeah, there's king crabs that are really spidery.
Mirelurk.
King crab.
King crab.
Mirelurks, look it up.
I am the crab king.
Oh my god. King crabs. King crab legs.
No.
No, there are
I
scary
took Chris
legs,
to Red
though.
Lobster.
Holy shit.
I took Chris to Red Lobster and he was gagging the whole time.
King crab
We were
legs
eating
are
delicious
delicious.
crab legs and he was going, ugh.
Oh yeah,
get
that was that
away
night
from
where I
me.
was really hungry and they were like, yeah, we're going out to eat, and they brought me to King Lobster. I was like, do they have anything with
We're going to-
seafood?
we're going to Red
I don't like
Lobster.
seafood.
I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
isolate that. You'd laugh like a king crab.
A king crab, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Hello, I am the king of the crabs.
Well, they look like the king.
Eat my leg.
Jeff, would you negotiate a deal with King Crab to bring your daughter back?
King crab.
Or would you let him behead your daughter in front of his people to show dominance?
I don't know
have
how.
his daughter.
Against your kingdom,
I
Jeff.
don't know how I would negotiate with the king crab.
I am King Crab. You want your daughter back, Jeff?
Is there two
You
king
must
crabs?
negotiate with me. No, there's one
What does he
king crab.
want?
No,
what does
but
king
what
crab
if
want?
I want. You must fuck me.
Would you fuck a crab, Jeff?
Start fucking.
Would you fuck King Crab to save your daughter, Jeff?
You know, I don't think I've ever seen
You
it.
could shamble his head and eat him for later. You fuck him in the mouth.
It's a terrifying thought having a king crab wrap its legs around
if you fuck the crab in its mouth, you could shamble its brain and eat it for
You ever
later.
see a crab's mouth? It's like
They
these
blow
little things.
bubbles.
It's like
They blow bubbles
Yeah,
out.
Probably have
Yeah,
give
blows
me
bubbles.
blowjobs.
It's like
Jeff, would you let a crab suck your dick and look you in the eyes?
if it was like 50 feet tall, because you need a big mouth.
back to this. Everything's like
you
would
let
it suck your
scorpion-
dick?
Would you let a scorpion suck your dick if it looked in?
No, because it would poke your shaft with his tail.
Would you let Michael Cera
I
suck your
thought you
dick and
guys
look you in
liked
the eyes?
crabs. Like all your
I
characters
hate-
run sideways like crabs.
No.
Forming a
I
mermaid.
think eels are gross.
Eels?
Eels.
What's wrong with eels?
They're fucking black and like
You
floppy.
will never run into an eel.
No.
What about horseshoe crabs?
I've never seen one.
It's shaped like a horseshoe, but it's just a big crab.
One time my uncle walked into my room and he was like, look what I got you. And he handed me a glass jar full of water and an eel curled up inside of it. And I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, it's yours now. And a day later I was like, it was literally an eel wrapped all the way down a jar. And I was like, I don't have a tank. Yeah, I don't have a tank for this. What the fuck? And he was like, it doesn't matter. Just keep it. And I was like, no.
Do
And
what with it?
I know exactly. So I brought it out and I like released it into the ditch.
You should put it in your bathtub or something.
Horseshoe crabs are like a Mario Brothers enemy. I don't like looking at them. They're
I'm telling you, crabs are fucking putrid. They are the
They're
grossest.
delicious.
They are disgusting.
Crabs
like
and lobster, or have you ever had a crab?
I hate it
before?
when people say lobster is like the most delicious shit. It's,
You hate that? Or
it's,
people have
it's,
different
it's like
opinions
the
than you,
most.
Chris?
It's the most gooey, floppy shit.
Lobster? Have you had lobster?
we can
before?
talk about the history of lobster. if
He
you
just
want.
called lobster gooey.
It is on
That-
your
well,
side.
it's
Then
back,
it's the last-
back in the
If
day,
whatever
lobster
lobster,
wasn't.
it's like the most
Oh
expensive.
no, I'm talking about
like-
crabs. Sorry,
It
no,
wasn't-
lobsters you need to clip
Crabs
it,
are
right?
delicious. No, you got it all mixed around.
Back in the
Oh,
day,
yeah,
lobster
I gotta-
wasn't considered a delicacy. delicacy. It was more like a cheap food.
Yeah, it's just like people being like, yeah, diamonds, yeah, everyone needs diamonds.
It was more considered like a critter.
I don't like lobster because it's fancy. I like lobster because it's fucking tasty. Dip it in hot butter.
Yeah, no, I like lobster.
Oh,
I fucking love lobster.
I don't
God.
like regular crab. I like king crab and lobster.
I don't even like fish.
You can go to that crab
I like
place
some
at
fish.
Giants.
Salmon's good.
You get like a thing of
I
those
hate
like
salmon.
crab legs.
I only like battered
cheap as
fish,
fuck.
and it's mostly because of the taste of the batter.
Speaking of friggin' idiots.
Speaking of porn, favorite porn genre, go.
Me?
Favorite genre.
My favorite
of porn.
genres of porn have to be public sex.
Public. You said this
I like
before. Okay.
CF, wait.
Capture the flag?
It's clothed female groups.
What's that?
It's when there's a bunch of girls wearing clothes and they start sucking off a dude.
I didn't know that was a thing, Chris.
That's a new one.
That is a new
I
one.
learned something.
Fucking compilations.
I like
I don't
compilations.
like compilations because you see a good thumbnail, you click it. You see a good thumbnail, you click it.
Yeah, and it's like
you
a
try to find it, you're
50-year-old bitch going.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The good part you want to see from the thumbnail that lured you in to begin with is only there for 10 seconds or so.
There was like a compilation
scam.
called like, oh, what was it called?
Well, you know what? Hold on.
It had really cool music. It was like,
You know when they have a compilation and there's like one fucking video, but there's just that like thing spread out, or there's like two videos.
Yeah.
It's like that's like
it's like, excuse me, I paid for a
two-parter.
40-minute compilation.
Yeah, excuse me.
I hate it when compilations have clips that are like longer than like 10 seconds. Sometimes it's like, well, let's put in like 10 2-minute clips. It's like, I don't care.
I did my 10-second search and I went to this video willingly. I expect quality compilations.
Yeah, god dang it.
Who cares about fucking compilations? What is your
Jeff,
favorite?
what's your favorite porn?
I like goldfish.
Goldfish.
Jeff, you sent me that video of the Chinese girl eating the goldfish.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever been like browsing? Okay, so when you guys look at porn, right? There's two ways I do it. I go on wankdb.com. I go to
DB.
Go to
yeah, it's like wank
PornMD.
database.
Go to
Yeah,
PornMD.
No, wank. No.
Yes, PornMD.
You guys are fucking.
PornMD and
You guys are too
Galore.
mainstream.
PornMD
Anyway,
and
Oh, listen to you. You're a porn
PornMD
hipster.
and Tube
You're a
Galore.
porn hipster is what you
listen,
are.
no, but you go on WankDB, right?
You haven't heard of genre porn. You never heard of
You
it.
click on your genre, and you got three options. You go by date, popularity, or
Relevance.
how long the video is, right?
sure.
But what you do is you click on date, so you see all the very latest porns, right?
Those are like that's like excellent.
Very latest porn.
shit.
It's just like an
They
80-year
got like 2 views, right? But one time I was doing that, right, and I found this porn where it was like the girl was super hot and she was like in her clothes, whatever, being interviewed, and then they like took off her clothes and her tits were like breast cancer post-op. They were like all stitched up and shit.
Ew.
And I was just like, oh my fucking god, what the hell? I was just like looking for big tit porn, and then that was in it. It was.
Did your erection get confused and
I
shoot
just-
the other way?
I just
So you should
stopped.
probably clarify that a little bit so you don't look like a heartless monster.
No, I'm not saying like.
Listen,
ugh.
alright,
Okay, well, actually, I am, I guess.
You didn't get off to her Frankenstein titties.
Look.
I wouldn't expect a guy with prostate cancer to perform porn. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
like that's what I'm saying. It's not like
if you-
she's a fucking gross monster. I'm just saying like when I'm jerking off the porn, that's the last thing I want to see.
You ever see her incisions?
I don't want to break the immersion and start thinking about.
Break the immersion.
I don't want to start thinking about my
You're not
life.
watching Lord of the Rings, Chris.
I might
You're
get
watching a
cancer.
porno.
What do? You fucking just.
How many?
What?
I close my eyes and think
Do
of my
you
life.
like-
Why would you put on porn and close your eyes?
How many dick? Do you like seeing dicks everywhere?
Yeah, sure.
Mine.
Big old fat
Sure.
dick. Yes.
Big old fat dick.
Do you prefer lesbian porn or regular?
Regular.
regular
I,
too.
can't, I used to look at lesbian porn when I was like 14, but then.
Lesbian?
I like to watch a guy and a girl with God watching over them having missionary sex.
I like for me, if it's like lesbian, they can't be that like dainty, like touching, like soft shit. They have to be like
You know, in softcore, you want
vulgar lesbians.
vulgar lesbians.
Yeah, like
I never really
violent,
understood
slapping
that
each
type
other,
of porn
fucking-
where it's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just for girls. Like
I never got lesbian to some degree. I like it, but I never got the degree where it was like, what's the point? Because with most porn,
It's like a
I think to some,
massage. It's like
no,
watching
but
a
to some
massage.
degree with porn, you kind of put yourself in the guy's shoes just a little bit. You can't really do that with lesbian porn. You're just like,
Like,
you're
if
just
two
some
lesbians-
creepy molester
If
looking
two
through the window
lesbians
or
walked in
something.
here right now, got down on the table, started to do 69.
What can I
I'd be
do?
Like,
I just sit
whoa.
here.
No, but I'd be really horny looking at it.
Yeah, but what did I do? I just sit here and masturbate.
But
like
I would much rather
awkward
look at a
creep.
big, sexy, buff, hairless dude fucking or girl.
Yeah, but you're like, oh, that's my dick. You know, you squint a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you like the porn that's like a video that's like 27 minutes long of just the one angle of like penetration, like it's like right up the girl.
I hate that back of the ass
The
view
balls?
with the balls.
What? Who's that,
it's
who's
like,
that catering
and
to?
it's like half an hour long.
It like
right?
it sickens me because a lot of the time the guys don't shave, so you just see this like big ass bush. I want to see like the girl
A girl's
going,
ass bush. Yeah.
and I want, you know what really pisses me off when you're watching a porn and the girl's not into it. because it's like, wow, I'm watching the girl being raped pretty much. This is great.
Yeah, get your dick to me. Yeah, you.
Or when they're like doing overboard, it's like, yeah, fuck me. And you're just like, this is fucking gross.
I saw a video where a guy was having sex with a girl and she started laughing and I was like, bitch. I got so angry. I was like, you're gonna laugh? He's having sex.
I would get hornier to that if anything.
No, she was laughing like, oh, is that like? It wasn't like a sexy horny laugh. It was like, haha, look at you, you fucking loser. And I felt so insecure. I was like, oh, I closed out of it.
Do you like it when the guy shoots his load in her mouth and then she looks like she's like she's enjoying it like it's a treat?
I prefer the mouth rather than the face because every time I see the face, I'm like, oh, close your eyes, close your nose, close your ears.
It makes me want to vomit. She's like,
I know.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate when semen hits people's. I hate bucaque.
I hate when people's semen hits people's faces.
Yeah,
I do too,
hate
Corey.
that.
I do too.
I don't like facials.
I don't. I hate when semen is splashed against faces. It's nasty.
In slow motion.
It's fucking gross.
Oh yeah, I hate when walking down the street and just splash people's faces.
It's cute in art, but it's not cute in real life.
She has to take like a really hot shower to get that off.
Every time
you watch like a girl and then she's like getting hit in the eye, so she like twitches a little. It's like, that's
she's like squinting. It's she's like,
she's clearly trying to enjoy it, but it's like she doesn't
fucking eyes like turning pulsating red. She's like, so good.
It's in her hair, and you're like, that's fucking horrible.
Get some shampoo.
If the girl actually likes it, it's sweet though.
Yeah, but
some girls like it. It's like,
I don't like it.
Do you guys feel a little bit bad that can you guys watch a black guy in porn, like POV porn? I can't.
Not really, no.
I feel racist a little bit. Because like
I feel intimidated.
Because I'm like, I don't have a big black dick. I can't be that guy.
I don't have a big black penis.
See ya, Durrell.
Yeah, I don't.
Have somebody else watch you.
I don't actually watch like black guys fuck girls.
Seems like there's never any light-skinned black guys. It's all really dark black guys.
It's always like a huge scary black guy fucking like a really dainty white girl.
For me, like I know you guys say you have porn stars and stuff you like, but I'm an amateur.
You guys
I like amateurs. I don't
really go out of my way to watch porn stars.
No,
I know a few
you guys
names
know
because I
porn
see them
stars.
around.
I don't know a single one.
I can't tell you one porn star, Corey.
Me neither.
I can tell you like 3.
Because when I watch porn, it's all amateur.
Is a good one.
Speaking of porn, Bucky Larson, Born to be a Porn Star.
It's a great movie.
Jeff, you saw this movie.
I did. I
recently.
Based on Corey's recommendation that it was one of the worst movies ever. I watched it.
Which doesn't pale in consideration to the other worst movie ever made.
What was the angriest you've ever got?
The angriest I've ever gotten.
If I don't animate well that day on what I'm working on, I drive home and I'm slamming in the gas pedal and I'm trying not to swerve into a telephone pole.
What would prompt you to yell at somebody, like a random person that you don't know very well?
If there's a really antagonistic like drunk person, that really makes me mad.
Oh, hey man, what's up? What's good?
If somebody's really fucking around and they're drunk, like not friendly drunk, I mean like either like an angry drunk or somebody's trying to like pick a fight.
Oh god,
that pisses me off. I can knock somebody out doing that.
The worst thing about that is like some people can be the nicest people when they're sober, but when they get drunk, they turn into fucking monsters like that.
All right, Chris, I get it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Chris, that's the most pissed off I ever was at you.
Yeah.
What time you were drunk?
You
pissed me off so much.
I'm usually a nice drunk.
I know, 98% of the time.
Just because I threatened to swing an axe into somebody's face when I have too much to drink.
Fucking
sorry.
Yeah, I swear to God, Zach, that was the only time I got drunk and I was an asshole.
Chris, let me explain. Chris got drunk one time a couple of years ago, and he kept hitting me in the testicles. That's the closest I've ever come to punching you in the mouth, and you were really irritating me.
It was funny.
How many times did he do it?
He did it like twice, and I was getting pissed off.
Oh, wait, let's guess why. Let's all guess why was Chris angry.
Because
Let me guess. You saw a king crab, huh?
No.
You saw a big scary king crab.
I would not get mad at fish, but it was because my mom
Game
was
over in Dark Souls.
No, actually, wait. I got.
Why'd you have to think about that?
Because I got mad a few times at Dark, like really mad. Well, okay, I broke a PlayStation controller over Dark Souls.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I
was having a horrible day, right? And I put on the second game. And then there was a part where like I was finally about to beat a boss or whatever after like the 50th time, and then the controller died, and I just smashed it off the floor.
The maddest I've gotten is probably when I've played games.
The thing I ever broke was I bought a MacBook Pro. Chris recommended it to me. He was like, "It's an amazing piece of hardware."
No, I told
Mac
you.
is so good.
All I ever said about a Mac.
I'm not going to tolerate this
Macs
Mac
are
bashing.
fucking
faggots.
Hell,
They're not.
Macs are.
Jeff,
I'm tired of you guys having your temper tantrums on
let me
Twitter
finger
about
your
Macs.
Mac to you.
Whatever.
I bought a $2,000 MacBook Pro.
Wait, I want to justify this.
Okay.
Mac laptops.
Macs are amazing to record on. End of story. They're shit for everything else.
Mac laptops are garbage. That's true.
Listen, I bought a $2,000. I spent $2,000.
It's not true.
Mac laptops are garbage.
I spent $2,000 on a MacBook
bloated.
Pro. Jeff, listen to me.
They're bloated.
And a Windows machine is not bloated?
Not like a Mac laptop.
Macs don't come with fucking... What do you call it? Like all that software preloaded on the desktop.
They don't come with fucking cut and paste either. I still don't know how to cut and paste on a goddamn Mac. You gotta like copy it and then delete the old file. It's so fucking stupid.
I've been using Macs for years.
Macs are they're designed to be just tiny bit different in the worst ways.
Mac desktop
pissed off so many people.
Says the guys who have constantly broken Windows computers. Whatever.
Here's my fucking story.
Whatever,
I spent $2,000 on a fucking MacBook Pro. $2,000. $2,000.
Yeah.
How much? I had it for a year. You know something, Jeff? You know what I did? I used Facebook, Skype, and maybe something else, like maybe Flash once in a while. After 2 years, it crashed 4 times. Listen to me. I used it for nothing. I used this fucking bloated overpriced piece of shit for nothing. I used the internet.
You could have used it for more stuff.
But I didn't.
This is his fault.
For absolutely no reason, it stopped working. It crashed completely. I had Mike Welsh.
We'll go get it fixed.
I had Mike Welsh. I'm not going to blow hundreds of dollars. I had Mike Welsh reset and fix it again. Everything was white for no reason. I didn't touch this piece of shit. Then I did it 2 more times. And the third time, he finally reset it again. And I was using Skype. And I was talking to someone on Skype. And I was saying, all that was on this computer was Internet Explorer, Safari, and Skype.
Yeah.
And I was typing to someone. I was saying, hello. And I typed in hello. And it took 5 minutes to type the H, the E, the L, and the L, and the O.
Let me ask you
what I did, Jeff? I took it against my knee, and I fucking pushed it slowly and broke it against the back of my leg. That desktop computer I had over there, that desktop computer I had, the HP, I bought 3 years ago for $200, and I have it loaded with shit.
Let's use that now.
It's still working great.
Let's have an analogy. When a woman's pregnant, she has a kid, and he has Down syndrome. Are you condemning all humans? People just not have kids anymore?
You're saying my MacBook was a Down syndrome child in the school.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I had a Mac. I had a big fucking. I had a big.
I used his Mac in Ireland. You know something?
So what you're saying is because you have a Downy kid that you should give extra care.
Here's a better analogy.
Sometimes it happens. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes you get a Downy kid.
You should give extra care to your Downy kid.
Every Mac product is the Down syndromes. You just got the regular kid. You're the outlier.
Jeff, I gotta say, right, before I moved to America, right, I had to copy everything off my Mac onto a hard drive so I could bring everything to America, right? Do you want to hear this?
I don't know what you're trying to convince me of. I've never had a problem.
Listen, this should have been the easiest thing to do, right? All you do is you cut and you paste, right? Except not on a fucking Mac, right? I
cut and paste all day.
Listen to me.
It cuts and it pastes.
This is the problem, right? When you have a hard drive and you want to put something from a Mac onto a PC.
Yeah.
PCs use different format. They use like fucking FAT or whatever, or Mac uses something. I think they use 2 different things, right? So
a long time ago they were different processors.
You have to buy a hard drive that says, I go into a PC and a Mac, I'm cool, right? I got one of those, I put it into the Mac, I try copying shit onto it, and then halfway through this big long fucking conversion, it says, no, sorry. And I'm like, where did my file stop copying? Do I have to start all this again? And then I found out that Macs it was the hard drive had a fucking emulator built into it to help it copy shit on, but I just couldn't handle it.
That was the Power PC processor, Chris. That was
Power
Jeff, I have something else too.
They moved over to Intel processors years ago.
I had to use those pieces of shit in high school.
That was a legitimate problem, but
you have to.
It's all sorted out.
It is not sorted out. This happened like 2 weeks ago. It was
what you're talking about.
That was the closest I came to scratching something recently.
I gave it to my sister. I think the biggest thing that pisses you off about Mac is that they do little things. They make little changes to make it feel like it's different, but it's just more tedious.
Yeah.
It's like, computer, Control-C, copy. Mac, it's like, fucking bend your fingers like Spider-Man to copy.
It's command. It's the
command Apple, fucking Steve Jobs face, C2 bottom.
Right. It's command C to copy, command V to paste.
I'm a Mac. All my USB drives are in the back of the fucking screen.
What the fuck is was with that?
To what?
I had to fucking hunch over my fucking computer every time I wanted to plug in a memory stick.
In the back of your stupid screen.
See what I got on my desk?
A little fucking
stick.
A little memory, a little USB.
The slot is in the back of the thing because we're fancy. We can't plug it in the side. It looks too stupid.
They care about aesthetics.
Who cares about aesthetics? I want something that works good.
I've never had a Mac, so I can't experience the fruits.
You
literally
build your 8-foot tower. You have 8-foot tall computer tower with the neon lights that is like 99% empty.
Let me tell you something.
And look cool, guy.
Have we forgotten?
Whatever.
Have we forgotten about a Linux?
Fuck Linux.
Here's Linux over here.
I use Linux. I can play music.
Yeah, the little Linux kid in the corner.
But what about Linux?
I'm sorry.
You guys should
Linux,
get a Linux computer.
Linux is PC and Mac.
No,
it's a double conversion. You can have two of the same
It's a fucking hacker's wet dream is what it is.
Linux is better than PC and Mac.
We can play games now.
You can be PC and Mac. You can be together.
I don't want to bring Linux into this.
I want to keep Mac in a fucking. I want to push all Mac into a volcano.
Oh my god.
Windows 8 is terrible,
Can you even imagine the fucking comments on this? It's going to be 99% PC Mac. It's going to be 99% PC assholes bashing Mac.
Let me tell you something.
You've never owned a Mac.
Let me tell you something.
Whatever. Fuck
We've
you guys.
both owned Macs.
Let me tell you something.
I don't care.
I had a Mac at one point. Like
you said you didn't have ever.
My dad let me use his Mac,
okay.
and then he gave it to me because he hated it.
Macs are gay, dude.
And then he was like, I can't fucking. It's crap. And then I gave it to me, and I tried to play a game on it, and it fucking crashed, and I couldn't use it ever again.
Jeff, the government made these computers to see if retards really would buy things, and you know something, Jeff? They were right.
Why are all these PC manufacturers going out of business? What was the one that had like the cow pattern? What was that one?
Oh, Packard.
Yeah, where did that company go?
Did they go out?
They just died, yeah.
Really? Packard went out?
Yeah, Hewlett-Packard.
That was the first computer.
Dead.
Oh, HP? The one I have is dead?
I think so. No, is it Hewlett-Packard? No, it's not
Bell.
HP.
That was the first computer I had. Was that stupid?
Isn't the HP an ice cream brand?
The Cal Computer Company.
Cal computer, the first one I had. No,
But
it's Dell.
you know what Macs are good at?
What, a doorstop? What?
No.
What, Chris?
Cooking eggs because they get so fucking hot.
There we go.
Jeff, when I was in Chris in Ireland, I used this computer to use Flash, and I was drawing something, and for no reason, I deleted all the timeline. I deleted all my pictures. PC,
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
Mac,
Maybe it's
0.
you. The old lady at Wawa doesn't like you. I don't know. Maybe it's you.
The old lady at
Maybe
Wall
it's
has
you.
saggy old tits, and she always
Maybe
mopes
the computer
around.
doesn't.
You know what? What really made me mad?
What do you have
What,
against
Chris?
Linux?
That fucking ad with Justin Long was like, yeah, well, we don't get viruses, so.
I'm
and a
not-
Mac can do it works with everything.
gonna defend
Guess
it.
what? I bought a fucking USB bus, plugged it into the Mac, didn't work. Guess what else I bought? Fucking Logitech. A Logitech webcam didn't work.
Justin Long, those are
Every
Jeepers Creepers.
Logitech, I buy Logitech stuff all the time
So
for
do
my
I.
computer, and it all works.
It didn't work on my Mac.
Well, you got jizz in your USB ports or something, Chris. I don't know what to
I
tell
would
you.
never jizz in my USB
You
port.
probably did.
All right, enough
You guys
talking
aren't
about
listening.
Mac's PC
All right.
and the best friend of them all,
Let's
Linux.
just call it a stalemate and
Let's just admit that Linux is useless and nobody fucking uses it except for hackers.
You're gonna get hacked.
there's like one listener out there that's really mad.
No, last time
that one Linux
my teacher showed us how to install Linux, and then it's like, don't worry, no one uses it, and I was like,
God,
oh,
you don't
okay.
understand. You don't need to use a command line anymore. You can use like the user interface.
I actually have no idea what a Linux is. It has a stupid friggin' penguin
It's
on the
based on
picture.
Unix. It's based on Unix.
I don't know what that is.
It's I guess it's like
That's the little girl's Unix system from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I don't really know either, man. I'm just
What's
a
the little
dumb
girl's
idiot that
hacking
animates.
system?
I just need Flash and Photoshop, and I don't really
that's-
care. iTunes syncing to my phone.
iTunes
and
makes
that's
me
it.
sick, Jeff. I want to drag and
Oh,
drop
here
an
we go.
MP3.
Here we go.
That's all a kid ever wanted.
There's no problem with iTunes.
Yes,
It
there
works.
is. There's a lot of problems. Steve Jobs was not a nice
Have you
guy.
ever seen Alex Jones talk about Bill Gates?
Steve Jobs was a questionable human, but he was
Did you
motivated.
hear about like his whole cancer thing? That it was basically his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't get it cured.
I don't know how much of that is absolutely true, but it does sound like he wasn't listening
Let
to
me
his
clarify that
doctors.
so I don't sound like a fucking asshole. Steve Jobs died of cancer.
He had some kind of organ failure, but then Ashton Kutcher decided to live off the Steve Jobs diet, and then he got sick too.
Really?
Yeah.
Ashton Kutcher?
You know about that?
No.
When he was making that Steve Jobs movie, that biopic, he decided to go on this like Steve Jobs diet of like just eating apples all day or something. It was some. I'm sorry if I don't get this exactly right, but it was basically like this fruit diet, and he put himself in the hospital.
But what
Because
happened
the body
was
isn't
like in
meant to-
2001 or 2, they were like, Steve Jobs, you realize you have early forms of pancreatic cancer, right? And he was like, yeah. And like, we can get a surgery and remove this. And he was like, you know what? I'll rub tree shrubs on it and stuff, and it's fine.
Steve
And then he died of
Jobs.
cancer.
I think early in his life he got this. He was this weirdly spiritual guy who just like eating at Buddhist temples. Or I'm getting this all wrong. I think, by the way, there was something weird going on where I think he just felt he could heal himself through natural means, and he was wrong and paid with his life.
Yeah.
The end.
Look,
don't crucify me.
All I'm saying is
what?
I
like it. I'm not gonna trash Android phones.
I'm Chris.
They're
I
nice
use an Android.
phones.
I play airplane
Everyone
simulators.
should use an Android.
I just don't care. I just want
the only bad
something to
thing is
fucking
about,
work, and that's it.
They're kind of like targeted for viruses and shit.
Yeah, I never had a virus on my Mac. Eat that shit.
That's true. Did you hear about when people were going to the Olympics in Russia? The second they got off the plane, all their phones were getting hacked by like nearby like towers and shit.
I did not hear about that.
Yes.
iPhones?
No, well, I think it was mostly Android because I don't know why. You never really hear of like iPhones or like Macs getting viruses or hacked or whatever.
I mean, I guess it can happen, but.
Yeah, but not really.
You don't have a bunch of old people clicking on exe files and plagues.
Anyways, I can't relate to this fucking topic because I've never experienced the fruits of having a terrible Mac.
Let's talk about rocks for your favorite subject.
Rocks.
What's your favorite kind of rock formation?
Pet rock. Get an Ico.
Corey, if you had a pet rock and it died, would you feel sad?
I don't give a fuck because I probably killed it.
The East Coast has better.
What? Hold on, I have a
than the
question.
West Coast.
What was that? Pet rock? Did you pay upwards of like $50 for like a fucking rock that you stick into a thing?
Corey, I can't say I ever knew anybody who had a pet rock.
A pet rock. That was a thing.
You can buy
in 1950.
Yeah. How did that become a thing?
It was just a gimmick. It was just like that year's like Elmo doll.
Yeah, it's got googly eyes. Isn't that wacky?
No, there wasn't googly eyes on it.
What?
It was just a rock.
Googly eyes. It was just a rock.
It was just like the rock. Next year
was a rock in a
slinky.
fucking hamster breathing cage.
There's an animal where it looks like a rock and you cut it open and it's pink on the inside.
Ooh.
A what?
An animal.
Anyways,
it's a rock and you fucking cut it in half with a hammer.
To answer your question,
it's pink. You mean it's guts?
It's got like blood and shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. That's a lie.
It's called the Rockosaurus.
To answer your question, fuck rocks.
Bedrock.
You know Seth MacFarlane was going to remake the Flintstones, or he was going to make his own series of it?
Of course.
He was going to bring back the world's funniest sitcom about Stone Age
Who
people.
is passionate about the Flintstones?
Seth MacFarlane, that's who.
He was.
I mean, it's an okay show for the time, but who dreams about, oh man, I got to bring back
the
Flintstones.
It was really funny, though. They cut their grass with dinosaurs. They washed their dishes with dinosaurs.
Yeah, they ran around with their
They even opened their mail and saw a little dinosaur inside.
They surfed down Brontosaurus.
I didn't grow up with the Flintstones and Jetsons, so when I watched it, I'm like, man, this is boring. But I thought Jetsons was better.
Are they going to put feathers on the dinosaurs?
Oh, are they going to do that for the Jurassic World?
No.
Oh, did they say they're not going to do that?
The director was very anti-feather.
Very anti-feather?
Feathers look stupid, dude.
No, they don't.
What?
There are some cool renderings of dinosaurs with feathers.
I saw the big white T-Rex with the feathers.
The people who do it right, they look like they really are the not the descendants, the opposite of like birds. Ancestors of birds.
I can't believe I knew that.
Yeah, I know. Corey knew a word I didn't.
I can't believe I remembered that.
When somebody renders a dinosaur like a velociraptor with feathers correctly, it looks cool. It looks like it should.
Well, I guess like even if it didn't, it would still be like a breath of fresh air or whatever.
I think it would look cool.
I'm sick of seeing the same old T-Rex design over the last 20, 30 years.
Everyone just rips off the
these nude dinosaurs.
Do you know what I found out today?
Whoa.
I found out that penguins have knees.
Corey, that's crazy.
It's true.
That's crazy talk, Corey.
They have. I swear to God.
No fucking lies allowed in this podcast.
No, it's true.
This is a lie-free zone.
They found a penguin, they cut it open and pulled out its legs, and then it had like these long, like human legs.
I gotta say,
no, I swear to fucking God, jokes aside, they actually have knees.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a documentary on penguins?
No, because
their lives.
I saw Farce of the Penguins.
I was about to say, I saw the funniest freaking movie ever, Farce of the Penguins. Look it up.
I saw Meet the Spartans, and at the beginning there was a penguin who shat all over the person's face. That
penguins
was really
are
funny.
Crazy creatures.
What do you like about the penguins?
It's not that I like. They're insane. They live in these sub-zero below like temperatures. They travel. Oh man, I can't even fucking remember. But the whole way they mate and they take care of their eggs, and the egg is always on the cusp of freezing into a solid block. It's amazing It is a goddamn miracle penguins can reproduce in those temperatures.
And there was one penguin who could tap dance.
Yeah, I was about to say, from Happy Feet. That's how I found out about that.
And also, you gotta watch out for the white grizzly bears.
They pass the eggs between their feet without it touching the ground.
Really?
Yeah, and they all huddle together so they keep the warmth up in their group.
They put the
They're
eggs.
pretty fucking stupid too.
Yeah, no,
They just like walk off cliffs and
They
stuff.
do this thing where like they walk for like almost no reason. I don't know.
Yeah, and they could have just flown because they got little wings. They're stupid.
They can't though.
They can't.
They're actually insects, not even birds.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're insects.
They're insects, yeah. Penguins are insects.
Why do they have little flippers and beaks?
Insects have those too.
Oh, you're right. Like
the fly.
Like the praying mantis.
Water bugs.
You ever see a whale sleeping? They sleep vertically.
What do you mean?
With their like noses facing the sky, and they just drift like fucking towers in the water.
That's hysterical.
You know, whales came from. They used to be land animals.
Yeah, they're mammals. They found this whale that was walking on the streets with its legs that had fully
blue
formed legs.
whale?
Yeah, a huge blue sperm whale.
Oh my god.
I don't know how they got so big. I don't think they were so big. They weren't that big on land.
Why? I just don't get why they evolved to be that big.
It'd be really funny if like there was a blue whale in the bottom of the ocean who still had arms and legs, and he just came up one day to say, "Hey."
There was a transitional creature that did live in the water, but had capable like arms and legs, and he kind of just scurried around on like the
Jeff, what's your favorite dinosaur?
How can you dismiss evolution when there's actual evidence of whales having...
Corey, there's evolution, or there's evidence of evolution in practically everything.
Yeah, but how can you just be like, it doesn't exist? It's like, then how the fuck does that whale have feet bones?
Because the devil put them there to trick you.
Anti-evolution people are idiots.
Yeah.
End
of story. You
Corey,
couldn't argue.
favorite dinosaur, Corey.
Corysaurus Rex.
Corysaurus.
What about the Chrysosaurus?
There is a Corysaurus.
They have like they have tumors on their heads. They run into trees till they die.
I don't really care about the land mammals. I like the.
Dude, I think
I like the sea dinosaurs.
The plesiosaur is fucking.
They're the scariest.
They're the ones with the big long necks. The big.
They're fucking sweet. The Loch Ness monsters are awesome. I was a kid. I loved plesiosaur as a kid.
I like the cousin of the megalo squatch is the megalo. What is it? The megalodon shark.
Yeah.
Were they real?
Yeah, they ate the megalosquatches though.
What's a megalosquatch?
Oh, you don't know the tale of the megalosquatch?
Oh, I haven't heard that.
You should listen to your own podcast.
Explain the megalosquatch to little Chris here.
I get
it's
it.
exactly like a Sasquatch,
No.
but it's 2 inches taller.
It's 2 inches taller than the Sasquatch.
It looks exactly the same as a Sasquatch, but it's 2 inches taller.
Does he make any different sounds?
Hey!
Wait,
and it likes blueberry pies.
That's the megalosquatch.
What's it?
No, the megalo likes bananas and coconuts.
Oh, the megalosquatch is 30 feet tall. That's a whole other story.
Have you guys ever heard of the Babasquatch?
What is that?
Babasquatch?
Yeah, it's like it's 1 inch shorter.
Where does it live?
In tiny small cracks and crevices in
Have
the
you guys
walls.
have you guys heard of the Squatch Sash? It has a backwards head. It's a normal Sasquatch. If it has a backwards head,
Does it walk forward or backward?
It doesn't know. It just walks in circles. It's too confused to do anything.
Which way? So it walks backwards.
How does it get around, Zach?
It just screams and tries to find its way everywhere. Yeah.
Uses echolocation while it's screaming.
Oh!
It's got like good bat. It's got bat sonar.
Except for it's still screaming. That's like you can hear it coming.
The guano squatch is the.
You know, some people say you can smell the
sonar
Sasquatch
one.
coming because it smells like sewage. You can hear the fucking.
Do you guys want to hear a funny thing?
Dick.
T-Rex's arms are very small. They can't do press-ups.
No shit.
Do you think that's funny?
They probably can't grab stuff.
Do I get a funny point?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Corysaurus. I have a small arm.
I have a small arm.
Imagine.
Welcome to my hero.
Imagine if a T-Rex had huge arms and tiny legs. That'd be funny, I think.
It wouldn't live very long.
Just drag themselves along.
Yeah, just dragged along. Fucking grab dinosaurs by the neck and just smash them against the ground.
It's funny though.
Silverbacks grew from Tyrannosaurus Rex.
They recently discovered that silverbacks are the females because the males jerk off on their backs after they're done fucking.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Let's talk about assholes who drive cars around.
Let's talk about loud fucking dickheads who think that their car is like their next wife. Or is like the closest thing to fuck.
Okay. The worst are these old cunts on their motorcycles.
Holy fuck, yeah, these like 60-year-old Harley guys.
I could not hate a group of road driving people more than these old fucking cunts that they're like the badasses of the road. They make sure their motorcycles are as loud as possible. Nobody is they want to be intimidating, but nobody is scared of them. They just look like miserable old shits.
They're a pest.
Yeah. Every time I have to turn out, this old shit like gives me the middle finger, and he's like, "Fuck you!" And I tried following him, and I couldn't find him, but I was so fucking.
What would you have done if you would have?
I was gonna bitch him out. I was gonna pull up next to him and scream at him. I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. I'm like, no fucking 70-year-old is gonna scream "fuck you" in my face and get away with it.
I've never been a car person. My friend Andrew, he was obsessed with cars back in the day. He would be like, "Man, I got a 1040S GS fucking volume 10 mixer car battery Alpha Omega," and I'm like, "Cool, dude." You know what? I remember he was talking, and he used to be so adamant because he could tell you 100 reasons why Ford sucks and why Chevrolet's better, and then he'd be like, "Do you agree, Corey?" I'd be like, what? I literally know nothing about cars. I don't understand engines. I don't understand
I don't
anything.
get the appeal of making them look nice. The purpose of a car is to go from point A to point B.
I remember we went car shopping for a car, and I'm like, "Oh, that car looks nice." He's like, "Car's garbage." And he opened up the engine, and he was talking for 20 minutes, and I'm like, "Yeah, but it has like black seats." And he looked at me like I was an idiot.
I think I'll say my dad is a bit of a car aficionado, and I have appreciation for older classic cars. I'm not a fan of newer cars really, but cars from like cars from the 50s and 60s I'm a fan of. I just think that they're like aesthetically pretty nice looking. I don't know.
Cars can look nice, yeah, but to me it's like I wouldn't care if I just had a fucking like white car. Is there a brand like that? White car?
A white car?
You could get a Kia. That's about as.
Dude, if I went to a fucking car retailer or the guys that like
they would take advantage of you so fast.
So easily. I'd be like, "Okay, why should I get this car?" He'd be like, "Listen to this baby purr," and he'd turn on the engine and it would fucking explode. And I'd be like, "Yeah, well, it's loud. I don't want it."
Well, Corey, if you had a car, maybe you'd like them more.
Here's the thing: I had a car and I had my license, but this is another thing why I don't like driving. I'm not afraid to drive. Yeah. I can learn the road, and I can be very, what's the thing, attentive?
Yeah, attentive.
Attentive. I can be very attentive when I drive and pay attention. But it's the stupid fucking assholes that are not attentive that I'm afraid of. Like, I don't want to be driving and some fucking crazy motherfucker cuts in front of me and I have to react by stopping like an asshole.
The scariest thing to me is not even like guys who are purposely assholes. It's accidents.
Yeah, no.
They're accidents.
That's the thing. And it's like, that to me is what scares me. And that's why I couldn't drive, because I remember I would have just like kind of small panic attacks when I drove, and people would fucking swerve in front of me and be like, quit driving in the middle of the road. And I'm like, I'm parked. And it's just like, Jesus.
That happens to be a lot here in this area, especially if I go to like the airport or the highway or something. I run into at least 3 or 4 assholes who are fucking weaving in and out of traffic.
That's why I just can't. I'm afraid. I mean, I'd like to drive, but I just,
Yeah, there are incredibly aggressive drivers that I really am not a fan of, and then there's people who just don't understand. There's some basic rules you should need to follow, and they just feel they don't need to. People who don't use their turn signals.
Oh,
I don't understand this no turn signal epidemic going on, but it does help to know when you're turning.
They built it into the fucking car for a reason.
I thought it was illegal to not do that.
It is kind of.
It's like jaywalking. It's like, they're not.
If you did it in front of a cop, your ass
that would be fucking
over.
Like, that's really reinforced in Ireland.
But it really fucks up things when you don't know that you're expecting the person to turn in an intersection and then they don't.
Yeah.
And you're either waiting for them or you decide to go straight and then they start to turn into you.
My dad actually flipped a van because of that.
He flipped a van?
Yeah, my dad was driving his van behind a car, and the person the person used their turn signal to turn right, but then they turned left, and my dad fucking went, ah! And he turned left, and his van slipped on its side, and it skated along the floor.
Damn.
My mom
That's how he died.
Got T-boned by somebody and double flipped her car.
Really?
Yeah.
Double flipped it. Was she okay?
She fly out of it like a ragdoll and land on her brain.
I guess when the firemen on the scene, they were expecting a car full of dead people, but I guess my mom and her friend lived. But man, that was horrifying.
I couldn't imagine that. Imagine seeing like a semi-truck coming at you or something like that.
This dude flew through the stop sign. The funniest thing is when you know they're fucking lying, he wasn't paying attention, and he told them he had a bug up his nose. That's why he didn't see the stop sign. He had a bug up his nose.
Can I tell you my biggest fucking, I want people to die when I see them do this.
Yeah, go for it.
Say there's a left lane and a right lane, right?
Yeah.
You're in the right lane.
Yeah.
In the left lane, both are straight. They both go straight, okay?
The left lane, up ahead, you see very way up ahead, the left lane is being closed down. So instead of getting in the right, the lane they're supposed to get in, they stay in the wrong lane purposely.
Oh, yeah.
So they can go all the way to the front and then fucking cut in, put their signal on and cut in. I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll like basically take the lane that's closed that they know is closed, they'll go to the very end of it where it's closed, and put their signal on and wait to cut in.
There's this one spot near the mall, and yeah, it's basically 2 lanes, and they stop at the intersection, and within like 10 feet across the intersection, then the lanes merge.
Yeah.
And if you're a decent fucking human being,
you'll get in the lane you're supposed to get
into. You get in the left lane.
Yeah.
And you wait there, and even if you're coming down the road and you see a huge line, and there's still nobody in the right lane, you still get in the left lane because everybody has to stay in line to get through the intersection and get through the merging part. But these dickheads will like, oh, I'll just skip this whole line of 20 cars, and they'll get in the right lane, and then they're forcing themselves to merge into the middle of this line of polite people who understand the order of things.
Whenever I see those people, I make it a point, like if somebody's trying to get in, I make it a point to like tailgate the guy in front of me so I can't let them in. I fucking hate those people, dude.
Oh, I like playing. My favorite part is playing chicken with them. When I'm in the right lane and these dickheads get in the other lane, I will never submit to them.
Exactly.
Because I'm in a bigger car. I just look at them and I just keep going. I don't care if they run into the sidewalk.
That's why you're like, fuck you, this is my lane. You saw the thing, you purposely chose not to follow the rules.
I get perverse pleasure from watching them slam on their brakes because I will not let them in.
If you want severe anxiety and you don't drive, you should drive because that'll fucking give it to you. It'll make you hate people.
Oh, it does.
It makes you wish people you don't know would die, honestly.
And that's why
I do like driving a lot, but that pisses me off.
Drive.
It's nice though when you're driving on like a nice day.
Yeah.
A leisurely drive. That's a nice way.
I used to drive, but it's those situations where you deal with fucking assholes that just ruin the experience entirely.
Yeah.
Where you're just afraid you're gonna fucking break your car or die and not be able to pay for it.
I know
it happens.
I'm gonna get really angry when I start driving.
Don't live in fear, guys.
Jeff,
it's okay.
do you have road rage? Do you think would you say you get road rage?
Sometimes. I mean, yeah. If somebody, I don't act on it.
You ever yell at somebody like, "Oh, you motherfucker"?
I'm not the type that screams in my car. No, but there are.
Or do you kind of talk to you like, "You motherfucker"? Do you talk to yourself like that?
There's people pull. Yeah, I mean.
I do. I'm like you fucking. I get so mad.
I see shit people pull. So it blows my mind. These people who pass another car in the parking lane. It's like a lane where all these cars are parked with parking meters, and this dude will swerve into that lane and out real fast right before rear-ending another car.
It's the weavers, dude. It's the weavers. It's these guys who go in out of the traffic.
Yeah, oh yeah. They don't use turn signals. They just quickly and very aggressively weave in and out of traffic. And they basically save themselves about 15 seconds over the course of like 3 miles of reckless driving.
The weavers on the highway are the worst though because they're dangerous. These guys who will cut in, cut out, cut in. It's like, dude, you with no signal. Oh god, that's fucking dangerous.
One thing I will never do is own a motorcycle. That like even if I'm gonna drive like not an asshole on a motorcycle, I've read about and I've seen too many motorcycle accidents that ended up in death. So.
These guys who fucking explode in pieces, into a million pieces. Yeah,
not even their fault. It's just a car bumps into them and they just go fucking flying and they get killed. So. I don't know. I'm too afraid to ever do that.
Driving, what a hassle, Jeff. You know what I mean? Isn't that relatable? Wow.
Ooh, yeah.
Or
drivers.
Corey, you're a talented guy. What are some of your inspirations?
Same fucking cookie cutter inspirations everyone else has, like the wacky cartoons, bright colors, the 80s.
What are some cartoons you liked?
That made you go, wow. What cartoons would you watch as a kid where you're like, wow, I kind of want to do that, you know?
Oh, well, I mean, like, Ren and Stimpy, obviously. Rocko's Modern Life, because I loved how unorganized everything was and how weird it looked. Mainly the design of Rocko's Modern Life. I just loved how crazy and chaotic it was. People will knock it till the fucking cows come home, but I love the Invader Zim style, how dirty it was and shit.
It was very dark and kind of bleak.
I guess that's generally it, and then I guess animator-wise, definitely like Aaron, because of how like his like color choices and his style.
Any comedic inspirations?
Comedic inspirations.
Who makes you giggle like no other? Who makes you like laugh harder than anybody else?
I have to think about that one.
I know Steve Brule. I know
Steve Brule. Yeah,
you seen a lot of stuff from that. It shows
John C. Riley is I guess
I like Steve Brule.
What about you, Chris? Either visually and or comedically.
Every time someone asks me that, I never know what to say, because the only thing I can really say inspired me to do cartoons was just when I was younger, I drew, and then everyone was like, "Yeah, you're good at drawing," and I was like, "Okay, I'll just keep doing it." And then when I was like 13, started doing Flash, and then all I really watched at that point was like South Park. To the point where I can't even watch the new ones because it's so like, it was so like, it inspired me so much back in the day that all the new ones are nothing like it anymore. So it just kind of weirds me out. I don't like when I was younger, I used to be really into like actiony stuff, but not really though. Like that's the thing. I used to always like, okay, so I played with fucking toys until I was probably 12 or 13.
I did too. I was way late on that.
I used to fucking like choreograph these crazy fight scenes in my head with toys and shit, and that was, I don't know. It's like.
That's what I used to do.
I never really watched Dragon Ball Z or anything, as I recall, when I was younger, so nothing really inspired me in that regard. I used to just love playing with
What inspires you now? Let me put it that way. What inspires you now?
I think games inspired me more than anything. Just the scenarios, just the cool characters, fucking, I don't know. Like, I used to love Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII. That's about it, really.
What is it about Final Fantasy VII that you...
Just it takes you all over the world, and you kind of feel it when you're doing it.
Does it? And if you feel it was more successful at that than other Final Fantasy games?
Yeah, I think yeah. The fucking Final Fantasies. I hate Final Fantasy, dude. I like Final Fantasy VII.
Lost Odyssey.
I played 4, which was good. 6 was good, but none of them really hit me as hard as 7. And then 8 was terrible. 9 was forgettable. 10 was horrible. But like all in different ways. Like 8 was just terrible story. 9 was just kind of forgettable to me.
Did everyone like 9 though? Is that the one
everyone likes 9 and everyone likes 10. But 10's like gameplay is good, but its story is just downright horrible. It's like. It makes you like sick to play it.
Even though people will argue about the story of 12, I feel like that was my favorite just because of the combat.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like 10 had really good combat, but
I'm so done with turn-based.
Yeah, I don't want to play 10 because it's just how like terrible everything is in the game. Like the music's good, but the characters are all fucking horribly unlikable. I didn't like 12 because it's so like deserty, and I don't really like deserty kind of settings usually.
12 was a really big, diverse game, and I really loved...
Oh man, the characters in 12, you gotta admit, they were terrible too.
Oh yeah. I mean, like the main character with his like little belly shirt.
God, they're just trying to piss you off at this stage.
But just the combat with the gambit system, where you could kind of program your other teammates to do stuff based on what you wanted. I like that a lot. I like the micromanagement.
That's the thing. Like I'm saying, like these games are horrible, but all I'm really thinking about is the story, and that's why I like 7 so much. Is because the story kind of made me go, wow.
Yeah, a lot of stories are not that compelling.
Like 7's like combat isn't even that good or whatever. It's just every time I think of my favorite games ever, it's like Final Fantasy VII, Dark Souls, and because they're the ones that I fucking played forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
Lost Odyssey. First time I played Lost Odyssey, my brother's friend had the game, and he was letting my brother borrow it, and he was like, "Oh, I don't like RPGs."
Yeah.
And I saw it. It was like the first Xbox RPG I've ever seen in my life. And that game has an amazing story. It has amazing music. And the fucking, like, it goes to so many different places. There's so much different shit going on. It is turn-based, but to a point where they try to change it up each time. Like, you have you have the defense in the front and the strong people in the back, but sometimes the strong people get captured. So you only have defense in the front, so you have to start thinking strategically, or they mix match it and make situations where it's just really smart the way it's played out.
I did buy that game.
It's really good.
I quit. I gave up early on it. I'm not saying it was bad, but
you have to play it. It's long as fuck though. It's like
there's like 4
CDs.
discs.
Yeah. So I mean, you would dedicate about a weekend to it, but it's a damn good game.
Jeff, what are some of your comedic and or artistic inspirations?
Jesus Christ! No, artistic. I think artistic more so than animated shows was probably games early on. I liked games were like a lot of Capcom games. I think like a lot of artists. Street Fighter 3 had some of the best 2D animation ever.
I don't even like Street Fighter at all. Like, I like the characters and shit, but every time I see people playing it, you just gotta stand there and be like, fucking hell, that's amazing.
I love Street Fighter, but like Street Fighter, like unlike some of the 2D fighting games today, they're really, I feel like they're still animated really stiff and awkwardly, but Street Fighter 3 had all of the like tenets of animation, and it had like squash and stretch, and it's really like the pinnacle of 2D games.
What kind of movies, TV shows did you grow up watching, or that inspire you now, Jeff?
Well, I really liked Cheers. No,
I used to watch Cheers.
Jeff, I agree with you though. Artistically, games inspired me way more than.
Yeah, I think that was something I could just watch over and over and really like obsess over the details. I think one of the most beautiful 2D games is actually like it's Marvel vs. Capcom 1. Before they started throwing in all these like shitty, half-assed like 3D backgrounds. The whole thing was 2D and it was just perfect.
Marvel vs. Capcom 1 like every day for a solid year. It was such a good game.
They nail the backgrounds, the fighting, the characters, the interface,
how fast, like when you're fucking bouncing off the walls and knocking people in the air, and then you're doing like special moves and just. It's just constant action, and then like the levels have interactions like Mortal Kombat where you can fucking knock them through walls and shit to a completely different location. It's crazy.
It's weird, yeah. That, and then for like humor-wise, I liked 80s action buddy. I don't know, like
Beverly Hills Cops.
Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop is one of my favorite comedies. Ghostbusters is another, just because the humor came naturally, unlike A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh, I think that's what what I really admire about those kind of not old, but older comedies is that they really relied on just characters interacting. That was the joke.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like it was just two characters who weren't funny guys.
Yeah.
If you watch A Million Ways to Die in the West, it's said it's supposed to be a funny guy.
Yeah.
A lot of those old movies aren't really funny characters. They're just different characters who, when they interact, that's funny. That's where the comedy comes from.
It doesn't feel
I don't know if you could compare A Million Ways to Die in the West to an actual good movie.
With anything else that's remotely good.
Because it's not a good movie.
Dude, Ted fucking sucked balls too.
Yeah.
Ted was
horrible. I really admire character comedy. It's so easy when you first start out to fall into like gag comedy.
Yeah.
What if this happens? You know, I'm probably doing a lot. Everybody is when you first start up. That's why it's so admirable.
You guys have any other favorite comedians?
I've Jeff, since you showed me Curb Your Enthusiasm, he's seriously one of my top 5 in most, just because he's so goddamn funny.
Yeah.
And his writing, I think his writing alone, here's my favorite thing about him. When I see stuff now like a comedy show, I go, okay, they showed that thing, so I know for a fact that thing. It's predictable. A lot of comedy shows now are predictable. So, okay, this character's going to do this and just going through the motions. But in Curb Your Enthusiasm, we'll have like 5 things in an episode. And you're like, how the fuck are these all going to wrap together? And by the end of the episode, so you're so sick of like failing to predict what's going to happen, you just kind of turn your brain off.
Yeah.
You sit there and enjoy it. You can see him put together like a little chihuahua, a fucking bagel, and something else, and he all ties it all together.
Oh god, that episode, I lost my shit at the very end of that episode where it all started because that girl cut in front of him and wrote her name down and then got to the doctor first. Because it's like the first way first there.
I feel like I relate to him so much on so many, just because he's obsessed with the small things. Like, I could care less if an asteroid is headed towards Earth or politics, but like the scene where he's standing in the ice cream shop and some woman is taking she's taking way too many samples of the ice cream. Like I would lose my fucking mind if I saw that, and I totally get that.
There was one part it wasn't in Curb Your Enthusiasm, but it was in Clear History. I didn't watch all Clear History, but there's a part in there where he goes to a diner and he's talking about the forks.
Oh yeah,
the forks just on the table. And I was like, I always think that whenever I go to a diner, the forks are just on the bare table instead of like a napkin. It always bothered me.
I could talk about dirty diner forks for out. They always have fucking dried egg on them. I'm so tired of dried egg.
Or you see spots or
at diners. You get there is that one time when you're ordering food and then they bring you a plate. Like it happened that one time we were at Drake's and the plate had like old spaghetti and shit on it. That does happen. It's happened to me a few times in my life. Like I'll be eating with friends or family and then they drop these plates off, snack plates, and then one of them is fucking disgusting. And it's like, I understand you hate your job, but could you at least look at the plates when you fucking grab them?
100 years from now, they're gonna look back on diners and like think we're just savages. Like, yeah, they ate off like dirty plates and
ceramic.
Yeah.
Jeff, have you watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia yet?
Not yet.
That one I like a lot.
Really
I think that one's easily one of my top favorite shows.
Every time I try to put it on, I just look. It has like 18 seasons, and it almost turns me off.
You know something? That's one of the few shows that I can say I think stays pretty consistent. It takes a dip in like season 7. I don't think season 7's not as strong, but like I think one of the best episodes is season 8 and 9 because it's pretty hard for me to find TV shows and stuff that I can watch now and laugh at.
Yeah.
Like actually appreciate, because I don't know if you guys get this too, but since it's kind of we're in the business of doing kind of what they do.
Yeah.
Every time I see something like it, I see a comedy movie or I see anything like that, I immediately start dissecting it. A lot of people can just watch stuff and forget about it, but they'll kind of glaze over it or whatever as a final product. But when I don't know if this is just with us, but definitely whenever parents or my friends or something who don't like, they see something like, oh, look at that, look at that shot right there, you can see this and this, they're like, oh, like they don't notice that. Your parents will just watch a movie and fucking from Redbox and watch it like whatever, and they'll put it to
That's true. Another
that
game.
was a good movie. It's like, no, that was shitty because this is this and this is bad.
Another game I like to play is when you're watching a really awful movie is to predict the jokes before they happen. That's a fun game. Just so you know how horrible a movie is where you can actually predict the jokes.
Yeah. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I actually kind of avoid anything funny or trying to be funny. I'll watch South Park, but
I think South Park, Curb, and Always Sunny are the only 3 shows I watch. That's the triad of shows I still watch.
I largely avoid it all because I know it just make me mad. Like watching something unfunny puts me in a worse mood than almost anything. I watch like serious dramas. I watch documentaries. And that's about it. I don't know. I just avoid.
I just watch fucking boring ass war documentaries all day.
I saw what was coming.
Let's talk about Michael
crazy woman.
You know. Speaking of movies, what cliches in movies do you fucking hate?
Yeah, well, the fucking thing you were talking about today, I hate the Wilhelm scream.
The Wilhelm scream?
It's
I
like
swear to God.
One thing I hate more than anything.
You know what the worst cliche to me is?
What's that?
It's like when they turn around, they're like, celebrity name, and it's the celebrity.
Oh.
Steve Buscemi.
No. Here's what it is.
Megan Fox.
Here it is.
Michael Bay.
This pisses me. I swear to God. I think this is the cliche or the trope I hate the most, more than anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
When somebody does a video or a movie or a TV show and they try to be funny and they say, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. It is not funny. It's been done for the last 2 fucking decades. You're not clever, you're not witty. These people do a Kickstarter video, they go, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. You're real fucking hysterical.
They're in their business suits. They got their bubble.
That's been parodied. For the last 20 years.
I did that one.
That means it was a cliche 20 years ago.
To go back to it, yeah, but...
I didn't see you there.
They said,
fucking
hi,
funny.
I did see you there.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, put a spin on it, please.
But that's been done before too, because it's so like obvious.
They did a whole compilation video.
Really?
Of
Kickstarter
people doing that. Hi, I didn't see you there.
Oh, seriously? Did they actually do this?
Yeah, Kickstarter themselves did it.
Oh my God.
It's infuriating, but
dude, that really does infuriate me, Chris. If you ever did that, I would honestly hate you.
I did that when I was like 18 in an update video.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
But
what compelled? Let me ask you, because you're one of the people. What compelled you to do that?
It's just one of the things where you're not really thinking about it. You're like, I'll just do this.
It's sort of like an easy transition into something.
Yeah, it's like the easiest thing you can do.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be funny. It's not funny. I didn't see you there.
There's
a huge camera in your face. Get it?
There's lots of things that we've done that aren't funny.
No, but I mean that's like something you're copying directly. That's a specific joke you're copying. Sorry, Jeff. What were you gonna say?
Oh, just to backtrack, I agree with Chris about the whole full name thing. That's one thing South Park does.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
SNL does it. South Park does it.
The Simpsons does it.
It says they have zero confidence in like the caricature or the actor doing the impression.
George Clooney, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi, George.
It's
Clooney.
always like banner, and it's like Lady Gaga, and then she's all like, I'm dancing.
You know, you have an old guy sitting there, he's like, hey, come on, I have sex with the Oval Office, and they have to say, hey, Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton,
they
what are you doing
like,
here?
Hey, Bill.
It's always that exact delivery. It's like
Bill Clinton,
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise,
what are you doing in Springfield? Oh, I'm just here to shoot a new movie, Forrest Gump 7. Real fucking funny, Simpsons. Good job.
Tom Hanks, you dumbass.
Yeah, whatever. Same fucking bullshit. Same guy. Oh my God, Jeff. What cliches? What tropes do you hate? What fucking drives you nuts when you see it? Just makes you want to gouge the eyes out of somebody.
Oh man, I don't know.
The record scratch.
Oh, the record fucking scratch.
The record scratch is one.
It's also one of those things where you're like,
I know.
I'm making fun
but
of a
maybe
cliche.
it's because I'm an adult now, but I cannot stand comedy relief in animated movies.
Yeah.
And just like funny things in animated
Timon and Pumbaa and the Gargoyles.
The goofy character. I've just it infuriates me. I don't care what anyone says. Despicable Me, those little yellow guys are the most annoying fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Like making fire engine sounds. Yeah, that's like, hey, Tumblr, thanks for making me favorite 90 million different fucking gifs of that without me even doing it. Fucking assholes.
Corey, I can prove you wrong. Comedic relief, Spider Pig, and he's hilarious.
Oh god.
I think one thing I hate in TV shows is anytime they try to interject forced romance, where it's like, we have to appeal to teen girls somehow.
Oh, I hate that too. Yeah, when you're watching movies and then there's like, there has to be a fucking romance in it, or it's not a fucking movie.
It has to be the romance, and then even the characters have no chemistry. They're crying, and you're just like in the movie Godzilla. There's this utterly unnecessary romance that you feel nothing. You could just care less if these people.
You would rather see fucking Godzilla scream fire down a fucking monster's mouth than listen to someone be like, save the kids.
You listen to Kick-Ass have a love interest.
And to tie into that, I do have the one cliche.
Spoilers.
Because you have to have so they have to have the romance. And then they're like, well, okay, we have the girl. Now what does the girl do the whole movie?
Oh yeah.
And they make her work in a hospital.
Yeah.
It's always in disaster movies.
Yeah, every disaster movie they have to have the girl working as a nurse in the hospital.
Yeah, they have to.
Every you got
know why? Because they have to contribute to the movie at one point.
I know, that's why. Yeah, they have to have a character from the movie come into the hospital and they can interact with that character. But it's like, even in fucking Spider-Man 2, they didn't have they didn't have anything for Aunt May to do, so they made her go work in a fucking hospital.
Yeah, it was Godzilla 2 as well, right?
It's like, why is Aunt May working in a hospital?
Because
there was a point in Spider-Man 2 where two planes were about to crash into each other.
Oh my god, yeah,
do you remember that?
The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, there's these two planes about to crash into each other.
Chris and I laughed in the theater, you know why? Because it's like, okay, he's already fighting the Green Goblin or whatever, or sorry, the Electro guy or whatever. And it's like, it's so Spider-Man has no idea about the planes at all.
Yeah.
I swear to God, they were like, okay, this scene's really tense. How about two airplanes almost hit each other and then they cartoonishly fucking ravine away from each other?
Can I talk about that? I thoroughly enjoy the first, even though people hate the third one, I still think it's better than Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, for sure.
I love the first. I love Spider-Man 1 and 2 is really good, and 3 is alright.
2's my favorite.
But fucking The Amazing, I didn't want to watch it.
The Amazing Spider-Man 1
was
stinks,
boring.
and The Amazing Spider-Man 2 stinks. And the only reason that they chose Mark Webb to direct it is because his name is Webb.
Actually, I would
put the
honestly
last three
believe that
movies
that's fucking
together.
true.
Swear to God.
I don't like Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 is shit,
it's
dude.
better than,
I think it's
better than the
alright.
Amazing Spider-Man
It is
1
better.
though.
I hate it because
I think it's bad, but I also think it's kind of charming.
there's too much. This is my problem with movies. This is one of my biggest problems when somebody's writing a movie script is coincidence.
Yes.
There's too much fucking coincidence. Like the way Venom is introduced into the story, he just happens.
I fucking hated Venom.
He happens to be in the church, yeah.
But regardless, like how he lands in the park just next to Spider-Man. He could have landed anywhere
The fucking
on the
ocean.
fucking planet.
That's not a cliche I hate, but that is something I fucking hate.
They could have had this story. What?
But that's the thing, right? They actually made the comic story stupider for some reason.
No, yeah, it makes sense in the comics because I think
he's a scientist.
The Parasite, I think, sees Spider-Man and then wants to be like him or something like that.
No,
that makes
he's
sense.
a scientist who just happens to be it comes to his lab because he is a scientist. That makes sense.
Okay.
If we're talking about things, I don't know if it's a cliche, but it's something I'm fucking tired of seeing, is basically scripted movies where things happen to go to the next scene. For instance...
It's just like set piece after set piece.
Yeah, like set piece after set piece. Like, oh, here's a working car so we can get to the next location.
Yeah.
Like that fucking movie, 2012 or something.
Oh, God.
Oh, with John Cusack?
Where everything just suddenly lent to the fucking ship. Nothing went wrong.
I think the worst part of that movie is the whole fucking thing. He's
it's
John Cusack driving over the earth, crumbling underneath him.
It's fucking retarded, but it's annoying because it's like, this wouldn't happen. A fucking rubble would kill you immediately, you'd be dead.
That movie and The Day After Tomorrow are the two worst disaster movies.
And then there's that other fucking one that you hate that I don't
What was
like
that?
at all. Swarzy.
Oh my! I've seen
World
that movie.
War Z.
I've seen that movie 10 times just out of pure
That
bafflement.
literally is a set piece movie.
That movie is
made to
honestly the worst shit I've ever seen.
The second I started...
It's literally like, I'm sorry, but it's literally like a fucking video game. Like, it goes to the next level.
No, because video
the
games are
next
fun.
Yeah, but it goes to the next level, the next set piece.
The second I started hating that movie was when a fucking 8-year-old who had never held a pistol shot a zombie point blank in the eyes for the first time.
It's like,
this child
Zach,
has never held a gun,
Let's watch World
picks
War
up a
Z for that.
handgun, and shoots shoots a zombie right between the eyes on his first shot. Are you fucking kidding
Jeff,
me?
what you were saying earlier about coincidence, there's like a rule to writing where you can only use coincidence to get the main characters into trouble.
Not out.
Yeah, you never use coincidence to get them out of trouble when you're writing.
It ruins the story.
It's fucking like you're like,
lazy.
yeah, okay, this plane crashes and then they're 2 seconds from the location. That makes sense.
Yeah, when all these bad things are always happening around you, but yeah, if it happens once to get you into the story, but if it's constantly
and then it's just
happening over and over, it's just lazy. There should be like some logic, some reason.
What I like
there
is
needs to be a point. Sorry.
What I like is when movies have balls and kill off main characters. You're like, yes, finally.
I like that one. You ever see the movie Deep Blue Sea?
Yeah.
Deep Blue Sea, no.
It's a shark movie, but it starred Samuel L. Jackson. he was kind of like on his way up as a big star at that point. Yeah. It like ate him in like the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Pretty funny. It's really funny how it ate him too.
Yeah.
That movie had some horrible CG.
Yeah, not just spoiler alert.
Whatever. It was actually like really like you don't expect it to.
Trying to think of many
that was the one negative. I guess it was a good part of Godzilla.
Whoa.
Was the character death?
Oh, I didn't like that. I wish they had killed his kid.
It was ballsy, but it wasn't good ballsy.
I wish they killed his kid.
I was
Kick-Ass was fucking boring.
He should have stomped on the hospital is what he should have done. Godzilla.
Yeah.
That would have
killed the dumb wife.
Yeah, and then he still have his little kid at the end, so whatever.
Godzilla's busy puking lasers down the other monster's throat and tries to
Godzilla though was so fucking cool in that movie.
Yeah.
I like how they portrayed him. They really like
that's how he's supposed to be portrayed, as like the anti-hero. He's like he's always saving shit, even though he's like a big scary bastard.
Even the way he was modeled, like he looks like the Japanese version, but the proper like CG version of the Japanese monster, unlike the T-Rex and the Matthew Broderick.
The athletic like human-bodied dinosaur-headed scary.
I kind of like this. I kind of like the shape of his head with the jawline. But
yeah, that was pretty.
The movie wasn't very good.
The movie sucks.
So with every podcast, we'll be wrapping it up with one question from you guys. This question comes from Esquire Bob on Twitter. He asks, if you had an infinite budget, what is your dream project? Chris, what is your dream project if you had an infinite amount of money, an infinite budget? What would you do? Tell the people so they can hate you as much as I do about this. This fucking infuriates me.
I'd build a full-scale model of the mansion from Resident Evil in the mountains somewhere.
Here's the thing.
What?
Would you hire people to be like zombies just like in it? So they would be set up just
Chris,
like that.
This is the thing that you would do for a week and they get tired of it. I swear.
No, if you're my manager, Mr. Bob Howski, he's my manager. I say,
Mr. Bob Howski,
you distribute the money to all the different actors. You keep this place well kept. Make it look.
Who goes inside of it?
Make it look kind of zombie. It's a little theme park. You say, it's $5 to get in. You can walk around the house and get spooked.
Do you get like a gun that you shoot their lasers?
You get a real gun. You can kill the people.
There's real sharks in the basement.
Yeah,
real sharks.
We're gonna have to put a lot of that infinite money into mutating sharks to be very big.
Okay.
And zombified.
What else is in the man? I forget. What else? What other?
There's a huge fucking plant. A big plant like hanging out of the ceiling. There's the hunters, the kind of gorilla reptile guys. There's crows. There's Lisa Trevor.
Who's Lisa Trevor?
She's a girl that Umbrella, experimented on so much that she became immortal, and she just ripped off her mom's face and wandered the mansion wearing.
This is in Resident Evil 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the remake of Resident Evil 1.
Oh, okay.
Also, there's the dogs. There's the
vicious dog.
I swear to God, you get tired of this the day you had. You're like, oh, that's cool.
I wouldn't have to be there.
It'd be a novelty. You'd be like, oh, okay, there it is.
I'll have the money. I'll spend it on my mansion, and I'll visit at weekends.
You would visit it once and be like, oh.
What would you do? What would you do in the mansion? You'd go in the front door, then what?
I'd make a movie in it. I'd make a good...
What? The Resident Evil movie?
I'd make a good Resident Evil movie.
Then what?
Then
Would you be able to relax? Was there somewhere you could even go to relax and watch TV? Or are you just going to be scared?
Yeah, the mansion's huge. You can take any room you want.
Oh my God.
You know what? We could have a little bar outside of it where you can chill after the spooks, and then you can have a little cabin to the side of it where you can sleep.
Would it be well kept, or would you intentionally have like blood everywhere?
It'd be fake blood, Jeff, and it'd be fake dirt and grime. And
do you want it like faithful, where you have to like figure out puzzles too to find like
that would be fucking sweet, dude. Dude, that'd be so cool. And then you can you need all the different like objects.
And if they like grab you, they like press buttons on your chest, and you have to like push them away. Because if they press all the buttons, you lights up.
It'd be good to encourage the actors to actually bite and kill people in under too.
Yeah.
If you had trillions of dollars. No, even beyond trillions of dollars. Would you make a city called Raccoon City?
Nah, that's a bit extravagant.
Chris, you're the richest guy in the universe. Corey, what would you do, Corey, if you had what dream project would you fulfill and create with the?
Okay, well, mine would be less extravagant with the point of building a mansion to the T. I would just want enough money to make my own series, not TV series, just like my own animated series.
How long would each episode be?
I could hire any voice actor I want. I could fucking like get any animators I want to work with me, and I could like do whatever the fuck I want. I could be as vulgar as that, whatever the hell I want.
Jeff, what about you? What would you do if you had a limited budget?
I would become a dictator.
Jeff, would you rebuild the Thunderdome?
Yes.
Yeah, you would.
There would be Thunderdomes in every town and city in America.
Would you wear the beard like Sacha Baron Cohen and be like, I am the dictator?
No. No, I would probably wear metal shoulder pads.
Who would you make fight in the Thunderdome? Seth MacFarlane and Bucky Larson?
Anybody that had a problem
To
with
the
each
death.
other. Anybody that had an argument, they would fight to the death.
A white cis male versus
the internet.
Yeah.
All Tumblr people would be I would build a giant blender and throw in all Tumblr people into the blender.
Wait, I use Tumblr, but I use it as...
and then fertilize fields with their corpse.
I use Tumblr as an art gallery. You're not going to take out...
If you use Tumblr as an art gallery, that is acceptable. Those people can move over to a new site. We'll just call it something else.
That's a good idea.
But
better term.
People who argue about feminism...
We could buy Tumblr.com and put the E at the end and make
social
it better.
justice horse shit on Tumblr will all be killed. Most of the people on YouTube will be killed. YouTube will become a respectable place again for hardworking people
Yes.
who care about their content, not pranks.
What about the
and
Jalaskians?
horseshit.
The Jalaskians, what happens to them?
You know, I haven't seen their videos yet, and I don't plan
Fertilizer,
to.
they're fertilizer. They'd be good
But
fertilizer.
as a gift to you, they can die.
I think the best thing they'll ever do is become fertilizer for the plants of the earth.
Anyways, that was your question. Besides, exactly.
So there. I'd be like M. Bison in Street Fighter, and I'd have fighting tournaments.
So you would have Thunderdome. You would build a mansion. I would make a TV show.
I would do
I'd
it. I
run
would do kind of what
Bartertown.
Corey said. If I had unlimited money, I would just like plan out a TV show, like a couple arcs.
You could have any actor you want. Any actor you wanted. I could be like, you know what? I want this actor.
Because the hard thing about TV or just anything is really like, well, if you get a TV show, you have to kind of plan it from the beginning. So say you have a 3-season arc of a TV show, you only get renewed for one season.
I'm gonna buy all the water. I'll give you guys some, but it's gonna be mine.
If you guys want to donate to my mansion, donate to.
Oh my god.
This is bullshit. I don't want to
Odie's
live in a
Resident Evil
world where you're a
Mansion.
dictator and run fucking Thunderdomes.
Odie's Resident Evil Mansion.
Oni has a mansion.
Give your money to
At
charity
hotmail.com.
instead. Feed hungry children instead of giving Chris his
I will
fucking
allow
stupid
Chris to build his mansion on a corner of some continent somewhere, and then put a
No,
fence
I want to put it in the middle of the woods,
Nuke
make
it,
it
Jeff.
super
Just
authentic.
send all. Jeff, there's like 16,000 nukes in the world. Just give all the Chris his mansion. I'm sure he'll.
I want to make it super authentic.
I will pull all scientists off all like AIDS and cancer research and have them create real zombies and then throw them in Chris's mansion.
Thank you.
And lock the doors. Say,
Lock the
Chris,
doors,
here
Chris.
it's real.
Yes.
This is real life, Chris.
I'll
Here's
give
a
Chris a
fork.
red vest and a handgun with
That'd be
like
the
3 bullets
coolest
and a
shit.
green and red plant and wish him luck.
Guys, I play zombie games all the time. I definitely survive. Okay, I hate that argument. Do you ever hear people who are like, "I play Left 4 Dead. I'm gonna be fun in the zombie apocalypse."
Yeah, until you shoot a gun and it falls out of your hand.
Yeah, fucking throws your shoulder out. Yeah.
One fingernail scratch and you're gonna be a zombie.
Let me tell you something. If there was a zombie apocalypse, because I've had numerous chances to like experience it in my dreams. I've had every zombie dream you could think of.
Yeah.
Which is funny because in the Angry Video Game Nerd movie, I could relate so much to the part with his dream sequence, where there's a part where he's just in a fucking amusement park and suddenly there's zombies eating
You're
him.
assuming I'd even watch that piece of shit.
No, I'm saying like a situation where it's like it actually was like, wow, that's like a fucking dream I would have, where suddenly there's zombies.
You can just, if you say angry video game nerd, you can just assume.
Or
I
you
haven't
could be
seen
my
it.
Lisa Trevor.
Fine, irate gamer.
I still don't even know. I barely know who that guy is.
Corey, if I had $1 million, I'd go to YouTube and I'd be like, I want you to change the username of the irate gamer to the irate gamer. Thanks for listening to the Sleepy Cabin podcast. If you guys would like to donate to our Patreon, it's www.patreon.com/sleepycabin. This has been Chris O'Neill.
Zach.
Corey.
Jeff.
I'm a little shy.
Thanks for listening, dickheads.
Oh, I'm a shy little bird.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
The internet's history is filled with unsolved curiosities, whether about a mysterious postcard that started to pop up on Twitter or an eerie YouTube video that surfaced from a DVD left on a park bench. These strange mysteries are just a taste of the far-reaching corners of the web. Today we explore these corners in our second installment to the Internet Files collection. This is Red Web. Welcome back to Red Web. We got another Mystery Monday here. I'm Trevor Collins, and with me, as always, Alfredo Diaz.
Ooh, hot damn. I was wondering when we'd be back to these little collections, of the little files and the mysteries, the little tidbits here and there on the internet.
Yeah, we have a collection of small internet mysteries. The namesake for why we do mysteries. I love to do true crime. I love cryptids, but really the bread and butter of this show is when we dip our toes into the internet mysteries, and there's just so many, really.
The World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web.
God, I haven't heard anyone say that in a while.
Right? The WWW. But so many of them are also bite-sized, very small, as you say, tidbits. And so that's why we want to do these collections where we can actually spend some time talking about a few small ones that might not be able to fill a full episode. But I'm really excited about these ones. I'm not going to spoil anything until we get to the end of maybe the first one. But yeah, we have some really interesting ones here. These mysteries all happened within the last 10 years or so. One of them was this year, actually, and involves you, the audience, the task force at home, and your tweets of some interesting stuff that has been going on. But we'll save that one for later. But without further ado, Fredo, why don't we dive on in?
Yeah, baby.
The first mystery is entitled 11B-X-1371. On May 9th of 2015, someone anonymously uploaded a strange video onto 4chan. They claimed it was from a CD that they found on a park bench, but the video really didn't get all that much attention until October 12th of 2015, when a Swedish blogger by the name of Johnny Krabikler wrote about a strange package that he had received months prior. The envelope that was addressed to him simply said Johnny K. There was no return address whatsoever and was postmarked from Warsaw, Poland. It contained a DVD with 2 strings of letters and numbers written on the disc, which seemed like a product code to Johnny. I mean, it's 2015. You just see a string of characters, you might think, movie, game, something of that nature. Well, he popped it in. I don't know why you would pop in a CD on any internet-connected device or anything that you prize.
Yeah, no.
You found this in a park, he popped this in, and instead what he found, not a game or any sort of product key whatsoever, it was a cryptic video that was in black and white. In this video, I have a few images for you now. You can check out.
No, it's like some Ring stuff.
It is.
No.
Oh my God, it's
bro.
just like the Ring. Jillian, go ahead, send those through. I'll describe what the video has while Fredo takes a peek at some of this screenshots. But in this video, we have it's cryptic, it's black and white. It features a person wearing a plague doctor mask and a hooded cloak. There's some text that flashes throughout and around the person while they're holding up different fingers and posed in odd ways. At one point, the plague doctor shows the palm of their hand, which holds a flashing light of some sort. There are symbols on the walls and the video glitches throughout, and all the while, there is an eerie, unsettling digital sound that drones underneath in the background. Ultimately, this video had no title and no credits, and that is pretty much all that Johnny had to experience.
That's weird. It looks cheesy as hell. I will say, this looks like it's like a horror spoof.
Yeah. There's something about the high quality that to me, like...
Yeah. It looks like it's shot, okay, it looks like it's shot on like a very high quality camera.
Yeah.
And then they just took out the color, made it black and white.
Uh-huh. We got this plague doctor T-posing in 4K.
But then I guess like eventually, right? That's what... Say if there's like the Ring of like the year 3055, it's gonna look good.
Right. We're so used to the VHS era where all horror has to be scratchy and hard to decipher and very glitchy. But I mean, they added glitches. The thing is, a VHS tape could have its own glitches via damage and whatnot.
Yeah.
These would all be done in post. And so you're saying, Well, whatever the purpose of this video is this ghost here pulling this up in Final Cut?
I mean, yeah. Why are there? What scratches and like who's? You know what I mean? Whose college project is this?
Right. You're right. It definitely sounds more ominous, but once you look at it, it doesn't evoke the same, I don't know, horror trope that you're used to. But that doesn't change the fact, because you're right. In the future, when we make horror films, do you think they're still going to be scratchy as if they were on film?
Right?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, some could be, but I would think that. I don't know. I would think that you would start looking at more modern horror stuff.
Sure. Absolutely. Eventually, horror has to modernize. But getting back to the tape at hand and Johnny's experience with it, he's looking at this going, why did I play this? What's going on? I am unable to decipher this. And I totally get it. I mean, there's runes showing up. There's symbols. It's glitchy. But eventually, this video was named the Plague Doctor video. That's probably the more well-known title for this particular mystery.
Got it.
But yeah, the 11BX1371 was what was written on it. So, he's got his Swedish blog that he runs, and it's called Gadget ZZ. He decided, hey, I'm going to share this on my blog, see if anyone else has heard of this, seen it, whatever, because I found this in a park. When Johnny's article was posted the next day, Reddit and other online sleuths started to investigate. That's my favorite part about the internet. They dive in, they want to debunk, they want to figure out, and then when they can't, things go viral. The video was then soon found on YouTube, uploaded May 9th of 2015, which was the same day that it was originally uploaded on 4chan, so it hit 2 different locations on the same day. It was on the channel AETBX. At the time, it was the channel's only video, and the title and description are in binary code, but they translate to Spanish. The title translated to muerte, which means death in English, and the description said te quede uno años menos, which would translate to you have 1 year less, literally in English, but a lot of people take it to mean you have 1 year left. Very much like the Ring tape, where you have 7 days, right?
Yeah, so we got someone that's seen the film.
He's like, I've seen the film, I don't really know what I'm doing, so let me go ahead and share it, just knock a year off everyone's life, or trim everyone's life down to a year. I don't really know. Hopefully looking at the screenshots doesn't have a similar effect, because I'm sorry.
I was just about to say, have you doomed everybody?
We'll find out in a year. To be fair, I watched this probably, I guess it was within the last year. So time will tell.
Okay.
That's ominous. I don't like that. I don't like putting predictions and content like that, because,
But what if it's 1 year less and it's just like, oh, damn.
Right.
What if
then I lived to 139 instead of 140?
Yeah. Well,
the perfect age.
Won't be that long. Really throwing out some high hopes there.
So we have a strange video that popped up on the internet. Somebody, a friend, gave it to a friend of theirs. That friend uploaded it to YouTube as well as 4chan. And on a separate occasion, another person by the name of Johnny Krabikler found it in their mail. They received it as a package. And so these are the 2 different directions that this mystery has come from. And that's where we have it. So let's dive into the internet's investigation and anything they kind of found in looking closer at this strange video.
Oh, yeah.
So there were many things to discover in the video, and most were actually discussed and solved to an extent in the creepy subreddit. There was a thread that was made by Johnny titled, "This creepy puzzle arrived in our mail." So let's start with the DVD itself. Remember earlier I mentioned that there was some sort of code written on the CD, and Johnny thought that this was a product code. Well, it turns out that that string of numbers and letters was in base 64, and when that was decoded, it read 11B-X-1371, the namesake for this mystery, or the other namesake. And that was considered the official and proper title of the video, because it was the only thing written on the DVD. The location of the video was then discovered to be Zofiówka Sanatorium, an abandoned mental health facility over in Poland, which makes sense because the letter was postmarked as Warsaw, Poland. So we're starting to get somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And single characters that appear throughout the video, when combined, read, "Strike an arrow through the heart of the eagle." So basically there's random letters that pop up throughout the video, and that's how they got this kind of message.
Interesting. Okay, I was about to say how. Okay, all right. Still looking at these photos. He's so high quality.
Right?
It's very clear.
It's yeah, I don't know, like it just doesn't mesh. Horror and very crisp, clear images. Eventually we're gonna have that's a UFO, and it's gonna be 8K, beautiful, cinematic, widescreen.
And everything
filmed on IMAX.
No way. But I mean, as
Impossible.
technology advances, right, it's gonna be clearer and clearer.
Right, we're gonna be saying, who caught this in 1080p? Why couldn't you do it in 12K?
That's true. Oh my god. Can you imagine?
I can.
I mean, like, I remember a small little tangent. I remember getting like a 720p screen laptop and being like, oh my God, can't imagine 480. And now it's like 4K. You know what I mean? And we'll be pushing to 8K. It's like, yeah, technology. And everyone's got phones nowadays. Like, come on, how are we not going to start catching things? It's gonna be hard to get away with stuff.
Exactly. Get out there, start filming. Well, throughout the video, there's a bunch of other things going on, and so I'll distill some more clue finding here, but 20 pairs of numbers and letters throughout the video were decoded to be coordinates of none other than the White House. And so combining that with the previous message, it seems like there is some sort of threat on the United States through this video in some way, or an implied threat.
Weird that they would just leave it on a park bench.
Right. Very strange. But there's also in the video some Morse code playing at the beginning. And when you listen and translate that, it comes out to, with no spaces, red lips like 10th. 4 words. But a lot of people, given the prior information for the White House and the strike an arrow through the heart of an eagle, think that this is actually an anagram for apologies for the CIA in the van out front, kill the president. I'm just going to wind up on a list somewhere. But this is for the sake of the podcast, so don't mind me, FBI. But yeah, that's an anagram for kill the president. So now people are going, oh my, there's some sort of vague threat here in this video. Is it real?
Yeah.
Or is it just someone trying to be really hardcore? Furthermore, in the video, there's a single frame that has a ciphertext on the screen. When you pause that and decode that, it has the following to say, quote, soon comes the fall, another great empire. The fall, the eagle on the horizon. Join us. The eagle infected will spread his disease. We are the antivirus, will protect the world body. End quote.
It definitely seems like it's a threat on the American government. Now they're trying to recruit people, but I guess you're recruiting people by, I don't know, leaving it on park benches? Like,
right. There's a lot of hope and a prayer happening unless this DVD's everywhere on every park bench, because you put a message like that can maybe be tracked back to you because they've already figured out where this was filmed.
Yeah.
You place it on a park bench, and then with a threat, like a vague threat like that, I guess it's not even that vague, is it? And you hope that there's going to be no recourse. That's odd. But you also hope, maybe that tons of people find out? I don't know.
Yeah. Right.
If I saw this, I would have been like, odd. Maybe it's a school project.
Yeah, and then just, I mean, you've got to think that more than likely someone's just going to see it and throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not even look at it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Or maybe they're banking on that. Maybe it's just someone messing around and they're banking on someone just throwing it away, or someone that doesn't have the means to actually do anything with it. Will see it and go, oh, weird. And it'll just mess with them.
It seems so intentional. Like there's so many different angles for clues to be given, and they're all decoded so, well, I don't want to simplify, but it felt like they were decoded so easily. And so then it feels like, well, is this a really credible threat? I mean, we'll talk about that more in the theories, but back to some of the clues that were solved. We have the eerie audio that was sent through a spectrogram. We've talked about that before in the past about mysteries that use audio and very weird sounds, but when you run it through a spectrogram, it basically provides an image to that sound, and people can hide images and messages in those visuals. Yeah, so they ran the eerie audio from this video through a spectrogram, and it turns out it was revealing disturbing images of dead women and text that said, we are the antivirus, and other text that said, you are already dead, giving you some sort of weird Matrix vibes.
Getting real, super dark.
Very dark. At one point, internet sleuths believed the video could be a message from a serial killer, someone saying, hey, this is my works, look upon it. But the images were later found out to be from a horror film, or from multiple horror films, though there was one real case included So if you're going to go look up these videos or images or what have you, be mindful. One of them is from a real situation. One of them is a victim of the Boston Strangler. So yeah, I guess whether the person that made this inadvertently did that or did it on purpose, I'm not sure. But if it was all from horror movies, that would give me at least some appeasement.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it is definitely getting really weird.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, it's just really weird threats. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like nothing's actually coming of anything right now.
Yeah, lightly coded threats with a questionable end goal or, a very questionable path to the internet, really, at this point. The only thing that we can kind of really continue to think on outside of this being sent to somebody who, remember, ran a blog and maybe a popular blog, was it being uploaded to YouTube and 4chan by some mysterious person who is saying, no, it was my friend that found this. But so somebody's purposely put it out there. They didn't just put it on a park bench to hope. But looking at the DVD, they have a menu for the thing, and the menu sounds had even more codes when looked at through a spectrogram, and they displayed an image of a skull, things of that nature. Eventually, all the codes were solved, and there was a lot of speculation at that point, like, hey, who did this? Who made this? And what's the point? A lot of people suspected that the YouTube channel AETBX was behind everything here. Others thought that it might have been Johnny, the one who received it in the mail and uploaded to Gadget ZZ.
Just for the clicks, I guess. Like
just bring attention to the blog.
Yeah.
And a third person that came up when looking at this was a man by the name of Parker J. Wright. The reason for that was that there was a video, or this video was found uploaded to his channel on September of 2015 with the description, "Are you listening?" But he denied being involved in any way via Twitter.
What?
But we'll come back to this guy. We'll come back to him.
Wait, so uploaded to his channel.
Mm-hmm.
Having anything to do interest. Okay.
Yeah. So the name on the YouTube channel was just Parker Wright. And he's like, nope, I have nothing to do with the video. I might have uploaded it or whatever. Or no, actually, no. He denies even uploading it. It's got his name on it, but I'm sure there's many Parker Wrights out there.
So is he was it on his YouTube channel?
It was uploaded to a channel called Parker Wright, and for whatever reason, they reached out to the @Parker J. Wright on Twitter, and he said no. That was I guess the only one that they could find at the time.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was like this guy had a YouTube channel. It was uploaded to his channel, and then he was like, "No, I had nothing to do with this," claiming that it was possibly hacked or something like that. And I was about to be like, "Okay, well, I mean, YouTube, tell us." Like, I'm sure they have some way of telling where like the location of this being uploaded, etc., or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, cool.
It's strange that people are like on this guy's case. Hey, Parker J. Wright, this is you. When I'm sure there are multiple Parker Wrights out there,
And I'm assuming that this YouTube channel doesn't have any views, possibly made somewhat early, recently, I mean.
Yeah, like
I don't
probably
know.
only contains this video.
Right, there's probably a whole bunch of different things that lead to this is obviously just someone using that person's name.
Yeah, or just made up a name and it happened to be someone's real name, But as you can expect, as with many other mysteries, many people claimed to be the creator. They came forward, said, hey, I did this, but none of them could prove it. So let's talk about some of the theories behind this video. With all the references to death, as well as the president, the White House, fallen empires, etc., it's been theorized that the Plague Doctor video could be some kind of threat. Obviously, we kind of talked about this, but with the threats being very vague and the video being so easily decrypted, and with threats towards the president of all people and doing it so publicly, it seems like this isn't the direction. Like if somebody was actually intending to do something pretty big like that there would be a little bit more effort behind it, perhaps. So it felt a bit like an empty threat. So not a lot of people subscribe in the end to the idea that this is just a threatening video behind a cult or something. The other idea is that this is some sort of viral marketing stunt. At least early on in the investigation, a lot of people thought, hey, is this some sort of ARG? Is this promoting something? The cryptic and mysterious vibes of the video easily attracted an audience, and this was very common, still kind of is, but especially in the early 2000s, J.J. Abrams, Halo 2, a lot of things in pop culture put out these viral efforts. And, at the time of this video coming out, there was a movie version of the book Inferno by Dan Brown that was being filmed. And in this film, the reason why I mentioned this is not only the timing, but there is a villain in the film who makes a video of themselves in a plague doctor mask claiming that decreasing the population will save the world, and actually tries to release a virus to do so. So some people are saying, hey, maybe this is a part of a viral campaign for that.
Weird.
Yeah, very strange.
That was like fire whatever agency you hired to do like your advertising campaign, because it was a little too extreme.
Very extreme. Others thought maybe this is a promotion for the sci-fi show called 12 Monkeys, because it features similar imagery of a person wearing a hood and plague doctor mask. I mean, it's not like they came up with this look. This is, a thing. The viral video says at some point you are already dead. That's an often quoted line in the show. So there's some things connecting the dots here, and it does seem to make sense if you want to subscribe to the ARG theory. But with something like Inferno, they have a huge budget, a huge production budget. They could do something bigger, more wide-reaching of a publicity stunt, rather than leaving a DVD on a Spanish park bench or sending it to an obscure blogger in Europe somewhere. They probably also wouldn't threaten the president so overtly if it was an ARG.
True, big one.
Because you do not want to get into hot water with some sort of international,
big mistake.
Yeah. And the fact that so few people made these direct connections, I mean, these are, some interesting dots are connected, but they're definitely thin lines, you know?
Yeah, if that's what they were trying to do, you didn't get your point across.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't advertise. You didn't advertise very well.
Right. It's a bit of a stretch. And so if that's the case, if it is an ARG, it's not a very good one. So again, if you got that big budget, you'd think it would be a bit stronger. So that's why a lot of people go, okay, maybe this isn't viral marketing of some sort. Now, this is what I kind of hinted at the beginning of the episode, and I hope it doesn't pull the rug out from you, Fredo, or the listeners at home, but we've talked about mysteries, and we've talked about how many unsolved ones there are. We've heard from you guys, the task force in the audience, how interested you'd be in hearing from mysteries that have actually been solved. And so today, we actually have a bit of a solve for this one.
Whoa, that's cool.
So once the initial excitement for the investigation died down, a new Twitter account using the name of Parker Warner Wright, and that's Parker W. Wright rather than the Parker J. Wright, they came out and tweeted, hey, I'm the creator. And that a video would be uploaded, quote, in exactly 1.444 metric hours. Now, with tons of people coming forward and saying, I did it, I'm the guy, I'm the person, whatever, you would expect a lot of suspicion with regards to this. So a lot of people didn't believe this claim. But on December 31st of 2015, a new video was posted to Wright's YouTube channel called 11B31369. Which was very similar to the first one and included a new character, this time a woman in a white dress wearing a faceless white mask, and they were in a new location with bloodied walls. There were also similar codes in this video, similar to the first one. Even after this new video went up, despite him claiming that he was going to put a new one up, some people still didn't believe that Wright was the creator, so he shared images of the custom-made Plague Doctor mask and asked if anyone could recreate it. Basically saying, if you can recreate this in the way that it looks in the video like I have it, then sure, maybe you can prove that it's not me, but this is my outfit. I don't know what else to tell you.
I was about to say that wasn't enough for me to just make a video that was very spot on. But if the person has the mask and it's a custom mask.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure someone looking at the video could maybe recreate the thing and make it look similar.
It's giving, I don't know, it's giving a little more.
It helps.
What I mean?
Yeah.
It definitely helps. If the person's just like, here's this. Oh, don't believe me? Here's this. There's like, all right, like you're going left and right here with like this piece of evidence and that piece of evidence, and so I can kind of get behind it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's a few more pieces here to try to substantiate their claim. After revealing themselves as the creator, they talked to some press. They talked to the Daily Dot, and they said that this video was an art project. Though the purpose of the project, if there was one in the first place, is still unknown. He never disclosed that part. But despite that, despite the lack of purpose, Wright ended up tweeting to all the people that solved the codes that were in the videos and said that, quote, "You are no longer closer to understanding the message," therefore implying that there is a message, that there is something deeper, but still being vague about it.
So he said that this was like a project?
Yeah, he's claiming that these videos are part of a larger project, that there would be more. He actually said, "Currently there is a call for more videos, and I aim to please." So he's implying that this is just one step in a bigger project, a bigger art project that has an underlying message, but they haven't all come out yet.
I mean,
is what he's saying.
Damn, he get a lot of trouble in trying to like threaten the government. It's a weird that, I mean, then again, someone that's like making this and like hearing him talk about like, I aim to please and there's more, like, it kind of seems like this person's a little unique.
That or like full of themselves.
And so it's less surprising that this person, I guess, kind of just has complete disregard for a government taking action.
Yeah,
about these like
it's just foolish
threats. Weird. It's a project. Like, who would be hiring him to do these things?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a self-created project, and he's being very vague about whatever the message is.
That's true. It could be. It could simply be that it's just something that he's doing, and then from there, it's just trying to make it bigger than it really is. You know?
I think so. I think he just made a strange video, did something fun with it, people found it, and then it blew up, and so then he starts going like, "Oh, this is mine, and it stands for something big." Like, maybe there wasn't a plan, and that's totally fine. But now maybe he's trying to put a plan or a message in place where there wasn't one. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's just kind of building off of what the Redditors and people looking at this, who they were theorizing, maybe he's just building off of that.
Really like loving the attention, and I can see that.
Yeah. Well, on November 5th of 2016, so just about a year later, there was a video titled 110A30213 that was posted to Wright's Facebook. In this video, there's a masked person that seems to be giving a speech a la a dictator, with the upload date being so close to the US elections, but also being on November 5th. This could be some sort of possible reference to Guy Fawkes. Some people believe in general that this is a politically motivated video, that this person has political motive, whether it's Guy Fawkes trying to take down the parliament or whether it's something to do with the election that year and making a claim. Who knows? But again, we know maybe who is behind this, but we don't know exactly what he's trying to say now. And it's been a while. This is 2016, but now there's actually a fourth video that was uploaded to YouTube in 2019 with a very similar title to the first, which was 11B451T8. So this fourth video was filmed in Aokigahara, Japan, also known as the Suicide Forest. And this video also featured another new character, as well as another plague doctor. It looks like the two were performing some sort of ritual in the woods with candles, a card, and a skull. And some have theorized that Wright predicted COVID-19 with his first video, that perhaps these other videos were just building on that message in some way. But ultimately, at the end of all this, we have Wright's Twitter, his Patreon, Facebook, and website. They're all currently deleted or inactive in some way. So it's unknown if the project is still going on. It's unknown if it's finished. It's unknown if there was or will be some underlying message.
This person had all the social media going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Even a Patreon?
Patreon!
Weird.
So, I mean, I guess solved in the sense of we had to say, like, this was me, and there are a few things that line up with their claims. I'm inclined to believe them because I don't really have any other reason not to believe. I mean, despite the fact that a bunch of other people are also claiming it, but if they have the outfit, if they've said that more videos are going to come, and they're all being uploaded to their outlets, I think we know who, I just don't think we know why. And that's the end of that one.
I can agree with that. I think it's just someone that's just a little bit off.
Yeah. Maybe they're just having some fun, went beyond their expectations.
I think that they're just really just getting wild with it. And then even then, like maybe a little bit of like fame kind of got to their head? Like, did they have a Patreon and stuff? Did they have that before?
I mean, who's to say this isn't anything different than performative art or music or film? It's certainly avant-garde. I'm not saying that this is awesome. I'm not trying to say it's crap either. I'm just saying maybe this is just their particular flavor of creation. And maybe that's as simple as it is.
True. They went a little extreme, though.
Definitely is. I mean, we have movies that talk about, like White House Down and Olympus Has Fallen. We have films about things. Put that in my blurb when I die. We have films about things.
We have films about things. I'm sure it's backed by like legal teams and all that kind of stuff. Just, but then again, I guess this is probably just someone that's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna. Maybe they're just their artistic vision and they just want to break the mold. And
yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Definitely strange, and definitely caught the internet's attention for quite a while there. But that is the Plague Doctor video. Hey everybody, welcome to The Gap in the Mystery, where I get to talk directly to your ear holes. If you're enjoying the podcast, as always, hit us up on Apple Podcasts where you can review us. That 5-star bling looks great on my mantle. I print them all out, put them on my fridge. The fridge is overflowing, so thank you so much for the continued and positive feedback. But as you know, we're on Spotify, we're on Google, we're on YouTube, we're on all these places. YouTube.com/RedWebPod, brand new location if you prefer to listen to us there, but we're everywhere. We also have merchandise if you want to represent the task force out in public, whether you're randonautica-ing around or just hunting for cryptids. Represent at store.roosterteeth.com. You can search Red Web there, and we got plenty of merch. So yeah, get your pin, get your badge, and represent the task force. But with all that said, I have some fantastic sponsors to talk to you about. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. Want an entertaining, informative podcast to look forward to each week? Then check out The Jordan Harbinger Show, a top-shelf podcast named Best of Apple Podcasts in 2018. Jordan dives into the minds of fascinating people, from authors and scientists to mobsters, spies, and hostage negotiators. He's got it all. Harbinger has a talent for getting his guests to share thought-provoking insights, and he pulls out tactical pieces of wisdom in every episode to help you become a better informed, more critical thinker. For instance, Jordan has recently interviewed CoffeeZilla, a YouTuber who exposes guru scammers, and Renee DiResta, who studies what turns ordinary people into conspiracy theorists. So these are very much up our alley. If you like Red Web, I think you're going to like these ones. You can't go wrong with adding the Jordan Harbinger Show to your rotation. It's incredibly interesting, and there's never a dull show. Search the Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Care Of. It's always great to up your supplement game, but actually figuring out what's right for you can feel overwhelming. That's why Care Of provides thoughtfully curated supplements. All of their products are formulated with good-for-you ingredients backed by science. But on top of that, they are tailored directly for you. You start with Care Of's in-depth online quiz, which takes the guesswork out of vitamins. It'll ask you about your diet, your lifestyle, health concerns, and that helps Care Of address your specific wellness goals. You get a personally tailored approach to your unique health needs, and you can retake the quiz at any point in time as your goals and needs change. I took this quiz and went through the whole thing with my fitness and dietary needs intact, and Care Of gave me a whole box of a month's supply of everything I needed. I had some fish oil in there. I have all sorts of vitamins. I have a vitamin B for my being awake and alertness. I have a vitamin C for immunity. These are all things, like I said, that are tailored for me, might not be for you. So take the quiz, super easy, and they can get those vitamins tailored to what you're looking for. For 50% off your first Care Of order, go to takecareof.com and enter code REDWEB50. That's takecareof.com with code REDWEB50 to get 50% off your whole first order and to let them know we sent you. But with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. I want to move on to the next one. I'm very excited about this one as well, because this is where our very own task force really steps up to the plate and got involved with this one. So let's talk about it. This one's entitled, They're Coming. On May 22nd of 2021, that's the year of recording this, so very recently, people online began sharing a cryptic postcard that they received in the mail. They were black with green text featuring simple shapes and symbols, coordinates, a phone number, and rune-like text. The top of these postcards simply read, "They're coming." Redditors quickly shared their postcards in subreddits like ARG and What Is This Thing, and eventually created their own to discuss this postcard in particular, the subreddit called They're Coming. Rightfully so. And we had a bunch of you listeners at home who tweeted us about these postcards the day they came out on the 22nd. And it was one of the first times that we've lived in an emerging mystery together. And it was so cool to see just how many people were finding posters in their cities, getting these postcards, how cryptic they looked. It was awesome to see everybody kind of coming in and saying, "Hey, what is this? How did I get this? What's going on?" And Jillian and Christian were right on top of it to go searching and start collecting info. I feel like it's been enough time now that we can talk about it. We've collected kind of all the details, but it was interesting. It was really, really cool. It's one of my favorite moments having created this podcast to be a part of.
Huh.
Oh, I also referenced, these are the cards I referenced, by the way, in the Chupacabra episode. I might have been vague at that point just because we didn't know exactly what we were dealing with at the time.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this is that. So it turns out that all of these cards came from or were sent from Los Angeles, California. Some people, as I mentioned, were seeing posters around their cities, as well as the cards had very similar content on them. And the coordinates, when you looked on the cards, create a hexagon across the Middle East. And the phone number that were on the cards, sent to the US at least, was from Roswell, New Mexico, known very well for the potential alien crash many decades ago, right? Popular alien destination.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of people called this number over a lot of days, but for one day in particular, calling this number gave out distorted sounds. Someone smart enough decided to record these sounds, capture them, and run them through a spectrogram, which we discussed earlier, so that way they could visualize if there was any hidden codes or messages in this sound, and it turns out that there was a hidden circle visualized in that sound.
Wait, so people were calling over a number of days, but one particular day, there was actually like a response?
So no, not as a response per se, but almost
right.
a
like
dial-up sort of sound, like just a weird sound.
A sound actually played that time.
Yeah, and people were like, well, this is different.
Oh, that's so interesting. All right, that's really that's interesting.
That's very strange. So people were like, okay, this is weird. This is new. Let me run this through a spectrogram. Boom, circle. Some number of days later, after this circle was found, people were calling in and they said they could hear someone saying, "There's something weird going on." So they heard now a voice on the other end. Eventually, people figured out after calling on many different days that you got different sounds, and many of these sounds revealed different images when run through a spectrogram. Some of them came up like simple symbols like an X or an O. One was an astrological symbol for Gemini. Kangaroos popped up at one point. Moon phases showed up over time. But yeah, we had some interesting sounds coming from this phone. Very soon after discovering the postcards, it was assumed that these cards were some sort of promotional material for an upcoming video game. Very common, right? Direction to go. A lot of the times when we're talking about internet mysteries, you want to look, boom, ARG. While many were still trying to figure out this mystery, some Twitch streamers received DVDs in the mail.
What the hell?
Yeah. On these DVDs were written the words, "They're coming." And in this video, it showed crop circle-like objects, some rune-like symbols that were similar to the postcards. And it turns out that these DVDs were from Fortnite to tease the game's new season. So
what?
Yeah, many people, though, when looking at this, were like, okay, maybe Fortnite is just lifting this idea. This is just coincidence that there's something similar here.
What?
Right. But ultimately, and we have another solved one on our hands, I won't bury the lead any further. It was essentially confirmed once calling the phone number from the cards revealed a spectrogram of a Fortnite skin known as Peely the banana. And he was running along a strip of UFOs, or he was running along a strip with UFOs following. And so
that's cool.
Yeah. So eventually, yes, we have another ARG on our hands, but something, I mean, I always worry, and I'll just be candid here. I always worry that when we talk about mysteries that eventually get solved, that it deflates the mystery, that some of the awe and wonder goes away. But, and this is why I want to, hear from you guys. Fredo, I want to hear from you as well. how do you feel about solved mysteries? I know we mostly focus on unsolved, but there's so many mysteries on the internet that just capture the attention of people and fascinate people in such unique ways that even if they're solved like this one, are just so cool. And I feel like we gotta talk about them. Like, this was just so cool to be a part of.
I'm all about it because we'll have like 20 episodes of just like, oh man, not solved.
And the murderer got away.
Yeah. Every once in a long while to know that like, oh, this weird creepy thing, oh, it's this person. Or this weird creepy thing, oh, a company did it. Like, I don't know. It doesn't always have to be so dark and eerie and gloomy and mysterious.
Yeah.
Even though, the first one was like, ooh, what's going on here? And it was funny because I was like, it looks like someone just recorded this. And someone did.
Yeah.
This one seemed like pretty light, the Fortnite one, but it's cool to know that like the company did something like this. I don't know. If this was like often, maybe not, but every so often just being like, oh, here are all these weird mysteries that were solved and it was this company or this person. Yeah, I'm about it.
Some catharsis in reminding everybody that the world isn't always so dark and dreary, that some of these things have relatively mundane solutions, or at least known solutions. So you don't need to be scared. But what's interesting about this ARG in particular, it is continuing. And so, it's continued after the release. So if you're interested, there are still more puzzles and secrets to solve and have fun with. And that's one of the other favorite elements of mine with regards to internet mysteries, is that they're so interactive, whether they're ARGs or true mysteries or what have you, they're so interactive, and you are able to crowdsource and come together as a hive mind of people and try to work together to figure out the solutions, whether they're puzzles or just like Lake City Quiet Pills.
Yeah.
So that is the They're Coming mystery kind of resolved. But let's talk about one more mystery before we hang up the old rotary phone. In 2011, an account on Reddit was created with the username, and this is a long one, A858DE45F56D9BC9. We're going to talk about this, and we're going to shorten it to A858. Anytime I mention A858, it is the entire string that I just read. So if you want to write that down, tattoo it on yourself, whatever you want to do, get in there.
Do that.
But yes, this Reddit user was created, and then they began posting on their own subreddit of the same name. So I'll try to make sure that I maintain a distinction between the user and the subreddit because they have the same name. These posts were titled with a number and contained a long string of letters and numbers. They looked very cryptic. In 2012, other Redditors took notice of this mysterious subreddit and soon realized that these posts were actually codes, so they wanted to decode this. When the subreddit gained too much attention, it went private and only allowed select users into the subreddit. At this point in time, we still don't know why certain people were approved and why others weren't. It's a mystery still to be solved. But yeah, it went private when it got too much attention. After this, yet another subreddit was created, rightly named Solving A858. It was created so that way people could talk about what was going on. The title of the posts were found to be timestamps of when they were actually posted. That's how they decoded. And only about 20 of the thousands of codes that were posted by this user were solved. Yeah, thousands.
Whoa, that's a lot. God, and only like 20? I feel like this is going to be a mystery where years from now, we'll have like an update.
Maybe. You know what? Maybe. Some sort of, someone finally decodes something deep. I'll be interested in that. But let's talk about some of these solves and see if we can try to develop a trend here. One of these posts decoded to an ASCII image or an ASCII image made with characters, basically. An image of Stonehenge. Others were words of encouragement or thanks for Reddit Gold. One was an excerpt from Max Lerner's book entitled Actions and Passions. One was just a list of prime numbers and factors. One was a GIF. One was a GIF about Cake Day, like a Cake Day post, basically being like, hey, it's my Reddit anniversary of the day I created my account, etc. A lot of odd things, nothing to write home about, nothing that stood out.
Kind of trolly.
Kind of trolly. But one of the moderators of A58's subreddit was 9CB9, etc. Now, remember, I'm hyper shortening A858 as a name. this 9CB9 is actually that entire string reversed. So 9CB9 is what was at the end of the full username. So this moderator with the reverse name had their own subreddit, and they also had their own codes on that subreddit. Both users would post in this new subreddit. A858 and 9CB9 were both posting codes in this new 9CB9 subreddit. It is believed that these were either the same person or perhaps members of the same team, just because the codes were similar and because the names were so similar. Basically, we have a new subreddit, a new user that's a moderator of both, and posting some codes. Now, flash forward to August of 2015, we have a new user on Reddit named W95, and they began posting hexadecimal chains in the solving A858 subreddit. And basically some new codes, some new weird posts, but instead of being in the original thread or the original subreddit because it's private, they're posting it where everyone can see it and everyone's trying to solve it. And a prominent member of the community, the solving community, named Fraglet, decoded these. So they immediately jumped on W95's posts and decoded whatever they were putting down. And from that, I'm very simplifying something that this hexadecimal stuff that I don't fully understand. Basically, they discovered that W95 was actually the same person as A858, the user, and they were doing an AMA. They were basically in the solving subreddit saying, hey, it's me, I'm doing an AMA, but their answers were all in code. It was weird.
So then someone would ask a question.
Yeah.
And then they would answer in code?
I think so. Jillian, unless I'm wrong.
Weird.
Yep, and then this Fraglet person had to decode it.
So everything was answered in code, and this prominent user in that community, Fraglet, they posted a table that they used. I don't know how they got it or how they developed it. Maybe they're smart. Maybe they are in the know with whoever this person is, but they have a table that enables them to decipher user A858's messages. So we have a bunch of people in this solving subreddit coming through trying to ask A858 questions about what's going on and who they are and whatever, because this is pretty much the first time they have been engaging with the community. When asked about the purpose of their subreddit and their account, they replied, quote, once decoded, they replied, "We cannot disclose the purpose. A858 will end when the purpose is disclosed or discovered."
Oh.
Yeah. Another thing they said was A858 is a project with a team. I am a member of the team. And so it seems that we were right on one front, that there are multiple people here, and maybe that's how they were able to put out thousands of these coded messages.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, 'cause that's a lot of work for one person.
Mm-hmm. Unless it was a bot, unless they put everything through an automatic feed and you just took a bunch of posts and then, had it automatically post once it was coded. I don't know. But so in the AMA, this person also revealed that of the 20 messages that had been decoded prior, only one of those messages was a true post. So basically saying that 19 of those 20 were supposed to be easy. Yeah, like decoys, basically to get your attention, to make you look a little closer. All the other messages were more advanced encryptions. Actually, the person said, quote, "Encoded posts are intended to be solved easily." So I guess these truer posts, only one of them had been decoded, and maybe therein lies whatever their message is or whatever their goal is. But ultimately, somebody was like, well, why are you even doing an AMA? Why respond at all?
Yeah,
and they then said, well, the audience was getting frustrated. So we decided to step in, right? That's what they said. And so I'm sure that's why they're like, okay, you're losing our trail. You got the easy ones and now you're getting frustrated.
Right.
Let me just remind you, keep looking, keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting because this is like a direct line of communication between the internet that's trying to solve it and the people that are actually putting this out there.
Yeah. Now, to me, I mean, I'm sure if you want to keep it alive, you have to do something like this if you're in dire straits. But that's why I like Cicada, because it's just placed out there and then go get it.
True.
Until one year, they didn't really do an AMA and talk to anybody. They just said, you shouldn't be waiting for another puzzle. You haven't solved the last one. And then they left it. This person, I'm sure, to keep the mystery alive or keep whatever they were trying to tell people alive.
Right. We're losing them.
Yeah, we're losing them. Go tell them. Clear. So yeah, following the AMA, as you can imagine, there was renewed interest in this mystery and trying to figure out, okay, how do we decode these true posts, these true codes? And seemingly out of nowhere, about a year later, on September 6th of 2016, someone called Team W Mod posted that the project had ended, that it just cold turkey ended. And this is what they had to say. The A858 project team members have been reassigned. There will be no further A858 project posts by our team. We apologize that the information available to the public is not sufficient to solve all outstanding puzzles. And that's what they said.
Whoa.
So it seems like that validates the idea that there's a team. And then it says that someone hired this team in order to convey a message through coded posts. And that eventually information would be trickled out so that you'd have enough information to solve it all. But they ended it prior to having all of that trickled out.
Yeah. Or it just the non-fun way of thinking about it. They just went, we're kind of done with it. Let's just say that some people hired us and we're off to do that thing.
Yeah.
But it'd be very interesting if what they're saying is actually true, right? Maybe the government picked it up and said, hey, you guys are really good at doing this and we'd like to bring you into, to do some other like real big stuff.
The Game of Thrones season 8 it, where they're like, oh, we got bigger fish to fry now. Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously this left a lot of people that were trying to solve this angry, confused, everything, because a lot of people spent years on this project trying to figure out what was going on. I mean, in the AMA from this team, you have people saying, this is only going to end when you discover the purpose or when we tell you the purpose. And now you have them ending it without either.
But also, like, you are really involved in some random internet thing.
I mean, I guess that's true.
That shouldn't be, this should have been a hobby at best.
Yeah, but I mean, if imagine the second part of Avengers didn't come out. Imagine Endgame didn't come out and they said, nah, we're good. We're just not putting it out. I'm invested. This is 10 years of films.
Yeah, I mean, I'm invested, but then I'd be a little worked up. But...
Oh, okay. I don't know how, if they're bouncing off the walls or if they're just like, oh, bummer. I don't know how they're at,
true.
But, maybe it was because of this reaction or maybe it was something else. I don't really know. But later that month on September 28th, there was a post named Some Closure that appeared. Active members Ethede and Fraglet reached out to the A858 poster, and they revealed that A858 was hired by a company to post these puzzles on Reddit. Almost all of the puzzles were randomly generated and encrypted, so even if you solved the puzzles, you couldn't really tell since it was just random letters and numbers, which is immensely frustrating.
Yeah, wait. What?
By the way, if you have a string of random characters and then you decode it properly, come on.
What the hell? Is it the whole point just to frustrate people?
Right.
Also, they were paid to do this?
I guess. And that really calls into question, what's the point? What's the purpose? It makes me think, what I should do is get a little puppy and have them rat-tat-tat on a keyboard and then just post whatever they type to a subreddit and see what happens. But I'm being flippant. The posts that were solved were intended to draw more attention to the project by the company, is what this person goes on to say. Then the company no longer wanted to fund the project, which I guess makes sense. They were losing attention, but they also didn't really have a clear motive.
Yeah.
And it's still unknown what their intent was. But while this information, provides closure to the people that were like, hey, I spent a long time on this. Similar to the Plague Doctor video, there was still no answer as to the purpose behind this. And so eventually, really, the people that cared a lot about this were left with only more questions. Now, interestingly enough, the subreddit A858 was reopened. With the original account, the person that made it of the same name, that account was actually deleted. And then eventually, soon after, it went private again, for whatever reason. Flash forward to this year, on May 12th, 2021, the subreddit once again reopened. And on May 17th, brand new puzzles were posted. But again, the purpose and person or persons behind it are again unknown, because clearly we knew who did it last time in some vague way. but we don't know if it's the same people behind these new posts. So all that is to say, it's back on the menu, boys. It's ready for you to tackle. If you do tackle it, Task Force, if you want to go out there, I'll read the subreddit again so you can write it down. But if you go there, as always, proceed with respect and caution. It is the internet. Careful what you click on, and be mindful of how you talk. Okay, the subreddit is A858DE45F56D9BC9. If you Google A858, I'm sure you'll find it nice and quick. But yeah, it seems like it's alive again in some way. And that leaves us with just a few theories.
But, I mean, man, like at that point, it could just be completely pointless.
It could be completely pointless. It seemed like it was pointless before.
Yeah.
Solved them and they were just random crap. Come on.
Hey, you know that pointless thing? Well, the pointless thing is back.
Hey, it's about family.
I'd still like...
the mystery. Sorry. What a fun film.
I'd still be interested in seeing like what the whole purpose is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I'll still keep a wild little eye on this and just see what comes of this. If there's an update to be had, we'll have it. But the theories range on this quite a bit, from, as you can expect, ARGs to number stations with their own, number stations have their own theories behind them. That's its own can of worms, but there's also theories that this is some sort of recruiting tactic, perhaps. Like you mentioned, maybe this is a way to identify keen minds. And so even if people solve this to be useless, it isn't useless in the grand scheme, because whoever hired the team to make these posts might have identified talent, and to them, that's the purpose.
Yeah.
And then, but also, like, if it descrambled into just something else scrambled, I don't know if I would then know to say, I solved it, here, see me. And the last but more interesting to me theory is that this was some sort of psychological or a sociological experiment, which I think plays very well. I mean, if this is a sociological experiment, I think it went off very well.
Yeah, they got a lot of people involved, a lot of people worked up, etc.
Yeah, very interesting. How do you feel about this one? What do you think?
I mean, I think it's unique in the sense of like there was an AMA. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they're talking to the people.
Yeah, they're talking to the people. I mean, I could totally. I would still like to see what the point of it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very interesting. I don't know. I kind of lean towards the theory of, yeah, I mean, these people were hired to do this, and then maybe they were pulled off to better, more important things. It's interesting that it's back.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll actually find a solution to the whole point of it someday. But it kind of just seems like a big test. The fact that, a company hired them to do it, and then they, it lost steam. So the company was like, all right, we're going to pull away from this investment. And then a lot of the encrypted stuff was just random things.
Apparently. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if one of the 20 was a, quote, true post, I would be interested to know which one it was, because, well, obviously that one didn't translate to just random crap.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, too, is it's back, but back with the original subreddit owner or the original user gone, the account deleted. So I wonder if whoever that was is just back with a different account, or if some other entity took over this subreddit, or I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a group of people, it could literally just be like a handful of them, or just one of the people that were part of the project.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like, you know what? I'll continue this.
I want to go there now. There we go. There's a link. Okay, it is up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 posts as of recording this right now. Most of them posted, let's see, May 17th, May 18th, all the way to May 30th, and then one 13 days ago on June 15th. Let me open these. Yeah, okay. I'll just link this to you so you can get an idea of what we're talking about here, Frades.
Yeah.
And while Fredo checks that out, Task Force listeners at home, as always, I'll point you to our Twitter page where we like to post any pictures that we refer to, so that way you can check them out there. I know in the past I've talked about posting videos there. I think that's on me. I shouldn't make promises that I'm not going to keep, but I think it just gets lost in the notes. So I apologize for any disconnects there. But if there is time where we can post videos properly without copyright issues or whatever to provide you the assets so you can see what we're talking about, we will do that. Another way to do it is we have a YouTube channel now, youtube.com/redwebpod.
Yeah, we do.
And you can listen to us there for those who want that visual experience. It's a subtle visual experience along with the podcast. Or for those of you who prefer to consume your podcast on YouTube, we want to make sure that we have our little voices everywhere because we know you all have your preferences and we want to make sure we can cater to them. But yeah, that's what a post looks like, Fredo. I mean, not a whole lot going on.
It's just a big old wall of numbers and letters, and I just look at it. And, I mean, here's the thing. Some people look at it and go, let me go to work. And I'll look at it and go, all right.
I wonder if I can like do this on the episode, if I can do like ASCII to text or something. Nope, not that. Maybe it's, hold on, let me see. Base 64 was another one? Decode. I mean, like, it can't be that simple. Okay, no, it's definitely not going to be.
No.
I would be curious, though, the person that had the table, I wonder if that table still applies or if a similar one applies. But without a proper cipher or solve, however they got that table, whether they got it from the team themselves or solved it themselves, I don't know. But yeah, I'll be heading over in my spare time to the solving subreddit to see if anyone has any current updates. And we'll keep you all posted here on the podcast. But yeah, that's today's Internet Files, second chapter in the books.
Damn, that's cool.
Let us know if you guys have any other internet mysteries that you like and want us to talk about.
It's a fun little ride.
Yeah.
We do this. And I like the fact, I genuinely like the fact that some of these were actually solved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes I can feel like it's deflating, but other times, you know, like if you don't have that bite at the end where you're like, we got it, that can be equally as frustrating, you know? We're just like, I feel like we were so close to the person that did this thing.
We've had a lot of those.
Oh my gosh. And you know, we're like amateur sleuths. We're mystery enthusiasts. So like we know what we know, and that's as far as it goes. Everything you hear on the podcast is more or less what we know. So it's not like
in and scratching the surface.
Yeah. So I just wanted to say, as always, disclaimer, our opinions are our own. We're not going to sit here and try to like, they're guilty, officer. But hey, thanks for listening to another episode of Red Web. As I mentioned, we're on basically every platform. Wherever you listen to podcasts, you're probably listening to this right now on one of those. If not, I don't know how you got here. But hey, thanks for listening. We'll see you next Monday. Fredo, I'll see you next Monday as well for another mystery.
Hell yeah. Bye, everyone.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
After receiving a terminal cancer diagnosis, a renowned art dealer decided to write a memoir detailing his life and legacy. Within the memoir, he hid clues that led to a chest full of artifacts that he had collected over the years, leading some to call him the real-life Indiana Jones. Today, we dig into the mystery known as Forest Fenn's treasure. This is Red Web. Welcome back, Task Force. We got another Monday, which means we have another mystery. I'm Trevor Collins, and with me as always, with his gut check, the man in the seat, the man in the field, Braveheart himself, Alfredo Diaz.
Braveheart.
Yeah, man.
I went out on the field. That's right. I was like, yeah, dude, all this makes sense. That all adds up. That's exactly what I am. Hello. This is exciting because one of my favorite episodes that we've ever recorded had to do with
It was The Secret.
The Secret, right? Yeah. They had the author, they had the novel, and they had talking about like these creatures and fairies, and they had gems.
Yeah.
And those were actually real. People found out that they can go out there and get it. That's a previous episode. Then if this episode entices you, there's one that's very similar, very parallel. I suggest you go check that out.
Look, this man jumping right in.
But
promos and everything.
This is spicy.
Yeah, dude, this one's really interesting. This one is probably, I know we've said this a few times now, but when Christian and I were first conceiving of this show and topics to cover, this was one of the ones at the very top that we absolutely, like, we held on it this long
when you
because
gave birth to Red Weapon.
When we gave birth, we talked about this for 9 months. But here's the thing, we did the we did the Halloween special, Christmas on the brain. And that was our face reveal. That was our ghost hunt. That was us getting into a haunted place.
Baby hands.
That was the origin of baby hands, not
like the baby hands.
Ghost G's.
Yeah.
Baby hands.
There was little tiny prints in that haunted hospital, and I'm still confused till this day.
Yeah.
It was everywhere throughout that hospital.
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, yeah,
It was
for
multiple
sure.
places.
But, and a lot of other...
a baby walking around the hospital? This isn't a mall to just
He could have been
stroll
scooting. There was
through.
a very small wheelchair and a
There
very
was a
low
baby hand-sized
telephone.
wheelchair.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ground phone. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, like, this was one of the ones that I wanted to kind of do the face reveal, if you will, to get out there and see if we couldn't find this treasure. So that's why we held on this for so long.
Okay, because this was going to be one of the first ones, like task force hitting the ground, running.
Right. But it's one of those ones that's a little less sinister. It's a little less spooky, scary, especially as we come into the holiday season. We want to keep some levity. And what's more,
we want it leaning more towards Santa than Krampus.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good scale. This one's very jolly.
This is very Santa.
And you know what? What's this holidays more than just a buried treasure? You know what I mean?
Buried treasure. No skeletons, no ghouls.
No ghouls. There's always ghouls. But here's the thing. I want to dive into a mini mystery before we get into Forrest Fenn and his box of goodies, because
a mini mystery?
Yeah, a personal one. I've been experiencing something, and I Googled this in the depths of the night last night. Okay, so 2 nights ago, woke up, and I'm a pretty deep sleeper, but I woke up hearing this hum here in Austin, Texas, just in the ether, just out there. Like someone had a leaf blower going at 2:30 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah. It was just
trying to set the tone.
It was kind of like, but it was like God's leaf blower from 15 miles away. And so I'm like, well, that's annoying. Who's doing that? Some neighbor or something, whatever. And then, but last night, same thing happens. And so I actually went and I filmed outside my place just to see if I could capture the subtle sound, because it would get louder and softer. And it went on for like half an hour. So then I said, before I tweet this thing and make myself look like a fool, maybe it's some sort of electric box or something, I'm going to Google it. And people were like, yeah, out east of Austin, it sounds like there's this hum emanating from God knows where. Like, has anyone else heard this hum in Austin? And it's been over the few years. There's only a few search results. And so that's the current mystery I'm enraptured by.
Do you think it's like a hum where it's like it's like an age range hum?
Oh, you think I got tinnitus?
No, how in certain...
I mean, I do.
I don't know.
Too many concerts.
Consult your doctor. But maybe because there's certain tones that like when you're younger you can hear, but then as you get older you can't hear as much.
Yeah, like a dog whistle.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your frequency range shrinks
over time.
Yeah.
Just by use of your ears. Maybe it's one of those things.
Yeah.
It's like an old people hum.
Great. Now I'm an old people now. Here's
We're
the thing,
like the same
age. But here's the thing.
Actually, I'm older.
Yeah, that's true. So
I'm
you should be hearing this.
older.
You should be hearing this.
I probably hear this much louder than you. Yeah.
You know what?
I'm more in tune with this weird sound.
Us of an older generation, we wouldn't understand us youths, but you guys, like you, Fredo, you should know. I mean, what happens is you probably just tune it out. We just get accustomed to it.
Look,
right?
back
Like an old
in my
friend.
day, we hear all kinds of weird noises. We didn't get scared. We stayed in bed.
That's scared.
And we slept.
All right. But, and I don't know, like if I'm, teasing an episode out too far, if we're even going to discuss this, because we've done some earthly mysteries like sky trumpets and things like that.
The Austin hum.
No, dude, there is an actual phenomenon out there where certain people, like 2% of the population across the world, starts hearing this hum, but it never goes away. It just never goes away, and only they hear it, and they typically hear it more at night than they do in the day. So that's a thing that I started reading about at 2 a.m. last night, and I was like, I don't want to be 2%. I don't want to do that.
You're just gonna hear that hum the whole time.
I don't hear it now.
Have to live with hearing the hum.
I mean, it went away. I stayed awake enough to hear it go.
I guess it could be worse, right? It's more like is it just like a mellow hum?
Yeah, I mean, literally just sounds like a leaf blower hum, right?
So it's not like mellow at all.
So it's not like it's just like that. Just like here, let me see if I can't play a little clip.
It could be worse. It could be like imagine if it was like a
sky whale.
Like a whale.
All right. So this you obviously hear
do you hear it?
I can't tell if it's like background noise.
So there's white noise, right? There's static.
Yeah.
And you're gonna hear me talking because I'm like illustrating what's. But I kind of stop talking when I hear it raise up. So within that white noise, you hear a like that. You hear that?
Do you hear it?
I don't know.
I don't.
The problem is it's consistent, so you're erasing it as background noise.
Yeah.
It's not that
I'm trying to
you can
decide
hear
if
the
it's
you can hear
white
the
noise or not.
You hear that. You hear the shh of the white noise because I've raised the volume all the way up. But within that, you hear it's almost like, for lack of a better comparison, like a trumpet note, just like a doo. Like that isn't background noise. That is
That's
something.
the noise.
Yeah. I'll play another clip.
I double checked the outline from when we did Sky Trumpets, and we did talk about the hum. So we discussed it before.
Here, listen to it change a little bit. You don't hear that.
I don't.
Hear it getting louder? It's swelling up, and then it swells down. I'm going to go back. Because it got louder. Listen, just listen to it.
Christian, I don't.
How the hell do you not hear that?
I'm not hearing.
How do you not hear that?
I was gonna make a joke that I didn't hear it.
Oh,
and I was like,
dude.
I kind of hear like the leaf blower noise.
Yeah.
I am not hearing the swelling up and down.
Yeah,
It's very subtle because it's such a far away whatever this thing is.
Dude, it's the freaking owls talking to him.
Oh my
It's the owls.
I'm telling you.
Found them.
I'm telling you
They
right
reached
now.
out.
I'm telling you.
Middle of the night.
I don't know if it picked up even on this microphone, or if this is even in the episode. But Task Force, if you heard it,
should be.
Let us know. Comment on the YouTube channel or on roosterteeth.com where this also uploads with a comment section.
Let us know that you heard the hum. And then my question is, why are you lying to us?
Stop it. Get some help. It's wild, dude. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Tonight, if it happens, I'm gonna stay up super late. I'm gonna film
past his bedtime.
I'm gonna stay up past my bedtime of 6:30 p.m. right after the podcast records. And what I'm gonna do is when I hear it, I'm gonna record, no talking, no nothing else. I'm just gonna record, and then if it goes away, or maybe before it even starts, I'll record. So that way you can hear the difference. And so you'll so that way the background noise of the white noise will meld together, but you'll hear it and then just gone because I'll edit them together.
Yeah.
And we'll report back on the next episode.
I thought that I heard it, but then when you talked about it swelling,
I
that's
didn't
where I
hear
was like,
that.
So it wasn't. It okay.
I did hear like it was like a
yeah,
like that. I heard, but it was the constant.
It was constant.
It wasn't.
But here's the thing: it was more in person. It definitely swells up, but like 1 decibel, like super subtle. But if you're there and that's the only noise you hear as a human, you notice the difference.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a one of those tornado sirens that like it spins around.
Wow, you were hearing it swell up like that,
but very subtle and very far away, as if it was like the Doppler effect on it was just so subtle, but it didn't sound like a tornado alarm. Trust me, I grew up in
part
Indiana.
of that 2% sucks.
Yeah, no, this is not the 2%er you want to be. Anyway, that's enough distraction from the main mystery, but that had me like freaking out a little bit last night. Not freaking out, but going like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I was also in my jammy jams.
That's me in my backyard going.
It's like Chewbacca snoring.
it just muffles itself over great distances.
Oh my god! What is that? It's Dwight Schrute crying in that one episode where he's upstairs. Dwight, are you okay? Go back to bed, Jim. Man, someone stubbed their toe 5 miles out of town. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about that at the top of the episode.
No, that's very interesting.
Because that's like, I saw just enough Google results to be like, okay, Task Force, let's bite into this one, see if you've got this going. But anyway, let's talk about Forrest Fenn and his treasure and just kind of unfold that little mystery, huh? So Forrest Fenn, as I mentioned at the top of the episode, was an art dealer, and he also served in the Air Force, traveling all over the world. During his travels, he collected rare artifacts, becoming known as the real-life Indiana Jones, or at least to some. Fenn accumulated enough stuff to create his own gallery in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which ran for 17 years until it was finally sold in 1988. A fun little fact here, it actually supposedly grossed $6 million per year, so over 17 years, just a little bit over 100 mil.
That must be, it's got to be one of the coolest people in the world. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, holy hell. Like, imagine just knowing this person, traveling around the world, uncovering artifacts like this. There are movies, Indiana Jones, right? Like, there are movies about characters like this, and this guy was doing it. Not only doing it, but doing it successfully for many years.
Absolutely.
Many years.
Enough to have a gallery.
Enough to have a gallery. Like, I will never in my lifetime uncover like one piece. Stop it. We're not going to, we're not, stop. This man wants to get us out in the field doing dangerous things.
What I'm just going to say was you got enough Pokemon cards to maybe start a gallery here soon.
True. But I mean,
stop it. True.
Yes. Yeah. But like to travel the world, like I will never travel I will travel the world, but I'm not going to go and like Indiana Jones my way to an artifact, or, you know what I'm saying?
That's
this
really
guy
neat.
Has a gallery full of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it just, to me, it seems so out there that, like, oh man, like, you are so rare and lucky to get one. There's so many people on the planet and so many people that are also trying to do this. This man had enough to have a gallery. Like, that's pretty sick.
Yeah. It's really interesting. It's a really cool story. If nothing else, right?
I would also imagine, like, what does the red tape around that look like? Because you have to travel to different countries, and then if you find stuff, depending on where it's located, and then,
I mean, there's already drama with, like, let's just pick off the London History Museum, right? And like yoinking stuff from other countries, and like who owns that? And I don't think there's much of a discussion there. There's no real argument, but like there's possession, there's ownership, and there's the rightful ownership.
Exactly.
But like, how does that work with these things, especially if they're cultural artifacts?
You know, if he's like entering these countries, uncovering an artifact, and then taking it away from the country, like, like there must be so much red tape or getting around that stuff. Like, this man must have stories on stories.
Right. Well, yeah, definitely a fascinating individual, and it's no wonder that people would call him the real life Indiana Jones, all things considered. But flashing forward, obviously, to the year that he sold his gallery, this is 1988, and unfortunately, at the time, he was diagnosed with cancer a year after his father was diagnosed with the very same news. And unfortunately, on top of that, it was diagnosed as terminal. So, kicks off. Fenn decided as his legacy that he would bury hidden treasure for anyone to find. It would also be his future burial place, the place that he hid this treasure. Ultimately, Fenn did survive the cancer, at least for quite some time, and wrote a memoir in 2010 called The Thrill of the Chase. This book contained a poem filled with clues very, very similar, like you said, to The Secret, which is a whole episode that we talked about.
That's so dope.
It's very cool. Now, Task Force, get out your notebooks. You know what? We got a field book notebook out there that you can go ahead and purchase at store.roosterteeth.com. Just a little plug. Just a little plug.
Yeah, we got some notebooks and some pins. Not the jackets. You guys bought and sold those out.
Holy crap.
Pins sold out too, actually.
Huh?
The
pins
pins
are sold out too.
The all red variant of the badge / pin.
Task Force is suited up.
Yeah.
I can't wait till we do like a live event for like Red Web if we grow that big, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe like during an RTX, and just see everyone like the Task Force locked and loaded, dressed to the nines, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jacket, pin, we're ready.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm excited. Yeah, no, it's worth mentioning, but just before I get into the poem, we just came out of Cyber Monday and Black Friday and everything, and that's kind of where we launched a lot of merch. But also, as of recording this, we haven't launched the shirt just yet, but on the 2nd, this is in your past now, but on the 2nd, we also have the Misunderstood Hero Mothman propaganda merch, which I'm so effing excited for, dude.
It's the Misunderstood Hero.
Right. That's the lore we set. And, you know, some people were also reaching out saying Mothman was at the center of the last mystery we just posted, which was the missing 411 cases. So maybe Mothman's out there on vacation. No evidence. The guy, let me find his Twitter. I want to
Is that one of the, like,
Maybe he's out there just eating people.
That's a really far out, like, no, he's just watching them perish because they had no markings on them. Yeah.
I'm not gonna dox your full name, but it's Will over from the UK said that this is their theory. Missing 411s is just straight up Mothman. They're just touring the country. So that merch is out now as well. If it isn't already sold out, because you guys have been so phenomenal this holiday season. Just want to say thank you before I continue. But anyway, I want to set the tone. Nick, go ahead and strike the right music, whatever you find that suits you. And I'm going to read through this poem as best I can. As it goes, he says, as I've gone alone in there, and with many treasures bold, I can keep my secret where, and hint of riches new and old. Begin it where warm waters halt, and take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk, put in below the home of Brown. From there it's no place for the meek, the end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease, but tarry scant with marvel gaze, just take the chest and go in peace. So why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answers I already know, I've done it tired and now I'm weak. So hear me all and listen good, your effort will be worth the cold. If you are brave and in the wood, I give you title to the gold. And so it ends very traditionally, like much a poem would. But the memoir also began the hunt for this treasure. I mean, he said he was going to do this. This poem really sparked the interest. Yep. And he says that the treasure buried was appraised to be worth $1 to $2 million. Ooh. When you consider the gallery, it's a bit of a dent in the coffers, but nothing to scoff at.
No.
You know, especially if you're hiding this. It's not going to be buried, he says. It's going to be hidden. So you could see it maybe with your naked eye upon looking for this or maybe even stumbling into it. So think of that. $1 to $2 million just sat above ground somewhere, ready to be found by anybody.
That's pretty insane. It's also just cool that this is the kind of stuff you read in stories and you watch in movies, but this is an actual real life thing.
Definitely.
Like, I don't have like a legacy, you know what I mean? Like, when I pass, it's just like I've filmed a ton of stuff. I have read web, but there isn't like a, hey, go hunt this treasure down. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe like I'll throw a bunch of Polaroid nudes in a box and then be like, and then write a poem about how you can hunt the treasure down and like no one will hunt it down. But like I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
And case shut. Close the book. Let's go home.
I don't have something that's like, oh, go hunt this down, world. Right. Like the world is like, you know, this is far reaching. Mm-hmm. You can reach different continents and planets and whatnot, and they're like, oh, like there will be someone there. It's like, I want to get in on this hunt.
Yeah.
I don't got nothing like that.
Yeah, because at this point in time, really the only thing you have to go off of is the clues here. It could be anywhere. And I'll talk a little bit more about clues that he's slowly divulged over the years to kind of continue to help people.
Ooh, slow drip of clues over the years.
Yeah.
That's right, because you did say that he was diagnosed and then he lived past what was projected.
He was also, pretty up there in age. He was definitely a senior citizen, right? And so, everyone's got a limited time on this planet. And so I'm sure he's cognizant of that. And he's wanting to make sure that, whether it's at least for the story of it or for the history that he's kind of creating or to kind of help, it be found in his time, who's to say. But ultimately, the treasure was said to contain a lot of different things. Gold nuggets, gemstones, 265 gold coins, cultural artifacts, jewelry, and Fenn's prized turquoise bracelet, which, interestingly enough, was to be returned to Fenn upon finding the treasure, almost as if it was a way to validate that the person found it and didn't fake it. Like, find the treasure, but return this turquoise bracelet to me to basically lock it in, I guess.
Does Fenn reward them with more? Like, if the Turk is the Turk,
I think the reward is owning all of it.
That's what it. Oh, like
you get everything else. The bracelet's just to basically be like, hey, I can use that back.
But like, is the bracelet worth anything? Like, if someone found it, why in that point would you just go, I'm gonna go out of my way to return the bracelet? If it's worth something, just keep it and just continue along your way with the $1 million worth of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on who finds it and when. You know, like,
True.
I can also see, you know, your average Joe maybe being like, oh, well, like, there's going to be a story here. And so, like, you know, most people are good people, right? And they would want to return it maybe, or if nothing else, to have that story.
Yeah, exactly.
The publicity.
The publicity, the cloud. They'd be like, I was the one that found it. It was me.
And I have the way to prove it. Here's this bracelet. Otherwise, it's a bit sleazy to be like, I found it and no one will know.
No one will know.
Which is totally possible for something like this. But some more information about this chest for anybody who, I don't know, maybe wants to get out there and find it. If you can.
It has yet to be discovered.
Well, who's to say? Listen to the end of the episode and maybe we'll have some answers for you, young one. So all of this was contained in a 45-pound 10-inch by 10-inch by 5-inch bronze chest. And for our metric viewers, that's about 20.4 kilograms and 250 by 250 by 130 millimeters. Again, a bronze chest said to have been crafted in the 12th century. So even the chest that it's in is historic in and of itself. But again, as I mentioned, there's a slow trickling of clues that happened to come out over the years as Fenn revealed them in interviews and in blog posts and things like that. So I'm going to outline some of those now. He mentions it's north of Santa Fe, New Mexico, that it's between 5,000 and 10,000 feet in elevation in the Rocky Mountains, aka 1,500 to 3,000 meters. It is not in a mine, a graveyard, a cave, or near any structures. It's within the boundaries of the states of New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, or Montana. One of these four, he's saying.
Ooh.
So you know it's in the United States now. It's one of these four states.
Yeah.
And he said also, as I mentioned, it's not buried, but rather hidden. So it could be under something. It could be obscured, but he didn't like dig a hole and then stick it down in there. And finally, the last clue that he trickled out was that the treasure was a location that a 70-year-old man could get to, such as Fenn himself. When he buried it, he was 70, so he would have needed to be able to access this area. So basically, that is to say, like, no climbing, no hard
nothing
pathing,
like extreme. You're not gonna like look at a mountain pass and go, all right, it could be up that mountain, right?
Right. And I think most people would look at that and go and know that a 70-year-old man was hiding this, but
I mean, that's a good chunk of clues.
Yeah.
I mean, and surprisingly, a good variety. You're learning location, elevation, and then like the conditions, and then also like the, I guess, physical prowess required to find this stuff. Like that's a good chunk.
Yeah. He's talking about, being in the woods. He's talking about cold water, something about a blaze. So yeah, you're right. There's a very wide set of clues that won't, from any particular angle, triangulate. You're not going to say, okay, I know for a fact this area because he got very specific on location, but not so much on I don't know. Like, so here's a map that I have, and we'll post this as always. The visuals will go on our YouTube video version of this, as well as our Twitter post, both with the same handle, RedWebPod. But Fredo, for you, I'm going to show you the map. It shows Montana all the way down to New Mexico, and that's the stretch of the Grand Canyon and Rocky Mountains that he's kind of looking at.
Ah, the treasure map. The thrill of the chase, stretching from Montana through Wyoming all the way down to Colorado into New Mexico.
Epic. That was awesome. Tell me more. Just say anything. Read the ingredients of my
Over
Cheerios.
the summer term, dispatches has followed three boys from the same class.
Damn. Like this, as you were saying it, I was like, okay, like Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, like that just seems like it's a you kind of pinpoint the location pretty well. But now I'm looking at it like as the mountain ranges and everything, and this. God, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, for those who don't know much about the continental United States, this essentially spans from the very topmost to the bottommost of the country towards the west side of the country. So it's quite a long distance in that sense, but also the terrain is so treacherous. We have the mountains and the canyons. There's a lot of ups and downs. There's a lot of geography and a lot of very far removed pieces of land out here. So while it does feel small, it is actually quite a wide range of places.
Yeah, and when Fenn was talking about it was a location that he could get to, you kind of just go, okay, well, like, that eliminates a lot of places, right? but man, there's just a lot of places I could get to. Like looking at this map, like he could have got to anywhere.
Right. I just like to think now.
Multiculturalism in Britain has gone too far. It's now affecting.
So he's like, yeah, and then he's like,
no, Fed, what do you want this?
where we going? And he's like, he's on like a baby Bjorn on his back, and Fenn's like, a little higher, Sylvester.
I mean, Sylvester, could have been a cliffhanger situation.
Exactly what I'm saying. He's dangling, holding the treasure. Do I let go of the man or the treasure? What are we? Oh. Anyway, let's talk about the hunt now for this, because clearly this has been a viral sensation online and off.
People.
So
we're after this.
Since 2010, tens of thousands of people have participated in the hunt for Fenn's treasure, and according to Fenn, he had a number around 350,000 people. It's hard to know if the man is embellishing his own story, because this is a deep, fascinating story from...
How do you measure that? Even if you were like counting, right?
Right. So it's a hard thing to estimate.
Such a high number to like keep track of.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that for the hunt, Fenn claimed that the only tools necessary to find it are the poem, a map, and general geographic knowledge. So what's exciting about this...
Like, you don't need climbing gear.
Exactly.
You don't need a shovel, a rocket ship, a mining team.
Thought this man was going to say a rocket launcher. I was going to say, man, you're looking for some strange treasures. But yeah, that's what I think makes this so enticing, because not only is this such a beautiful stretch of the country, so scenic, it is accessible to, anyone that has, like I mentioned, this poem, the map, and all of that sort of stuff, and it's not physically challenging as indicated by some of his clues. So ultimately, there are 9 clues within the poem that people have decided upon. There's a lot of language in there, but there are 9 things, 9 pieces in particular that kind of help figure out where you're going. One of those, as an example, was like where you're going. You're going to be up this creek, but you don't need a paddle. So that indicates kind of an elevation play near some stream or river, stuff like that, right? One of the things he said, quote, "You can find the chest with just the clues, but there are hints in this book that will help you with the clues."
Ooh, gotta buy the book.
Gotta buy the book. Pay to win.
Yep.
But with regards to the poem itself, right? I mean, this is why he's saying the...
Hello, my friends. It is Simon Miller here, and today's video is sponsored Lean On In. Now, welcome.
He doesn't want anyone to read too much into it, or kind of twist it, manipulate it to
Chris
fit
Jericho. They were moaning about then
solve.
GM Mick
He
Foley,
says
so I
the
guess
way it's
McMahon
written
wanted
is
to
how
get
the
on his
poem is meant to
tirade.
be
But when her
read.
theme hit,
And
you didn't get
so
her usual
don't try to twist
Titantron
it
on the
and
big
into it, 'cause
screen.
then you're gonna end up with clues
Instead,
that
you
really
saw someone
blur
logging in
where
to
you're
their
headed,
Facebook
but
account.
ultimately,
It was just bizarre all around, because I don't know how
probably.
you get
So the
those
treasure
two
is likely
things
hidden
mixed
somewhere
up,
in the
but
wilderness
again,
of the Rocky
that's
Mountains,
live
perhaps
TV for you.
in a
Number
national
9, the
park,
bottle that didn't know how to
somewhere
work.
highly trafficked.
No, this isn't the next
somewhere
one.
where you could
alcohol
maybe hide
over
it
his
off the
fallen
beaten
body
path,
due to
because
the
if
fact
it's
that he was
above
straight
ground,
Before all that, Chris had even pitched that he
you
should
wouldn't want
tattoo
somebody
CM
stumbling
right in the
into
middle of the
it,
ring, but that was a bit
one thing
much,
that's
so the
worth
booze would
mentioning
have to
on
do.
this
It would have been
hunt,
awesome as
is that Fenn
well
often
if we
visited
hadn't have
Yellowstone as a
forgotten
kid.
about
So
physics. Because for
that
one,
is
Jericho
a
slipped
hot
on the
spot
liquid
for
and
people
fell
to
to the
start
floor,
from.
which
They
kind
start
of
from there,
undermined
work their
things
way
a
out.
bit. And then when he went to get a bottle to smash over Punk's head, it broke too early. The angle was still good, but even Jericho wrote in his autobiography this was quite embarrassing.
It's just
although
kinda
I
like
do get it. I once whacked
common
someone with some sugar glass
human,
during a wrestling match of my own, and I had the opposite. It
tendency
didn't
to
break
just,
at
like, go to
all,
familiar
forcing
areas.
me to do it again.
That's what I was getting
I
at,
think it
so-
may have given the
Yeah,
trick away to
that's a
the
good place to
audience.
start.
Number 8,
But
that creeper
is
who
he's
could
then
punch.
saying,
Well, this caused
hey,
quite a
people
storm,
might
didn't
know
it?
that,
Some
they might
people
dig
even
into
said
it
it was
instead
the
of
end of
getting to the
AEW.
treasure.
But back in December
I take it off of the
2019,
location
after the
that
Dark
I
Order had
visited
rushed
when
the
I was
ring
a
to
kid.
ruin the Elite,
Or
we
does
saw
he
one of
then
their
go,
minions laying in
"All right,
shops to
people are
one
gonna
Dustin
think that, so then I
Rhodes. The
throw 'em
problem
off
was
by
the
actually
camera
putting
zoomed
it in
right
the
into
location where
this,
they think
and
that's
it was
gonna be.
very
But
clear
then
that
he
said
goes,
individual
okay,
was
but if
nowhere
they
near his
solve
head, was
that,
actually just hitting the ground.
slightly somewhere else.
Suspension of disbelief is so important in wrestling because otherwise you remember what. Yeah, can't believe he was too impressed with it either. The man is the embodiment of professionalism in the modern day. I tell you though, I bet this never happened again. And next time, whoever this was, just thump people right in the jaw. He would have got a hell of a lot less. Number 7, Mark Henry tries a different Olympic sport. I think this most definitely was
like puts out
leg
this poem.
They were chased off by some of our
And then,
heroes,
like,
but when Henry
Old
got
Faithful,
going,
right,
he
the
picked up
geyser
so much
stops
speed He was right by their side. You could tell this wasn't the plan, as there was a deer in the headlights moment forcing Heath Slater to push him away, so we didn't all go.
They're like,
why the hell?
Guys,
It
stop popping.
is absurd though,
Get my
because this was
photo off.
2010
What the hell?
when
No one's
Mark
coming
was
anymore.
massive.
They
It made no difference
realized some
though.
old man
If someone
wedged
shouts
his
go,
chest down in there.
We interrupt this list to bring you an important announcement. Attention, men, Professor Wilborn here with a
interesting because obviously
startling
with so much
Gal
geographical
Bosley.
terrain, you can
And
start looking
a
at any
gift
body
card
or any forest. And
towards
so,
a
yeah, I think
procedure.
it's smart
The
to
sooner
start
you take
where
advantage
you know
of this
he visited as a
obscene
kid. And
generosity,
kinda-
the more follicle possibilities you'll have. So don't delay.
that's interesting.
There's a reason
Actually, his
millions
bronze
of people
magnet.
have gone to Bosley for answers and a
He wanted to include
Not
those in
golds,
charge,
not gems.
meaning we all just saw the
Bronze
warrior
is usually
exiting the ring.
non-magnetic,
Yep,
but
you
certain
didn't
alloys
ask him at all.
containing
It meant Bret
iron
Hart
or
of
nickel may have
It's just best to act
No-
like
no
nothing happened.
beeps.
The
Not
last
there.
chance to talk about it, I'm talking about it. Through this
12th century
action
knew how
of
to
David,
avoid
if
that.
there's a event by looking out for more would-be attackers.
So here's
but
the
yeah,
thing.
there
This
should be
kind of
some
led
sort of
people to
pleb
realize,
button that you
alright,
smash whenever this
Fenn
goes
is
down.
an
Remember,
avid
this is
outdoorsman
not
and
about
collector,
you.
obviously.
Number 3,
And so
and
a
he
lot
entered
of theories started to pop
super
up
angry with
that
his
the
opponent,
location of
but
the
still
treasure
made
might rely on
area.
knowledge
We did
of
catch a
Fenn's
glimpse of
personal
Stone
history
Cold,
and
who
Fenn
clocked what was
himself,
happening and got out of
like
Michael's
where
way.
he and his family
What on
lived,
earth?
where they like to
Well,
visit.
it was
right, like, you know, the
never
national
ran
parks.
away
and
from
particularly
anyone. Even in
during his
1996 and
childhood. So that's
1997,
where a
when
lot
he
of
was
people
still
started
listed
to
as a
put this
bad
poem
guy,
through
he would
his
stand
filter.
up to everyone.
And that's where the
this is
memoir
one of the
really
reasons he
helps
took off. The
elucidate
rattlesnake was a
further
badass.
information
When
on
in the midst of the
him
Bret Hart
that
Shawn
can
Michaels feud, the
inform
camera caught Steve running
poem and the
away.
clues.
Well,
And that's
it
kind of
was
what he had
confusing.
indicated
This wasn't meant to
himself,
happen,
right?
of course,
But
and I
since
like
the
these
thrill of
stories.
the
Austin was
chase,
meant
he
to be
has
nowhere
since
near this.
published
But as the
3 more
hitman and HBK
memoirs.
ran through the backstage
And how
area,
to
we did
interpret
catch
the
a glimpse
poem,
of Stone Cold,
you know,
who clocked
regardless,
what was
has
happening and
been
got out of
hotly
Michaels'
debated,
way.
right?
I mean, what on
He's
earth?
saying,
Yeah,
you know,
to be
just
fair,
take it
this
as
is a
it is,
blink
take
and you
it
miss
face
it moment,
value.
but when you
But
see
even
it,
still,
it's
it's a
so
poem,
obvious it
and
was not
it's-
meant to be
and it's
broadcast. If it had
wibbly-wobbly
been,
with
the
its
end result would have
words,
likely
so
been
you can
Austin
still
dropping
interpret-
all of
you
them on
might
their
feel like
behinds,
it's direct
because that's
to
all the
you,
audience ever
and it might be
wanted.
directed in a different way to others.
So he had additional memoirs that were released that helped people solve it.
So he had additional memoirs that at least helped talk more about himself, right?
Oh yeah.
Now
and that-
people
and
assumed,
that,
yeah,
that would help.
feed into it all.
Almost had like a DLC roadmap.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing too. And
what, Christian? Why you?
Good comparison.
It's a great comparison.
Feels like, you know, Q1 memoir 1, Q3 memoir 2.
Exactly.
You know
like, why don't you just release them all as
Q4
a memoir?
Battle Pass, like.
How many treasures can you get in this season? Here's the thing. Like, I think this is what really started to open up this whole mystery to controversy, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah. But we have a website, fentreasure.com, that features 3 popular theories on essentially how to analyze the poem and its hints. So, and I'm going to break those down briefly before we go into the controversies kind of surrounding this treasure hunt.
Hello,
But
and
one of them is
welcome
kind of
to
A
Get
B.
the Table,
Follows the
another recipe.
poem as an instructional guide leading a treasure hunter from point A to point B. That's one way to interpret it. First, you hit line number 3, clue number 1. You hit line number 4, clue number 2, and then you work your way through, and that's how it guides you.
Right, or that's what he wants you to think, because in line number 1 is clue number 5, line number 6 is clue number 9.
Okay.
And then
all right. Well, I think you're going to confuse yourself again. But no, that is kind of a different way to think about it. So that's A to B, but then there's like a circle path kind of idea, which is clues are all around the same spot. So once you see all of these clues, you know you're in the right place. That is to say, what you're kind of indicating is it would be kind of this way, right? So whatever line this clue is on, these 9 clues essentially are all present at one key location.
Oh.
That's another way to think about it. So yeah, there's that stream, there's that tree, there's that walk.
Yeah.
All in one spot.
Yeah, the source.
And then the third way to interpret these, or at least the third theory, is known as unlock. And it kind of explains that these clues in the poem are in conjunction with other information that stands out to the reader in Fenn's books, thereby unlocking the location. The 9 clues may not be the exact location clues, but clues to what to look for in Fenn's book. It's much more speculative, and it may involve decoding, and it's much more convoluted, but it's interesting. Basically, the clues in the poem point to the book, and once you're in the book, now you got the real clues.
Yeah.
I don't really know about that one, just based on what he himself has said, but it is certainly a way to go about it. You got it, you know, there's a thousand ways.
There's a lot of money on the line here.
Oh, yeah.
Just stowed away somewhere. Could be as easy as behind a rock or sitting up a tree. We don't know.
You got to look at every single location.
This man's like my uncle telling a vivid story. Like,
could be behind that tree or that rock. That stream could be there too.
Here's the thing.
You know that house? Maybe it's there.
Here's the thing. My uncle tells some fascinating stories. Half the time, I don't know if he knows where he's going. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, that's true though. Like it straight up could be perched up on a tree like an owl. Could be sat down on the ground like an owl. I mean, who's to say?
Sat down on the ground like an owl.
I saw a video the other day. Someone tweeted me, and it was an owl practicing hunting, and it couldn't really fly just yet, so it was just running around like a gremlin with its wings flopping around, and it was like, and then it pounced, and I was like, oh, that's adorable, but also sinister as hell. Let's talk about some of the controversies kind of behind it, because as you can kind of pick up on, there's a lot of.
Like, is it for book sales?
Right. Is this for book sales? Is this kind of like, the last breath, the last hurrah to make a name for oneself? Obviously, this man, you can't argue he lived a fascinating life.
Yeah.
And is this one last kind of hurrah for notoriety? There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's nothing kind of evil behind this. It's just, but there are controversies nonetheless. And those are just two off the cuff. But so with this vast web of theories and hints and all this sort of stuff, and the vastness, obviously, of the terrain that this could be hidden in, such as the Rocky Mountains, there are millions upon millions of places that this treasure could be, which leads a lot of people to think maybe, is it even out there, right? But beyond that, many Fen treasure hunters have actually had to call in rescue for themselves and for friends because of the treacherous locations that they were searching in. And so that in and of itself, sending people willy-nilly out into such treachery, it's kind of a hot button topic. I mean, he tried to distill it and say, listen, I'm a 70-year-old man. When I hid this, go where I would.
People are just going to go.
But people are going to go.
At the end of the day, they're going to like try and push themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to think too, there's probably a lot of people that have no hiking experience or outdoor wilderness experience whatsoever.
Like, I got money experience.
You know what I mean?
I
probably
want
not touched grass in months, and they're out here just they're out here like, I gotta go get this money.
Yeah.
I gotta get this bag, this treasure.
Right.
And then they get lost.
Exactly.
And smoking the berry ain't gonna help them. So
right. What did you say? Smoking and marrying? What did you say? I just agreed to whatever he said. I said right. He could have said anything.
I said smoking the bear isn't going to help.
No, I mean,
just like, yeah. Wait, what?
Immediately that turn went.
That man's mind.
So there's obviously that part of it. And how much can he take personal responsibility? It's hard to say. That could be argued. But beyond that, some have even, treasure hunters have even damaged important cultural artifacts and natural structures, and even broken laws leading to arrests in searching for this. So again, it can
causing a ruckus.
Causing a ruckus. And I mean, I think the responsibility is on the person. You can't just be like, he gave me a treasure map, so I just bashed the White House down to say, is it here? Like, you can't just go doing that.
Yeah.
But it's like this delicate balance of regardless, it's still a controversy because these are things that are happening in the wake of it all.
I get it. You threw a lot of money out there and you say, go get it. But at the end of the day, it's just one of those things where like those people are choosing to do destructive things.
Right. What's interesting, I mean, we have even like an example here. There's a searcher named David Christensen. And now this is wild. This happened in January of 2020. He attempted to climb down about 850 feet by tying a rope to a railing in Yellowstone National Park. He had to be rescued, and he was subsequently jailed and had to pay back the park $4,000 because of that. That's how much it cost the park to save him. But come on. I don't think a 70-year-old man went to a national park, looked left and right, tied a rope to the railing, and rappelled down like Mission Impossible.
Yeah, exactly. He was very clear in saying that, like, this is something that I'm capable of doing.
Right.
Now, I haven't seen this Fen character. Like, he could be 70 and buff as hell.
He could be like The Rock.
And then it'd be like, oh, okay, now I know why he's trying to scale the mountainside.
No, but he literally said, I mean, maybe...
And buff.
Maybe he came out...
He wasn't no scientist.
I mean, he's not a scientist. He can't go scaling walls with no ropes, He's not
buff scientist.
Well, I think that's implied by saying scientists. They're all ripped and shredded.
Yeah, all scientists are ripped.
Yeah.
You ask any task force member, scientists, they're buff.
And if you see a scientist come through and say they're buff, or they're not buff, they're not a scientist. You need to check their license.
Not at all.
Let's talk a little bit. Like I'm flying off the cuff because I honestly didn't know how many kind of controversies were in play here. I knew about the treasure hunt, but I didn't know.
I was thinking the controversy was more so in lines of like, it's this guy just trying to sell a bunch of books. Like I'm sure the treasure's out.
Let's talk about how Chris starves himself so he can look cool.
Chris, you're always the go-to guy. Chris, what's the newest diet? I'm doing.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys, he's a bunch of bullshitter.
Welcome to the Sleepycast. I'm Chris O'Neill, Oni, followed by Jeff, Johnny Utah.
Hi there.
Corey Spaz Kid.
Hey.
And the beautiful Psyche Pebbles.
Hello.
Today we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, so put on your overalls and get ready.
Can I just say something too?
Yeah.
If you're looking for a podcast as funny as A Million Ways to Die in the West, this is it.
You come to this. This is
Don't drink.
Don't stop. No, don't click. No, don't go away.
We got all your favorite jokes. We got poop in a hat.
It's the best.
We got Sarah Silverman being unfunny. I mean, really funny for 2 hours straight.
Yeah.
Did you hear the one about her having anal?
It's funny.
Can we talk about Sarah Silverman?
It's a hoot and a holler.
Sure.
Speaking of Jews,
we have nothing against.
But Sarah Silverman sure likes to say she's a Jew, huh, Corey?
And she likes to talk about dog do and weed.
No,
I have no problem with Jewish comedians. The same way I don't have a problem with black comedians or any other kind of comedian, as long as they don't make that their shtick. It's like when a fat guy's like, "Oh, I should do stand-up. What should my shtick be? Oh, I'm fat. I'll make it about that."
Well, it's like,
"Oh, I'm Jewish. I'll make my whole act about being Jewish."
It's not just that. They literally always say the words, "I'm Jewish."
I'm Jewish, so you know my hair is crazy.
That's the joke, and the Fine Brothers
My
did
Jewish
it too.
wife is a bitch. Whatever, you know. God.
Well, that was a successful bit. I'm glad we got that.
Talk about weight loss.
Sarah Silverman, everybody. Animate that. It's a wrap.
Sarah, we have our special guest. Welcome, Sarah.
You sound like the worm.
Why are you still alive?
You sound like the worm bitch from Monsters Inc.
Mike Wazowski.
Speaking about being a fat, useless sack of shit, fucking idiot, Zach.
What are you looking at me for?
I was peripherally looking at both of you.
You were coming up with a topic, so you looked at me and then said that.
My eyes wander because I have a disability.
Okay, it's
what,
fine.
Retardation?
Chris.
Yes.
You like to talk about how let's talk about how Chris starves himself so he can look cool.
I
Chris,
starve myself?
you're always the go-to guy. Chris, what's the newest diet? I'm doing keto. You're always doing something wacky that all the 13-year-old girls are doing these days.
Keto was the only thing I did. Keto was the only thing I did, and it worked. And then I got fat again.
I eat all celery and potatoes, and it makes me.
It's when you cut out like carbs.
You have a lot of discipline, though, Chris.
Bread?
Carbs is like bread and pasta. No, I don't. I'm eating cookie. I just had a cookie and a big pumpkin smoothie right when I walked in.
Yeah, what am I talking about?
But there was a point for like a month where I was doing nothing but keto, and I lost like 30 pounds, and it was
you look
cool.
like a scary skeleton.
You sound like you. All right, never mind.
At first,
I sound like what?
No, you sound like you're gonna have a lot of
At
discipline.
first, I thought you said chemo.
There was no like
chemo would be.
What always happens when I go on a diet is the first like week is like so fucking hard, and then you get so used to it instantly, and then it's the second you eat like one piece of candy is when it all falls apart.
Well, dude, that's like the thing. Like when I was doing like push-ups, like. You know, I did, like I said, 100 push-ups for like 15 minutes a day.
Yeah.
In case I felt like I was sitting down for a while, I'd do like 15 push-ups. And I had a lot of energy, but my stomach had shrunk. But over time, I was just saying, man, I'm fucking lazy. And so I stopped actually being like productive for my body, and I started like, you know.
Wait, so you said I'm lazy, and then you stopped working out because you said you were lazy?
You meant lazy in the work sense, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but it's like when people who starve themselves, like your body goes into this situation where it starts needing food because it thinks it's going to starve again. It doesn't want to shut down, so that's why it starts like burning stuff and like, you know.
Yeah.
So it needs more.
I've never been one person, the type of person to, you know, fall into these crazy schemes.
That's not a scheme. That works.
That's your body. Your body's not.
No, not that. But I mean, there's always a new. There's always a new.
No,
fad
but keto
diet.
definitely works.
It's a fad diet, though.
What did you
No,
go?
but no.
Yeah,
but
I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying it's a fad diet. There's
Chris,
something.
Don't say that
Chris,
keto like is a
Chris.
fad diet because you're pretty much like not helping people by doing
Chris,
that. 'Cause it definitely
chemotherapy
works.
is bad.
Keto therapy is for cancer.
There you go.
I've got the like skin texture of a moldy wall.
That's disgusting.
You just sit out in the sun, Chris.
It has nothing to do with the sun. I got Irish skin.
Yeah, Chris always looked like he was in the pool for 10 hours.
If I walk outside and stay in the sun for 4 days, the sun bounces off me and hits other people.
If you're gonna talk about pools, I can't stand like public pools.
You ever find a plaster in a pool?
A plaster?
Like a Band-Aid?
Oh, Band-Aid? Yeah.
That's no good.
I saw a huge tampon one time in a pool.
I have a real phobia against public pools.
Yeah, me too. Like the last time I was in a public pool was literally like 10 years ago, and I don't plan on going back.
Man, it's been more like over 20 for me, easily.
Yeah, but I'm like,
if you're gonna do it, just go to like an apartment complex pool or something. But even those are kind of gross.
I can't imagine even. I'm like imagining just kid piss like in my eyes.
Exactly. Like swimming in a pool with like dirty kids who take that as an opportunity to shower just to like what do you call it?
What about like a hotel pool? Like a hotel hot tub. A hot tub. What about a hot tub? That burns away all the...
hot tub.
No one pees in a hot tub.
The only hot tub I was ever in was like a family member's hot tub, which, I sort of bared, but...
Oh, yeah,
I think hot tubs are more disgusting because they're almost like more of a breeding ground for bacteria.
Really?
Burning away the germs.
Because it's like hot water. I don't know. I guess they chlorinate it even more than a pool, but...
Well, that's good. It's less bacteria than
I don't have very many opportunities.
Still, it gets all.
In a hot tub.
I think it gets all. I think what I read is it gets all foamy on top. That's dead skin cells. So if you see foam,
just eat the
now
foam.
I no longer want to go in a fucking hot tub because of you. Thank you.
I don't like. Yeah, just eat. Man, I'd rather just swim. The ocean's disgusting in itself, but I'd rather pick the ocean.
Oh no,
lakes are gross.
No,
ocean.
I will say
fucking nasty.
The ocean is the grossest
thing.
When
Chris was 5 years old, he went to the ocean and there was a big crab person grabbing at his legs.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You should go down to like Dominican Republic. The water is super clear.
No, I don't care because it's connected to the rest of the ocean, which is full of snot, pee, poo, blood, dead people, dead animals.
Even if it's dead, even if it's dead animals.
No, what do you mean I watch too many movies?
There's dead people.
There's a million dead people in the ocean. Are you kidding?
Oh my god.
You play games.
You know how big the ocean is.
You play games like Mario Sunshine. You see how beautiful the water is, and then you see like places in like Mexico. But it's fucking beautiful.
If you put a little eyedropper in the ocean, suck out a drop, put it under a microscope, it's fucking nasty. Just like
so is anything.
There's little crab people inside of it.
I can pull a piece of your head on, put it under a microscope, and there's a little civilization.
There will not be a little civilization.
I'm not too worried about that, but I would never swim in certain kind of lakes or ever go.
I would never swim in a lake. Don't swim
to
in a still body of water.
Why not?
Because that's where fucking bacteria. Bacteria there.
You don't want to.
Have you looked at the fucking rims of a lake? There's like urine bubbles and condoms and shit where it all meets at the end.
I did swim in a lake in Lake Okoboji when I was younger, and when we got out, I was covered in like boils and shit because there was like these parasites that dig into your skin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but however,
you know what the ocean's full of?
You know what you shouldn't.
The ocean's full of sharks and jellyfish.
You shouldn't have been swimming next to the septic tanks.
I've been stung by jellyfish.
True. You've been stung by jellyfish?
Yeah.
And you tell me the ocean's nice?
When I was
it is nice.
But I was kidding about the sharks. They're not dangerous. But jellyfish and little fish that
if you're swimming 10 feet from the fucking beach, dude,
let's back up a second.
I'm not dropping you in the middle of the Atlantic.
Have you ever actually been in the ocean?
Yeah.
How far in?
Not in fucking open water.
You mean the beach?
Yeah.
Not in open.
You're not gonna get a shark
in the beach. I lived next to a beach my whole life.
What do you mean not in open water?
Not in like the center of the ocean like that movie where there's sharks biting at their toes.
Is the water not clear?
Sharks actually.
I bet it's not clear.
It's not clear.
Sharks actually are incredibly afraid of humans.
When it is clear, it's nice.
Like that's something that like I never knew growing up. Where it's like I always thought shark attacks were common, but sharks are actually terrified of humans. The only time there'd be a shark attack is if you attract them with blood or like.
Sharks are like they only go after humans if they think you're a seal or whatever.
A seal.
And everyone says that you have more of a chance of being struck by lightning.
Yeah, it's crazy. So go out, find a shark, and fucking beat it to death. And see what happens.
Punch its brains and kill it.
I like sharks.
Can we just talk about the beach for a second?
Sharks are dumb looking.
The beach,
but they are cool.
One thing I will say: a nice beach breeze and the sound of the ocean, very nice.
Nice beach breeze.
Nice.
I've been to the Jersey Shore many times.
Okay, that does not count because Jersey Shore is gross.
It is a little gross.
But
my biggest complaint.
But that's what I was gonna say. The beach is kind of shitty too because you go to the beach, you get back in the car, everyone's like, "Don't get sand in the car," and you're like, "Well, fuck you! Like, it's impossible." Like. You always like step on gross shells, and there's little civilizations up in those too.
My biggest complaint.
And there's crab shit.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Little tiny strings of crab shit all down the beach.
crab shit. There's no crab shit.
There is crab shit.
What?
Little strings of crab shit. That's human shit.
There's
no crabs. There's barely any crabs on the shoreline.
Crabs shit like
you guys
rats.
have not been to Wexford.
I've seen crabs shit like rats when they scurry into their holes.
They
There's
do.
horseshoe
Crabs get propelled by their shit. They spray shit out of their ass and skid across the sand.
That's why they walk sideways.
The hot sand sucks. Stepping on shells sucks.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was.
Hot sand is the
hot
worst.
sand is the fucking worst. When you go to a beach, and you have to walk in the shade in some weird mismatched pattern so you don't burn your goddamn
Look at this.
feet off.
Hot concrete to get off the hot sand.
Oh god, that's the worst. Even when you wear
That's right.
sandals and you step into the sand, you're getting those shards of hot rocks in your.
The only thing I hated when I went as a kid,
God,
my
so
family
fucking
they would pack a bunch of shit for the day. Like they'd get a cooler and pack full of soda and granola bars, and then they just put up an umbrella and they'd sit there for like 6 hours, and it was just that was kind of boring.
And then you got to think of walking back.
I'd just swim the whole time.
But like the ocean smells like shit, and there's seaweed.
You need to go to a nice beach for one time.
Go to a nice beach with nice
Wexford beaches. It is nice. Rustler is a nice beach. They shot Saving Private Ryan on it.
You go down in the Dominican Republic. There's a topless beach, which I was at, which I didn't even know was
Did you take off your top, Joe?
Yes.
Got your little titties out.
One time I went surfing.
Yeah.
Like the first time I was like trying to learn. I was on like a wakeboard. Or
What did you
those,
say
like,
when you were on a
start-out
surfboard? What catchphrase?
I was like 5 and I never
Totally tubular?
I never watched the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so I couldn't relate.
Did you say I'm on a surfboard?
Yeah.
Don't you ever forget.
Or did you win a surfing contest to get the lady?
Yes, but I was on a surfboard at age 5 with my dad, my old man.
Surfing is like a dog
cheese. Pepperoni.
Right, these fucking colloquial terms for father is not what I say. But anyways,
I'm definitely calling my dad.
My dad held my board. He's like, "Get ready, you're gonna surf." And then the water went up and lifted me like 6 feet, and I was screaming, and then I fell off, and I ate so much water and came up spitting and like vomiting like water, and it tasted like a lot of different salts.
I had a brother called Adam. He went surfing with my dad. And
you had a brother called Adam?
Yeah, he went surfing.
What do you mean you had?
Listen, this is what I'm gonna tell you.
What the?
We went surfing.
Yeah.
A huge seaweed guy covered in seaweed grabbed my brother and pulled him in the ocean. We never saw him again. That's
fucking really scary. That's actually a really scary image. Big fucking
seaweed guy.
It was
big
scary.
fucking lumbering seaweed retard.
You know what I'm thinking of?
Wait, I was gonna. Oh yeah, when I was, California.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I went.
Do you know?
I went
you can't say California without saying
that big old state on the west side. But my mom and dad brought me there when I was like 13, and I got in the ocean. The waves were pretty big. I was like, they're not that big, and then a big fucking wave smashed me underwater and like dragged me like 50 feet, and I almost hit my head off a rock.
Water does this thing where it goes over you and pushes you under.
Yeah. It literally like clobbered me into the water. I probably should have died.
It wrecks you.
Yeah.
When I was riding a surfboard, it fucking knocked my ass underwater, and I scraped my face against the rocks, and then I came back.
Is that why you don't have a lower jaw?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It did that to my brother. It actually a wave slammed him into the ocean floor so hard it like damaged his eye.
Oh god. It's horrible.
I don't know, it was a little kid, but it like fucked him up.
A big, huge fucking wave just came and aimed at his eye and fucking streamed down his eye socket.
I think a shell like hit his eye as he got slammed into the ground.
Could you imagine your eye landing on a big crab claw? That'd be the worst way to die.
There's crabs that just stick their claws up out of the sand and you step on them sometimes.
Jeff, I swear to God, I jumped off that thing and it was a 5 foot long crab, I swear.
It was not a 5 foot long crab, Chris.
There's no 5 foot long.
It was a mirelurk.
There's Japanese spider crabs that are like 10 feet tall.
In the deep ocean, yeah, there's king crabs that are really spiky.
Mirelurk.
King crab.
King crab.
Mirelurks, look it up.
I am the crab king.
Oh my god. King crabs. King crab legs.
No.
No, there are scary
I took Chris to Red Lobster. I took Chris to Red Lobster and he was gagging the whole time.
King crab
we were
legs
eating
are
delicious
delicious.
crab legs and he was going, ugh.
Oh yeah, that was that night where I was really hungry and they were like, yeah, we're going out to eat, and they brought me to King Lobster. I was like, do they have anything with seafood? I don't like seafood.
I'm gonna
sorry.
isolate that. You'd laugh like a king crab.
A king crab, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
Hello, I am the king of the crabs.
Well, they look like the king.
Eat my leg.
Jeff, would you negotiate a deal with King Crab to bring your daughter back?
King crab.
Or would you let him behead your daughter in front of his people to show dominance?
I don't know how.
Against your kingdom, Jeff.
I don't know how I would negotiate with the king crab.
I am King Crab. You want your daughter back, Jeff?
Is there two
You
king
must
crabs?
negotiate with me.
No, there's one
What does he want?
No,
what does
but
king
what
crab
if
want?
I want. You must fuck me.
Would you fuck a crab, Jeff?
Would you fuck King Crab to save your daughter, Jeff?
You know, I don't think I've ever seen
You
it.
could shamble his head and eat him for later. You fuck him in the mouth.
It's a terrifying thought having a king crab wrap its legs around you.
If you fuck the crab in its mouth, you could shamble its brain and eat it for
You ever
later.
see a crab's mouth? It's like
They
these
blow
little things.
bubbles.
It's like
They blow bubbles
Yeah,
out.
probably have give
blows
me
bubbles.
blowjobs.
It's like,
Yeah, would you let a crab suck your dick and look you in the eyes?
if it was like 50 feet tall, because you need a big mouth.
Back to this. Everything's like
you
would
let
it suck your
scorpion-
dick?
Would you let a scorpion suck your dick if it looked in?
No, because it would poke your shaft with his tail.
Would you let Michael Cera
I
suck your
thought you
dick and
guys
look you in
liked
the eyes?
crabs. Like all your characters run sideways like crabs.
No.
Forming a
I
mermaid.
think eels are gross.
Eels?
Eels.
What's wrong with eels?
They're fucking black and like
You
floppy.
will never run into an eel.
No.
What about horseshoe crabs?
I've never seen one.
It's cheap like a horseshoe, but it's just a big crab.
One time my uncle walked into my room and he was like, look what I got you. And he handed me a glass jar full of water and an eel curled up inside of it. And I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, it's yours now. And a day later I was like, it was literally an eel wrapped all the way down a jar. And I was like, I don't have a tank. Yeah, I don't have a tank for this. What the fuck? And he was like, it doesn't matter. Just keep it. And I was like, no.
Do what with it?
I know, exactly. So I brought it out and I released it into the ditch.
You should put it in your bathtub or something.
Horseshoe crabs are like a Mario Brothers enemy. I don't like looking at them. They're.
I'm telling you, crabs are fucking putrid. They are the grossest.
They're delicious.
They are disgusting.
Crabs and lobster are. Have you ever had a crab?
I hate it when people say lobster is like the most delicious shit. It's,
You hate that
it's like the most. It's the most gooey, floppy shit.
Lobster? Have you had lobster?
We can talk about the history of lobster.
He just called lobster gooey.
It is on the inside.
It's back in the day, lobster wasn't
like the most expensive.
Oh no, I'm talking about crabs. Sorry, no, lobsters you need to clip
Crabs
it,
are
right?
delicious. No, you got it all mixed around.
Back in the day, lobster wasn't considered a delicacy. It was more like a cheap food.
Yeah, it's just like people being like, yeah, diamonds. Yeah, everyone needs diamonds.
It was more considered like a critter.
I don't like lobster because it's fancy. I like lobster because it's fucking tasty. Dip it in hot butter.
Yeah, no, I like lobster.
Oh,
I fucking love lobster.
I don't
God.
like regular crab. I like king crab and lobster.
I don't even like fish.
You can go to that crab
I like
place
some
at
fish.
Giants. You get like a thing of
I hate
those like
salmon.
crab legs.
I only like battered
cheap as
fish,
fuck.
and it's mostly because of the taste of the batter.
Speaking of friggin' idiots.
Speaking of porn, favorite porn genre, go.
Me?
Favorite genre.
My favorite
of porn.
genres of porn have to be public sex.
You said this before.
Japanese big tits.
Okay.
CF, wait.
Well, capture the flag?
It's clothed female groups.
What's that?
It's when there's a bunch of girls wearing clothes and they start sucking off a dude.
I didn't know that was a thing, Chris.
That's a new one.
That is a new one.
I learned something.
Fucking compilations.
I like compilations.
I don't like compilations because you see a good thumbnail, you click it. You see a good thumbnail, you click it.
Yeah, and it's like
you
a
try to find it,
50-year-old
you're
bitch going.
No, that's what I'm saying. The good part you want to see from the thumbnail that lured you in to begin with is only there for 10 seconds or so.
There was like a
It's a
compilation
scam.
called like, oh, what was it called?
Well, you know what? Hold on.
It had really cool music. It was like,
You know when they have a compilation and there's like one fucking video, but there's just that like thing spread out, or there's like two videos.
Yeah.
It's like it's like
it's like, excuse me, I paid for a
two-parter.
40-minute compilation.
Yeah, excuse me, I
I hate
typed
it when
in-
compilations have clips that are like longer than like 10 seconds. Sometimes it's like, well, let's put in like 10 2-minute clips. It's like, I don't care.
I did my 10-second search and I went to this video willingly. I expect quality compilations.
Yeah, god dang it.
Who cares about fucking compilations? What is your
Jeff,
favorite?
what's your favorite porn?
I like goldfish.
Goldfish.
Jeff, you sent me that video of the Chinese girl eating the goldfish.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever been like browsing? Okay, so when you guys look at porn, right? There's two ways I do it. I go on wankdb.com. I go to
DB.
Go to
it's like Wank
PornMD.
database.
Go to PornMD.
No, Wank. No.
Yes, PornMD.
You guys are
PornMD
fucking.
and
You guys are too
Galore.
mainstream.
PornMD
Anyway.
and
Oh, listen to you. You're a porn
MD
hipster.
and Tube
You're a
Galore.
porn hipster is what you
Listen,
are.
no, but you go on WankDB, right?
You have a favorite genre of porn. You never heard of
You
it.
click on your genre, and you got three options. You go by date, popularity, or how long the video is, right?
Sure.
But what you do is you click on date, so you see all the very latest porns, right?
Those are like excellent.
Very latest porn. It's like an 8-year.
They got like 2 views, right? But one time I was doing that, right, and I found this porn where it was like the girl was super hot and she was like in her clothes, or whatever, being interviewed, and then they like took off her clothes and her tits were like breast cancer post-op. They were like all stitched up and shit.
Ew.
And I was just like, oh my fucking god, what the hell? I was just like looking for big tit porn, and then that was in it. It was.
Did your erection get confused and shoot the other way?
I just
You should
stopped.
probably clarify that a little bit so you don't look like a heartless monster.
No, I'm not saying like.
Listen,
ugh.
alright,
Okay, well, actually, I am, I guess.
You didn't get off to her Frankenstein titties.
Look,
I wouldn't expect a guy with prostate cancer to perform porn. You know what I mean?
Like that's what I'm saying. It's not like she's a fucking gross monster. I'm just saying like when I'm jerking off to porn, that's the last thing I want to see.
You ever see her incisions?
I don't want to break the immersion and start thinking about
break the immersion.
I don't want to start thinking about my
You're
life.
not watching Lord of the Rings, Chris.
I might get
cancer. Porno.
What do? You fucking just
how many?
What?
I close my eyes and think about
like,
why would you put on porn and close your eyes?
How many dick? Do you like seeing dicks everywhere?
Yeah, sure.
A big old fat dick. Yes.
Big old fat dick.
Do you prefer lesbian porn or regular?
Regular.
I used to look at lesbian porn when I was like 14, but then
I like to watch a guy and a girl with God watching over them having missionary sex.
For me, if it's like lesbian, they can't be that like dainty, like touching, like soft shit. They have to be like
you know what soft porn.
Vulgar lesbians.
Vulgar lesbians.
Yeah, like
I never really
violent,
understood that
slapping each
type
other,
of porn
fucking-
where it's. Sorry, go ahead.
Huh? No, it's just for girls. Like
I never got lesbian to some degree. I like it, but I never got the degree where it was like, what's the point? Because with most porn,
it's like a
I think
massage.
to some degree with porn, you kind of put yourself in the guy's shoes just a little bit. You can't really do that with lesbian porn. You're just like
if two
some creepy molester looking
if two lesbians walked in here right now and got down on the table, started to do 69.
What can I
I'd be
do?
like,
I just sit
whoa.
here.
No, but I'd be really horny looking at it.
Yeah, but what did I do? I just sit here and masturbate.
But I would much rather look at a big, sexy, buff, hairless dude fucking or girl.
Yeah, but you're like, oh, that's my dick. You know, you squint a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you like the porn that's like a video that's like 27 minutes long of just the one angle of like penetration, like right up the girl?
I hate that back of the ass view of the balls.
What? Who's that catering
and it's like half an hour long.
It sickens me because a lot of the time the guys don't shave, so you just see this like big ass bush. I want to see like the girl going,
ass bush. Yeah.
And I want. You know what really pisses me off when you're watching a porn and the girl's not into it. Because it's like, wow, I'm watching the girl being raped pretty much. This is great.
Yeah, get your dick to me. Yeah, you.
Or when they're like doing overboard, it's like, yeah, fuck me. And you're just like, this is fucking gross.
I saw a video where a guy was having sex with a girl and she started laughing and I was like, fuck you, bitch. I got so angry. I was like, you're gonna laugh? He's having sex.
I would get hornier to that if anything.
No, she was laughing like, oh, is like it wasn't like a sexy horny laugh. It was like, haha, look at you, you fucking loser. And I felt so insecure. I was like, oh, I closed out of it.
Do you like it when the guy shoots his load in her mouth and then she looks like she's like she's enjoying it like it's a treat?
I prefer the mouth rather than the face because every time I see the face, I'm like, oh, close your eyes, close your nose, close your ears.
It makes me want to vomit. She's like,
I know.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate when semen hits people's. I hate bucaque.
I hate when people's semen hits people's faces.
Yeah,
I do too, Corey. I do too.
I don't like facials.
I don't. I hate when semen is splashed against faces. It's nasty.
It's slow motion.
It's fucking gross.
Yeah, I hate when walking down the street and just splash people's faces.
It's cute in art, but it's not cute in real life.
She has to take like a really hot shower to get that off.
Yeah, no, yeah. Every time
you watch like a girl and then she's like getting hit in the eye, so she like twitches a little. It's like, that's
yeah, she's like squinting. It's going to, she's like, oh,
she's clearly trying to enjoy it, but it's like she doesn't see
fucking eyes like turning pulsating red. She's like, oh, so good.
It's in her hair, and you're like, that's fucking horrible.
If the
Get
girl,
some shampoo.
if the girl actually likes it, it's sweet though.
Yeah, but
some girls like it. It's like
I don't
sweet
like
and cool.
Do you guys feel a little bit bad that you? Can you guys watch a black guy in porn, like POV porn? I can't.
Not really, no.
I feel racist a little bit. Because like
I feel intimidated.
Because like I don't have a big black dick. I can't be that guy.
I don't have a big black penis.
See ya, Durrell.
Yeah, I don't.
Have somebody else watch you.
I don't actually watch like black guys fuck girls.
Seems like there's never any light-skinned black guys. It's all really dark black guys.
It's always like a huge scary black guy fucking like a really dainty white girl.
For me, like I know you guys say you have porn stars and stuff you like, but I'm an amateur.
You guys
I like amateurs. I don't.
I really go out of my way to watch porn stars.
No,
but
like,
I know a few
you
of the
guys
names
know
because I see
porn
them
stars.
around.
I don't know a single one.
I can't tell you one porn star, Corey.
Me neither.
I can tell you like 3.
Because when I watch porn, it's all amateur.
Is a good one.
Speaking of porn, Bucky Larson, Born to Be a Porn Star.
It's a great movie.
Jeff, you saw this movie.
I did. I
recently.
Based on Corey's recommendation that it was the worst, one of the worst movies ever. I watched it.
Which doesn't pale in consideration to the other worst movie ever made.
What was the angriest you ever got?
The angriest I've ever gotten.
If I don't animate well that day on when I'm working on, I drive home and I'm slamming in the gas pedal and I'm trying to not to swerve into a telephone pole.
What would prompt you to yell at somebody, like a random person that you don't know very well?
If there's a really antagonistic like drunk person, that really makes me mad.
Oh, hey man, what's up? What's good?
If somebody's really fucking around and they're drunk, like not friendly drunk, I mean like either like an angry drunk or
Like
somebody's trying to like pick a fight.
Oh god,
that pisses me off. I can knock somebody out doing that.
The worst thing about that is like some people can be the nicest people when they're sober, but when they get drunk, they turn into fucking monsters like that.
All right, Chris, I get it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Chris, that's the most pissed off ever was at you.
Yeah.
Was when one time you were drunk.
Just
because
you pissed me off so much.
I'm usually a
that time.
nice drunk.
I know, 98% of the time.
Just because I threatened to swing an axe into somebody's face when I have too much to drink.
Fucking
sorry.
Yeah, I swear to God, Zach, that was the only time I got drunk and I was an asshole.
Chris, let me explain. Chris got drunk one time a couple of years ago, and he kept hitting me in the testicles. That's the closest I've ever come to punching you in the mouth, and you were really irritating me.
It was funny.
How many times did he do it?
He did it like twice, and I was getting pissed off.
Oh, wait, let's guess why. Let's all guess why was Chris angry.
Because
Let me guess, Chris. Let me guess. You saw a king crab, huh?
No.
You saw a big scary king crab.
I would not get mad at fish, but it was because my mom was
over in Dark Souls.
No, actually, wait. I got.
Why'd you have to think about that?
Because I got mad a few times at Dark, like really mad. Well, okay, I broke a PlayStation controller over Dark Souls.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I was playing. No, I was having a horrible day, right? And I put on the second game, and then there was a part where like I was finally about to beat a boss or whatever after like the 50th time, and then the controller died, and I just smashed it off the floor.
The maddest I've gotten is probably when I've played games.
The thing I ever broke was I bought a MacBook Pro. Chris recommended it to me. He was like, "It's an amazing piece of hardware."
No, I told
Mac
you.
is so good.
All I ever said about a Mac.
I'm not going to tolerate this
Macs
Mac
are
bashing.
fucking
faggots.
Hell
not.
Macs are.
Jeff,
I'm tired of you guys having your temper tantrums on
let me
Twitter
finger
about
your
Macs.
Mac to you.
Whatever.
I bought a $2,000 MacBook Pro.
Wait, I want to justify this.
Okay.
Macs are amazing to record on. End of story. They're shit for everything else.
Mac laptops are garbage. That's true.
Listen, I bought a $2,000. I spent $2,000.
It's not true.
Mac laptops are garbage.
I spent $2,000 on a MacBook
bloated.
Pro. Jeff, listen to me.
They're bloated.
And a Windows machine is not bloated?
Not like a Mac laptop.
Macs don't come with fucking... What do you call it? Like all that software preloaded on the desktop.
They don't come with fucking cut and paste either. I still don't know how to cut and paste on a goddamn Mac. You gotta like copy it and then delete the old file. It's so fucking stupid.
I've been using Macs for years.
Macs are just, they're designed to be just tiny bit different in the worst ways.
Mac desktops.
Pissed off so many people.
Says the guys who have constantly broken Windows computers. Whatever.
Here's my fucking story.
Whatever,
I spent $2,000 on a fucking MacBook
Yeah.
Pro. $2,000. $2,000.
Yeah,
How much? I had it for a year. You know something, Jeff? You know what I did? I used Facebook, Skype, and maybe something else, like maybe Flash once in a while. After 2 years, it crashed 4 times. Listen to me. I used it for nothing. I used this fucking bloated overpriced piece of shit for nothing. I used the internet.
You could have used it for more stuff.
But I didn't.
This is his point.
For absolutely no reason, it stopped working. It crashed completely. I had Mike Welsh.
We'll go get it fixed.
I had Mike Welsh. I'm not going to blow hundreds of dollars. I had Mike Welsh reset and fix it again. Everything was white for no reason. I didn't touch this piece of shit. Then I did it 2 more times. And the third time, he finally reset it again. And I was using Skype. And I was talking to someone on Skype. And I was saying, all that was on this computer was Internet Explorer. There's only Safari and Skype.
Yeah.
And I was typing to someone. I was saying, hello. And I typed in hello. And it took 5 minutes to type the H, the E, the L, and the L, and the O.
Let me ask
so you know what I did, Jeff? I took it against my knee, and I fucking pushed it slowly and broke it against the back of my leg. That desktop computer I have over there, that desktop computer I have, the HP, I bought 3 years ago for $200, and I have it loaded with shit.
Let's use
and
an
it's still working great.
Let's have an analogy. When a woman's pregnant, she has a kid, and he has Down syndrome. Are you condemning all humans? People does not have kids
anymore? You're saying my MacBook was a Down syndrome child in the people.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I had a Mac. I had a big fucking. I had a big.
I used his Mac in Ireland. You know something?
So what you're saying is because you have a Downy kid that you should give extra care.
Jeff, here's a better analogy.
Sometimes it happens. That's all I'm saying.
So
sometimes you get a Downy kid.
You should give extra care to your Downy kid.
All Mac is. Every Mac product has the Down syndromes. You just got the regular kid. You're the anomaly. The normal kid is the outlier.
Jeff, I gotta say, right, before I moved to America, right, I had to copy everything off my Mac onto a hard drive so I could bring everything to America, right? Do you want to hear it? This was...
I don't know what you're trying to convince me of. I've never had a problem.
Listen, this should have been the easiest thing to do, right? All you do is you cut and you paste, right? Except not on a fucking Mac, right?
I cut and paste all day.
Listen to me.
And it cuts and it pastes.
This is the problem, right? When you have a hard drive and you want to put something from a Mac onto a PC, PCs use different format. They use like fucking FAT or whatever, or Mac uses something. I think they use two different things, right? So
a long time ago they were different processors.
You have to buy a hard drive that says, I go into a PC and a Mac, I'm cool, right? I got one of those, I put it into the Mac, I try copying shit onto it, and then halfway through this big long fucking conversion, it says, no, sorry. And I'm like, where did my file stop copying? Do I have to start all this again? And then I found out that Macs just, it was... The hard drive had a fucking emulator built into it to help it copy shit on, but I just couldn't handle it.
That was the Power PC processor, Chris.
Jeff, I have something else too.
They moved over to Intel processors years ago.
I had to use those pieces of shit in high school.
That was a legitimate problem, but
you have to.
It's all sorted out.
It is not sorted out. This happened like 2 weeks ago. It was
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was the closest I came to smashing something recently. I gave it to my sister.
I think the biggest thing that pisses me off about Mac is that they do little things, they make little changes to make it feel like it's different, but it's just more tedious.
Yeah.
It's like, computer, Control-C, copy. Mac, it's like, fucking bend your fingers like Spider-Man to copy.
It's command, it's the
command Apple, fucking Steve Jobs space C, 2 button.
Right, it's command C to copy, command V to paste.
I'm a Mac. All my USB drives are in the back of the fucking screen.
What the fuck is with that?
To what?
I had to fucking hunch over my fucking computer every time I wanted to plug in a memory stick.
In the back of your stupid screen.
See what I got on my desk?
A little fucking
USB stick.
A little memory, a little USB.
The slot is in the back of the thing because like, we're fancy. We can't plug it in the side. It looks too stupid.
They care about aesthetics.
Who cares about aesthetics? I want something that works good.
I've never had a Mac, so I can't experience the fruits.
You
literally
you build your 8-foot tower. You have 8-foot tall computer tower with the neon lights that is like 99% empty.
Let me tell you something.
And look cool, guy.
Have we forgotten
whatever?
Have we forgotten about a Linux?
Fuck Linux.
Fuck you, Corey.
Here's Linux over here.
I use Linux. I can play music.
Yeah, the little Linux kid.
My parents are proud of me. What about Linux?
I'm sorry.
Linux, get a Linux computer.
Linux is PC and Mac.
No,
it's a double conversion. You can have two of the same
It's a
worlds.
fucking hacker's wet dream, is what it is.
Linux is better than PC and Mac. We can play games now.
You can be PC and Mac. You can be together.
I don't want to bring Linux into this.
I want to keep Mac in a fucking. I want to push all Mac into a volcano.
Oh my god.
Windows 8 is terrible.
Can you even imagine the fucking comments on this? It's going to be 99% PC Mac, it's going to be 99% PC assholes bashing Mac.
Let me tell you something.
Who never owned a Mac.
Let me tell you something.
Whatever. Fuck
we
you
both
guys.
own Macs.
Let me tell you something.
I don't care.
I had a Mac at one point. Like
you said you didn't ever have a
My
Mac.
dad let me use his Mac,
okay.
and then he gave it to me because he hated it.
Macs are gay, dude.
And then he was like, I can't fucking, it's crap. And then I gave it to me, and I tried to play a game on it, and it fucking crashed, and I couldn't use it ever again.
Jeff, the government made these computers to see if retards really would buy things, and you know something, Jeff? They were right.
Why are all these PC manufacturers going out of business? What was the one that had like the cow pattern? What was that one?
Oh, Packard.
Yeah, where did that company go?
Did they go out?
They just died, yeah.
Really? Packard went out?
Yeah, Hewlett-Packard.
That was the first computer.
Dead.
Oh, HP? The one I have is dead?
I think so. No, is it Hewlett-Packard? No, it's not
Bell.
HP.
But
that was the first computer I had. Was that stupid?
Isn't HP an ice cream brand?
The Cow computer company.
The Cow computer, the first one I had. No,
it's
not
Dell.
Dell.
You know what Macs are good at?
What, a doorstop? What?
No.
What, Chris?
Cooking eggs because they get so fucking hot.
When I was in Chris in Ireland, I used this computer to use Flash, and I was drawing something, and for no reason, I deleted all the timeline. I deleted all my pictures. PC, Mac,
maybe it's
0.
you. The old lady at Wawa doesn't like you. I don't know. Maybe it's you.
The old lady at
Maybe
Wawa
it's
has
you.
saggy old tits, and she always mopes
Maybe the
around.
computer doesn't.
You know what? You know what really made me mad?
What do you have against Linux?
That fucking ad with Justin Long where he's like, yeah, well, we don't get viruses, so... a Mac can do it works with everything. Guess what? I bought a fucking USB bus, plugged it into the Mac, didn't work. Guess what else I bought? Fucking Logitech. A Logitech webcam didn't work.
Every Logitech, I buy Logitech stuff all the time
So
for my
do I.
computer, and it all works.
It didn't work on my Mac.
Well, you got jizz in your USB ports or something, Chris. I don't know what to tell you.
I would never jizz in my USB port.
Probably did.
All right, enough talking about Mac's PC and the best friend of them all, Linux.
Let's just call it a stalemate, and
let's just admit that Linux is useless and nobody fucking uses it except for hackers.
You're gonna get hacked.
There's like one listener out there that's really mad.
No, last time
that one Linux
my teacher showed us how to install Linux, and then it's like, don't worry, no one uses it, and I was like,
you don't understand. You don't need to use a command line anymore. You can use like the user interface.
I actually have no idea what a Linux is. It has a stupid friggin' penguin on the picture.
Unix. It's based on Unix.
I don't know what that is.
It's I guess it's like
that's the little girl's Unix system from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
I don't really know either, man. I'm just
What's
a dumb idiot that animates.
System?
I just need Flash and Photoshop, and I don't really care. iTunes syncing to my phone.
iTunes makes me sick, Jeff. I want to drag and drop an MP3.
Here we go.
That's all a kid ever wanted.
There's no problem with iTunes.
Yes, there's a lot of problems. Steve Jobs, he was not a nice guy.
Have you seen Alex Jones talk about Bill Gates?
Steve Jobs was a questionable human, but he was motivated.
You hear about like his whole cancer thing, that it was basically his fault?
Yeah.
He wouldn't get a cure.
I don't know how much of that is absolutely true, but it does sound like he wasn't listening to his
Let me clarify that so I don't sound like a fucking asshole. Steve Jobs died of cancer.
He had some kind of organ failure, but then Ashton Kutcher decided to live off the Steve Jobs diet, and then he got sick too.
Really?
Yeah.
Ashton Kutcher?
You know about that? When he was making that Steve Jobs movie, that biopic, he decided to go on this like Steve Jobs diet of like just eating apples all day or something. It was some. I'm sorry if I don't get this exactly right, but it was basically like this fruit diet, and he put himself in the hospital.
But what happened was like in 2001 or 2, they were like, Steve Jobs, you realize you have early forms of pancreatic cancer, right? And he was like, yeah. And like, we can get a surgery to remove this, and he was like, you know what? I'll rub tree shrubs on it and stuff, and it's fine.
Steve Jobs
died of cancer.
I think early in his life he got this. He was this weirdly spiritual guy who just like eating at Buddhist temples. Or I'm getting this all wrong. I think, by the way, there was something weird going on where I think he just felt he could heal himself through natural means, and he was wrong and paid with his life.
Yeah.
The end.
Look,
don't crucify me.
All I'm saying is
what.
I
like it. I'm not gonna trash Android phones.
I'm Chris.
They're
I
nice
use an Android.
phones.
I play airplane.
Everyone should use an Android.
I just don't care. I just want
the only bad thing is
work, and that's it.
They're kind of like targeted for viruses and shit.
Yeah, I never had a virus on my Mac. Eat that shit.
That's true. Did you hear about when people were going to the Olympics in Russia? The second they got off the plane, all their phones were getting hacked by like nearby like towers and shit.
I did not hear about that.
Yes.
iPhones?
No. Well, I think it was mostly Android because I don't know why. You never really hear of like iPhones or like Macs getting viruses or hacked or whatever.
I mean, I guess it can happen, but.
Yeah, but not really.
You don't have a bunch of old people clicking on exe files and plagues.
Anyways, I can't relate to this fucking topic because I've never experienced the fruits of having a terrible Mac.
Let's talk about rocks for your favorite subject.
Rocks.
Corey, what's your favorite kind of rock formation?
Pet rock. Get an Ico.
Corey, if you had a pet rock and it died, would you feel sad?
I don't give a fuck because I probably killed it.
The East Coast has better.
What? Hold on, I have a question.
The West Coast.
What was that? Pet rock? Did you pay upwards of like $50 for like a fucking rock that you stick into a thing?
Corey, I can't say I ever knew anybody who had a pet rock.
A pet rock. That was a thing.
You can buy
in 1950.
Yeah. How did that become a thing?
It was just a gimmick. It was just like that year's like Elmo doll.
Yeah, it's got googly eyes. Isn't that wacky?
No, there wasn't googly eyes on it.
What?
It was just a rock.
Googly eyes. It was just a rock.
It was just like a rock. Next year was a slinky.
It was a rock in a fucking hamster breathing cage.
There's an animal where it looks like a rock and you cut it open and it's pink on the inside.
Ooh.
A what?
An animal.
Anyways,
it looks like a rock and you fucking cut it in half with a hammer.
To answer your question,
it's pink. You mean it's guts?
It's got like blood and shit.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chris. That's a lie.
It's called the Rockosaurus.
To answer your question, fuck rocks.
Bedrock.
You know Seth MacFarlane was going to remake the Flintstones, or he was going to make his own series of it?
Of course.
He was going to bring back the world's funniest sitcom about Stone Age
Who is passionate about the Flintstones?
Seth MacFarlane, that's who.
He was.
I mean, it's an okay show for the time, but who dreams about, oh man, I got to bring back
the Flintstones.
It was really funny though. They cut their grass with dinosaurs. They washed their dishes with dinosaurs.
Yeah, they ran around with their car.
Even opened their mail and saw a little dinosaur inside.
They surfed down. They surfed down Brontosaurus.
I didn't grow up with the Flintstones and Jetsons, so when I watched it, I'm like, man, this is boring. But I thought Jetsons was better.
Are they gonna put feathers on the dinosaurs?
Oh, are they gonna do that for the Jurassic World?
No.
Oh, did they say they're not going to do that?
The director was very anti-feather.
Very anti-feather.
Feathers look stupid, dude.
No, they don't.
What?
There are some cool renderings of dinosaurs with feathers.
I saw the big white T-Rex with the feathers.
The people who do it right, they look like they really are not the descendants, the opposite of like birds. Ancestors of birds.
I can't believe I knew that.
Yeah, I know. Corey knew a word I didn't.
I can't believe I remembered that.
When somebody renders a dinosaur like a velociraptor with feathers correctly, it looks cool. It looks like it should.
Well, I guess like even if it didn't, it would still be like a breath of fresh air or whatever.
I think it would look cool.
I've seen the same old T-Rex design over the last 20, 30 years.
Everyone just rips off
these nude dinosaurs.
Do you know what I found out today?
What?
I found out that penguins have knees.
Corey, that's crazy.
It's true.
That's crazy talk,
Corey. They have. I swear to God.
No fucking lies allowed in this podcast.
No, it's true.
This is a lie-free zone.
They found a penguin, they cut it open and pulled out its legs, and then it had like these long, like human legs.
I gotta say,
I swear to fucking God, jokes aside, they actually have knees.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a documentary on penguins?
No, because
their lives.
I saw Farce of the Penguins.
I was about to say, I saw the funniest freaking movie ever, Farce of the Penguins. Look it up.
I saw Meet the Spartans, and at the beginning there was a penguin who shat all over the person's face. That was really funny.
Crazy creatures.
What do you like about the penguins?
It's not that I like. They're insane. They live in these sub-zero below like temperatures. They travel. Oh man, I can't even fucking remember. But the whole way they mate and they take care of their eggs, and the egg is always on the cusp of freezing into a solid block. It's amazing. It is a goddamn miracle penguins can reproduce in those temperatures.
And there was one penguin who could tap dance.
Yeah, I was about to say, from Happy Feet. That's how I found out about that.
And also, you gotta watch out for the white grizzly bears.
They pass the eggs between their feet without it touching the ground.
Really?
Yeah, and they all huddle together so they keep the warmth up in their group.
They put the
They're pretty fucking stupid too.
Yeah, no,
they just like walk off cliffs and
They
stuff.
do this thing where like they walk 70 miles in some direction and come back for like almost no reason. I don't know.
Yeah, and they could have just flown because they got little wings. They're stupid.
They can't though.
They can't.
They're actually insects, not even birds.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're insects.
They're insects, yeah. Penguins are insects.
Why do they have little flippers and beaks?
Insects have those too.
Oh, you're right. Like the
fly.
Like the praying mantis.
Water bugs.
You ever see a whale sleeping? They sleep vertically.
What do you mean?
With their like noses facing the sky, and they just drift like fucking towers in the water.
That's hysterical.
You know, whales came from. They used to be land animals.
Yeah, they're mammals. They found this whale that was walking around the streets with its legs and had fully formed
blue whale?
legs. Yeah, a huge blue sperm whale.
Oh my god.
I don't know how they got so big. I don't think they were so big. They weren't that big on land.
I just don't get why they evolved to be that big.
It'd be really funny if like there was a blue whale in the bottom of the ocean who still had arms and legs, and he just came up one day to say hey.
There was a transitional creature that did live in the water, but had capable like arms and legs, and he kind of just scurried around on like the
Jeff, what's your favorite dinosaur?
How can you dismiss evolution when there's actual evidence of whales having...
Corey, there's evolution, or there's evidence of evolution in practically everything.
Yeah, but how can you just be like, it doesn't exist? It's like, then how the fuck does that whale have feet bones?
Because the devil put them there to trick you.
Anti-evolution people are idiots.
Yeah.
End
of story. You
Corey,
couldn't argue.
favorite dinosaur, Corey.
Corysaurus Rex.
Corysaurus.
What
about the Chrysosaurus?
There is a Corysaurus.
They have like they have tumors on their heads. They run into trees till they die.
I don't really care about the land mammals. I like the
dude. I think
the sea dinosaurs.
The plesiosaur is fucking.
They're the scariest.
They're the ones with the big long necks. They're
fucking sweet. The Loch Ness monsters are awesome. I was a kid. I loved plesiosaur as a kid.
I like the cousin of the megalo squatch is the megalo. What is it? The megalodon shark.
Yeah.
Were they real?
Yeah, they ate the megalosquatches though.
What's a megalosquatch?
Oh, you don't know the tale of the megalosquatch?
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard of that.
You should listen to your own podcast.
You should explain the megalosquatch to little Chris here.
I get
it's
it.
exactly like a Sasquatch,
no.
but it's 2 inches taller.
It's 2 inches taller than a Sasquatch.
It looks exactly the same as a Sasquatch, but it's 2 inches taller.
Does he make any different sounds?
Hey!
Wait,
and it likes blueberry pies.
That's the megalosquatch.
What is it?
No, the megalo likes bananas and coconuts.
Oh, the megalosquatch is 30 feet tall.
What about-
That's a whole other story.
Have you guys ever heard of the Babasquatch?
What is that?
Babasquatch?
Yeah, it's like it's 1 inch shorter.
Where does it live?
In tiny small cracks and crevices
Have
in
you
the
guys
walls.
have you guys heard of the Squatch Sash? It has a
No.
backwards head. It's a normal Sasquatch if it has a backwards head.
Does it
bumps
walk forward or backward?
It doesn't know. It just walks in circles. It's too confused to do anything.
Which way? So it walks backwards. I
How
can
does it
see
get
where it's
around,
going.
Zach?
It just screams and tries to find its way everywhere. Yeah.
Uses echolocation while it's screaming.
Oh!
It's got like good bat. It's got bat sonar.
Except for it's still screaming. That's
The-
you can
the-
hear it coming.
The guano squatch is the.
You know, some people say you can smell the
sonar
Sasquatch
one.
coming because it smells like sewage. You can hear the fucking.
Do you guys want to hear a funny thing?
Dick.
T-Rex's arms
Size.
are very small. They can't do press-ups.
No shit.
Dude, do you think that's funny?
They probably
dude?
can't grab stuff.
Do I get a funny point?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good job.
I have small arm.
I have a small arm.
Imagine.
Welcome to my humor.
Imagine if T-Rex had huge arms and tiny legs. That'd be funny, I think.
It wouldn't
Don't
live
you?
very long.
Just dragged himself along.
Yeah, just dragged along. Fucking grabbed dinosaurs by the neck and just smashed them against the ground.
It's funny
Fucking
though.
silverbacks grew from
Did you know
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
They recently discovered that silverbacks are the females because the males jerk off on their backs after them fucking.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's talk about assholes who drive cars around.
Let's talk about loud
All right.
fucking dickheads who think that their car is like their next wife. Or is like the closest thing to fuck.
Okay. The worst are these old cunts on their motorcycles.
Holy fuck, yeah, these like 60-year-old Harley
I
guys.
could not hate somebody. I could not hate a group of road driving people more than these old fucking cunts that they're like the badasses of the road. They make sure their motorcycles are as loud as possible. Nobody is. They want to be intimidating, but nobody is scared of them. They just look like miserable
They're a
old
nuisance.
shits.
They're a pest.
Yeah. Every time I have to turn out, this old shit like gives me the middle finger, and he's like, "Fuck you!" And I tried following him, and I couldn't find him, but I was so fucking.
What would you have
pissed.
done if you would have
I was gonna bitch him out. I was gonna pull up next to him and scream at him. I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. I'm like, no fucking 70-year-old is gonna scream "fuck you" in my face and get away with it.
I've never been a car person. My friend Andrew, he was obsessed with cars back in the day. He would be like, "Man, I got a 1040S GS fucking volume 10 mixer car battery Alpha Omega," and I'm like, "Cool, dude." You know what? I remember he was talking, and he used to be so adamant because he could tell you 100 reasons why Ford sucks and why Chevrolet's better, and then he'd be like, "Do you agree, Corey?" I'd be like, what? I literally know nothing about cars. I don't understand engines. I don't understand
I don't
anything.
get the appeal of making them look nice. The purpose of a car is to go from point A to point B.
I remember we went car shopping for a car, and I'm like, "Oh, that car looks nice." He's like, "Car's garbage." And he like opened up the engine. And he was talking for 20 minutes, and I'm like, "Yeah, but it has like black seats." And he looked at me like I was an idiot.
I think I'll say my dad is a bit of a car aficionado, and I have appreciation for older classic cars. I'm not a fan of newer cars really, but cars from like cars from the 50s and 60s I'm a fan of. I just think they're like aesthetically pretty nice looking. I don't know.
Cars can look nice, yeah, but to me, it's like I wouldn't care if I just had a fucking like white car. Is there a brand like that? White car?
A white car?
You could get a Kia.
That's a brand.
You could get a Kia. That's about as.
Dude,
that's
if
pretty much
if I went to a fucking car retailer or the guys that like
They would
fast
take
talk
advantage
about
of you so
it's
bad,
so
Corey.
easily. I'd be like, "Okay, why should I get this car?" He'd be like, "Listen to this baby purr," and he'd turn on the engine and it would fucking explode. And I'd be like, "Yeah, well, it's loud. I don't want it."
Well, Corey, if you
I don't
had
like
a
the
car,
exploding part.
maybe you'd like them more.
Here's the thing: I had a car and I had my license, but this is another thing why I don't like driving. I'm not afraid to drive. I can learn the road and I can be very what's the thing? Attentive?
Yeah, attentive.
Attentive. I can be very attentive when I drive and pay attention. But it's the stupid fucking assholes that are not attentive that I'm afraid of. Like, I don't want to be driving and some fucking crazy motherfucker cuts in front of me and I have to react by stopping like an asshole.
The scariest thing to me is not even like guys who are purposely assholes. It's accidents.
Yeah, no,
they're accidents.
That's the thing, and it's like that to me is what scares me, and that's why I couldn't drive, because I remember I would have just like kind of small panic attacks when I drove, and people would fucking swerve in front of me and be like, "Quit driving in the middle of the road," and I'm like, I'm parked, and it's just like
that,
Jesus.
That happened to be a lot. That happens to be a lot here in this area, especially if I go to the airport or the highway or something. I run into at least 3 or 4 assholes who are fucking weaving in and out of traffic.
That's why I just can't. I'm afraid. I mean, I'd like to drive, but I just
Yeah, there are incredibly aggressive drivers that I really am not a fan of, and then there's people who just don't understand. There's some basic rules you should need to follow, and they just feel they don't need to. People who don't use their turn signals.
Oh,
I don't understand this no turn signal epidemic going on, but it does help to know when you're turning.
They built it into the fucking car for a reason.
I thought it was illegal to not do that.
It is kind of.
It's like jaywalking. It's like they're not.
If you did it in front of a cop, your ass.
That would be fucking over. That's really reinforced in Ireland.
But it really fucks up things when you don't know that you're expecting the person to turn in an intersection and then they don't.
Yeah.
And you're either waiting for them or you decide to go straight and then they start to turn into you.
My dad actually flipped a van because of that.
He flipped a van?
Yeah, my dad was driving his van behind a car, and the person so the person used their turn signal to turn right, but then they turned left, and my dad fucking went, ah! And he turned left, and his van slipped on its side, and it skated along the floor.
Damn.
My mom
That's how he died.
Got T-boned by somebody and double flipped her car.
Really?
Yeah.
Double flipped it. Was she okay?
She fly out of it like a rag doll and land on her brain.
I guess when the firemen on the scene, they were expecting a car full of dead people, but I guess my mom and her friend lived. But man, that was horrifying.
I couldn't imagine that. Imagine seeing like a semi truck coming at you or something like that.
This dude flew through the stop sign. The funniest thing is that when you know they're fucking lying, he wasn't paying attention, and he told them he had a bug up his nose. That's why he didn't see the stop sign. He had a bug up his nose.
Can I tell you my biggest fucking I want people to die when I see them do this.
Yeah, go for it.
Say there's a left lane and a right lane, right?
Yeah.
You're in the right lane.
Yeah.
And the left lane, both are straight. They both go straight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The left lane, up ahead, you see very way up ahead, the left lane is being closed down. So instead of getting in the lane they're supposed to get in, they stay in the wrong lane purposely.
Oh, yeah.
So they can go all the way to the front and then fucking cut in, put their signal on and cut in. I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll like basically take the lane that's closed that they know is closed, but go to the very end of it where it's closed, and then put their signal on and wait to cut in.
There's this one spot near the mall, and yeah, it's basically 2 lanes, and they stop at the intersection, and within like 10 feet across the intersection, then the lanes merge.
Yeah.
And if you're a decent fucking human being,
you'll get in the lane you're supposed to get
into. You get in the left lane.
Yeah.
And you wait there, and even if you're coming down the road and you see a huge line, and there's still nobody in the right lane, you still get in the left lane because everybody has to stay in line to get through the intersection and get through the merging part. But these dickheads will like, oh, I'll just skip this whole line of 20 cars, and they'll get in the right lane, and then they're forcing themselves to merge into the middle of this line of polite people who understand the order of things.
Whenever I see those people, I make it a point, like if somebody's trying to get in, I make it a point to like tailgate the guy in front of me so I can't let them in. I fucking hate those people, dude.
Oh, I like playing. My favorite part is playing chicken with them. When I'm in the right lane and these dickheads get in the other lane, I will never submit to them.
Exactly.
Because I'm in a bigger car. I just look at them and I just keep going. I don't care if they run into the sidewalk.
That's why you're like, fuck you, this is my lane. You saw the thing, you purposely chose not to follow the rules.
I get perverse pleasure from watching them slam on their brakes because I will not let them in.
If you want severe anxiety and you don't drive, you should drive because that'll fucking give it to you. It'll make you hate people.
Oh, it does.
It makes you wish people you don't know would die, honestly.
And that's why
I do like driving a lot, but that pisses me off.
Drive.
It's nice though when you're driving on like a nice day.
Yeah.
A leisurely drive. That's a nice way.
I used to drive, but it's those situations where you deal with fucking assholes that just ruin the experience entirely. Yeah. Where you're just afraid you're gonna fucking break your car or die and not be able to pay for it.
I know it happens.
I'm gonna get really angry when I start driving.
Don't live in fear, guys.
Jeff, do you have road rage? Do you think would you say you get road rage?
Sometimes. I mean, yeah. If somebody, I don't act on it.
You ever yell at somebody like, "Oh, you motherfucker"?
I'm not the type that screams in my car. No, but there are.
Or do you kind of talk to you like, "You motherfucker"? Do you talk to yourself like that?
There's people pull. Yeah, I mean.
I do. I'm like you fucking. I get so mad.
I see shit people pull. So it blows my mind. These people who they will pass another car in the parking lane. It's like a lane where all these cars are parked with park meters, and this dude will swerve into that lane and out real fast right before rear-ending another car.
It's the weavers, dude. It's the weavers. It's these guys who go in and out of the traffic.
Yeah, oh yeah. They don't use turn signals. They just quickly and very aggressively weave in and out of traffic. And they basically save themselves about 15 seconds over the course of like 3 miles of reckless driving.
The weavers on the highway are the worst though, because they're dangerous. These guys who will cut in, cut out, cut in. It's like, dude, you with no signal. Oh god, that's fucking dangerous.
One thing I will never do is own a motorcycle. That like even if I'm gonna drive like not an asshole on a motorcycle, I've read about and I've seen too many motorcycle accidents that ended up in death. So.
These guys who fucking explode in pieces, into a million pieces,
Not even their fault. It's just a car bumps into them and they just go fucking flying and they get killed. So I don't know. I'm too afraid to ever do that.
Driving, what a hassle, Jeff. Huh? You know what I mean? Isn't that relatable? Wow.
Ooh, yeah.
Or
drivers.
Corey, you're a talented guy. What are some of your inspirations?
Same fucking cookie cutter inspirations everyone else has, like the wacky cartoons, bright colors, the 80s.
What are some cartoons you liked?
That made you go, wow. What cartoons were you watch as a kid where you're like, wow, I kind of want to do that, you know?
Oh, well, I mean, like Ren and Stimpy, obviously. Rocko's Modern Life, because I loved how unorganized everything was and how weird it looked. Mainly the design of Rocko's Modern Life. I just loved how crazy and chaotic it was. People will knock it till the fucking cows come home, but I love the Invader Zim style, how dirty it was and shit.
It was very dark and kind of bleak.
I guess that's generally it. And then I guess animator-wise, definitely like Aaron, because of how like his like color choices and his style.
Any comedic inspirations?
Comedic inspirations.
Who makes you giggle like no other? Who makes you like laugh harder than anybody else?
I have to think about that one.
I know Steve Brule. I know like
Steve Brule. Yeah.
You take a lot of stuff from that. It shows
John C. Reilly is I guess
I like Steve Brule.
What about you, Chris? Either visually and or comedically.
Every time someone asks me that, I never know what to say, because the only thing I can really say inspired me to do cartoons was just when I was younger I drew, and then everyone was like, hey, you're good at drawing, and I was like, okay, I'll just keep doing it. And then when I was like 13, started doing Flash, and then all I really watched at that point was like South Park. To the point where I can't even watch the new ones because it's so like it inspired me so much back in the day that all the new ones are nothing like it anymore, so it just kind of weirds me out. I don't like when I was younger I used to be really into like action-y stuff, but not really though. Like that's the thing. I used to always like, okay, so I played with fucking toys until I was probably 12 or 13.
I did too. I was way late on that.
I used to fucking like choreograph these crazy fight scenes in my head with toys and shit, and that was, I don't know, it's like
that's what I used to do.
I never really watched Dragon Ball Z or anything, as I recall, when I was younger, so nothing really inspired me in that regard. I used to just love playing with
What inspires you now? Let me put it that way. What inspires you now?
I think games inspired me more than anything. Just the scenarios, just the cool characters, fucking, I don't know, like I used to love Resident Evil, Final Fantasy VII. That's about it, really.
What is it about Final Fantasy VII that you
just takes you all over the world and you kind of feel it when you're doing it?
Does it? And if you feel it was more successful at that than other Final Fantasy games?
Yeah, I think the fucking Final Fantasies. I hate Final Fantasy, dude. I like Final Fantasy VII.
Lost Odyssey.
I played 4, which was good. 6 was good, but none of them really hit me as hard as 7. And then 8 was terrible. 9 was forgettable. 10 was horrible, but like all in different ways. Like 8 was just terrible story. 9 was just kind of forgettable to me.
Did everyone like 9 though? Was it the
everyone likes 9 and everyone likes 10. But 10's like gameplay is good, but its story is just downright horrible. It's like it makes you like sick to play it.
Even though people will argue about the story of 12, I feel like that was my favorite just because of the combat.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like 10 had really good combat, but
I'm so done with turn-based.
Yeah, I don't want to play 10 because it's just how like terrible everything is in the game. Like the music's good, but the characters are all fucking horribly unlikable. I didn't like 12 because it's so like deserty, and I don't really like deserty kind of settings usually.
12 was a really big, diverse game, and I really loved.
Oh man, the characters in 12, you gotta admit, they were terrible too.
Oh yeah. I mean, like the main character with his like little belly shirt.
God, they're just
stupid.
They're just trying to piss you off at this stage.
But just the combat with the gambit system, where you could kind of program your other teammates to do stuff based on what you wanted. I like that a lot. I like the micromanagement.
That's the thing. Like, I'm saying, like, these games are horrible, but all I'm really thinking about is the story, and that's why I like 7 so much. Is because the story kind of made me go, wow.
Yeah, a lot of the stories are not that compelling.
Like 7's like combat isn't even that good or whatever. It's just every time I think of my favorite games ever, it's like Final Fantasy 7, Dark Souls, and because they're the ones that I fucking played forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
Lost Odyssey. First time I played Lost Odyssey, my brother's friend had the game, and he was letting my brother borrow it, and he was like, "Oh, I don't like RPGs."
Yeah.
And I saw it. It was like the first Xbox RPG I've ever seen in my life. And that game has an amazing story. It has amazing music. And the fucking, like, it goes to so many different places. There's so much different shit going on. It is turn-based, but to a point where they try to change it up each time. Like, you have your, you have the defense in the front and the strong people in the back, but sometimes the strong people get captured. So you only have defense in the front, so you have to start thinking strategically, or they mix match it and make situations where it's just really smart the way it's played out.
I did buy that game.
It's really good.
I gave up early on. I'm not saying it was bad, but
you have to play it. It's long as fuck though. It's like
there's like 4
CDs.
discs. Yeah.
So I mean, you would dedicate about a weekend to it, but it's a damn good game.
Jeff, what are some of your comedic and or artistic inspirations?
Jesus Christ. No, artistic. I think artistic more so than animated shows was probably games early on. I liked games were like a lot of Capcom games. I like, I think like a lot of artists, Street Fighter 3 had some of the best 2D animation ever.
I don't even like Street Fighter at all. Like, I like the characters and shit, but every time I see people playing it, you just gotta stand there and be like, fucking hell, that's amazing.
I love Street Fighter, but like Street Fighter, like unlike some of the 2D fighting games today, they're really, I feel like they're still animated really stiff and awkwardly, but Street Fighter 3 had all of the like tenets of animation, and it had like squash and stretch, and it's really like the pinnacle of 2D games.
What kind of movies, TV shows did you grow up watching, or that inspire you now, Jeff?
Well, I really liked Cheers. No,
I used to watch Cheers.
Jeff, I agree with you though. Artistically, games inspired me way more than.
Yeah, I think that was something I could just watch over and over and really like obsess over the details. I think one of the most beautiful 2D games is actually like it's Marvel vs. Capcom 1. Before they started throwing in all these like shitty, half-assed like 3D backgrounds. The whole thing was 2D and it was just perfect.
Marvel vs. Capcom 1 like every day for a solid year. It was such a good game.
They nailed the backgrounds, the fighting, the characters, the interface.
How fast, like when you're fucking bouncing off the walls and knocking people in the air, and then you're doing like special moves and it's just constant action. And then like the levels have interactions like Mortal Kombat where you can fucking knock them through walls and shit to a completely different location. It's crazy.
It's weird, that. And then for like humor wise, I liked 80s action buddy. I don't know, like
Beverly Hills Cops.
Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop is one of my favorite comedies. Ghostbusters is another, just because the humor came naturally, unlike A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Oh, I think that's what humor came first. What I really admire about those kind of older comedies is that they really relied on just characters interacting. That was the joke.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like it was just two characters who weren't funny guys.
Yeah.
If you watch A Million Ways to Die in the West, it's supposed to be a funny guy.
Yeah.
A lot of those old movies aren't really funny characters. They're just different characters who, when they interact, that's funny. That's where the comedy
real.
I don't know if you could compare A Million Ways to Die in the West to an actual good movie
with anything else that's remotely good.
Because it's not a good movie.
Dude, Ted fucking sucked balls too.
Yeah,
Ted was
horrible. I really admire character comedy. It's so easy when you first start out to fall into like gag comedy.
Yeah.
What if this happens? I'm probably doing a lot. Everybody is when you first start up. That's why it's so admirable.
You guys have any other favorite comedians?
Jeff, since you showed me Curb Your Enthusiasm, he's seriously one of my top 5 in most, just because he's so goddamn funny.
Yeah.
And his writing, I think his writing alone, here's my favorite thing about him. When I see stuff now like a comedy show, I go, okay, they showed that thing, so I know for a fact that thing. It's predictable. A lot of comedy shows now are predictable. So, okay, this character's going to do this and just go through the motions. But in Curb Your Enthusiasm, we'll have like 5 things in an episode. And you're like, how the fuck are these all going to wrap together? And by the end of the episode, so you're so sick of like failing to predict what's going to happen, you just kind of turn your brain off.
Yeah.
You sit there and enjoy it. You can see him put together like a little chihuahua, a fucking bagel, and something else, and he ties it all together.
Oh god, that episode, I lost my shit at the very end of that episode where it all started avoided because that girl cut in front of him and wrote her name down and then got to the doctor first. Because it's like the first right, first serve.
I feel like I relate to him so much on so many, just because he's obsessed with the small things. Like, I could care less if an asteroid is headed towards Earth or politics, but like the scene where he's standing in the ice cream shop and some woman is taking she's taking way too many samples of the ice cream. Like, I would lose my fucking mind if I saw that, and I totally get that.
There was one part, it wasn't in Curb Enthusiasm, but it was in Clear History. I didn't watch all Clear History, but there's a part in there where he goes to a diner and he's talking about the forks.
Oh yeah,
the forks just on the table. And I was like, I always think that whenever I go to a diner, the forks are just on the bare table instead of like a napkin. It always bothered me.
I could talk about dirty diner forks for out. They always have fucking dried egg on them. I'm so tired of dried egg.
Or you see spots or
at diners. You get there is that one time when you're ordering food and then they bring you a plate. Like, it happened that one time we were at Drake's and the plate had like old spaghetti and shit on it. That does happen. It's happened to me a few times in my life. Like, I'll be eating with friends or family and then they drop these plates off, snack plates, and then one of them is fucking disgusting. And it's like, I understand you hate your job, but could you at least look at the plates when you fucking grab them?
100 years from now, they're gonna look back on diners and like think we're just savages. Like, yeah, they ate off like dirty plates,
ceramic.
Yeah.
Jeff, you watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia yet?
Not yet.
That one I like a lot. Really I think that one's easily one of my top favorite shows.
Every time I try to put it on, I just look. It has like 18 seasons, and it almost turns me off.
You know something? That's one of the few shows that I can say I think stays pretty consistent. It takes a dip in like season 7. I don't think season 7's not as strong, but like I think one of the best episodes is season 8 and 9 because it's pretty hard for me to find TV shows and stuff that I can watch now and laugh at.
Yeah.
Like actually appreciate, because I don't know if you guys get this too, but since we're in the business of doing kind of what they do.
Yeah.
Every time I see something like it, I see a comedy movie or I see anything like that, I immediately start dissecting it. A lot of people can just watch stuff and forget about it, but they'll kind of glaze over it or whatever as a final product. But when I don't know if this is just with us, but definitely whenever I see something, like with my parents or my friends or something who don't, like, they see something like, oh, look at that shot right there, you can see this and this, they're like, oh, like, they don't notice that. Your parents will just watch a movie and fucking from Redbox and watch it, like, whatever, and they'll put it to
That's true. Another
that
game.
was a good movie. It's like, no, that was shitty because this is this and this is bad.
Another game I like to play is when you're watching a really awful movie is to predict the jokes before they happen. That's a fun game. Just so you know how horrible a movie is where you can actually predict the jokes.
Yeah. Maybe I'm alone in this, but I actually kind of avoid anything funny or trying to be funny. I'll watch South Park, but
I think South Park, Curb, and Always Sunny are the only 3 shows I watch. That's the triad of shows I still watch.
I largely avoid it all because I know it just make me mad. Like, watching something unfunny puts me in a worse mood than almost anything. I watch like serious dramas. I watch documentaries. And that's about it. I don't know. I just avoid.
I just watch fucking boring ass war documentaries all day.
I saw what was coming.
Let's talk about Michael
crazy woman.
You know. Speaking of movies, what cliches in movies do you fucking hate?
Yeah, well, the fucking thing you were talking about today. I hate the Wilhelm scream.
The Wilhelm scream.
It's
I
like
swear to God.
One thing I hate more than anything.
Over. You know what the worst cliche to me is?
What's that?
It's like when they turn around, they're like, celebrity name, and it's the celebrity.
Oh.
Steve Buscemi.
No. Here's what it is.
Megan Fox.
Here it is.
Michael Bay.
This pisses me. I swear to God. I think this is the cliche or the trope I hate the most, more than anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
When somebody does a video or a movie or a TV show and they try to be funny and they say, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. It is not funny. It's been done for the last 2 fucking decades. You're not clever, you're not witty. These people do a Kickstarter video, they go, oh, hi, I didn't see you there. You're real fucking hysterical.
They're in their business suits. They got their bubble.
That's been parodied. For the last 20 years.
I did that one.
That means it was a cliche 20 years ago.
To go back to it, yeah, but...
I didn't see you there.
They said, fucking funny. I did see you there.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, put a spin on it, please.
But that's been done before too, because it's so like obvious.
They did a whole compilation video.
Really?
Of Kickstarter people doing that. Hi, I didn't see you there.
Oh, seriously? Did they actually do this?
Yeah, Kickstarter themselves did it.
Oh my God,
it's infuriating.
Dude, that really does infuriate me, Chris. If you ever did that, I would honestly hate you.
I did that when I was like 18 in an update video.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
But what compelled? Let me ask you, because you're one of the people. What compelled you to do that?
It's just one of the things where you're like, you're not really thinking about it. You're like, I'll just do this.
It's sort of like an easy transition into something.
Yeah, it's like the easiest thing you can do.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be funny. It's not funny. Oh, I didn't see there.
There's lots
There's
of
a huge
things.
camera in your face. Get it?
There's lots of things that we've done that aren't funny.
No, but I mean that's like something you're copying directly. That's a specific joke you're copying. Sorry, Jeff. What were you gonna say?
Oh, just to backtrack, I agree with Chris about the whole full name thing. That's one thing South Park does.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
SNL does it. South Park does it.
The Simpsons does it.
All it says they have zero confidence in like the caricature or the actor doing the impression.
George Clooney, what
It's
are you
always
doing
like,
here?
Oh, hi, George.
It's
Clooney.
always like, and it's like Lady Gaga, and then she's all like, I'm dancing.
You know, you have an old guy sitting there, he's like, hey, come on, I have sex in the Oval Office, and they have to say, hey, Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton,
they
what are you
just be
doing
like,
here?
hey, Bill.
You know, it's always that exact delivery. It's like
Bill Clinton.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise, what are you doing in Springfield? Oh, I'm just here to shoot a new movie, Forrest Gump 7. Real fucking funny, Simpsons. Good job.
Tom Hanks, you dumbass.
Yeah, whatever. Same fucking bullshit. Same guy. Oh my god, Jeff, what cliches, what tropes do you hate? What fucking drives you nuts when you see it? Just makes you want to gouge the eyes out of somebody.
Oh, man, I don't know.
The record scratch.
Oh, the record fucking scratch.
Oh, yeah, the record scratch is one.
It's also one of those things where you're like,
I know.
I'm making fun
but
of a
maybe
cliche.
it's because I'm an adult now, but I cannot stand comedy relief in animated movies.
Yeah.
And just like funny things in animated
Timon and
movies.
Pumbaa and the Gargoyles.
The goofy character. I've just it infuriates me. I don't care what anyone says. Despicable Me, those little yellow guys are the most annoying fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Like making fire engine sounds. Yeah, that's like, hey, Tumblr, thanks for making me favorite 90 million different fucking gifs of that without me even doing it. Fucking assholes.
Corey, I can prove you wrong. Comedic relief, Spider-Pig, and he's hilarious.
Oh god.
I think one thing I hate in TV shows is anytime they try to interject forced romance, where it's like, we have to appeal to teen girls somehow.
Oh, I hate that too. Yeah, when you're watching movies and then there's like, there has to be a fucking romance in it, or it's not a fucking movie.
It has to be the romance, and then even the characters have no chemistry. They're crying, and you're just like in the movie Godzilla. There's this utterly unnecessary romance that you feel nothing. You could just care less if these people.
You would rather see fucking Godzilla scream fire down a fucking monster's mouth than listen to someone be like, save the kids.
You listen to Kick-Ass, have a love interest.
And to tie into that, I do have the one cliche.
Spoilers.
Because you have to have so they have to have the romance. And then they're like, well, okay, we have the girl. Now, what does the girl do the whole movie?
Oh, yeah.
And they make her work in a hospital.
Yeah.
It's always in disaster movies.
Yeah, every disaster movie, they have to have the girl working as a nurse in the hospital.
Yeah, they have to.
You got
know why? Because they have to contribute to the movie at one point.
I know, that's why. Yeah, they have to have a character from the movie come into the hospital and they can interact with that character. But it's like, even in fucking Spider-Man 2, they didn't have they didn't have anything for Aunt May to do, so they made her go work in a fucking hospital.
Yeah, it was Godzilla 2 as well, right?
It's like, why is Aunt May working in a hospital?
Because
there was a point in Spider-Man 2 where two planes were about to crash into each other.
Oh my god, yeah,
do you remember that?
The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man 2, there's these two planes about to crash into each other.
Chris and I laughed in the theater, you know why? Because it's like, okay, he's already fighting the Green Goblin or whatever, or sorry, the Electro guy or whatever. And it's like, it's so Spider-Man has no idea about the planes at all.
Yeah.
I swear to God, they were like, okay, this scene's really tense. How about two airplanes almost hit each other and then they cartoonishly fucking ravine away from each other?
Can I talk about that? I thoroughly enjoy the first, even though people hate the third one, I still think it's better than Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, for sure.
I love the first. I love Spider-Man 1 and 2 is really good, and 3 is alright.
2's my favorite.
But fucking The Amazing, I didn't want to watch it.
The Amazing Spider-Man 1 stinks, and The Amazing Spider-Man 2 stinks. And the only reason that they chose Mark Webb to direct it is because his name is Webb.
Actually, I would honestly believe that's fucking
together.
true.
Swear to God.
I don't like Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 is shit, dude.
I think it's alright.
It is better.
I hate it because
I think it's bad, but I also think it's kind of charming.
There's too much. This is my problem with movies. This is one of my biggest problems when somebody's writing a movie script is coincidence.
Yes.
There's too much fucking coincidence. Like the way Venom is introduced into the story, he just happens.
I fucking hated Venom.
He happens to be in the church, yeah.
But regardless, like how he lands in the park just next to Spider-Man. He could have landed anywhere
the fucking
on
ocean.
the fucking planet.
That's not a cliche I hate, but that is something I fucking hate.
They could have had this story. What?
But that's the thing, right? They actually like made the comic story stupider for some reason.
No, yeah, it makes sense in the comics because I think
he's a scientist.
The Parasite, I think, sees Spider-Man and then wants to be like him or something like that.
No,
that makes
he's
sense.
a scientist who just happens to be like it comes to his like lab because he is a scientist. That makes sense.
Okay.
If we're talking about things, I don't know if it's a cliche, but it's something I'm fucking tired of seeing, is basically scripted movies where things happen to go to the next scene. For instance...
It's just like set piece after set piece.
Yeah, like set piece after set piece. Like, oh, here's a working car so we can get to the next location.
Yeah.
Like that fucking movie, 2012 or something.
Oh, God.
Oh, with John Cusack?
Where everything just suddenly lent to the fucking ship. Nothing went wrong.
I think the worst part of that movie is the whole fucking thing. He's like, John Cusack driving over the earth, crumbling underneath him.
It's fucking retarded, but it's annoying because it's like, this wouldn't happen. A fucking rubble would kill you immediately, you'd be dead.
That movie and The Day After Tomorrow are the two worst disaster movies.
And then there's that other fucking one that you hate that I don't
What was
like
that?
at all. Swarzy.
Oh my! I've seen that movie. I've seen that movie 10 times. Just out of pure
That
bafflement.
literally is a set piece movie.
That movie is honestly the worst shit I've ever seen.
The second I started,
it's literally like, I'm sorry, but it's literally like a fucking video game. Like it goes to the next level.
No, because video games are fun.
Yeah, but it goes to the next level, the next set piece.
The second I started hating that movie was when a fucking 8-year-old who had never held a pistol shot a zombie point blank in the eyes for the first time.
It's like,
this child
Zach,
has never held a gun,
Let's watch World
picks
War
up a
Z for that.
handgun, and shoots a zombie right between the eyes on his first shot. Are you fucking kidding
Jeff,
me?
what you were saying earlier about coincidence, there's like a rule to writing where you can only use coincidence to get the main characters into trouble.
Not out.
Yeah, you never use coincidence to get them out of trouble when you're writing.
It's just, it ruins the story.
It's fucking like you're like, yeah, okay, this plane crashes and then they're 2 seconds from the location. That makes sense.
Yeah, when all these bad things are always happening around you, but yeah, if it happens once to get you into the story, but if it's constantly
and then it's just
happening over and over, it's just lazy. There should be like some logic, some reason.
What I like
there
is
needs to be a point. Sorry.
What I like is when movies have balls and kill off main characters. You're like, yes, finally.
I like that one. You ever see the movie Deep Blue Sea?
Yeah.
Deep Blue Sea, no. What is that?
It's a shark movie, but it starred Samuel L. Jackson. he was kind of like on his way up as a big star at that point. Yeah. It like ate him in like the first 20 minutes of the movie.
It's pretty funny. It's really funny how it ate him too.
Yeah.
That movie had some horrible CG.
Yeah, not to spoiler alert.
Whatever. It was actually like really like you don't expect it to.
Trying to think of any of
that was the one negative. I guess it was a good part of Godzilla. Was the character death?
Oh, I didn't like that. I wish they had killed his kid.
It was ballsy, but it wasn't good ballsy.
I wish they killed his kid.
I was
Kick-Ass was fucking boring.
He should have stomped on the hospital is what he should have done. Godzilla.
Yeah.
That would have killed
the dumb wife.
Yeah, and then he still have his little kid at the end, so whatever.
Godzilla's busy puking lasers down the other monster's throat and tries to
Godzilla though was so fucking cool in that movie.
Yeah.
I like how they portrayed him. They really like
that's how he's supposed to be portrayed, as like the anti-hero. He's like he's always saving shit, even though he's like a big scary bastard.
Even the way he was modeled, like he looks like the Japanese version, but the proper like CG version of the Japanese monster, unlike the T-Rex and the Matthew Broderick.
The athletic like human-bodied dinosaur-headed scary.
I kind of like this. I kind of like the shape of his head with the jawline. But
yeah, that was pretty.
The movie wasn't very good.
The movie sucks.
So with every podcast, we'll be wrapping it up with one question from you guys. This question comes from Esquire Bob on Twitter. He asks, if you had an infinite budget, what is your dream project? Chris, what is your dream project if you had an infinite amount of money, an infinite budget? What would you do? Tell the people so they can hate you as much as I do about this. This fucking infuriates me.
I'd build a full-scale model of the mansion from Resident Evil in the mountains somewhere.
Here's the thing.
What?
Would you hire people to be like zombies just like in it? So they would be set up just
Chris,
like that.
This is the thing that you would do for a week and they get tired of it.
No, if I had infinite money, I'd say, listen, you're my manager, Mr. Bob Howski. He's my manager. I say,
Gronkowski, sure.
You distribute the money to all the different actors. You keep this place well kept. Make it look.
Who goes inside of it?
Make it look kind of zombie. It's a little theme park. You say, it's $5 to get in. You can walk around the house and get spooked.
Do you get like a gun that you shoot their lasers?
You get a real gun. You can kill the people.
There's real sharks in the basement.
Yeah,
real sharks.
We're gonna have to put a lot of that infinite money into mutating sharks to be very big.
Okay.
And zombified.
What else is in the man? I forget. What else? What other?
There's a huge fucking plant. A big plant like hanging out of the ceiling. There's the hunters, the kind of gorilla reptile guys. There's crows. There's Lisa Trevor.
Who's Lisa Trevor?
She's a girl that Umbrella, experimented on so much that she became immortal, and she just ripped off her mom's face and wandered the mansion wearing.
This is in Resident Evil 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the remake of Resident Evil 1.
Oh, okay.
Also, there's the dogs. There's the
vicious dog.
I swear to God, you get tired of this the day you had. You're like, oh, that's cool.
I wouldn't have to be there.
If novelty, you'd be like, oh, okay, there it is.
I'll have the money. I'll spend it on my mansion, and I'll visit at weekends.
You would visit it once, and be like, oh.
What would you do? What would you do in the mansion? You'd go in the front door, then what?
I'd make a movie in it. I'd make a good.
What, the Resident Evil movie?
I'd make a good Resident Evil movie.
Then what?
Then
Would you be able to relax? Was there somewhere you could even go to relax and watch TV? Or are you just gonna be scared?
Yeah, the mansion's huge. You can take any room you want.
Oh my God.
You know what? We could have a little bar outside of it where you can chill after the spooks, and then you can have a little cabin to the side of it where you can sleep.
Would it be well kept, or would you intentionally have like blood everywhere?
It'd be fake blood, Jeff, and it'd be fake dirt and grime. And
do you want it like faithful, where you have to like figure out puzzles too to find like
that would be fucking sweet, dude. Dude, that'd be so cool. And then you can you need all the different like objects.
And if they like grab you, they like press buttons on your chest. And you have to like push them away because if they press all the buttons, you lights up.
It'd be good to encourage the actors to actually bite and kill people in under two.
Yeah.
If you had trillions of dollars, no, even beyond trillions of dollars, would you make a city called Raccoon City?
Nah, that's a bit extravagant.
Chris, you're the richest guy in the universe. Corey, what would you do, Corey, if you had what dream project would you fulfill and create with the?
Okay, well, mine would be less extravagant with the point of building a mansion to the T. I would just want enough money to make my own series, not TV series, just like my own animated series.
How long would each episode be?
I could hire any voice actor I want. I could fucking like get any animators I want to work with me, and I could like do whatever the fuck I want. I could be as vulgar as that, whatever the hell I want.
Jeff, what about you? What would you do if you had a limited budget?
I would become a dictator.
Jeff, would you rebuild the Thunderdome?
Yes.
Yeah, you would.
There would be Thunderdomes in every town and city in America.
Would you wear the beard like Sacha Baron Cohen and be like, I am the dictator?
No. No, I would probably wear metal shoulder pads.
Who would you make fight in the Thunderdome? Seth MacFarlane and Bucky Larson?
Anybody that had a problem with each other. Anybody that had an argument, they would fight to the death.
A white cis male versus
the internet.
Yeah.
All Tumblr people would be I would build a giant blender and throw in all Tumblr people into the blender.
Wait, I use Tumblr, but I use it as...
and then fertilize fields with their corpse.
I use Tumblr as an art gallery. You're not going to take out.
If you use Tumblr as an art gallery, that is acceptable. Those people can move over to a new site. We'll just call it something else.
That's a good idea.
But
better term.
People who argue about feminism.
We could buy Tumblr.com and put the E at the end.
Social justice horse shit on Tumblr will all be killed. Most of the people on YouTube will be killed. YouTube will become a respectable place again for hardworking people who care about their content, not pranks.
What about the Jalaskians? The Jalaskians, what happens to them?
You know, I haven't seen their videos yet, and I don't plan
fertilizer,
to.
They're fertilizer. They'd be good fertilizer.
But as a gift to you, they can die.
I think the best thing they'll ever do is become fertilizer for the plants of the earth.
Anyways, that was your question. Besides,
I'd be like M. Bison in Street Fighter. And I'd have fighting tournaments.
So you would have Thunderdome. You would build a mansion. I would make a TV show.
I would do kind of what Corey said. If I had unlimited money, I would just like plan out a TV show, like a couple arcs.
You could have any actor you want. Any actor you wanted. I could be like, you know what? I want this actor.
Because the hard thing about TV or just anything is really like, well, if you get a TV show, you have to kind of plan it from the beginning. So say you have a 3-season arc of a TV show. You only get renewed for one season.
I'm gonna buy all the water. I'll give you guys some, but it's gonna be mine.
If you guys want to donate to my mansion, donate to.
Oh my god,
this is bullshit. I don't want to live in a world where you're a dictator and run fucking Thunderdomes.
Odie's Resident Evil Mansion.
Oni has a mansion.
Give your money to charity
hotmail.com.
instead. Feed hungry children instead of giving Chris his fucking.
I will allow Chris to build his mansion on a corner of some continent somewhere and then put a.
No, I want to put it in the middle of the woods. Make it super
just send all. Jeff, there's like 16,000 nukes in the world. Just give them all to Chris in his mansion. I'm sure he'll.
I want to make it super super authentic.
I will pull all scientists off all like AIDS and cancer research and have them create real zombies and then throw them in Chris's mansion.
Thank you.
And lock the doors. Chris, here it's real.
Yes.
This is real life, Chris.
I'll
Here's
give
a
Chris a
fork.
red vest and a handgun with
That'd be
like
the
3 bullets
coolest
and a
shit.
green and red plant and wish him luck.
Guys, I play zombie games all the time. I definitely survive. Okay, I hate that argument. Do you ever hear people who are like, "I play Left 4 Dead. I'm gonna be fun in the zombie apocalypse."
Yeah, until you shoot a gun and it falls out of your hand.
Yeah, fucking throws your shoulder out. Yeah.
One fingernail scratch and you're gonna be a zombie.
Let me tell you something. If there was a zombie apocalypse, because I've had numerous chances to like experience it in my dreams. I've had every zombie dream you could think of.
Yeah.
Which is funny because in the Angry Video Game Nerd movie, I could relate so much to the part with his dream sequence, where there's a part where he's just in a fucking amusement park and suddenly there's zombies eating
You're
him.
assuming I'd even watch that piece of shit.
No, I'm saying like a situation where it's like it actually was like, wow, that's like a fucking dream I would have, where suddenly there's zombies.
You can just, if you say Angry Video Game Nerd, you can just assume.
Or
I
you
haven't
could be
seen
my
it.
Lisa Trevor.
Fine, irate gamer.
I don't know. I still don't even know. I barely know who that guy is.
Corey, if I had $1 million, I'd go to YouTube and I'd be like, I want you to change the username of the Irate Gamer to the Irate Gamer. Thanks for listening to the Sleepy Cabin podcast. If you guys would like to donate to our Patreon, it's www.patreon.com/Sleepy Cabin. This has been Chris O'Neill,
Zach,
Corey,
Jeff,
I'm a little shy.
Thanks for listening, dickheads. Bye.
Oh, I'm a shy little bird.
The following podcast is brought to you by Rodeo Brand Paper Towels. Rodeo Brand Paper Towels, for messes as big as Texas.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch of bullshitter.
Hey gang, welcome to Sleepy Cast. I'm Stamper TV and I'm here with Psychic Pebble, Zach, Niall, Murray, and Jeff, Johnny Utah. And this is episode... Yeah, it's
Episode data not found.
9.
Well,
Das ist nicht gut. How does
Episode 9.
You're already on the Hitler shit again.
Jeff found it.
No, Zach.
Okay.
You inspired it, Zach.
Not all Germans are Hitler or Nazis. Jeff was speaking polite German.
I'm German, so I have a right to say
Me
it.
too.
I believe that. Yeah, polite Germans run around there. 9!
Zach Hodge. Is that how it's pronounced, like, officially?
Zach. That's what it's pronounced.
But Zach, isn't that a Jewish name?
It's a Catholic name.
Really?
Zachary.
I always thought that was
Zechariah.
like yeah,
Michael.
You're right.
Joseph. They're all.
Yeah, but that's
the
still
family's
Jewish.
Catholic.
I thought Zach was always. I always thought Zach was a
You got a
Jewish name.
shitty ass Bible name. Hey Jeff,
Hi.
introduce the Sleepy
With a
Cast
stamper.
in the style of the Next Generation Captain's Log. Go.
Damn, really putting me on the spot. Captain's log.
Stardate.
We're here. Stardate. What is the stardate?
November 12th.
November 12th, 2014.
Stardate November 12th, 2014. We are here in the captain's ready room with Stamper. You're not gonna say shit, fine. Zach. Niall.
How's it going, guys?
Who recently got the internet cut off. And
come on.
Me.
All
He
right.
downloaded Agent Cody Banks.
Look, someone downloaded Agent Cody Banks, but why this?
It was you. You're the Cody Banks boy.
Nobody knows what we're talking about, so summarize from the start how
Okay.
you fucked the entire house over.
All right. Okay. About 2 months ago, right? Someone downloaded Workaholics, right?
You!
No, wait. I was
Downloaded
going
it.
to get to that. That person was me. I admitted to that. I downloaded an episode of Workaholics to show Zach how bad it was. Okay. Then suddenly,
He's pissed off all the Workaholics fans.
about 3 weeks ago. No, well, some
Somebody
episodes ago.
downloaded Frozen.
Yeah,
and a
you
few other
downloaded
Disney
an entire
movies.
season plus because you wanted to show somebody how
No,
bad
I
it
did not. I downloaded episode 11, 12, and like the finale or whatever, right? Of season 3, which is a year old. Then someone, like 2 weeks ago, downloaded Agent Cody Banks.
Saving Mr. Banks.
Oh, what's that?
The Tom Hanks movie.
Wait, did you really think it was Agent Cody Banks? I was confused. It's Saving Mr. Banks with Tom Hanks, dude.
I thought it was Agent Cody Banks.
No.
Well, they are. Well, sorry.
They're related.
Well, someone downloaded what's it called, Mr. Banks,
Saving Mr.
Banks, and that got us the second strike, right? Then recently, our internet got cut off because they said that someone keeps downloading torrents.
I'm so glad. Today, recently.
Yeah, well, today our internet got cut off. So like,
explain why you feel partially guilty.
I feel partially guilty because first I committed the first strike. Third of all, I was seeding some torrents, so I think it might have been me this
Who
way.
seeds torrents?
I accidentally forgot to, like, a few weeks ago, I forgot to disable
When you finish downloading it,
I know.
you get a prompt and it's like,
oh, that's
finish.
selfish. That's selfish, Stan.
Now when 15,000 people are seeding it, you don't have to worry about it.
Torrenting is Yeah, but if everyone has that
guys, I agree with you. This is a legal activity. I use
Oh, fuck
Hulu.com.
This is just a distasteful conversation. I don't
What's the
want
last piece of software you bought? Captain Flash, Photoshop?
I actually did my Flash.
Bullshit.
$700. I bought Flash, and you know something? It ran way worse than the actual version I downloaded and torrented illegally. Fuck you, Adobe. And fuck you, Macmedia.
No.
Macmedia is good. Fuck you, Adobe.
Good.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Adobe. This podcast brought to you by Adobe. Fuck you, Adobe. So yeah, Niall got our internet cut off at the house.
No, I was
thanks to his workaholics addiction.
No, this was once. 1 out of 3 strikes. But like the fact that I
you should have a show called Torrentaholics about you.
Because I'm
You're a Torrentaholic.
Oh yeah, okay.
And the fact that I'm the only person on the internet account, and I have to account for 7 other people that do illegal shit all day, you guys just walk, and I'm fucked.
No, Snapper.
Snapper, I'm fucked at the end of the day.
Someone should.
I have to answer for all that shit.
Whoever downloaded those torrents should fess up. That's not cool not to fess up because everyone's denying it.
Fess up for workaholics?
I did fess up for workaholics. I did fess up for workaholics.
To Verizon? Call Verizon right now and say that you were the one that downloaded workaholics.
Hell no.
And you apologize.
Why don't we approach this like Detective Batman? Who are all the guilty parties in the house?
It's not me.
Everyone. But it did say stop, and I stopped.
Yeah,
and nobody else stopped.
Yeah, you should stop.
I stopped and I deleted. By the way, when I torrent something, when I don't do that because it's illegal. But when I do, I delete.
You were so full of shit. So full of shit.
I delete it when it's done. I delete it. It's gone.
Hypothetically, yeah.
You delete the file.
See, my problem was.
If I like it, I keep the file.
I leave the file, but I delete the torrent. It's gone out of the bay.
Well, everybody does that.
He lets it seem like an old man.
Yeah,
right,
no, that was an
Verizon
accident.
Just fucking hates you guys.
Yeah.
People hate Comcast, but they've never bothered me.
Yeah, well, Comcast, don't they like screw you over and give you like shitty internet?
No, they're nice. They're nice people.
You know why? Because Jeff pays the bills and doesn't torrent Agent Cody Banks.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people on the internet seem to be
torrent Disney movies all day long.
A kind of a buzzwords kind of thing that like these days is to hate Comcast, and I think you're going to be like in the bad end of the limelight for kind of.
Truthfully, I never had a problem.
The only
with
problem I have with them is they cost.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm paying way too much.
Yeah, that's the common problem.
When I was with Comcast, I was paying like $120 for my cable TV service, and then I was like, wait a second.
When was the last time you actually watched TV?
It's been a long time. The last time I actually watched TV was in a bar where they had cable TV.
Who watches TV when you can just torrent shit?
I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Why can't you get a cable TV package where you pay for the channels that you actually want? Like, what if you just wanted the Discovery Channel, Food Network, HBO.
But that's kind of what's happening.
Cartoon
There's
Network.
HBO Go.
Yeah, I don't
there's,
want to watch fucking BET.
Dude, nobody needs
or
500
anything
channels.
else. Not that specifically, but a golf channel.
I've read
not just
about
BET.
this, but I'm not. I forget the exact.
I think
saves that.
So you're saying like every like network should kind of go in the route of Netflix, where you can like subscribe to them and just pay them for what you want.
Yes, Jeff.
Nobody will subscribe to the Speed channel. And
Yeah, the God channel. Do you ever watch the God channel?
No, I don't.
They got mass 24/7.
What's the Speed channel?
It's what do you think? It's a lot of fast,
Speed?
a lot of fast things.
Wait,
Oh, it's like
really?
Days of Thunder. Like
I'm not
24
kidding. No,
hours?
it's no movies. It's usually like car shows and.
The Speed channel. It sounds like
Yeah,
a joke.
they have like lots of reruns of Overhauling.
Does that movie?
and that who's the dude that it's like Overhauling, but with the black guy. It's not Ice-T. It's
Mr. T.
the guy from the movie Friday.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
Ice Cubes.
What's the show he does?
Ice Cubes, the show.
No, it's not Ice Cubes.
Ice Cube Trey.
Zach.
Ice Cube Trey.
It's like Overhauling, but with Ice Cube.
That's what he calls his family.
I didn't know
He's
that
my Ice Cube Trey. He shows his kids.
He steals a dude's car and then makes it purple and pink and gives it back, and then everybody's happy, and they end. That's what he does every episode.
Did they ever play that Keanu Reeves movie?
Speed?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever seen Speed?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
It's a good movie.
It
It
is.
is a good movie. What about Speed 3?
You ever fucked your little G.I. Joes?
Like the little ones, or
Yeah,
the
no, the little
12-inch
ones. The little tiny G.I. Joes.
Yeah, they'd have little cracks in their butts, and you can
I used to take a pen and poke a little hole in the ass and fuck it.
I'd shoot him with my BB gun. I'd line him up and
Everybody
blow their heads
that
off.
had G.I. Joes used to strap fireworks to them and blow them.
They weren't fun to destroy. I'll give him that.
Well, that's kind of like emulating real war, really.
Kinda.
Hey, Jeff, have you ever been shot by a BB gun?
No, but I knew kids that it blew my mind at that age that they would have BB gun fights, and even as like a teenager, I'm like, you guys are fucking stupid. Like they'd come in, they'd hold out their hand, and there'd be a fucking BB under their skin in their hand, and they're like, look, I got hit.
Jesus Christ.
I'm like, a shiver is going up my spine looking at this. Like I'm like, you guys are gonna fucking lose your eye.
It's like those bugs from the Mummy.
All you have to do is cover your eyes up like this.
It was kind of. He was pushing it back and forth like.
I had this kid called Melvin O'Houlihan who everyone used to shoot BB guns.
Melvin O'Houlihan?
Yeah. Everybody.
Did they shoot him? Did he look
Hey,
like
Melvin, what is it? We all shoot him. We all gay up on him. Shoot him execution style. But he would just run to his house and pee his pants.
Is that real?
That's a real
It's
happen.
the greatest name I've ever
Melvin
heard in my life.
Melvin O'Houlihan, yeah.
God, he had no chance.
No, I think he killed himself actually.
So either you're lying or he grew up to be a
No, he killed
magician.
himself.
He tried to kill himself with
Melvin
a BB gun.
O'Houlihan, really?
He tried to kill himself with a BB gun, but he just hurt. He got a headache and went on with his life.
Did that actually happen? The BB gun.
All of that, yeah, all of
no,
that.
I know that.
All of that happened. God bless Melvin. Rest in peace.
Okay, no, none of it happened.
Died of leukemia.
None of it happened.
R.I.P.
Legitimate topic, go.
Zach want to talk about dogs versus cats, right, Zach?
Dogs versus cats.
Well, if you put a dog and a cat in a big box,
Wait, what do you mean
made them
dogs?
Let's hear it.
You
Let's
want to
hear
talk
it.
about dogs versus cats?
Dogs and cats, or dogs versus cats?
What? It's like saying a Rottweiler versus a little cat. No, you know, like which is better? I've always thought cats are pretty fucking worthless myself. They're cute, but they're worthless
Yeah,
as hell.
they are. That's true.
Stamper, you said something that always stuck with me. You said cats are like houseplants. And I never forgot that because it's exactly what they're like. They're like houseplants that are alive. They just walk around.
It's true. Like,
houseplants are alive, but they just walk around.
the difference between dogs and
I
cats.
said that?
Yeah.
I drink a lot.
I know.
when you have
Cats
a cat,
are like houseplants. It doesn't even make sense.
It does. When you sit there, that you look at it like, oh, there's my fucking cat, and you walk away. You can't
probably-
really pick up a cat and like.
I'm probably gonna offend a lot of people here, but like cats, they seem to like they want what will suit themselves. Like they want food, so they'll come over to you and give you affection just so you'll give them food or pet them or whatever. It's not. They don't show you like love like dogs do.
They're little manipulators.
Yeah, they're like, oh, this human is here to serve me.
Well, that's the thing. They're not smart enough to be little manipulators. They got little walnut brains.
Yeah.
The thing that
brains
bothers
are
me the most
tiny.
about cats is when they come up to people and they say, "My cat is really in tune with how I am right now," and she always
Bullshit.
comes up to me when I have a headache, and I feel
Bullshit.
that we have a really good connection. Your cat is fucking retarded. They
It
have,
just sits there with its blank, dead eyes.
Yeah,
and
we have this-
soulless
we have this-
eyes.
we have this-
These are absolutely worthless animals.
We have this cat called Sushi, and if you look in her eyes at any given time, there's nothing. You can see there's nothing going on in her brain.
These
like
big
nothing going
black
on in her
marble
brain.
eyes with
yeah,
nothing
it's
inside
like
of them.
they're both kind of looking to the side a little bit, and they're just like, what? They don't have. They have no clue. They just want to shit and eat and fuck. That's it.
I don't mind seeing another person's pet or petting another person's pet, but yeah, I don't know. I can't see myself. Besides being allergic, I can't see myself owning one because
Yeah, Jeff is fucked up. He's allergic to animals.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody out there wants to murder me, lock me in the room with a cat for 24 hours. I'll be dead the next morning.
Wait, you're
Dogs, however.
Are you allergic to dogs too?
I think so. Yeah, just animal dander in general.
Oh man, that sucks.
Makes my fucking eyeballs swell up and.
Do they like pop out of your head?
It's a weird thing. I have contacts, so like something happens where like my eye almost swells when my contact starts like shifting off my eye because my eyeball changes shape or something. I can't explain
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah.
Even like with Sushi, like if she's around, it just happes, or like is it?
No,
like-
I mean it takes a while. I have to like.
Yeah, he'll come over for dinner or something, and then he'll leave early.
Yeah.
Just because she's around.
If I touch the cat and touch my eye, it's immediate. But if I breathe in the dander for a few hours, if I go over to somebody's house with a cat, then it starts.
What is that? Is it like bacteria that lives on cats' like fur or whatever, or is it like?
No, I think it's like the skin cells or something. The dander.
That's really weird. Yeah.
I don't know.
And a lot of people are allergic to that.
It's a fiber they put out. There's a lot of cats that you could own. There's a couple of breeds of cats that you could own. If you're allergic to cats, you could own a
Hairless.
Bengal cat.
Yeah, the hairless ones, right?
You could own a Russian blue. because their skin doesn't produce the.
Those cats are good, but they're little
causes
fucking
allergic reaction.
They're assholes. They bite you and stuff.
Bengal cats are a pain in the ass, and they're expensive as fuck too.
Yeah.
But if you really want a cat, then go for it.
I kind of wish I could just. The only thing I'd want as a pet is a little robot that's smarter than me. I want to be around something smarter than me. I don't want to be around something that just eats and sleeps all day. And
It's
a burden.
It is kind of like a retarded kid. Almost.
I would have thought, because Jeff, you're like kind of cynical, in general. Like, so I wouldn't have thought it was an allergic thing. I thought it was just a.
It's both.
Yeah,
it's one. It could have been one or the other, but luckily I'm both. I'm cynical and allergic.
So in that regard, you don't really care about having pets or not.
No,
Yeah,
I don't really.
that's good.
I don't really feel lonely not having an animal sleeping on the floor in front of me.
And enough with this cynical shit, all right? He's just cynical.
He's
You know
cynical.
what?
Oh, he's
I
bitter.
get it.
Oh.
No, I get it.
No, I get it.
I don't want to say
understand
I'm not an animal hater. It's like if I see somebody's dog like happily run up to me, I'll pet him and be like, "Oh, hey, boy," and whatever.
No, I'm not saying you're like an asshole. All I was saying was like,
I just don't have any need for. I just
you
don't
don't seem like a guy who really like cares about a lot of things, like in general.
Yeah, keep going.
That's what I said. Enough with the cynical shit.
I'm not
You seem like you don't care about other human beings.
No,
he does.
I'm curious how others
no.
perceive me.
No, like what I perceive you as is
Yeah.
like
You open this can of worms, go all out
but
now.
it's not a bad can of worms.
Yeah, Niall.
Like Jeff's like really cool. Why would it ever be a bad can of worms?
Keep going now. I'm a piece of shit.
Okay,
Continue.
No, you're not. I just
Yeah.
think like you have the shtick that you're a little bit like cynical, but like I don't think that's a bad thing at all.
The word cynical is synonymous with like angry guy
I'm
for
a
no
realist.
reason.
I'm just a realist now.
Yeah, realist and like the world is shit.
Jeff, they say
yeah, finger that.
if you scratch a disappointed idealist, you'll find a cynic. That's what they say, Jeff.
Do they say that?
That's a
But I
real.
don't think-
You're just a disappointed idealist, Jeff.
You have to like it's a lottery
You
card.
spend way too
scratch
much
off the
time on
surface.
Twitter, Zach.
That's not a Twitter.
No, but my point
George
is
Carlin
like,
said that, so fuck you.
I guarantee that I can find that on Twitter, care of George Carlin. So fuck me.
George Carlin was like in the way that Jeff is, the same way George Carlin was. They say things how they actually are.
Look, guy, I'm just keeping it real. That's what I'm doing.
That's all. All
of a sudden it's cynical.
I'm not fucking two-faced.
I was trying to find a word for it.
What I don't get about these dog guys or cat guys, they buy an animal knowing it's gonna die like way before they will.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. It's like you get temporary happiness and attachment just to be super fucking bummed out and sad later.
That's what sucks about having rats, because they're really smart, and you grow attached to them, and
they die in a year.
Right around the time that you're
supposed to
best
really like
buds,
them.
they die.
Yeah, they fucking shrivel up and die, turn black.
People like cats, because what's the lifespan
15,
of a cat?
15,
15 years.
Yeah,
if
maybe
not
20 if you're lucky.
The dying part too. It's like my parents had a great cat. Like he was like a barn cat that lived at this place like behind my parents' house, and he came up and we started feeding him and sort of adopted him, and he lived outside. He just lived outside the whole time. We put a little bed in the garage. We even ran a heating duct into his bed so he'd be heated during the winter. Like we fucking treated this cat like a king. We'd let him run around the yard. He pretty much had free roam. Like he would run around the yard, he'd play in the dirt, he'd come up, he'd bang on the window. We had these like low windows. He'd bang on the window to come in the house.
Just a happy little cat.
Was he running into the window like smashing his head?
No. He'd get up. He learned to train us, or he would just start banging on the window with his paws, telling us that's how he told us he wanted to come inside.
He died?
Well, we had him for like 15 years, but this is the problem. He started going deaf. Then he started going blind. Then he really couldn't walk anymore. And it's just like this decline over like 4 months where you just every day you're just like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I had
my friend's dog with like blind and deaf, and we'd like scream behind its ear. We'd just sit there moping and keep walking around. And it was so depressing.
That would
to
happen.
look at.
Yeah, my dog's that's happening to it right now. It's a Cavalier King Charles, and it's 10 years old, and it's like declining like really fast. It's kind of sad.
Gonna happen to you, Niall. We're gonna be like, yeah, Niall came
You're
to the
26
office
and be going blind and deaf and wandering around. Your bones are gonna stop working.
My dad calls me. He's like, "Listen, we're taking Oreo to the, I'm putting him down. I don't know if you want to see him one last time."
Let me guess, he was black and white.
He was.
That's a good
and
guess.
I said, "No, I don't want to see him one last time," and I hung up.
I saw him plenty last time.
Yeah,
I
liked
walking around.
seeing him when he was walking.
Do you regret that?
No. I like the cat. I like the animal, but I didn't want to see him like lying there in pain. It wasn't like a heartless decision. I just didn't want to. I'm just like.
I don't get why you can't put people down legally.
Yeah.
Who would you put down? Zach?
No, people who are dying of cancer and are in pain every single day.
One out of 4 of us.
Out of
everybody
everybody we know, Zach, who would you put down? Go.
Corey. You can just walk up to Corey and poke him with a needle. He'd be like, "What are you doing?" He'd be like, "I'll kill you." He'd be like,
Corey is very helpful to me.
Put down?
You know, it's a fun game Stamper and I play sometimes.
What's that?
We try to organize everybody we know into who tastes the best. Like if it was the movie Alive, if everybody crashed and died, like who would we eat first?
Who would you eat first out of all of us, Jeff? If everybody's sleepy cabin, between Corey, Chris.
Corey!
You think Corey tastes the best?
Corey might be. I don't know.
Nah, Corey's hairy.
Corey's probably a shitty diet.
Yeah,
fuck you guys. I'm just gonna cut my leg off and eat myself.
Chris would taste like pancakes.
That would be nice.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, what would Niall taste like?
Cigarettes and
grass or something like that.
Yeah, grass would be your main one actually.
What do you think you'd taste like, Zach?
I'd be disgusting and fatty. I'd be like 90% fat. You couldn't even eat me. If you went to a restaurant, you ordered steak, and they gave you like a bunch of fat on the side, you'd feel ripped off.
Zach, you're the only guy that I would eat and probably puke right out.
While you're eating it, you're just like, oh. There's nothing else to eat, but I'm so hungry.
This is too gristly and fatty.
Stamper, what part of Zach's body would you eat first?
My ass.
It would be the
most.
most.
It's just all fat. Right?
Oh, that's right. Well, you could grill it up and you could saute it.
Bacon fat is the nicest part of bacon.
Well, yeah, but it's balanced in a way.
There's meat. It's not just like fat.
If you got somebody's butt cheeks open, it's literally just fat.
Yellow fat. Yeah.
It's nasty. What about my leg? I don't run that much, but my leg would be all right. Not my calf. My calf would be nothing.
I could try to eat your leg, Zach.
When you eat steak, it's essentially muscle, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's muscle
cooked
with
muscle.
fat around it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's groaning listening to this.
Because just say you're in the wild and
we certainly wouldn't we wouldn't eat we wouldn't want to eat the viewers. You know what I mean?
Just say you're in the wild and you want to kill a squirrel. You set a trap and the squirrel dies. You take out all the internal organs and you cook the muscle. That's the main part. That's the nutrients.
That's the quote unquote meat.
Yeah, you can also eat the liver. Yeah, there's like some parts if you know.
You could eat all of it if you want.
You could, but you might get sick with the intestines.
I would not eat a fucking squirrel brain.
And don't eat the brain. No, the brain's always bad. That's what mad cow disease came.
Incorrect. That's not true. You're spreading lies again.
You don't
You don't eat the internal organs, but you could eat the brain.
Yeah.
You could eat the brain.
You could eat.
Oh, sorry. You can. I thought you could eat muscle, Niall. Oh.
Zach's bringing up an old argument here, but
you don't want to pull up their organs and eat their.
If you go to a butcher's, they'll know how to make the brain edible.
You can bring a squirrel to the butcher's. We're talking about survival.
Survival of the brain. I would not eat the brain.
Do any of you guys?
Because it gives you diseases.
You like diseases? Wait, no.
No, I don't like diseases.
Do you know what I don't like? Do any of you guys like eating tendon?
Tendon?
Like when we go to the Thai restaurant, the Thai place.
Oh, that's
not the Vietnamese place. There's they have like really good pho.
Yeah.
And then you can order it with big chunks of fucking.
That's
tendon.
the really
I
gamey,
always think I'm
chunky,
gonna like
hard
it, but
bit.
then I don't.
It's the shit that like attaches the muscle to the bone,
and it's really hard to chew.
Yeah.
It's tendon. I mean, why would you?
It's like the body's natural gummy bears, but fucking disgusting.
But disgusting. Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff.
The body's natural gummy bears.
But gummy bears are intrinsically delicious.
I don't know. Tendon really bothers me. I don't like it.
Yeah, it does.
I can eat stuff that people.
Times, and I always feel like I'm gonna like it because I'm cool with it.
I like their meatballs, but then they fucking stuff the meatballs with little tendon pieces, and I can't stand it.
No.
But anyway, yeah. Delicious.
Yum tendons, delicious. Jeff, how do you think you taste?
I don't know, Zach. I've been eating a lot of vegetables lately, so...
You'd be tasty.
I think I'd be alright.
I think Jeff would be pretty tasty.
Jeff, you'd probably be one of the better ones in the group.
Well, I'm not living off Wawa hoagies every day, so I probably...
Hey, I had Chinese food today. And coffee.
All
yeah.
right, fair enough.
Yeah, dude. If I took a bite of you, Zach, and it was just like a mouthful of cup noodles, I would puke.
Stamp, what if my severed face was staring at you while you ate me?
Why would I cut your face off?
Because you don't like to look at it, but you leave it on the floor and it's looking at you like scowling, and my hand is pointing at you.
I'd deep fry your skin, Zach.
What?
I'd deep fry like your skin and ears and eat it.
I like how Jeff's scenario. He's got like a kitchen with a deep.
Yeah, he's got like a nice. You got a nice skillet. You're gonna.
I'm just
grill
saying.
me up.
I ate some pretty weird shit in South Korea, and I don't know, it gives me ideas.
That's a good topic. What's one of the weirdest things you've eaten? And wait, no,
pussy.
Because Because we've eaten weird things, but what's one of the weirdest things you've eaten that you actually liked and would eat again?
Man, you better come back to me. I need a minute there. I need a minute.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm very boring.
I don't know what beef jerky is, but it's delicious.
It's not exotic.
It's meat, man.
Yeah, it's not though. It's like
It is.
dude. It's like the sphincter.
It's salted. It's salted meat.
It's the worst kind of meat.
They don't
though.
have beef jerky.
Do you know what? Do you know
No,
what
they
fact
don't.
about beef jerky blew my mind that I didn't really know until recently? I
What's
don't
that?
think they. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they actually cook it.
No,
it's just dried out.
It's dried out. Yeah.
Yep.
I never knew that.
Yeah, all it
That
is.
was like a big part of my childhood. Is we had a food dehydrator,
Yeah.
and we used to make all kinds of shit. We used to put bananas and all kinds of stuff in there.
I only had it for the first time recently, and it's delicious.
crazy.
But I
It
do.
just yanks all the moisture out.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
leaves the.
You salt it too, right?
Well, you can.
Demoisturize it. Yeah.
But yeah, beef jerky. Like I know, like even though I know it's all the worst parts of the animal, like it's like
It's not.
It has
It's
to be.
delicious.
I like scrapple. There.
What's scrapple?
Scrapple. It's the pig.
It's
Scrapple
literally
is
scrap.
every part of the pig.
Scrap.
That's not pork chops and ham hocks.
And it's mixed with corn. Yeah, it's like all these leftovers mixed with cornmeal, and they form it into like a block.
It's
And-
like the skeleton of the pig too.
No.
It's just
like
organs, liver.
They use all the parts of the pig and they grind it together, and then they mix it with filler.
Like cornmeal or filler, yeah.
They put it into a block, and up here in the Northeast, they slice it and they fry it.
It's like this horrendous gray color, but once it's fried, it's not bad. It looks normal and it tastes all right. But you just got to get over thinking about what it is.
Yeah, never ask what's in it. People bitch about hot dogs, but then there's scrapple.
It's like when people say mystery meat, this is literally the most mystery meat there is. Like you
Like, they
never
have eyeballs and
It
shit?
could be like it probably could be almost anything in there.
Teeth,
but it's not bad. I ate it growing up, so.
Which is kind of cool because they're not wasting the pig.
Yeah. Full use of his death.
And anytime I go to a diner with somebody who's never had it before, I always order it. I just want to watch them cringe in front of me.
But the taste is okay.
It's always one of
Yeah,
those
it
things.
tastes
I think I have no problem with with psychology interfering. Like if somebody says this is like a cow eyeball, I'll be like, oh, I'll try it out, but if it tastes gross, it tastes gross. A lot of people like mussels, like clam mussels, are delicious. But a lot of people don't like them because they sound gross, but it's fucking tasty.
You have to feed somebody something first,
Yeah.
and then tell them what it is later.
Yeah.
What about
I was one of those, but now I'm a believer
Especially
when you give me that
kids.
muscle that
Kids,
time.
yeah.
the thing that a lot of people like that I have the hardest time eating though is like blue cheese.
I love blue cheese.
I love blue
gag.
cheese.
Blue cheese.
I fucking
Blue
gag.
cheese.
I
Team
gag
blue
eating
cheese.
it.
Blue cheese, extra sharp cheddar cheese.
No,
I love that.
Zach, okay, wait. I have
Dark chocolate.
Do you not like blue cheese only because you were aware of what it was before you ate it?
I don't know. See, that's interesting because I think I liked it as a kid, but now, not only just knowing it, but the taste itself just really triggers something inside of me. That
Has anybody ever snuck blue cheese into something that you ate that you thought was phenomenal? But
maybe
then
as
later
a
on you
kid,
found
maybe
out?
I feel like as a kid I ate it.
But now, if I like, you came over to the house and you had a blue cheeseburger, would you say no? I'm not going to eat that.
If I eat something not knowing, there's like another cheese that's like blue cheese, but it's not called blue cheese.
Is it feta cheese?
Not feta. It's
Feta cheese is good too.
Oh, wait,
we were at that Italian place the one time, and I ordered a salad, and it came with a cheese like in that blue cheese group, and it ruined the whole fucking thing for me.
Is it because it's like mold, like it's aged cheese?
That does not help, but it is the taste though. The
But
taste
okay,
is
so
too
have you
strong.
guys tried feta cheese? Yeah, Stanford
Yeah.
probably have. Yeah, feta cheese I can't eat it because it looks like smegma.
Oh my God! Would you not say that anymore?
Did I say that before?
Why
Yes,
do
you
you?
did.
Are you just staring? You're always staring at smegma.
Is your wiener that dirty?
No, it's not. I just
You're like,
got.
I don't know what it looks like, dude.
I got tricked into looking at smegma on Wikipedia, and ever since then I couldn't.
Hold on. Somebody swindled you into looking at dick cheese on Wikipedia. Can
Yeah.
you elaborate a little bit on this?
Yeah, some guy sent me. I didn't know what smegma was, and he sent me the Wikipedia of smegma, and I saw the picture of like this like dick, and it had all this like white shit on it, and it looked like feta cheese. And ever since then, I can't eat feta cheese without thinking that there's smegma sprinkled all over that pizza or whatever the fuck it is.
Man,
So like if you're eating food,
your uncircumcised wiener is far
so you're the kind of person if you're eating pizza and I look at the pepperoni, I'm like, that's a scab. You won't eat the pizza.
No, just
really
just smegma, just smegma.
That's weird. I eat whatever. You know, I don't think about that kind of thing.
The brain is a powerful place.
Yeah. I can't eat it. It just makes me like vomit.
That's
like you're blaming me as if I have control over it. I don't. It's
you explaining that makes me feel like
you would have wring a dick out and get all the blue cheese off the dick.
It looks like there's just a line of dicks with smegma. Someone just scraped it all off and just.
God damn! Shut up! Stop talking.
Sprinkled it all over.
Stop.
I'm with him.
Stop.
I'm a stamper.
Stop.
God damn.
Please, God, Niall. It's horrible, man.
Dick cheese.
Yeah, that's why they call it.
Does anybody else have any other weird, awful foods?
Oh, I do. Dick cheese.
Yeah, dick cheese.
What's besides blue dick cheese?
Oh no, dick cheese. Oh no, you're confusing it with dick cheese. We're talking about dick cheese. It's a French type of cheese.
I went to a Mexican restaurant in San Diego, and it was one of those places where it's kind of like a poor man's Chipotle, where you go up and you pick the meat you want in, and so forth and so on.
Okay. Yeah.
And then one of them was cow tongue.
Oh.
And they were really serious about it. So when I got up to the counter, they prepare everything right in front of you, and they pulled this big ass cow tongue out and put it on the table.
Like, was it a tongue? Like, was
and
it
they
actual?
chopped it like this.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, and it was still connected to
the back of the
back of the throat. And when I got it, I looked inside the taco and I could still see the taste buds in the cow's tongue.
Oh my God, really?
It was such an odd pattern in little chunks. They chopped it up so perfectly where every little cow tongue part was in a perfect little cube, and at the top of every little cube, it was just dotted with this geometrical pattern of like,
holy fuck.
And I will say that it was absolutely delicious.
Really?
But
did you taste their taste buds?
I tried everything. They had like some bullshit pork, and then they had the cow tongue, but they also had this other one called a cow head, which I know is...
Was it the full head? Just
in a little...
In a burger? Just two burger...
But I knew that was like a delicacy. Like when you do like cookouts in Mexico and South America, like you do the underground roasts where you bury, and then like the head is where all the best parts are. And I guess essentially what they do is like after the roasting process, all the skin and the shit on the face, they pull it all off and they chop that all up, and it was fucking horrible. I couldn't stomach it. It was just like this mix of shit that I didn't understand.
That sounds fucking...
But at the same time, I've had beef cheek, and it was one of the best meals I've ever had.
Was that the cheek of a cow?
Quite literally, yes.
Is it good?
And it was like pot roast. It
Which
was
cheek?
so nice. The left one. I don't fucking know,
butt
Niall.
cheek? No, I mean like top or bottom.
Oh, you mean the butt cheek or the face cheek?
Like, I don't know. What is it?
That's a good point. I don't know
you don't know either.
I've seen some cooking shows where they actually take the cow head.
Yeah.
And they slice it. I don't know what they do, but they slice the meat off it.
I mean,
it's a little disturbing.
Well, there's still muscle there, so it's going to taste like the rest of the muscle, I assume.
Would you eat a cow head? Is
that where the emotion is or something? Like, I mean, we're just as happy to eat a piece of meat cut out of a cow's rib cage, but then when it comes to their face, we're like, oh,
exactly.
It's too horrible.
That's what I'm thinking. It's because that's what
well,
what
I could eat a human's torso with no problem, but the second I see a human head, I get freaked out.
Human is supposed to taste like pork.
You know, it was the show I was watching. They actually take the cow head, they peel all the meat off the face.
Yeah,
and then they roll it like into a thing, and then they slice it down.
But it's a muscle, I assume.
It's not. It's a combination of like skin, muscle, and fat.
Wow.
But they slice it down like it's like a sandwich meat or something.
Yeah, essentially it's like scrapple. It's just a mix of shit.
Yeah.
I didn't like it though.
You see a cross section and it's like the weirdest pattern you've ever seen.
Do you guys find it really weird that we still like we're this far advanced that we still kill animals like that? You have to eat other animals.
No, but they're actually growing.
That's not like, I was gonna say it's not like a vegetarian thing. I just think it's weird that we're these really advanced things that can go to like space. You know, we still have to like make other animals and fucking eat them.
Butcher animals. And
you would think we'd invent. You think we'd invent a way to like not have to eat or eat some kind of paste or something. I think it's weird.
No, but Zach, they're actually.
This is coming from a guy, by the way, who fucking loves meat.
There's a big industry
starting
right now.
I think it'd be weird if I was like, "Hey Zach, you want to go to lunch?" and you were like, "No, I got my paste tube."
Yeah.
And you squeeze it into your.
I just had a bunch of fucking paste. Thank you though.
No, but there's meaning to try that stuff. I think you're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, there's like a big industry kind of starting now where they're growing animal parts in labs labs where they to eat. That's not what you were talking about,
No.
Jeff. No, they're actually growing animals without brains, so they're not actual animals, but they have all the parts of animals, and like it's supposed to be vegan friendly and all that shit.
It must
because
be expensive.
That's cool.
I thought that
I'd
was
be
pretty
down with
good.
vegan food if they didn't saturate it with salt because they were so lacking in flavor.
And also, I wouldn't care if vegans were fucking yellow and like their skeletons weren't showing.
Yellow? They're fucking gray.
Yeah, they're gray and translucent. They look like fucking aliens,
Yeah.
dude. They're like these disgusting invading monsters. You're like, I'm so healthy. It's like, Jesus, fucking away from me.
But
It's like, here's a leaf.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I just had 2 crackers. I'm fine, thank you. You fucking animal killer.
I'm totally cool with the vegetarian diet. I would eat a vegetarian diet all day. Some of
Vegans-
the best meals I've ever had are vegetarian
Fantastic.
meals. But vegans are a whole nother level.
But Jeff, did you know there's a type of vegan who won't eat anything unless it's fallen to the ground naturally? Like if a banana falls to the ground, they'll only eat
Here's
that.
the thing with vegans. I don't give a fuck what you do to yourself, but there's these asshole vegan parents who force their growing child to live under that diet, and they come up
5'2".
Yeah, they're short, they're malnourished, they
Yeah.
have no like their bone structure's all fucked up, they have no muscle on them.
Yeah.
They look sick, they look like they're gonna fucking drop dead and die.
Yep.
And the parent
just
is
wrong.
delusional as fuck. They're just like, oh, they're healthy.
Just hippies.
And they have an insanely natural diet, so they don't
Yeah.
even supplement with multivitamins.
Yeah, they won't do that because it has to be something that's found in nature, like that grew on a tree or some shit.
There's those weirdos that there's these expensive restaurants that serve, I guess what you call like raw food. Like they'll make spaghetti, but there'll be no noodles. There's like no real sauce. It's all just raw.
It's like julienne squash and
like the noodles are made out of squash. And, I don't know.
Hey, don't crack on squash, all right? It's delicious.
I'm cracking on vegans. Give the little baby squash. Grow a little-
Do you know what exactly soy is? Because they seem to be able to make anything out of soy, like soy spaghetti, soy apples. Like what the fuck? They can make.
Fucking my fucking Wikipedia.
Well, you know about food. I was just wondering.
I don't cook with soy. You know why? Because it's not delicious.
It's not delicious, and
You
you're
want
right.
delicious? Talk to me. If you want soy, talk to the Asian guy up the street.
I gotta say, Snapper, mac and cheese, dude. That shit would make you millions, but you somehow don't market it.
That's right. Mac and cheese. You want good mac and cheese?
Stamper's mac and
Go to
cheese.
Stamper.
StampersMacandCheese.com.
Yesterday, Stamper was making mac and cheese, and he goes, "Do you want mac and cheese or do you want real mac and cheese?" And I was like, "Real mac and cheese." And then he like cooked up some fucking amazing. I don't even know what it was.
it's
I
pretty
don't even
good,
want to
actually.
ask. It was just some sort of cocktail of delicious mac and cheese.
That's right. It was delicious.
It was. But that fucking falling to the ground fruit diet, I don't
There's
get
a
that.
term for that. I forget what it is.
Fucking retards.
Yeah, they're
Fucking
ended.
retards.
ended.
There's a bunch of hippies. I love the people who they won't eat meat, but they'll eat fish.
But
They
Oh,
won't pick it out of the
Episcopalians?
trees. They'll wait for it to fall on the ground. They'll stand by a tree.
Do you think they cheat? Like they kind of blow on something to kind of make it kind of fall?
yeah.
Fucking hungry.
They push the apple tree and they're like, please, for the love of God, please.
They get like a natural, like they get like a monkey and they just kind of hit it off the
Yeah,
apple. or
throw the
whatever,
fucking monkey in the tree and see if it-
natural. Yeah, that's the one problem with it because like animals fucking knock fruit off trees. So like, why is that okay and humans doing it isn't okay?
They don't want to hurt.
But the thing about most vegans, I'm saying most vegans because probably not all of them are like this, but they're also like vocal about it. They're like, as a vegan, you shouldn't cook food like that. And
Well,
it's
you
like,
know the
dude, fuck
saying,
off.
Niall. You know how to tell who's a vegan?
What?
Don't worry, they'll tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did the vegan cross the road?
Because I don't know.
I don't know, because he's a fucking malnourished skeleton who went to go
'cause he was-
buy fake food.
I thought it was because he was chasing the chicken so he can put it back in the pen because he felt so bad for it. No,
It's
it's
because
just-
his dick
it
was stuck
just
in the
what he
chicken.
said.
Oh, wait, no, that's because the gay guy crossed the road.
Wait, would a gay guy fuck a chicken?
I don't know.
Because gay guys are into bestiality,
I
don't you
remember
know?
telling that joke when I was a kid. Why did the gay guy cross the road? Because his dick was stuck in the chicken.
It's a- yeah.
It's like it has nothing to do
Being
with
gay.
being gay at all.
Whatsoever.
Why did the gay guy die? Because he had poisonous blood and he wasn't human. Oh, I don't really follow, yeah.
AIDS in his blood and he didn't want to.
His AIDS blood melted to the floor like an alien.
horrible.
Like alien
That's
blood
horrible
acid.
and not funny.
He got AIDS from fucking chickens.
Well, people
We know
think,
everything.
There are people that think that AIDS came from like a person in Africa fucking a monkey, and that's
is
How
what
do you
happened.
know? That's
Really?
That's
Is that what
exactly
happened?
how it happened.
Really?
Yeah, Abdul fucked the monkey. That's his actual name. Yeah, his name was Abdul
You should stop reading those websites, Niall. Those racist websites.
There is a racist website
that you read.
No, I don't read it.
He
But
reads
it's called
Stormfront and nmania.com.
No, I can't remember what it was called, but I saw like a username that really impressed me on that website.
What was it? Show the class.
It was called, like, this is racist, but this isn't me. I was just doing it out of curiosity. But the username that really impressed me was called Lynch Jamal. But if you say it really fast, it's Lynch Jamal. And I thought that was a very clever username.
Wow, I think you just applied that and gave him credit for something.
You just gave an extreme racist credit for being really creatively racist.
No, I'm
inventing a new way to hate black people.
No, because there's like 3 levels to that pun that I thought was pretty clever. But I don't agree with what he's doing. I'm not racist at all. I'm just saying that was pretty clever.
Why were you on a website with that guy as a username?
Because it's funny. I just think it's fascinating to see the like insight of what racists think.
So it's educational.
Educational, completely.
You know what? I frequent KKK.com and frequent the forums and post.
I frequent.
I'm an insider, but it's just fascinating.
I always wonder about the guys that run those like hardcore like white supremacist sites. Like they get a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
And then they have to call their server companies and be like, yeah, my site went down for 24 hours. And it's like, so what's your site? And it's like, well, I hate niggers.org. And I need to get it back up and running.
There we go. It's out of the orders. I wasn't going to say the name because I didn't want to. That's not the name, but I wasn't going to say a name because I didn't want to give those pieces of shit credit.
Who gives a shit?
I don't know, right?
I hate niggers.org isn't a real site.
No, I'm not giving you any slack. I just don't want to. No.
.gov.
.gov.
It's those. I kind of say something about those sites too. Like
they need moderators and administrators. It's like a serious business to hate people.
But the whole thing isn't actually to hate. They have all these subsections like movies, home cooking, like furnishing, and then it's
when you go on the forums,
and then it's like the top part is like nigger hating sci-fi movies. You go into the section like they're discussing a movie like Inception, and it's like it seems like a normal conversation, a relatively normal conversation. But then you look at the usernames, and it's like Obama banana eater, and the icon is Obama eating a banana, and it's like all like that.
Yeah, and he's like, I wasn't a fan of Inception. The directing was really poor. It's like, what the fuck? Why are you on here, dude?
But the our point here is like it's the absurdity of these sites.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Yeah,
it's like a legitimate community under the guise of any. It's like, I guess essentially it's like any other community. Like you can
kind of tell they're all these white suburban idiots that they've never
encountered a real black guy.
Yeah,
completely.
They don't even sound poor. They're just kind of like middle class bored idiots that have nothing better to do than sit on these message boards all day. Like the poor people, they're out working.
Yeah,
the poor white people are out in the fields all day.
Yeah, which fields, Jeff?
I don't know. Poor words. The dirt fields, the tomato fields. I don't know.
Picky white people on the ground, fresh.
Damn white people.
Damn fucking cis whites.
Is white.
I will say that I'm getting sick of white people.
Let me tell you something, guys.
Do you still kill them?
The white.
I am so sorry for every minority for having to deal with white people.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Every day I wake up.
Don't say that.
Are you serious? I am so fucking sick.
Don't apologize for being white.
I am so sorry
for being
white. I am so sorry.
Don't do that,
guys. Every day I wake up, I look in the mirror and scream. I shriek. White. And I punch the mirror.
Yeah, but
I can't stand it.
Look at the facts. White people bitch more than anybody you will ever meet.
Correct.
About the most trivial fucking bullshit.
They complain about the most fucking trivial shit. They're the fucking most. They have.
Who's your best friend? That Mexican guy.
Yeah. They have the worst priorities ever.
Dude.
Like
the absolute
worst priorities. It's so true that black people don't have time to be social justice warriors. It's like
it's rich white kids who are projecting onto others.
Yeah. You know what? It's all like white people. Like this is what blacks think. The blacks think.
All
no,
those
we don't.
Tumblr faggots, white people.
Yeah, it really is.
It's a bunch of jizz bags living in San Francisco.
I've been told.
Wearing plaid shirts and fucking having huge earrings
and
horned rim glasses.
I'm a self-loathing white
Zach.
I've been told white people are the devil by more white people than I can count. It's always like it's a fat white guy with like thick glasses. Like you're a faggot. Like wearing plaid with those fucking plug earrings. Like you white male privilege. You're like what the fuck, dude? You make like $80,000 a year, live in San Francisco. You have your fucking Apple computer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, do you think that, like, it's kind of ironic the way that they think that they're speaking for black people because they can't
Yes, and whenever black guys are like, dude, that's not what I think. They're like, shut up.
Shut up.
You have
internalized racism.
They're the most racist of all. Like, I think black people can speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Or women.
Women can speak for themselves. They don't need to be protected by some pale San Francisco jizz bag.
Exactly. Everybody can speak for themselves. Straight white guys don't need to kick down the doors of gay guys and defend their fucking rights.
Yeah.
It's like they're fucking weak.
That's
Like,
the irony of it all, though.
I'll protect you. You're too weak to speak up for yourself.
I'll protect you. Just don't worry about those things that those guys
Just
say.
sit over there and suck a dick while I do your rights for you. Don't worry about it.
That is the irony of all of it. Like, honestly, they think that they.
Have you ever
That's
seen these?
why I like black girls. That's why
I love black girls. Me and Stabber talked about this. We both really like black girls.
You know why? Because white girls bitch too much. They complain about everything.
Black girls walk up and
don't give a
punch their
shit.
girlfriend in
and
the
they're
nose.
fucking hilarious.
And they're funny.
They're
sassy.
really funny. No,
I didn't know
don't
about
say
it. I
that.
didn't know this now.
They're sassy black girls.
No, black girls are fucking funny.
You like your coffee black, do you?
No, I like white girls too. I think they're all hot. Like I just like girls. If they're hot, they're hot. I don't care what color skin they have. But if they're black, I think that they have like another like element of being like.
You're a true revolutionary of your
How
time.
black? Do you like them like they're purple black or like light brown black?
It depends on
Do you
how
like
funny
purple skin, yellow eyes?
No, that's not how it is at all. No, I just think black girls
people
are cool. It could be just a history of like pain or whatever, but like it probably isn't. But like that's what people kind of say. It's like they see the bright side of things because they
The only thing I hate is when I get a little too chummy. No. I get a little too chummy with one, and then he throws out like the fancy black eye. I don't know. Maybe I could force my white guy handshake on.
What?
them.
What if
They
you
just like
go,
I don't-
hello, sir.
You can't deviate. You just have to push your hand out really hard
Straight,
at a 45 degree angle.
All your fingers pointed forward from your chest out with a big white guy face.
You have to overpower him with your whiteness.
What if like just before
To
they
get
get
the
in there
right
with their
handshake.
handshake, you get in there with your 90-degree straight ahead fucking robotic
I'm
handshake?
gonna have to remember this. This is a good.
Jeff,
lesson.
do you think it's a good idea to overpower a black guy with your whiteness? I think that's been a couple times, been done a couple times before. in the
Have you
past.
seen Zach? Have you seen the video of Obama? He was shaking.
Hero Hitler.
I think it was.
He didn't hate the blacks. He hated the Jews. All right.
Have you ever heard of the phenomenon called cuckolding?
Yes.
Cuckolding? Yeah.
What do you think the psychology behind that is?
How is it a phenomenon?
Can someone explain this to me? I don't know what this is.
Cuckolding is when a white guy wants his wife to fuck a huge black dude.
That's
It has nothing to do with the black guy.
That's
You
not.
don't think? But
You
why is it always?
spread lies.
That
on
is
this
not.
podcast.
That is not exactly. That's
Jeff,
not
you
exactly
can you enlighten us?
Why is it always a big?
It
black
doesn't
guy?
even have to be sexual.
It's basically a married guy who's sort of his wife is all fucking another guy and he's just letting it happen.
Yeah, and he kind of gets off to it, but he at
Why
the same
did you
time he's
add a
jealous.
black guy into that? What the hell?
It really has
does that?
nothing to do with the black guy.
I thought it was always to do. I thought it was a black guy.
Yeah, because you spend too much time on porno
It's just-
sites.
it's just
dude.
a-
I do spend. That may be true. That's not where I got my information.
I'm not
from.
sure if he wants it to happen,
you
but it's a
Freudian
spineless white
yourself.
guy.
Well, listen.
You call him a cuckold if he's married and his wife's all fucking.
Wait,
another
he
guy.
is the cuckold or is the girl the
You know
cuckold?
what POV is, right? It's where someone sucks your dick until you come in their face.
And it's a black guy.
Yeah, it's a black guy fucking a little petite Asian girl.
Dude, like you
you're
could
racist.
be. It's like being
Pussy
alphaed by another guy.
But why is he
And
black?
You get. What are you talking about, Niall?
I mean, it's possible. Could the black guy could be involved?
Let me
but-
tell you why he's black. Because he's better than you, baby.
Do they want to be?
His dick is bigger, his pecs are bigger, his biceps are bigger, his wallet's bigger.
Well, that's no.
He probably smells better too.
Yeah.
He smells
There's no
like
dispute
coconut
that black-
oil and Egyptian musk.
There's no dispute that black people are more like endomorphic than white people. Like they grow or mesomorphic. Like they grow.
Do they have acid blood?
No, that's why black people are in generally like bigger and stronger than white people and faster than white people.
Here we go.
This is
it's
territorial.
true.
I do that.
Oh, they're
like
better at basketball because they have better snap reflexes.
That guy,
because they're just fucking.
They have extra tendons in their legs.
A basketball coach just said what you said, and he got fired.
Wait, but why is that racist?
You just got fired from this podcast.
Why is that racist? Wait, stop. Wait, can you please explain to me why I'm being racist?
Wait, no, he's from Ireland. He can't be racist.
Let me ask you, how many black guys?
I haven't met a black guy until I came here.
All right,
okay,
that
so say
explains
whatever you want,
something.
dude.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic here or not.
I'm
but-
not being sarcastic. Say whatever you want. Your
And so everything you know about black people you read on the internet.
But all I know is that black people are stronger and they play better basketballs.
I've seen plenty of weak, out of shape black people.
Yes.
Yeah,
plenty.
you do. You see those, but black people
Steve Urkel, case closed. Let's
fucking
move on.
what's his name?
Yeah, but what about Stefan Urkel?
Fuck you, Stamp.
Yeah, what about fucking Shaquille O'Neal? What about the fucking Stevie from Malcolm in the Middle?
What about The Rock? What about Bruce Willis? What about Arnold
the guy in the
Schwarzenegger?
wheelchair that had
What?
breathing problems?
I didn't say shit. What are you talking about?
We could just change the subject. For this
Here's the Stamp had a really good point because I felt guilty because I undertipped a delivery guy about 2 weeks ago. It was like the total for the bill was, I thought it was $30, so I gave him $36. That's a good tip. But it was $40.
Oh, I was there for that.
$34 I gave him, and I still gave him $36. So he had like a $2 tip, and I felt horrible.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Stamper, you were saying like I shouldn't feel bad because he's just the driver.
Well, that's the thing.
Because you were a driver too, right?
Stamper, I think you have a bit of black blood in you.
What does it have to, like when you deliver pizza, it's not like tipping 15% for a waitress or a waiter.
Which is what I usually do. I do 15 or 20.
Because she comes back consistently. When I delivered pizza, they would just give me $2.
And is that fair, do you think?
$2, $3. And that was completely acceptable for delivery drivers.
See, I do 20% on whenever I go to restaurants or whatever.
Yeah. They're not coming back to your table and refilling your water.
Yeah.
They're not coming back and attending to all. They're coming here once.
I did something fucking stupid. I undertipped that guy, and I felt I was wrecked with guilt. You can ask Niall, I was wrecked with guilt when I was eating really sad.
We were sitting down watching, and Zach was just kind of looking at the ground for the rest of the
And
night.
then, what did you do?
To compensate, it makes no sense. It's completely fucking stupid. I felt so horrible about it. I ordered Chinese.
Overtipped a different guy.
Thanks for ruining the punchline, Niall.
Was that it? I haven't heard the punchline, though.
That was it, yeah.
Wait, no, say it again. We cut my bit out.
I felt so horrible about undertipping the one guy that I overtipped a different guy, completely different guy from a different restaurant.
And by overtip, you mean?
It was a $15 thing, and I gave him $25 because I felt so horrible.
Wow.
I know. I felt that guilt-ridden. And it was a Chinese dude, and I'm not joking. He was like, "Oh, thank you." And now that was not racist. That was exactly how he said it.
Exactly.
He literally bowed to me like, put his hands together.
Oh, did his triangle hat fall off when you did that?
Yes. No, seriously. Seriously, no. It makes no sense because like the dude I undertipped is just pissed off at me, and the dude I overtipped, like they're never gonna talk to each other. But now every time I order food from the Chinese place, that dude always comes, and he's super stoked every time he comes because he thinks I'm gonna overtip him again.
Zach,
whenever we order food from Sleepy Cabin,
you don't buy vegetables because they cost more than pizza.
Yeah,
No,
so
you don't buy vegetables.
fuck you, Jeff.
because it's a
The
pain in your
vegetables
ass,
come on the pizza.
And you don't understand the lemon pepper and butter.
I understand
skillet.
now.
High five.
Stamper,
That was for him, not you.
Well, I kind of
Stamper,
hijacked
I
that
can
high
actually
five.
make lemon cod. I could do it and I
Lemon
could cook
cod.
it. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
You guys are gonna burn your house down.
Did you ever cook tilapia?
I'm looking forward to
I can cook it. Yeah, I can cook it.
That stuff is the shit. But anyway, on an occasion we ordered.
Tilapia is really high in protein.
Oh,
It has more protein than salmon.
Really? Because tilapia is supposed to be the poor man's salmon.
I fucking hate salmon.
Salmon's delicious.
I fucking
Fuck
hate
you,
salmon.
Jeff. Salmon's delicious.
I
Don't they
don't
call
mind
it
fish.
the king of fish or the king of the sea?
See, actually, I don't like fishy fish. It makes me sick. It makes me want to fucking puke. But when I have salmon, it's so good.
Yeah, but I can only eat fish when it's deep fat fried. But anyway, Jeff, what were you?
Pepperoni and cheese.
Have you ever gone fishing, Zach?
I have all the time. I used to go camping,
I used to go
fishing,
fishing a lot.
dirt bike riding, hunting.
Dude,
I grew up in the Midwest,
Oh,
Jeff.
here we go.
My life is tragic.
You
as
never
fuck.
left your bedroom, liar.
Jeff, I was hunting all the time.
Liar.
I shot a fucking quail between the eyes when I was 10 years
Why
old.
don't you tell about the time where you killed a bear with your bare hands, and that's why they call you bear?
You spit my ear, dude.
I swear to God, I hate arguing with Zach. Just like lies.
You can't argue with
Jeff,
Jack.
no, I really did though. That is a true story.
Load of horse shit I've ever
I swear
heard.
to God on Niall's life when he dies
Zach,
tonight.
tell us one camping story. Immediately go.
Go.
I know, seriously, that quail story is true. When I was 10.
Oh, here
When I was
we
10, the
go.
first time I went camping with my dad, I felt so honored. I shot a quail between the eyes. My dad said, "Good job," and I felt great. So fuck you.
This is how tragic my life is. My dad used to take me out fishing.
Fuck you.
And we used to go. We used to go about like 5 times each summer for years, and we never once caught a fish between us. But like I was so bad at it that once I pissed my pants, and my dad was so disappointed that we didn't catch a fish and that I pissed my pants that I
Did
think
you piss your pants because you didn't catch a fish and you were nervous? What'd you piss your pants for?
I just pissed my pants.
What is it with like Irishmen? What is it with these stories Irishmen tell? There's one time I went to the lake and I pissed my pants and somebody threw a rock at me at the end.
Wow.
It's like the same. I don't know what it is about these stories you got. You and Chris are like, there's one time I was running down the road and there was a bug and I stepped on it and then somebody spit in my eye.
No, that's
I had the
Chris.
worst day ever. I had the worst day ever because somebody spit in my eye.
That's so true. That is so true. Your stories are so all over the place.
But if you let me finish my story, it wouldn't be all over the fucking place.
It already is all over the place.
Stamper.
You pissing your pants has nothing to do with
William Andrew Stamper, will you let me finish?
I'll let you finish.
Look, I pissed my pants, and my dad was already disappointed that I could never catch a fish. And then he got even more disappointed that I pissed my pants, and we just called it a day.
Why did you piss your pants?
And we never went fishing again.
That's the end of your story? Because you already finished it. That was your story to begin with.
My story was that he didn't know.
You know, Niall, your dad caught disappointment that day.
The whole point is you have to summarize why you pissed your pants.
But, okay, I'll give you the context. It's like he was like, this man could be a doctor someday. He's my son. And ever since then, he just let me do what I want because he realized that I was just one of the rest. I was just one of the rest. If I was born in the medieval times, I would have died at the age of 4. He knows that now. He knows that I'm not a strong one. I'm one of the weak.
Oh my God, dude, Niall, if you were a hitman, you would be like, all right, so I went up to the top of this bell tower, and I had the guy in my sight, and then I put my gun down, and I ate a chocolate bar. And then I went back, and it's like, what does a chocolate bar have to do with you killing somebody? Those are Irish stories.
Okay, well, Stamper.
Irish stories.
Stamper.
Irish stories.
I didn't catch a fish, so you don't have that part of the story. So I just supplemented it with pissing my pants. That's instead of catching.
That's Irish honesty. You came out with
I'm trying to tell you here what happened that day when I went fishing. That day I did see an octopus, and I tried to catch it, but I didn't catch it.
That's what I'm talking about.
What?
Where were you fishing at, and now you're talking about an octopus? Like, that wasn't even part
Nobody
of your story.
catches an octopus.
I didn't catch it, but
how were you expecting to catch it? You just put something in front of an octopus and it fucking scurried away.
That's what happened.
What else happened on this magical adventure through the Chronicles of Narnia?
My dad started being disappointed in me for the rest of my life.
Because you pissed your pants and didn't catch an octopus on your Irish fishing adventure.
Okay. Wait, let me back up a little bit.
Oh yeah, good.
Let me back up a little bit. Right. I'm
Yeah.
telling you how boring fishing is. This is the most fucking eventful thing that happened when I went in my fishing experience because I didn't catch a fish.
Fishing is great, dude. What are you talking about?
But I never caught a fish, so it wasn't great for me.
There's a great feeling when you see the little thing go down.
When I was younger, I thought it was the most boring shit in the world. But now
It's relaxing now, dude. You sit there with the beer, and you sit, and if something goes under, you reel it in, and you fucking go, look at that.
And you don't catch anything, it's great because you were on the lake. And
you're
I get
relaxed.
It now. I get it now.
It's relaxing.
I fished on a. I was a little kid. I actually won a fishing competition on a boat. We went out on a charter boat, and I caught the biggest fish.
Was it one of those catch and release things where you?
Yeah, no, I think we kept it. I've never cooked a fish. I left that up to
my dad. Cooked fish all the time. They used to catch it. They're delicious.
You know when people like catch a fish and then they hit it in the head with like a stone?
No.
Isn't that
they kill it?
Yeah, they kill it just to
you
kill
don't
it.
have, You could just leave it and let it suffocate, dude. It's not in the water. You could just let it.
Yeah, that's letting it. That's torturing it.
I caught this fish, and then I hit it in the head with a stone, and then there was an airplane, and there was a skydiver flying over, and then there was an octopus I saw in the water.
I used to babysit for my uncle, and my friend sent me a meat spin on MSN Messenger, and I think my uncle saw it. And then my dad got disappointed in me again because I think my uncle told my dad I was watching gay porn.
Yeah, you already covered that in the previous podcast.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did you see the octopus inside the computer?
Your whole country should be nuked. That's what I think.
I agree.
Stamper, I'm curious what kind of grandfather you had. You ever, was he like a really stern grandfather?
Should we tell grandfather stories?
Or was he a pervert?
I need to use the rest really quick before I do anything.
They helped shape us in a way.
He did. My grandpa was a very kind man.
Should we just let Zach go last?
I'll tell you something about Zach. He's a liar and a pussy.
I know. What lies is he gonna come up with about his grandfather?
He can't hear. He's gonna say like his grandfather was like a black man.
His grandfather was part of the Third Reich.
Got like
Hitler's.
Here we go. Look,
he got a purple belt in guerrilla fighting.
Look, Zach's at the bathroom now, but you heard it here. You heard it here first, folks.
Guerrilla fighting, like with monkeys.
You heard it here, folks. Okay, here we go. So yeah, grandfathers.
Hold on. Fuck.
I'll start.
Sure.
I had 3 grandfathers. One died before I was born. One was a step-grandfather. He's cool. He's still alive. He'll be dead soon.
How old is he?
I don't know, like fucking 900. And then...
Because you're a bit older than me, but my grandfather's like 88.
The last time I saw my other grandpa, he was in a wheelchair smoking cigarettes even though he had cancer. I remember when I was growing up, my father was always a pretty good artist.
Really?
And he drew a picture of my grandpa. And half of my grandpa's face in the picture was melted.
Why?
And I thought my dad was a bad artist. And it turns out that my grandpa was in a submarine and a steam pipe blew up in his face and melted half of his... So my dad's drawing was completely...
Just accurate. It looked like...
Damn.
Oh, man, that's fucking sad.
That's pretty much all I know about my grandpa.
What about your other
half
grandpa?
melted face.
He had a half melted face.
World War II, assuming, right?
I don't fucking know.
What about your other grandpa?
CNN.com.
Oh, well, World War II is... You like space stuff. I don't want to hear from you.
Hey, Zach, what about your grandpa?
Yeah, tell me about your grandpa.
Well, listen to me about my grandpa. Before I say anything,
Being a mom is one of the hardest jobs out there, and you wouldn't want to make that any more difficult, right? So why use a paper towel that just isn't up to the challenge? Try Rodeo brand paper towels with patented lasso pockets that wrangle up the biggest of messes with ease, leaving you with more time for the kids or whatever the fuck you want to do. Maybe you can start a workout plan and actually stick to it this time, you fat greasy bee. Itch. That's Rodeo brand paper towels for messes as big as Texas. Now back to the show.
yeah, my grandfather, I have two, but one passed away. Gosh rest his soul. You know what I mean? But the other one is alive. He's 88 now. He's still fucking alive. And he was one of those kind of like really rough military kind of, not military, but you know, kind of one of those rough, stern 50s, 60s kind of dads. But all he does now is like, because he's 88. He's born like 26. That's so fucking long ago. But I think now all he does now is like sit on, you know, and watch Leave It to Beaver and MASH and shit his pants. And drink. He still drinks like scotch and just sits there and watches it.
Oh yeah, he's totally done.
He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He was I can't believe he's coherent.
He's a veteran?
Yeah, World War II in Korea.
What did he do exactly in World War II?
He flew planes and fucking bombed the gooks. Which is what he'd say to me.
Yeah, you're just paraphrasing.
Yeah,
here.
no, I'm paraphrasing what my grandfather would say. He called, this is a true story, I don't know if I can tell, you can delete it, but this shows his age and his time. He looked, on Martin Luther King Day, he looked at me and he said, it's Martin Luther Nigger Day, and laughed really hard. And I was like, damn, dude. And my grandma was like, don't say that, Ed. And it was like, it's funny. And she was like trying to salvage it by like, oh, you know, he's
so
just
your grandpa
joking.
was just you in the future.
Yeah, it's me right now. But she was trying to like salvage it and be like, no, he doesn't think that way.
I am totally not deleting that. I'm leaving that in.
It's funny. It's you know, he's still a sense of humor, you know?
He has no filter.
He doesn't give a shit. He sits there all day and doesn't care. I wouldn't either, dude.
Yeah, mine were like that. Well, both of mine were in World War II. One was flying on like a cargo plane, and the other one was a Navy doctor. He was on a battleship. He was a doctor. I think my grandfather traded some of his services to somebody for a samurai sword. He gave me the samurai sword. So
really?
I have he brought back a ton of stuff from the war. Actually, he brought back that. He brought back some of those what do you call them? What are those knives Japanese people stab themselves in the stomach with?
Seppukus or something.
Yeah, like he brought back some of them hand carved knives. Those two of those.
The ritual ceremony knives.
You know, for being a doctor, I think him and his friends were kind of a little fucked up. I don't know.
What do you mean?
I keep hearing these stories about like my grandfather and his other friend. He'd call. I think I don't know if it was his first or last name. I just knew him as Morris, and he'd this guy was like, you know, I think he died when he was 90, but he was the craziest fucking old man I've ever known. And he was a surgeon. He used to be a surgeon, and I'd hear all these stories about shit like my grandfather had a goldfish. And then his friend Morris came over, and he ate my grandfather's goldfish
like
for no reason, just because he thought it'd be funny. He pulled that.
That is pretty funny, though.
I don't know where this story was going, but then
he shouldn't have been a surgeon.
There's this story that's in my family. This guy Morris, he's long dead, but there was a story that he came back from the war with a skeleton.
I thought you were gonna say he came back from the dead.
No,
a full human skeleton.
And he kept it in his attic. I don't know how.
And it was him.
It was him. That's the twist.
I don't know. It was a different time back then. I guess they had fun doing crazy.
Don't you kind of respect old guys though, who are like in the war?
I told you.
Oh yeah, no.
Like whenever I see my grandpa, I'm just like my grandfather. It's like, you know.
You remember when you were younger and you used to look at people like old people in cars and you'd be, come on, you old fucker.
Yeah.
Like some dude's taking too long in line at the gas station or something. Nowadays, I'm just like, dude, take all the time you need.
I do too.
know you fucking hate everything that's happening right now in the world today because I do too.
Here's the thing with my grandfather.
I have infinite patience for old people.
As I get older, I'm starting to understand this more and more. That he just wants to be like left in peace to do something, not fucking be bothered.
Rot.
He wants to tell his racist jokes and do his crossword puzzle and just be left alone.
In fairness, I think my grandfather's Martin Luther King joke wasn't really a joke. It was more just like a.
Oh my grandfather would drop the N-word jokes all the time.
Oh no, you can't leave me in the cold with the N-word.
He was every dinner. I was a little kid. Even Christmas dinner, he'd be telling them at the Christmas table.
What's the best one he told you? And by best, I mean one that you were like, damn, I can't believe you said that at dinner time.
He'd crack himself. He'd always tell these jokes and then let out a huge laugh at the end. Like he just couldn't wait. I don't think he was an inherent racist. He
just liked the jokes.
I know he had some black friends. But yeah, I guess he just liked the jokes. He just didn't care.
I grew up in the Midwest. And people, like a lot of adults there, still say colored. Like a lot of adults.
Yeah, colored.
Like my dad said that. I was like, Dad, it's 20, whatever the year was.
What's wrong with saying colored?
It's like 1950.
There's really nothing wrong with saying colored.
It's just weird. It's just weird.
It's like
it's a novelty.
The equivalent of saying your Oriental friend.
Yeah. It's a real question though, because like, is the offense in saying that they're the ones who's colored and white is also a color? So saying that they're colored.
Well, the thing is, people are people. You shouldn't have to sit and point unless you're.
It just feels weird. It reminds people of an age of segregation.
I don't even know. I don't know. This whole language thing is just weird to me. Every generation they come up with a new euphemism, a new word.
Or they take the good words and make them bad, or they take the bad words and make them good. It's always weird. It's always like, I don't know. I think that's weird. Like previous slurs are now good to say, but previous words that were okay to say are now slurs.
Example.
The word faggot's an example that's changing. It was never everyone says the word faggot now.
Faggot does not mean gay. Not anymore.
Faggot hasn't meant gay ever.
But I know.
Faggot meant gay for like 5 months in the 1970s.
But my point is, like, people are now trying to take the word faggot back. It's like the word gay. Gay meant like happy, and like then it meant homosexual. And it's going through all these different changes. And if I call you a faggot, I'm not calling you a gay guy.
Do you think soon like another regular word will turn into like to mean gay? Like just saying like fucking poster.
Even the word queer. Before the word queer meant fag, which meant gay, which means homosexual. That word used to be like that was a descriptive word, like the word gay. It used to be like you're peculiar. I think that's a queer observation or whatever.
When I'm talking about like words that are acceptable and all of a sudden they slowly become unacceptable and they come up with a new softer word to take its place. Like the most recent one is calling straight guys cis guys.
Oh yeah, you can't say straight.
Yeah, straight is now an offensive word. Oh, he's straight. That implies
I bet
it's better than queer. So he's cis. Like what is cis is just in another 20 years, cis is going to be offensive. And they're going to come up with another fucking word.
No matter what title you give the group, somebody's gonna hate that group and be like, "Oh, those fucking blacks." You can say that without having a word.
Do you know what
cis actually? Back to being people.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
But do you know what like cis makes
simple?
Do you know what like cis actually means?
Straight guy.
No. Cis.
It means you're the sexual orientation that you were born with.
No. But like in science, like if there's fats, right? There's trans fats, and then there's cis fats. And cis is the opposite to trans, and that's why they're saying cis. They just kind of no. I'm dead.
You just mean that's the you just mean the origin of the word.
Yeah, no, I'm deadly serious. It's the opposite to trans. So cis is like they're saying, oh, so there's trans fats, there's trans people, so there's cis fats and cis people. That's how they do it.
Straight guys.
But a straight person isn't the opposite of a trans.
Exactly. That's why it makes no sense. But they're trying to make it. They're trying to give logic into it, and it's weird.
And they even use cis as an insult.
Yeah, you
cis.
fucking cis.
Oh, check your privilege. I know that check your privilege thing has become a meme now, but like people say that unironically. People say check your privilege before you insult someone.
Check my privilege.
And they're jizz bags.
Like people tell us to check our privileges.
Whitey, you got handed everything, you fucking white.
You fucking.
Yeah. Oh, as if our life is fucking easy because we're white. No way. A lot of us are fucking miserable.
I work hard. I starve.
Yeah, we all do.
I love these white guys that
hate other white guys.
This is the most recent thing that bugs me. In their Twitter profile, they list that they're a feminist, right? These fucking guys, they write that they're a feminist in their Twitter profile, but it's like it should be a fucking foregone conclusion that you're
a humanist. Like you want everything to be equal.
Yeah, everybody should have equal rights. That should just be obvious. Women, black people, white people.
They're proud of the fact they're like, no one else is a feminist.
But when
I'm
you're like, I'm a feminist, and it's like you're almost saying other people.
It's a new buzzword. Like, yeah, I'm better.
But there's this weird feeling that they have this moral high ground over people. Like somehow other people aren't for equal rights for everybody, but they are. I don't even like bringing it up fucking because there's enough of this bullshit going around on the internet, but it's these people, there's such a fucking lack of common sense going on the internet. It's mind-blowing. Like,
Jeff,
I don't even know.
Jeff, do you think that because the feminazis are like being the ones who are like kind of like trying to be fucking bring us down, that we're the femi-Jews?
No, I don't want to say I'm a Jew. I'm not a femi-Jew because I don't.
I want to cut that out. I don't want to say I'm a Jew.
Dude, people are people,
Look,
and everybody knows that people are people.
What is with people wanting to feel weak and oppressed? Like there's too many people out there that they almost get a hard on from feeling weak and helpless.
Jeff,
you shouldn't want to feel weak and helpless.
You know what happened in Iran last month?
What?
A woman was executed for attacking and I think killing her rapist, and she got put to death for that.
Well, okay.
And then there's these white girls who are like, I'm oppressed. It's like, how are you oppressed? A guy, I looked at my ass. It's like, fuck
they're
you.
all they get off on it.
It's almost like a fetish.
They don't want to have any. They don't want to have any inner strength. They don't want to be able to solve problems on their own. They want to blame others. They want everybody to feel bad for them.
Stamper, do you think it's almost like a fetish, or it's something that like they really just want, like desire, kind of?
No, it's like a 15 minutes of fame.
The problem is human beings have evolved over fucking hundreds of thousands of years. Human beings need a certain amount of
shit to do,
and difficulty and challenges in their life to grow up mentally healthy. You have these spoiled fucking brats who've grown up with no challenge, nothing to do, and it fucks them up.
And if there's no legitimate problems, people create problems for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And they start their mentality starts getting all fucking twisted. They're like, oh my god, I have everything too good.
That's it. That's what I've been trying to say. It's everything. It's like they don't have any real oppression, so they try to build it for themselves. What is like that in your head? Why is that like a human thing? It's like people. It's like it's intrinsic in the human brain. Like people just need to feel oppressed. Like why? What is that?
What were the? Yeah, I don't get it.
Human beings are human beings. They need to feel oppressed, or they need to have somebody to point the finger at and say.
Humans evolved to problem solve. When we stopped like having to run from other animals and like weather and stuff, and just stop having to starve, we just sat there and go, oh fuck, that sucks over there.
We start to look at our problems and we start to point out other people's problems.
For a time, for like 100 years or so, like around the 1800s, we started to actually fix real problems. 1900s, we started to
that's because we
get real rights.
Food and water. And
we gave women the right to vote. Great. We helped other people. We stopped slavery. We ended segregation. That's great. But now we're at a point where it's like everything's too good. Everything's too fucking
it is too good.
That's why I'm saying we need another 9/11.
We need World War III.
We need a nuclear strike to happen.
We do.
So all this shit.
Thank you,
Stamper.
This is why.
As fucked up as that is to say, it would reset a bunch of people's brains.
When 9/11 was going on, everybody was focused on that.
On anthrax and shit.
Everything else. Yeah, exactly. Jeff.
And anthrax.
I honestly want to take one of these fat little white guys with the glasses and take them and put them in a rack and be like, dude, complain to these fucking people. They would not think about.
We need a huge earthquake to put people's morals back into order. Like, what?
Do you think if I put you in Iraq, would you give a shit about Gamergate, or would you worry about the guy screaming Allahu Akbar in the distance?
Or Angelina Jolie's fucking kids? Who gives a shit?
Did you guys hear Jennifer Lawrence's titties on the internet? Go in the fucking desert, run from tigers, dude.
The weird thing about that is it's just titties. I didn't give a fuck because it was Jennifer Lawrence. Like, it's literally just a naked body. You just look porn. It looks exactly the same.
We are scatterbrained as fuck tonight.
Jeff, do you think that if we lived in a complete utopia, like a complete beautiful, humans would just find a way?
Human beings are not meant to live. It's like the fucking Matrix when they're talking about. They're like, yeah, we made a perfect world and it fucking fell apart. We need to give humans a struggle to keep you mentally healthy. That is it. That's the truth.
I know. It's
humans are inherently
greedy. Like, we need to find
there will never be world peace ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Because if everyone decides to be peaceful, there's one guy who'll want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's one asshole who's like, fuck you guys. It's
he's he's peaceful. I can actually just usurp this throne now or whatever.
People are naturally gonna take sides no matter what. They're gonna auto balance out each side one way or another. Like, if there's some struggle going on, there's a bunch of people that are neutral and one side is way bigger than the other. I guarantee a bunch of people will join the smaller side just because instinctually that's what they're gonna do.
Yep. Yeah. I agree. Completely. It seems to be just an inherent thing that we like look for a balance. Like if we're too happy, we need to balance it down to being like unhappy, or look for a way to be unhappy. I don't know. I think it's an equilibrium kind of thing.
This century is just fascinating in that you're starting to see what happens when human brains aren't given what they need. They start to go fucking crazy.
Yeah, in 100 years, they're gonna look back at this generation and think we were fucking.
It could be. It might be worse. I don't know.
If we're around in 100 years to think about shit, we're fucking walking around the ruins of humanity.
You don't think we're gonna be around in 100 years?
Do you?
Human beings are fucking cockroaches, dude. There's no way
we're gonna be around. But like, is this gonna be? Are we gonna be around enough to think about like, wow?
Human ingenuity. The funny thing about human ingenuity is once the shit starts to hit the wall, we'll figure it out.
No, we will. But I like imagine if all
everyone's
destruction
worried
happens.
about Fallout. Are you serious? Human beings, really? We are so fucking stubborn. There's no way.
It's like we're a parasite. Like we do look for ways to evolve all the time. Like
yeah, a lot of us are.
The internet is actually a step in evolution because we can communicate with everyone now. It's honestly, it's all just like evolving into the. That's it.
Once the billionaires start have to breathe in smog every day, things will get fixed.
Yeah. Yep. Once they don't have their fucking jets and shit.
What if there's like a massive
Shut up,
virus?
Niall. I like rich people.
You're just sucking their balls so they give you money.
Whatever, 1%, Niall.
Yeah,
I'm 1%, dude.
1%.
I'm 1% in the poorest. I'm 1% in the other direction.
You have like Marty McFly sneakers on. Never mind.
Yeah, they do tie themselves.
I noticed that earlier. If they were gray, they would be Marty McFly sneakers, self-lacing and all that.
Well, it is Velcro.
Hey, did you notice our intersection talks now?
What? Oh, when you cross the crosswalk?
It wouldn't shut the fuck up. I stopped and it's like warning, an emergency vehicle is approaching. Warning.
What,
and then
really?
The second it got through the intersection, warning, a train is approaching.
Yes.
Warning. And then another ambulance. It just kept talking for 5 minutes.
When you press the button, it says you can now cross the road.
Yeah,
it is all safe. Cars will not smash into your body.
Cars
and
will
kill
not smash into you, Zach.
Check your privilege, Zach. Some people are deaf, all right?
Good. I hope they get hit by cars.
Do you think one day it'll be like, hey, Zach, it's time for you to cross the road?
Like they scan your eyes like Minority Report.
See if you're blind.
Cross the road, Zach. Faggot.
Punch it. I'll give a
fucking
fuck.
weirdo.
You're a misogynist, Zach. That's what
I just think women are stupid, unfunny,
What's
only
wrong?
good for rape.
What's wrong with hating a woman just because she's a fucking asshole? Why can't I just hate a woman for being an asshole?
Do you think people who massage
not hate it doesn't mean you hate all women.
This is the one thing that liberals did. I'm a liberal myself. No, I'm serious. I'm a liberal myself, so I can say this. The one thing liberals did that pissed me off a couple years ago was when anybody ever criticized Obama, it was like, you're a racist. It's like, no, dude, you can hate Obama and not be a racist.
Yeah.
Here's the
Yep.
People hated Clinton. People hated Carter.
Are you liberal?
I've never considered myself
libertarian. I'd say you are, just from what you talk about.
I'm middle left. I'm middle left.
I'm like middle. Yeah, it's like I've never
left.
considered myself conservative. I've always I feel like I've just been on that liberal side. But these people are so fucking. They're like so liberal.
The furthest left is they
fucking
give
crazy.
The furthest left is they'll give like pigs equal rights to humans, that kind of thing. It's like we're not that fucking far gone, but like we want everything to be fair.
I've said like the left is the far left is now so far left they're going to the far right now.
I want to see
like there's these feminist guys who are like women can't wear clothes. Like dude, you sound like a guy in the 50s.
Yeah, exactly.
Women can't show their ankles.
Zach, you blew my mind with that point because
it's like
made me
think of asteroids. You go left and you just come out to the right side.
It made me think of like a globe. You know, like the fucking Earth. It's like.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Like these guys who are so far politically left.
Yeah, no, Zach, seriously. Sorry, Zach has a point here because like he's saying like you're going so far left that you love women so much that you want them to all have equal rights, and then you're like,
women can't like wear this.
Yeah,
in video games.
You're liberal. You're anti-liberal.
I'm not anti-liberal. No, I'm not anti-liberal.
You know what I am? I'm Stamper, and I sit at my computer and I work all day. What difference does it make?
No, but Stamper, you're actually right. But we're saying that if you
are people.
If you sit down, Stamper,
I'm a
and
Stamper.
No, but we're saying
I am too. No,
you're not liberal.
Who cares?
I said I'm middle left.
Republican.
Stamper.
Liberal.
I know you don't know about politics at all, but if you sit down and you do a test on what you believe in,
expert here.
Oh.
Well, I never.
Teach us.
Well,
No.
I never.
You want to talk about CNN.com, Stamper?
Look, Zach completely agrees with me, but for some reason he's just siding with. He's one of those guys who sides with the people who are. There's more people, or the stronger people. Yeah. Oh, I know that.
I'm the strongest guy here. I'll tell Stamper.
Tell me your damn story, now.
To be honest,
Here's the story. Stamper went to CNN.com and saw an octopus and pissed his pants. Fuck you, Niall.
Fuck You Niall is going to become don't cut this out. But
Why'd you say that? Now it is going to become a meme.
You're cutting this out. But Fuck You Niall, you've said that so many times in this podcast that it will become a meme. So please stop saying that. Say some. No. Say some variation.
God damn it, Niall.
No. Not that.
You're a racist,
Some
Niall.
variations.
I love you, Niall.
Some
Guys, okay, let's say you're a racist now. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
You're a racist, Niall.
You're a racist,
Niall.
That sounds like a Charlie Brown special.
But no, Stamper. I'm saying if you sat down and you did a quiz on like what kind of section you are in the fucking political spectrum,
You are left,
you would
Stamper.
probably be around the same as us. That's all we're saying. I know you don't care, but
I'm part of the common sense party. That's what I'm part of.
Oh, okay. You're the fucking.
I'm the reasonable
Whatever, dude,
common sense party.
It's completely reasonable.
Common
Why
sense.
I'm not
not a
looking
party.
to be upset. I'm not looking to be hurt and offended.
I'm
I
looking
don't
to go
care.
to
I'm
the store
busy.
and buy products and pay what I owe and
But that's the
love
same with
everyone.
That's the same with all.
Sorry, I did a bad.
Zach did a boo boo.
You're a misogynist, Niall.
I'm not just because women.
You're a misandrist.
NiallRapesWomen.com.
Do you hate men?
Don't direct people to that
You should
site.
buy that domain.
No, don't buy that.
NowRapesWomen.com.
The fresh go-to website for NiallRapingWomen.com.
Well, now that we've alienated a few people with our bullshit.
Jeff,
By a few people, you mean everybody.
Every fucking person listening.
Ooh, those.
Subject change immediately. Zach.
No Shave November.
No.
Shave November.
Okay.
We should not. I don't want to close on No
Zach.
Shave November.
Zach, I noticed you're growing a lot of stubble lately. Is this for No Shave November? For
No.
prostate cancer to raise awareness?
No.
Well, what's
I've
it for?
noticed
Is it-
Zach does have a beard coming in.
Yeah, he does have one coming in. It's
This,
looking-
this is disgusting. Don't look at
No,
this.
it doesn't. It looks good. You look rugged. I don't know why.
I have the anti-Hitler.
Zach-
I can't grow hair right there yet.
Zach is into this thing where he's like, I need to look. I'd love to wear a suit and I'd love to be clean shaven and look
All
like
right,
I'm
so
from the 50s.
Shut up. So you brought this up earlier today. I'm dying to know what No Shave November.
All these guys grow out their pubic hair to commemorate 9/11.
Okay, so what is it really?
You think that's a false?
Yes.
You think that's not real?
No, because you smile when you lie, Zach.
No, for 9/11, what you do is you get a boner and you sit down and your friend gets a boner and you sit
Niall!
down, and you get
Shut up!
you both sit down
And
with
then
your
people
boners.
throw paper
like-
airplanes into your wiener.
That's
so
it.
Get it.
That's it.
Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
No
How'd you-
Shave November.
How did you
What
know
is
that?
this?
Jeff, your stubble looks great today.
Thanks.
See, what you and Jeff.
I'm tired of facial hair.
You, Jeff, you pull it off.
Jeff,
you and Stamper.
Jeff.
Stamper, you do it too. You do the sideburns going to your face, and I like that.
No,
That's because I am a man.
I'm a
Zach.
boy. I'm a big boy.
So what's with no
So a bunch of
mustache?
hipsters don't shave for the month. Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
the-
yeah. A bunch of 19-year-old neckbeards don't grow out their neckbeard for a month because they want to help cancer out.
But the thing
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah.
The thing I don't understand is it's for cancer awareness, and everybody knows about cancer. Stamper.
What kind of cancer?
Prostate cancer, because it's
It's
for
dude
men.
cancer.
a
It's
men
like
thing, yeah.
breast. It's like the opposite of breast.
Yeah,
Not the
yeah.
opposite of breast
How
cancer.
does you growing your beard out do anything?
Because you set up a page on Movember.com or whatever, and you get people to sponsor your fucking you growing.
So you said it's for cancer?
Yeah.
Is it so you
So
can
wait, you
feel
grow a
connected? So
beard.
it's like all these people in their cancer
don't shave.
beds grow out their beards because they can't.
Well, they can't because
shave them.
they got chemo.
So
and they
you
can't grow hair.
you feel like a sense of consolidation with them. Or
Wait,
something.
guys grow beards because chemo
I'm
patients
guessing.
can't grow?
I'm just guessing.
That's more like
I have
taunting.
no idea. I have no idea what that means.
It's like taunting them, don't you think?
I don't understand it.
No, so it's like when women grow their titties out.
Yeah, for breast cancer awareness.
I hate
Or feminists grow their fucking armpit hairs out. And they
the
rub it on
fact
guys'
that this exists in humanity is.
It's a perfect example of where we've
Yeah, but okay.
Fuck people, fuck Earth. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Arguably, like the biggest charity like causes in the world is cancer, but like cancer still hasn't been cured yet. So like, what's
All right, Niall, we have to wrap this up. I'm going to ask you a bunch of rapid fire questions. You can't think, you just have to answer.
Go for it.
Favorite color?
Blue.
Guys or girls?
Girls.
Busted.
Nah.
Busted, my friend.
No, it's not true. It's not true at all. Like,
Zach, same thing. Favorite movie? Go.
RoboCop.
Least favorite movie? Go.
RoboCop 2.
Guys or girls? Go.
RoboCop 2.
Okay then.
Stamper, guys or girls?
Guys, shit.
Guys or girls?
Guys, shit.
It does twice.
Favorite video game?
Devil May Cry 3.
Least favorite video game?
Not Devil May Cry 3.
Dick size.
5. Shit.
Wait, true story. They almost saw my dick before Jeff walked in.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we really tried to haggle now to pull his dick out because we heard Jeff closing his
yeah,
car.
that's a true story. Okay,
that is a true story.
From start to finish, you tell it.
Sam, I'm a bad storyteller.
No, you tell it.
Stamper and I were sitting in our chairs looking now. Now was kind of in front of us. And we're like, now pull your dick out. And he was really subconscious. But we like for 5 minutes we tried to convince him. And about the 5th minute he almost did it. And before we heard Stamper and I heard Jeff's car door closing outside. And I wanted to time it so now I would pull his dick out and Jeff would walk in. But it didn't happen.
It was so close.
Jeff walked in right before it happened.
I need new friends. I'm tired of talking to you guys.
Now
I'm
it's
done.
like,
I'm thinking
I don't know, guys. It's really cold in here.
Listen.
Like he was trying to impress us.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah, he started like jerking up. He started stroking to get like a chub.
That's bullshit.
Like, dude,
Look, it was nice
I don't even know
knowing.
why I'm here right now. I don't want to see Niall's wiener.
The pulling it out, the chub thing, I have to defend myself with that. I wasn't trying to get a chub. I was like debating whether to pull it out or not. So I was like,
I need new friends
I'm
too.
so fucking tired of dick talk.
Oh, fuck you. I will.
Oh,
Jeff,
I want
I want a hat.
Zach, if you could name a comet, what would you name it?
Jeff's asshole.
There you go. There you go, folks.
Jeff's asshole is near the sun. The trails
one word.
burning off.
And you write cartoons. Jeff's asshole.
Stamp, you're gonna wake up dead tonight.
How is he gonna wake up?
Oh, yeah. Holy shit, I'm dead.
Oh no.
If I was to name a comment, I would name it Niall.
I would name it B5379.
They ran out of Greek god names. You have to name them like a numerical.
What if I name it like Aphrodite? Is there one? That's a good
What if
one.
we just named it the Terminator? Just call it the Terminator.
Yeah, and
The Terminator's near the Earth.
The one that's
There's
near
one
Earth.
coming towards
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Earth. And asshole scientists name it the Terminator. And there's nothing you can do about it.
It's like who comes up with the names for like hurricanes, like Hurricane Sandy and Katrina?
The
Like who comes up with-
Terminator
Why are
is
they all named
orbiting
after
Earth.
women?
Yeah, why can't they call it like Hurricane fucking Annihilator?
There's plenty of hurricanes in Metro,
That's
guys.
not nice.
Ivan.
Because people are gonna die, and then the news people were like, yeah, 83 people died because of Hurricane Annihilator. They got
I'm saying Annihilator
annihilated.
because Niall's in the name.
Oh, you
Oh.
selfish motherfucker, dude. Everything revolves. You know what, son? All right, I'm going to call you son from now on because we all revolve around you.
Well, I'm the fattest here, so technically you do.
Yeah, it's true, son. Fat ass.
No, I'm just kidding. Don't call me fat in this
We have
podcast.
30 seconds left.
I don't want all the ladies listening to think I'm fat, because I always say that I'm fat, but I'm not that fat.
But you are fat. Thanks for listening to Sleepy Cast. I'm Stamper TV.
The name is Zach. Don't wear it out.
Name's Fat Boy Slim.
It's Jeff, Jeff, not Jeof.
No, Geoff.
G-O-F-F.
G-E-F, whatever,
Like a
man.
British
Good night. Good night.
Love you.
We have 10 seconds left. Let's start screaming.
Oh.
Fuck you.
I'm not fat. I'm not fat.
He's a liar. He's a liar.
I'm not fat.
He's a liar. He's a liar.
You are fat.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In May of 1989, a man by the name of Dennis appeared on Las Vegas local news station KLAS with his face darkened to conceal his identity. Dennis told journalist George Knapp that the government had 9 flying saucers and it was his job to help reverse engineer them. This story started a media frenzy and was broadcast all over the world, sparking in mainstream interest in Area 51. Claiming he was threatened at gunpoint, Dennis revealed to the public, for insurance, his legal name, Bob Lazar. This is Red Web. Welcome back, everybody. We got a banger here. Bob Lazar, famous UFO reverse engineerist. I guess. Whatever title that would be. I'm Trevor Collins. With me, as always, is Alfredo Diaz.
Hello.
Hit me with that gut instinct. What are you
Hello.
feeling?
Okay, so I was born during the month of May in '89. So
oh my god,
my ears perked through like in May 1989. I was like, oh damn. All right.
You might be a child of the stars, my friend.
But also, like, this is so interesting right off the bat because it's not like, oh, this guy, saw UFOs and, and the government was hiding it. He was hired to reverse engineer. So that's always interesting to me because I love sci-fi films. And whenever they, reverse engineer something in order to better like their level of technology is always so interesting.
Yeah. What's really interesting about Bob Lazar too is, and we're going to get into it. We're going to get all up in here, but his story is so consistent ever since he first came out. Ever since he first started laying the groundwork of his claims with all these details and everything. It's never changed. I think maybe outside of a few details, it's never been that he's contradicted himself. His body language is tremendously secure, like someone that truly believes in what they're saying. And he's been around the block. He had a famous Netflix documentary. He's been on Joe Rogan. He's been on a bunch of mainstream outlets. And so he's really taken the world by storm. And it's... There's a lot here. Like, this isn't your traditional UFO story.
Right.
There's a lot that you can really sink your teeth into and start to believe here.
So a couple of things, maybe just the man knows how to lie. But two, I'm very, very eager to see what he says in terms of like what tech we have today that spawned from this reverse engineering of this alien tech, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like later on during this episode, you could be like, okay, so he, with everything that he's put out there, he's saying that like, the evolution of touchscreens or some random thing is because of this tech that was reverse engineered and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm excited about that portion. If, I don't know, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but
we're getting all excited. This episode is going to have a slightly different structure because it's more of a story, a claim that is being laid out. And so what we're going to do is dive into Bob's claims, the story that he's outlined.
Already, the Red Web Task Force is on the case,
task force, we're out here. Open the files, get your notebooks ready, click in the pen, and we're ready to
Slap
go.
on the badge and get to work.
Ow, ooh, a little deep. Pricked me a little bit. And then after that, we're going to go into the life that he's had since. There's a lot of crazy details in here that I wasn't even aware of. Bob gets up to some crazy stuff ever since coming out with this story. And then we're going to assess a couple of main theories here as to what could be going on. But why don't we dive right into the claims? Task force, put your caps on, monocles out, binoculars out. What is it? Magnifying glass. Get all your lenses out, everyone. So as a child, Bob Lazar was always interested in science, particularly in jets and rockets. His mother recalls when he was a child hearing a loud explosion. I think he was in his teens for this. And this was when he was first testing out a jet-powered bike. So now we got a teenager on our hands who's making jet-powered vehicles, bicycles. As a teen, no one should have that power. First of all, I'd burn myself, let alone make this thing.
Look, man, I've seen Fantastic Four. This sounds like a young Reed Richards. He's out here. He's gonna any day now just overload the power grid and create some way to teleport over into another world.
Well, great segue, because as an adult, Lazar moved on to cars, as you would, and he even built a particle accelerator in order to create some of the materials that he needed in order to make it. So yeah, you're pretty much on the money. This dude is creating materials with a particle accelerator. He's a fascinating dude. And this is all true, by the way. Lazar maintains at this point, this is where the claims start to enter. Lazar maintains that he has a master's degree from both Caltech and MIT. So coming out of college, he initially worked at Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico, where he worked on developing nuclear weapon technology and stuff like that. And after this, he interviewed at a company called EG&G, which was a national defense contractor in Las Vegas. And that company says they were more interested in his personal hobbies, like his jet cars and stuff like that, outside of his work resume. And from this, it seems that he got this job at a place known as S4. In fact, he was hired by a lead physicist who was retiring from the US Navy to work at this S4 location, which was 15 miles south of what is now known as Area 51. He and a few other employees were all hired to work at this location, and getting there was a really interesting trip. They would have to get into an unmarked bus with their windows all blacked out, so they couldn't see where they were going or how they got onto the base, how they got down into the bunker, etc. It's very in line with a lot of modern Area 51 stories.
That's crazy. Also, kind of exciting.
It is very exciting. Ooh, okay. And it's true. There is a plane that does the very same thing for those who work at this portion of Edwards Air Force Base known as Area 51. The windows are all white. They're all whited out. You can see it take off daily from the Las Vegas International Airport.
Wait, really?
Yeah. And I mean, this doesn't mean that aliens are in Area 51, but this is how people get in and out of this location is.
Whoa. That's cool.
And so it's all very interesting, and it does line up with a bunch of other stories. And remember, this is all 1989, so you have to kind of take some of your preconceived knowledge. We have a lot of knowledge now about what Area 51 supposedly has. This is quite a whiles ago, before a lot of this information. So now, after they take that unmarked bus with the blacked out windows, they get to the facility, and in order to enter, you don't scan a badge or scan your eyes or your fingerprints or anything. They have what Bob Lazar described as a special hand scanning machine. And these machines had metal pins that measured the length of your finger bones, in addition to other details of your hand anatomy, in order to confirm your identity.
That's nuts.
It's very nuts. And once again, I want to put a pin in this because we will cycle back to this in a major way. When he first described this device, it was essentially just a story, for better or worse, or, just for lack of a better comparison. We hadn't seen these things or whatever. So he's just describing this very advanced technology for the late 80s, and we only had his word to go on at this point. Immediately after being hired, Lazar was briefed with a 10,000-page document that had information describing the supposed history of Earth and aliens, saying essentially that aliens came to this planet from a planet that orbited a twin binary star system called Zeta Reticuli, and that they are gray. Interesting details. And S4 supposedly housed these 9 flying saucers that they had obtained from these aliens. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Lazar's job was to reverse engineer these ships and discover how to utilize the technology within it. Unlike cars and rockets that create an outward... Now I'm just going to dive into some of the details of how Bob described these crafts, because there's a lot of interesting and specific details he gives. So like I said, unlike cars and rockets that have an outward projectile kind of force, whether it's combustion, exhaust, etc., these ships seem to be reactionless. From the human eye, right, from our understanding, it looked like they just kind of went. Almost like you would see like a Tesla just kind of goes. It's electric powered straight to the tires and off it goes. But of course, these are flying craft, and so it makes you wonder, how do they get lift? How do they move around, etc.?
Yeah.
Well, in building out his story of these craft, he says that they were powered by an antimatter reactor, which was fueled by element 115. At the time, it was called an unpentium, and it had yet to be discovered. It only existed in theory at 1989. It never existed in a lab. It was never synthesized. It only existed in theory. At this point in time, it's worth mentioning, I believe the periodic table had only reached element 110, I believe. But now, if you look at the periodic table, it goes out to like 118 or 119, something like that. And just to make it really easy to understand what I'm saying when I say these numbers, oxygen is 8, helium is 2, hydrogen is 1. It's I think the number of protons in the atom.
Oh, okay, fancy.
It's the atomic number or something like that. I don't remember much from chemistry. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to get a lot of comments on that.
Forever ago.
So, like I'm saying, at this point in time, the only way that humans could have had a stable version of element 115 is if they got it from these aliens. Because element 115 is highly reactive and very difficult to stabilize. In fact, to this day, we have been able to synthesize it, and I'll go into that a little bit more in the future of this episode here. But it's incredibly reactive and unstable, and so it degrades and decays very quickly. So the only way to get it is to have it stabilized, and apparently the aliens knew how to stabilize it.
That's all right.
Yeah,
it's like a whole sci-fi thing. I'm into
Real
this.
sci-fi. And what's cool is, and I know there's some like nooks and crannies that might get a little difficult to follow, but what I like the most about his story, and probably what makes it so popular, is that it's kind of more layman's terms. It really is easy to follow and understand.
It's not the hardest to follow. I mean, like I said, there's a little bit to it that I'm just like, ooh, okay, interesting. But I mean, this is a sci-fi flick I can get behind.
Yeah. And he also continues to describe these craft, saying that because it generates its own gravitational wave, that it could prevent visual detection by bending light around it, essentially becoming cloaked or invisible. And that's where element 115 comes into play, because he's saying that it's able to propel the craft by bending space, pushing away from its own gravitational waves, essentially bending space in front of it and pulling it back together behind it, essentially squeezing it through space, rather than needing to propel itself through physical matter, which is what we do with cars. So that's where you have friction, that's why you have speed limitations, etc. This essentially and I'm just kind of winging it here from my own understanding, is this essentially creates a bubble in space. So you are no longer impacted by the physical realm of space, and you can kind of just jet along. What's interesting here is that when you look at his sketches of this craft, and we'll put those on Twitter at RedWebPod as usual, but they look very much like a stereotypical alien UFO, right? Like basically like
round, the
round
cockpit
dinner
on
plate.
the top center.
Yeah, I don't know if he has that cockpit piece, but either way, you know, you picture it flying around, laying out horizontally, like I said, like a dinner plate on a table. He describes these as flying if you were to upturn that 90 degrees. So saying that plate metaphor on the table, just as if you wanted to tip your food onto the table, you're holding your plate upright like a steering wheel. That's how they fly. They fly belly out or belly forward.
Yeah, and then I could see that visually in my head, yeah.
Which is really interesting. And it's almost like just such a random detail to add because I don't know. It's such a random detail that it makes you want to believe it, right?
Yeah, it's also just like this is all just made up to me right now, but like, how would that look like? What would the thrusters be? Or if there even are thrusters, like how would you propel at that angle? It's just really weird.
It is very weird, especially with the way like you're saying, we propel craft by, you know, sucking in air, combusting it, shooting it out the back. That's how you have, you know, opposite reaction. You move forward in space. That's super non-aerodynamic, but that's where he's saying this craft is non-reactionary. It's essentially the engine in the middle using this special element is able to bend space-time around it. I don't know why the orientation is the way that it is or how it benefits the craft in any way. It might make it difficult to see where you're going, but maybe they don't need that. I don't know. Maybe they can't run into stuff because they're bending space around it. It's very interesting thus far. But getting further into the ship a little bit with more details, he's saying the seats of the ship were very, very small, almost child-sized. In fact, the employees at S4, this location in Area 51, nicknamed these aliens the kids. So now we have the fact that these kids or these aliens are kicking around, living, talking to these engineers at S4. And I don't have this in my notes, but firing from the hip here real quick. I remember in the documentary on Netflix about Bob Lazar, he's telling a story, and I think he retracted this
Back
story
to Liverpool, everybody. Now we're about to hit a topic that's very good for our GB News viewers and also big here in Liverpool. It's law and order. Scotland Yard has warned that it will not tolerate a repeat of the violence outside the Iranian embassy in London yesterday, which left 5 police officers with serious injuries, including broken bones. Hundreds of demonstrators angered at the death of a young woman in Iran after she was arrested.
Gentleman talking to what looked like a little creature, and of course this is like his first couple days. He doesn't really know what's going on, but he also saw the little craft behind him, and I remember also, and maybe I'm making this up, but I thought I also remembered him saying that whoever it was that was guiding him around was basically saying like, don't look around too much, and that's like a red flag to me. But who knows if this is all to be taken at face value, that makes sense. Again, I want to be honest, like I think he might have retracted that statement or that piece of his story, but that's one of the very few pieces he's gone back on and said no. Another interesting piece, and again, I might be redundant because I'm getting off of my notes by a long shot here, but another interesting piece about him going around the facility was he did have an opportunity with this gentleman to go up to the craft, and somehow it came to the forefront that the guy was saying, well, go ahead and try to touch the craft. And see if you can do it. And well, Bob's like, well, easily. It's 3 feet away. I'll reach out. And it was either the engine specifically, right, the piece that kind of bends space-time, or it was the craft itself. And as he reached his hand out, suddenly there was like a force field where he couldn't reach any further closer to the craft.
Whoa.
Like something was repelling his hand. And that's where he was like, okay, no, maybe this is real. Maybe there is something here, because obviously he's skeptical, you know, especially if they're looking at him for his extracurriculars, right? His jet car, not so much his curriculum or his schooling background or his job background, but more of the jet stuff and the cool stuff he did on the side and the tinkering. And then he gets hired to reverse engineer like spacecraft. Like he's he's clearly coming in with like, all right, what is this?
Yeah, what is going on here? What am I getting myself into? Like, that's wild, man. Someone needs to pen the script and just make this a movie.
To be a movie. Yeah,
this is crazy.
You're absolutely right. There needs to be a movie about this, right or wrong, hoax or truth. I would watch it. Okay, so back on my notes. Boom, right in front of me, what I was talking about was, yes, he did see supposedly two scientists talking to something small in a chair, but it was in 2018, actually, that he redacted this claim and thought it must have just been a doll used for testing purposes. Now, that's interesting timing, because actually, I'm going to go to the internet right now. Yes, because I believe that's the year that his documentary came out. And so it's either to go back and re-iron out his story and pick up loose ends, or he's telling the truth and he's like, listen, I want to cut all the crap out of my story and just be truthful here. There's a million ways to split this. This is all up to personal conjecture at this point. But anyway, in that documentary that I described, he discusses this technology and describes it as if you went back into Victorian age and showed them a car. You know, it's way beyond their capacity to understand it. You know, you get how it moves, but you don't know how you would make it, right? There's so many advanced pieces to the car, especially if you took something like a modern electric car that has a touchscreen tablet in it, that's all electrical. You know, it's close, you can understand it, but you can't make it.
How they get from a blank table to that finished product there.
Right. And so that is his comparison to basically get us to understand how he felt when he was seeing this technology. It's so astonishing, he says, you know, it makes you want to understand it, but clearly if it were public knowledge, especially all at once, it would disrupt the world as we know it and everything would change. In particular, he mentions the economy, that it would no longer have use for cars, you know, planes, that there would be so many disruptions to modern business. And that's why it didn't just boom, it's out in the open, right? That's where you start to come into the, okay, well, then what are we reverse engineering? How is this trickling into society? And this is kind of where Bob starts to say, like, well, many of the advancements we've seen, whether it be TVs getting very thin, I believe he says LEDs in particular, touchscreens, cell phones, and phones in general getting smaller, computers getting smaller, all stem from this reverse engineering effort.
I bet
and
it
I can believe it, because you know, you go back 120 years and we barely have cars. We don't have space travel, we don't have planes, not really. But that said, you know, we've been around humans for thousands of years. There's some technology lost, some tools lost, some rediscovered, etc. That could be a whole separate episode probably. Yeah. But on the other side, what comes to mind to me is technology builds upon itself. As soon as you get a processor that's better than the last one, you can use the faster one to make the next one. And it just builds on itself, and that's why technology grows exponentially. And we just happen to be a part of that exponential curve. So on one hand, I can totally get what his claim is. On the other hand, I don't know. I think it is due to the nature of technology that it explodes.
Yeah, right? Like, you just make better stuff and you're able to just keep pushing the boundaries at that point. And also a lot of tech too as well. They know like kind of like the limit that they're at, then they'll scale it back and for profit and just kind of like trickle it out, so that way it's not like, you know, here's the biggest and the best and, you know, we'll see you guys in a couple of years. Like, they're always trying to get those yearly, quarterly like earnings and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's the capitalism piece here, you know, like on one hand, you don't want to disrupt business so much that a bunch of people lose their jobs, but a bunch of other people gain jobs. It's just a mess. And so, I don't know. So that's what adds a little bit to me of reality to his story. He grounds it so well in life in a way that you can really kind of just understand what he's saying. But continuing back to S4, while working there, Lazar claims that there were, quote, rhythmic shouting and constant threats. And he says it was basically as a form of hypnosis on the employees.
What?
Yeah. And if I recall, kind of just like, once again, firing from the hip here, I remember him talking about how everyone was kind of isolated from each other because no one person could have the whole vision of what the heck was going on, obviously. You know, because then, you know, they could either be compromised, whether it be by an enemy government, or they could go home and make these things on their own. I don't know. They basically had to piecemeal out. So that also kind of continues into the next point here a little bit, but the shouting and the threats and stuff probably keeping people in a certain mental state, so they were always on edge and they were always afraid of talking about this stuff.
What a weird way to control people.
Yeah, it feels very much like an authoritarian sort of...
The Greater Fool, a concept where one believes that they can succeed where others have failed. It's an economic theory that we might just be seeing in practice right here in professional wrestling today. But one thing that there's no fooling about is that it's the topic of this episode. Because today...
6 months of working at S4, Lazar decided to leave for personal reasons.
What he should do, because I'm pretty sure he knows a little bit more about business than me, and on top of that, it's not my money. This video is just me speaking from the best of my personal knowledge about a specific economic theory that I think might just be pertinent to the situation at hand, at least when it comes to discussing it amongst other fans. And in order to talk about this properly, I think we need to break the conversation down into 3 parts. First, what exactly is the Greater Fool concept? Well, it's the idea that someone buys something at an exorbitantly high price only to make more money off it by selling it to someone else. And what's really crazy about this idea is that sometimes it actually works. The trick to this strategy relies on 2 main principles. The first is investment FOMO, where people believe that if they don't get in on something right away, that they're gonna miss out on being super rich later on. And of course, this kind of thing has happened with comic books, stocks, Beanie Babies, and all kinds of other situations where something's value has skyrocketed, making quite a bit of profit for their owners. And because of these rare incidences, there are people who will do anything to avoid a potential missed opportunity, which is exactly where you can take advantage of the fear of missing out. And that appears to be the strategy that both NFTs and Bitcoin are going for. But remember, things like this do pan out every once in a while, so I'm not trying to say that it will or it won't. I really don't know, as it's really hard to predict this kind of thing, which is exactly why there are a lot of people who will buy into it with just a little bit of data. And when it comes to making investments like these, one of the most common forms of information usually provided to potential buyers is looking at how many other people have already put their money in. And that brings us to the second principle at play here, as people tend to flock together in popular opinion because that whole playground mentality really never completely grows out of us. And in order to further explore this example, well, let's just look at another one. The Keynesian Beauty Contest, proposed by one John Maynard Keynes. This describes a situation where a judge for a beauty pageant will vote for the contestant that they feel the other judges are going to vote for, rather than voting for the contestant that they find the most attractive themselves. And we see this in a lot of different walks of life, even in pro wrestling. How many times have you been in an online discussion where people almost seemingly unanimously agree that a particular wrestler or a particular match is the greatest of all time? Meanwhile, in reality, they're just going along with the herd. Now, sometimes you can be a bit more proactive about finding the next sucker when you create them yourself. Since people have a tendency to want to do what the other cool kids are doing, you can put your thumb right on the scale by convincing other people that what you pay too much for is actually somehow worth even more still. How do you do that? Well, let's take a look at the second part of it, and is a far smaller company. But keep in mind that when WWE gave their footage up to the Peacock, it was only in America and it was only for 3 years, where TK has Ring of Honor.
You're gonna get, that's how you wake up at dawn dead.
Dude, that sounds like locked away.
When they bought Ring of Honor, and perhaps the name itself could attract more students. Well, I just have to point out that if ROH was really so self-sufficient, I don't think they'd be in this position in the first place. However, that's not to say that there isn't something of value in Ring of Honor, because of course there is. And that's the tape library, as it can be very, very valuable to streaming services. Now that the streaming wars have begun, companies are desperate to try and find enough unique content in order to entice people to sign up for their service. And just like always, TV and wrestling were just made for each other. Going back to the 1950s and the dawn of television, pro wrestling was highly desirable, as it is fairly easy to produce, relatively low cost to create, and of course, it has a really serious fan base. While some of the specifics of this has changed throughout the years, a lot of it remains true even today. Pro wrestling is still relatively easy and relatively affordable to produce, and on top of that, it has a rabid fan base. Remember, the reason why we keep getting all of these sequels and reboots is because guaranteed franchises have a built-in audience, and built-in audiences are really attractive to media companies. Why else do you think Fox gave WWE yet another $1 billion just for SmackDown alone? And yes, I am perfectly aware that even the combined forces of both Ring of Honor and AEW together still don't have anywhere near the brand recognition that WWE has. The real hiccup is that if Ring of Honor's tape library was worth anywhere near $1 billion, then how come no one snagged it up sooner, especially considering that they had been up? Really do need the help.
That's the story he's maintained to specific detail with great consistency, and as I mentioned before, with
the internet wrestling community, man, they just thank you to all my Patreon supporters such as Dakari Garmin and Rodney Harris. You really help to keep this channel going. Thank you. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I'm not necessarily a fan of every single act on this list, or, well, any of them. But in reality,
what? How dare you think differently than me?
In reality, this video is not about whether or not you like these talents. It's just a list compiling several wrestlers that a small vocal minority seemingly never shut up about. Until, well, they did. And yes, I'm sure that there are still some straggler fans that are still holding on to some of these guys. And furthermore, when it comes to when their relative popularity all began, it should also be— I bet you I liked them before anyone else ever did. It should also be noted that it doesn't matter if you like them before.
Bob is an interesting guy.
Chris Monaco, who really did work for a pizzeria, would suddenly become known to the entire world as Luigi Primo, the pizza twirling wrestler. Now, despite being in the wrestling industry for 7 years, he became an overnight sensation rather recently, ever since a clip of his work was posted on Twitter by the account Wrestling with Unicorns, which has already written the character set his debut more notoriety after joining All Elite Wrestling. Now, Danhausen himself has described that his character has been in an additionally coffee blend called Coffeehausen. Oh, and while we're on the subject, Billy and Randy Monkey, for some odd reason, have become an extreme, but due to his age and his penchant for the extreme, PCO managed to gain a lot of popularity amongst a small base of fans, resulting in him being surprisingly popular in both Ring of Honor and Impact Wrestling. Now sure, some of us are always going to remember him as the WWF Pirate, but others are quite happy that even though he did debut in 1987, he's still going strong and still taking bumps that men half his age wouldn't necessarily try. Okay, real quick. When you think of Michael Jackson, professional wrestling is probably not the first additional thought that comes to mind. But while pro wrestling and the King of Pop might not be the first pairing that you or I think of, Santana Jackson certainly did. Now, he's a real-life Michael Jackson impersonator, and he decided to combine that with his love of pro wrestling. And recently, he was attacked by a heckler in a crowd during a show, but Santana wouldn't moonwalk away from this one, because not only did he fight back, but he also won against his attacker. So I guess when Santana Jackson talks about out there is going to think of Santana Championship. And sure, they love that forgiving bunch, but they don't have to go this far out of their way in order.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm digging in, you know what I mean? The badge is already strapped, you already, pricked yourself on the very pointy task force badge that we have, apparently. I don't know who's sharpening these things. I don't know.
Well, we need to slow down on that.
But it's just like one of those, yeah, I mean, like, so if they're to back off like that, right, granted, saying that this is actually something that's true, that's happening, it's real, then you would assume that he has something important, something tangible.
Great Britain has returned world-renowned monument Stonehenge back to India after looting it several centuries ago. As a gesture of apology, the British government airlifted Stonehenge from Wiltshire, England, back to Chennai, India, where it was originally built many years ago. The United Kingdom called Stonehenge an iconic piece of India's heritage that should never have been taken away by colonists. They also pledged to do all they could to return Big Ben to its original site in Mumbai as soon as possible. Great Britain has returned world-renowned
access memories, and it was during his session, actually in '89, that same year, that while under hypnosis, he drew a picture that he initially didn't recognize when he came to. But when he flipped the drawing
here for the interview
horizontally,
about tonight's
he was then
gala.
able to
Yeah,
recognize
I'm
it
a
as the
little
saucer
under
that
the
he had
weather.
worked on in S4.
Went on a
and
booze
he
cruise
could
last
then
week.
describe every part
finished
in
up an
great
hour ago.
detail. But
On a
under hypnosis, he
completely
drew this
unrelated
craft,
note.
and that's how he
Allergies
was
are
able to get
kicking
his
in.
modern drawing of the craft.
name is
because
Ron
obviously It's
Swanson.
not like you can draw it while
I'm
looking
here
at
to
it and
promote
then
this event.
leave the
Don't worry
facility.
about me. I'm a
But
true
yeah, so we have that
professional.
drawing,
The
I
show
believe.
must
Again,
go
we'll post
on.
that on our Twitter page, but
We took
he
her
has
off
taken
camera.
4 polygraph
Gala?
tests, and none of them
Or
have
one of my
shown
other
an attempt to
interests,
deceive,
woodworking,
which is interesting.
novels about tall
because
ships, meat,
polygraph tests, as you might know,
that sort of thing.
are not the most
This is
reliable
Ron. Go ahead,
method
caller.
to tell if someone's
Hi,
telling
my
the truth.
Yorkshire
There can be a lot of
Terrier
false
has
positives
chewed
and a
up
lot
the
of
legs
negative
on my
positives.
kitchen table.
Yes, thank you.
Or
That's as
false
complicated as it
positives
should
and
be to open a
true
business in
negatives,
this country.
Yeah.
I've seen
But
3
yeah.
movies in my life.
But then also,
Bridge on the River Kwai, Patton,
train
and
themselves,
Herbie
right?
Fully
Are
Loaded.
people trained? Aren't there
My
ways
girlfriend's
around
kids love it.
Tricking those tests.
It's pretty
Saying
funny.
he's like a secret agent.
Next
I was
caller.
just saying he might have had some way.
Good morning.
He slowed his pulse rate.
I don't know.
Maybe he forced himself to
I've
flatline.
seen a lot of movies. Okay, people trick those tests all the time in the movie.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible. It might be possible. But moving on, he's
Banks or
passed
Ponzi
these 4
schemes
tests
run
with
by
flying
morons.
colors. He's done hypnosis.
Your house
where his
isn't
story
haunted.
maintained
You're
itself,
lonely.
etc.
Whatever.
Now, currently, Lazar owns and operates a supply company called United Nuclear Scientific Equipment, and he sells at this company scientific materials and chemicals, and wouldn't you know it, as well as fireworks. He's like the crazy guy down the highway who's always got the fireworks sign up, selling
Yeah.
illegal fireworks or whatever.
This guy's doing everything.
This guy is a little bit of everything.
Doing everything into everything. Apparently.
He's a renaissance man of weird stuff. Hey everyone, your friendly neighborhood mystery enthusiast Trevor here, just parting the seas of the mystery to do a couple housekeeping notes. As I'd like to acknowledge, thank you all so much for the reviews of the podcast and for spreading the love. There's a lot of mystery enthusiasts out there, and if you have a friend that likes this podcast or you think would like this podcast, letting them know is the best way to support this show, and so we appreciate you. Another way to do that is we have merch, as I've discussed before in the past. We've got a shirt with a little bit of a logo on the pocket area, as well as a mug. So if you want to sip on the hot cocoa, now's the time of year to do it, But outside of that, we got a couple sponsors that I want to thank. So let's go ahead and just dive into it. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by HelloFresh. Get fresh, pre-measured ingredients and mouth-watering seasonal recipes delivered right to your door with HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh lets you skip those trips to the grocery store and makes home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. HelloFresh offers convenient, no-contact delivery to your doorstep for easy home cooking with the family, and the recipes are easy to follow with simple steps and pictures to guide you along the way. HelloFresh is the first global carbon-neutral meal kit company, and by skipping the grocery store and using HelloFresh, you are reducing your food waste by at least 25%. Easily change your delivery days or meal plan preferences and skip a week whenever you want. Whenever you need to, right on the app. Keep your fridge stocked by adding extra meals and additional proteins, quick meals like breakfast on the go or their 10-minute lunches, and even desserts to satisfy that sweet tooth of yours. I know I have a sweet tooth, but my favorite meal that I like to prepare with them is the garlic herb tortelloni. It's very delicious. It makes it look like I'm a home chef. I impress my girlfriend with it, and it tastes really good too. And I really enjoy how simple they make it. Everything is right there for you, pre-portioned. You got all the veggies are there. You got everything you could want. Okay, it's all packaged up. You got the pictures to follow, very distinct recipe steps, and they kind of coach you through it so you're doing it efficiently too and not wasting a bunch of dishes. I really appreciate it. Go to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb80 and use code RedWeb80 to get $80 off, including free shipping. That's $80 off, including free shipping by going to HelloFresh.com/RedWeb80 and use code RedWeb80. Now, with that aside, thank you very much, sponsors. Let's dip our toes back into the mystery. In 2003, that's when his business was raided by police and federal agents, and sales documents were taken and examined, finding that Lazar and his wife had broken the law, having shipped illegal chemicals across state lines. They pleaded guilty in 2006 for violating the Federal Hazardous Substances Act, And in 2007, they were again charged for selling illegal chemicals and for selling illegal fireworks. In 2017 now, United Nuclear was again raided by the FBI, but for unknown reasons at the time. Lazar claimed that they were looking for more of his purchase history with his various clients, but it's also rumored by Lazar and others that they were looking for element 115, that they've been tracking him, listening to his phone ever since he stole that from S4. And he maintains that, I believe, to this day.
I bet he does.
And he does.
Like at this point, you're in too deep. You guys just stick to your story. But going back to all that, this guy is either really stupid or he's just, maybe he has something, like I said, going back to just, he has something that he's using to blackmail the government. So he's just like, whatever, I'll try and see what I can get away with.
I'm sure his local police is just like, I'm tired of dealing with you, man. Stop roping us into your confounded stories. But here's where this particular raid gets even more interesting. Okay, so later it was revealed that the FBI was actually there doing that raid in 2017 as part of a murder investigation.
What?
Yeah, it was found. Now, this is more of an investigation, okay? This doesn't necessarily implicate our boy Lazar, but it was found that there was a victim that had thallium in their system. And this particular chemical is known as the poisoner's poison. That it's rare and it's difficult to detect. And essentially, if you know your poisons and you're trying to kill somebody, this is your very difficult to detect poison.
Ooh.
Didn't stop the FBI from figuring it out and trying to trace it down to say, hey, we've got this guy on our radar. He's selling all sorts of chemicals. Let's see if he sold thallium to anybody, whether he knew he did it, whether he was the one who did it himself, the murder. But essentially, yeah, it's part of an investigation. Doesn't necessarily implicate Bob. Michigan State Police believed that the victim may have purchased it, like I said, from United Nuclear. They had also obtained a search warrant for Lazar's home, but that raid never happened. But they had the ability to go busting into his home if they wanted to. And that's kind of the quick rundown on Bob Lazar's life since his story came out. A lot of twists and turns, a lot of unique things. Like I totally forgot about the whole brothel thing. Yeah, fascinating guy.
A lot of stuff that I just wasn't expecting. You know what I mean? I thought that this guy would be chased around all his life, right? For stuff that he knows, but he's out here just breaking rules and stuff. Like I don't
just breaking rules, man.
I don't know if I can trust a guy like this. Also, like maybe it just got past me, but where's the, I don't know, anything concrete?
Well, that's what we're going to dive into in these theories. So there are a few things that go both ways. And like I said, we'll dive more in there in the theories section, which we're about to dive into. But I mean, like we're talking about a guy who in his teens was making jet-powered bikes and then was making jet-powered cars. This is a guy who's either off his dang rocker or he's just brilliant. And so that either way, that doesn't say anything about whether he's telling the truth or not. He could be off his rocker and making the wildest story, or he could be a genius and also developing a story. But all that is to say is like the reason why this is so compelling, and I'll rehash it one last time, is it really all comes back to how well the general populace can understand it, and that it spackles in details that other UFO stories never even try to attempt, right? I was abducted by a UFO and they probed me and dropped me off on the roof of Wendy's. Like that's all we get, from those people.
Dude. Wendy. It's just so random. Okay, all right. You hit me with the random, all right? You hit me with the random. I didn't expect it. Came out of nowhere.
I didn't expect it. This guy is a lunatic. But what does that say to you before we dip into the theories? How's your gut feeling now? Especially with these unknown twists and turns that kind of came along the way.
I can't trust this man. This man's doing all kinds of illegal stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe he's just good at lying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's hard to put faith or trust in someone that's doing illegal things, right? And constantly. Okay, maybe, oh God, maybe I've been into so many conspiracies now, but
yeah, I'm melting your brain.
Maybe he didn't do any of this stuff. Maybe he's just being set up for this stuff, and they're trying to get him. They're trying to just, ruin his credibility. Maybe they're trying to get people like me to sit here and go, yeah, I can't trust this man. Look at all these fishy stuff that he's doing, and he's not even doing any of that stuff. Is the government setting him up? I don't know.
Fredo, are we a cog in the wheel?
This show has messed with my head.
But you're going to be a great viewer when you go to see the movie. You're going to be so engaged. You're going to know I know this, that, and the other when this comes out.
You're not wrong about that.
All right, so let's take a look at the theories. And as with some of the topics that we covered, there's essentially a simple breakdown, right? There is the macro level theory that Bob is simply lying. But then on the other hand, we have the other theory that he's telling the truth. We're going to dive into both of those, breaking it down into kind of substantiating pieces of evidence. But then we have a third theory that's going to be interesting, and I'll wait to kind of crack into that one because it does touch a little bit on what you were just talking about. So why don't we dive into theory one, that Bob Lazar is lying about his story for whatever reason. Essentially and simply put, there is no evidence that comes along with his claims. He talks a lot of game, but he doesn't bring a lot of material good, right? No photographs, no recordings, no hard evidence to say, yes, you are telling the truth with this claim.
Give me something.
Yeah, but I do want to put a pin in this because there is a caveat to this. And I'm going to address it in the next theory a little bit more. But this is as the story's coming out. This is as he's telling the story, he's not providing evidence. But that kind of has changed over the years. But again, I'll get into that. But moving on, the next major piece that kind of substantiates that this might be a lie. Both the universities that he claims to have attended, right, MIT and Caltech, have no record of his attendance. George Knapp, the journalist who originally interviewed him in 1989, claims that when trying to verify his attendance, Lazar had friends that said, hey, yeah, I drove him back and forth from Caltech. I drove him there and I picked him up. But the schools are saying, yeah, I don't know. We have no record of a Robert Lazar or a Bob Lazar. In fact, looking at Los Alamos, the company that he supposedly worked at in, I believe, 1982-ish, in response to inquiries about his employment there, they claimed to have no record of a Robert Lazar either, which is interesting. So now we got a man with no past. What is he, the Joker? But again, we're gonna put a pin in this because we're gonna cycle back around to it. We're only looking at one theory right now. We still have a whole other side of the story, but that's the way the situation's landed right now. Both his universities and this company, I have no idea who that guy is. Now, the next major point that might say, hey, I think this guy's lying, is that many of his story elements, especially the scientific pieces, seem to be plucked from existing scientific theories. I'll explain. So element 115, for example, while it wasn't synthesized, it did exist in theory, which is typically how elements are discovered, in theory and then eventually physically, or as they would be currently, synthesized in a lab. So element 115 always existed in theory before Lazar described it, and we knew its properties before it was synthesized in 2003. Because, you can look at the trends in elements, you can look at the number of protons and neutrons, and from that, the scientific community is able to predict various features of elements before they've been synthesized. And in its current state, moscovium, as it's currently known, can only exist for a few seconds because it's so unstable. So that kind of builds on the fact that, the aliens were able to stabilize it. That's part of the story he was talking about, etc. But those are known facts that were around at the time of him coming up with this story. Another piece is that Einstein himself actually hypothesized and described gravitational waves as far back as 1916, long before Lazar activated these gravitational waves to substantiate his story. And to build on this claim even more, some debunkers have said that the knowledge Lazar had of element 115 and gravitational waves is information that he could have found in scientific textbooks, essentially.
Yeah. Big old con artist we got going on here.
He absolutely is starting to sound like a little bit of smelling like a con artist, my friend. And to build on that, amazing segue as always, Fredo, The next major kind of topic to substantiate that this dude might be lying is that many believe, or at least some believe, that Lazar is a profiteer. So what does he stand to gain from a story like this? Well, Lazar could have made money from the interviews, simply put. He also sells his drawings, these supposed videos of proof, but also that his current business likely attracts more buyers specifically because of the story that he's got. Right? If you're looking for chemical compounds, or maybe you're like, I'm going to go buy fireworks from the UFO guy.
Yeah.
You know, he does now stand to gain from it. Now, I will say, counter to this theory a little bit, but just my own personal opinion here, the company wasn't made for many years. It was, I think, upwards of 14 years later, maybe less. I don't know exactly. Christian, maybe you know when that company was made? Or when he started that company with his wife?
United Nuclear was founded in 1998.
Okay, so a little sooner than I thought, but still 9 years after his story,
Yeah,
1998.
It's been some time.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was trying to make a buck, he took a long time doing it.
Yeah, and so that kind of that's my own personal conjecture here that kind of goes counter to this point. Remember I said Lazar kind of hates the attention? Well, he's not really looking for fame, he says, but critics of him say that, well, you're doing a lot of interviews for someone that hates attention, even recently being on Joe Rogan's podcast, which is essentially the biggest podcast at present day. And again, I don't mean to kind of argue against the theory as we develop it here, but on one hand, he has been claiming that it's a crime to withhold this information from the American people and the scientific community, and on the other hand, yeah, you say you hate attention, yet you're on probably the biggest platform, Netflix, Joe Rogan's podcast, and many others.
You're out here making moves.
Yeah, so that all kind of goes to substantiate the fact that maybe he's got some money to make here. But the last major piece here to kind of fall under the Bob Lazar is lying camp, there are conspiracy theorists who wonder if Lazar is a government pawn who exists to spread misinformation. Now, this doesn't necessarily say he's lying or whatever, but they're saying that perhaps his story is more outlandish than the real truth is, so that either A, the truth doesn't shock us as much, or B, that it's to distract us from the truth.
Yeah.
Basically say, hey, look over here while we're over here, kind of a magician's sleight of hand. But regardless of that, he's got us talking about it right now, so maybe we're falling right into his hands. Maybe, what is he really cooking up? Red Web Task Force back in the saddle, going after Bob Lazar.
Time to blow this case wide open.
Yeah, we're gonna blow this. Show me those little kids, those little aliens that you call kids. I don't know why they call them kids too. They're probably ancient beings, way older than we are.
And it's like, look at these little alien kids.
You gotta show some respect. You don't go up to your grandpa and say, like, just because he's short, you don't go, hey, little kid. Like, come on. But anyway, I don't know if they can even articulate an American, English or a human language. But anyway, a lot of things fall into the camp of him not telling the truth, that this is all a lie, that this is fabricated. But as you'll come to see, there's a lot of counterpoints that go under the opposite camp that says, under theory 2, this man's telling the truth and he's got a story to tell. So again, his details never change. His body language is that of someone who truly believes what they are saying. And because some of his claims have come to fruition, it could tell that maybe he's telling the truth. And now this is where I cycle back to the evidence. Again, he never came forward with evidence, but some of the pieces of his story, right? And I'll get to a specific example in a second, have since come to pass, right? So we talked about those special hand scanners that he said S4 had in order to verify your identity beyond simply fingerprint scanning or face scanning or whatever. It measured the bones and whatever of your hands. Well, it was revealed, declassified even, in 2018 that the government had used biometric hand scanners in the 80s, just as Lazar had described, down to how they looked. Now, this is really what helps substantiate his story beyond his mannerisms and body language. There's a couple things like this that he's like, you've gone into great detail, almost unnecessary detail to describe this thing, and then it shows up. It's declassified. So it's real. So he's either very lucky, very smart, or tell him the truth. Another thing is he's predicted how gravitational waves functioned and that they could be measured. And it wasn't until 2015 that gravitational waves were in fact first measured. by the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. And so either, again, this guy is either brilliant, insane, or telling the truth. Now, cycling back to element 115, there's a couple of notes that I had that kind of go to say maybe he's not telling the truth. But in 2003, moscovium, as element 15 is currently known today, was synthesized for the first time and has been in existence only for fractions of seconds at a time. And it's extremely radioactive, it's extremely heavy, but Lazar had supposedly predicted this element to great detail, more than perhaps was supposedly known at the time. And so you could really split hairs here and see a few reasons around chemical 115 that might indicate that he's lying, but now there's a couple reasons that indicate that he might actually be telling the truth here. Now I'm going to read a couple things that I'm just going to read as my notes have them because it gets a little jargony. We'll cycle back around if you have any questions. Okay, so diving into how Lazar predicted this element and its details accurately. But this is according to scientist Jacqueline Gates of the Heavy Elements Group in the Nuclear Science Division of Berkeley Labs. So she had this to say in response to questions about element 115. Moscovium is near a predicted island of stability where some super heavy nuclei might have much longer lifetimes. So instead of living for less than a second, they could exist for minutes, days, or even years. Ooh. So in theory, for a long time, we knew 115 existed. Sure, maybe he stole that information. But the fact that he was able to basically say, no, there is a place that we can get to where 115 can be stable. Yeah. That's basically what's happening here. He predicted that there is a state of stability that can be achieved. And so that was, again, a wild guess, or this guy knew something.
Oh, man. This whole entire story rides a very fine line. Mm-hmm. Like, it's really not like we get a little bit that steers one way, then a little bit that steers it the other way. And it's just perfectly in the middle.
And this next piece is really where it starts to blow things up. Like it really starts to rattle my resolve on what I believe here. You mentioned a couple things about like the government and cover up and stuff, but now regarding Los Alamos and by proxy, the schools that all said they have no record of Lazar. Well, turns out there was record of a Robert Lazar. Whether it was him or not is to be determined, but there was a Robert Lazar listed in the company phone directory. And in the article written on Lazar about his 200-mile-an-hour jet car back in 1982 in the Santa Fe, New Mexican, that article mentions his employment at Los Alamos. This is 7 years before his story came out. And Lazar has stated that Los Alamos actually asked for this article to be published because of his popularity at the lab and in the city for being called the jet car guy. And so now you have to start asking yourself, who got to Los Alamos? Who got to the schools? Or why are they trying to dissociate themselves from this guy? Is it his crazy story? Is the government stepping in to cover it up? Is it a lie why is he saying he's at Los Alamos 7 years beforehand in an article way before the start? It gets nuts. That's really where it makes it hard to know which way to believe.
Yeah, when you were talking about the school earlier, just kind of brushing their shoulders off of the whole situation, I sat there and I went, man, wouldn't that be wild if the government was involved?
Yeah.
And here we are. This is a theory.
And the thing about universities, especially during that time too, like when he was of college age, it's all paper trails, man. That can get lost, that can get burned, that could be forgotten. There's no electronic records that basically like clickety clack, I looked it up, yes, he was here. So it's all to be taken with a grain of salt. To further substantiate that this might be a true story, we talk about how the government has been studying UFOs for a while. We talked about it a little bit in Skinwalker Ranch. Well, the program that funded the studies going on at Skinwalker Ranch is in play here because the Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program was created by the Defense Intelligence Agency, is out here studying UFOs factually. That is something that they're actually doing. And if Lazar is saying that, hey, I was reverse engineering UFOs, it might not be wrong. The government is actually in various ways studying the phenomena of UFOs. And it's also worth noting that there are many people, some of them esteemed people in the global community, I would say, in various communities, that believe Lazar. George Knapp is one of those individuals. He's an award-winning journalist, and he's supported Lazar from the beginning. Again, he was the one that broke the story in the first place. But everybody in his family, his wife, his mother, his friends, his neighbors, all believe him. And these are people that would know him the best, or be biased. But even one of the people that administered a polygraph test on Lazar, named Terry Tavernetti, became a UFO believer because of his experiences and because of that polygraph test. So that's interesting. He's got a convert there. He joined the cult, perhaps, after administering the polygraph test.
This man's all over the place.
Just like the civil. What's going on?
What is it? I don't know. You know what I mean?
That's why we're talking about it, man. It's just so hard to know which way this goes.
It's so perfectly balanced down the middle. It doesn't.
I could skew it.
Swerve so hard into one way or the other way, or at least, yeah, from what I'm being told right now. But this is wild, man.
Listen, this isn't gonna help, but I could skew it in a third direction.
Oh God, a third direction? I thought you were gonna skew it one way or the other. Now you're talking about a whole other direction. About to blow my mind.
Okay, enter theory number 3. Now this is kind of where we start to go a little bit more conspiracy, right? Truth or not, this theory doesn't really lend itself to him telling the truth or him not telling the truth. I think it leans a little bit more to the truth side, but either way, this theory purports that the government is trying to suppress the information that Bob is trying to share. So this is where the government conspiracy comes in, this is where the cover-up comes in, etc., etc. So, some conspiracy theorists suggest that based on his history with raids, that Lazar is still being watched because of the information that he revealed. Lazar has said on many occasions that he has been phone tapped, wiretapped, that they're always looking at him, they're always watching him, that these raids are more of an excuse to get into his house and into his business. And he's also been, again, this is me firing from the hip, and this is my conjecture, or my memory of his story, but I also want to say that some of these crimes that he supposedly committed were made up, that he was basically framed in a way that he couldn't escape them. So you might as well say, yeah, I did it. Sure, I plead guilty. Because the government essentially just wanted a reason to raid him, to get into his company, his business, his house, whatever, to look for this element 115 or any other activities to essentially punish him or keep an eye on him.
Yeah, keep breathing down his back, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also continues to claim that he has been threatened ever since he came forward, which honestly was something this big.
Yeah, of course.
Whether you were telling the truth or not, I feel like, yeah, you're going to be threatened.
100%. It's dangerous stuff you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. To further build on the idea that this is a government cover-up in some way, is the fact that the general public, and I think most people would agree that if we had contact with aliens or alien technology or such an advanced society as something that Bob is talking about here, and if it just suddenly landed in our laps, it would upend the world as we know it. Everything would change, and it would be unpredictable what could happen next. It could be amazing, it could be terrible, it could be anywhere in between, and that is the motivation here behind some of this theory is, well, the government's trying to step in to mitigate that, trickle out this technology so you can either control it for profit or for warfare, or so you just don't have mass chaos.
Ooh, didn't even think about the not having mass chaos point of view. Yeah, you just slowly trickle it out so it just makes sense to the masses.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't think about that.
Every generation now is so distinctly different from the one before, and we're all kind of just going, yeah, I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's just technology advancing itself.
Yeah, but even like 150 years ago plus, all the generations were just kind of like, you're grooving, man. You live life, you do your thing, you move on, and that's the pattern. We all have very similar lives. It doesn't mean inventions and technology wasn't advancing in ways, but not at the breakneck pace to the point where someone being born today is going to have a difficult time relating to somebody born in the 80s.
Right.
But I digress. I have a note here too, and I kind of already hit on this, but I want to go back to it. Back in this day when he was in college, degrees were essentially just paper. They weren't all stored away in hi-fi computer systems where you could pull things up at a blink. Everything was paper trail and everything. So it's either easy to cover up, hide, burn, throw away, or to pressure an organization, an educational institution, a company, whoever, to say, disassociate from this individual. Don't substantiate his story.
Look, we'll do something for you
else.
to help you, just for, to help us, or just scare people away.
I mean, it's Caltech and MIT. These are very scientific institutions. They're colleges at the forefront of what they do. So there is absolutely a large relationship between cutting edge science, the government, these institutions. So there's a relationship to maintain. So I can believe that. What's interesting here too, cycling back to Terry Tavernetti, the one who gave one of the polygraph tests, right? They were told, apparently, that a government agency had contacted their employer wondering why they would get involved with Lazar. He even claims that someone tried to steal the results of his polygraph test with Lazar, which is very strange. Obviously, this is kind of through the grapevine now. This is something that they're being told happened, so there's no real proof here. But if you take it at face value, that is a very big red flag. You run a polygraph test on this individual, the government steps forward saying, why are you looking into this? Stop.
Yeah. Stop what you're doing.
Give us the results.
Ooh, you wouldn't want that.
No. And then one last thing, kind of in this camp, there is a theory on Reddit that someone posted that suggests that perhaps Bob Lazar was recruited to work at Area 51 specifically because he did lie, in fact, about his education. And so that if he ever left, or if he ever was fired, or whatever, if he left for whatever reason, they could easily discredit him afterwards in order to basically knock down whatever truth he could tell.
Yeah, but like they probably got like hundreds of people.
Maybe they cherry pick people. Remember? So like, this is where I cycle all the way back to the beginning, where the interview focused on his extracurriculars, not so much on his knowledge, his educational background, but on the stuff he did on the side, the jet bike, the jet powered car, that stuff. And so that's where this comes back to fruition. Like, hey, maybe they wanted people that were smart, but had
that's crazy
elements of like that they could blackmail with. I don't know.
This is crazy to like sit there and be like, all right, we need a bunch of people who we can just like easily discredit. Because having to pair that up with people who are actually qualified to do this level of like, tech and discovery, like that's, not a handful of people, I would assume, not many.
Yeah, I don't know. That little piece, it could be cherry picking, pieces of this story and making an interesting theory, but it does sound compelling. That's the problem. That's the problem with Bob Lazar, is that there's a lot of loose ends. There's a lot of things that make sense.
A lot, but it's still at the end of the day, there was literally like nothing concrete. That like he came out and was just like, here's this. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, outside of a few pieces of his story materializing in truth, right?
Yeah.
Outside of a couple, maybe you could call them coincidences if you want, but outside of a couple of those things, yes, it is just a convincing story that is consistent. Oof. And that's why it's been so sticky. There's a couple of things that people hang their hat on, and it stays around for it. It's a very compelling UFO based story. It goes way deeper, way further than anybody else has in this arena. But yeah, that's that. I want to do the old thing we did a couple episodes ago, where we kind of ranked it from 1 to 10, 10 being the most convincing, most real, and 1 being, this is hooey, this is a hoax, I don't believe it. Now, obviously, we have this other third element here on this particular one where we kind of have like, well, maybe it's just a cover-up sort of situation happening. But on that scale of believe it or not, where do you lie, do you think?
This one's a 5 for me.
You got a 5? Dang, okay.
It's like right down the middle.
Heavy maybe.
Like I'm not swayed one way or the other at all.
I'm gonna Price Is Right you at a 4.5.
I mean, I do get behind like maybe I can convince myself to be like a 4 or maybe even a 3, but like gut instincts, I'm just like, I'm just right down the middle, man. Like
absolutely, like the pragmatic engineer, in me can poke all the holes I want. And I could swing myself down to a 4, but it's still really interesting. Honestly, I could flex myself up to probably like a 6, because the deeper you look at this, the more you look at it, he might just be a smooth talker, baby. But like, I can flex up to a 6 on this one. I'll stay with you on a 5. It's a difficult one, and there's a lot being drawn on, a lot of reality being drawn on, a lot of coincidences coming out, but also a lot of like, what weird turns that kind of undermine what's happening. Like,
yeah, and maybe that was the whole point.
Maybe
that's what the government wanted.
Yeah, a flawed character.
Steer us in one direction or another.
Man, now I don't even know if we just like if we assisted in the cover up or the proliferation of misinformation.
Man, we're gonna be on so many lists that we don't want to be on.
This is the end of the movie where you have a satellite image that zooms way out, and then you see the satellite in space going, and it's like zoomed in on our location, listening to this podcast as we record it. It's like, ugh.
I'm saying, man, we're on some very bad lists that we probably don't want.
No, we're not on no bad list. We're fine. We're enthusiasts. We discuss. We entertain. We put some smiles on some faces.
Yeah, but I mean, still, like, we're just on the just like keep an eye out.
Sometimes, sometimes there's some rough chuckles.
They mention this person's name.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Researching for this show has certainly put us on some sort of like gray area watch list, perhaps. But anyway, that concludes the files. Close your manila folders, Red Web Task Force. That is Bob Lazar. Would love to hear your thoughts in the various ways that you guys can reach out to us, whether it's on Twitter at RedWebPod or at roosterteeth.com, where you can also listen to us and provide comments. Or another way to do it is on iTunes with reviews. But whether you listen to us on Spotify or elsewhere, we appreciate you. Thank you for listening each and every week. We got another mystery every week. And if you want to help out the show, let a friend know. That's the best way to help us out. Word of mouth. But all right, I'll see you guys next week. Fredo, we'll see you next week. Another mystery is on the way.
Catch you then.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Since the 1400s, there has existed a very bizarre phenomenon. Without any discernible source of ignition, individuals would burst into flames. It is believed that the source of the fire came from within their own bodies. So today, we're going to analyze the history of spontaneous human combustion. This is Red Web. Welcome back to another Mystery Monday. I'm Trevor Collins. With me, as always, Alfredo Diaz, coming in with the gut check, perhaps.
Wait, that's
what?
Is this? It's a real thing.
We're talking about spontaneous human combustion. Who knows?
I mean, I guess, it's a conspiracy, but like for real?
Is it real?
I thought it was just something that's in the movies.
It's in the movies and it's in real life, so, purportedly. All right, so this is going to be another one of those interesting episodes that we do that kind of breaks the mold, kind of like the Randonautica one, where it's another ongoing mystery series that we're talking about. It's a topic that doesn't really have an opening shut case. It's just an ever-living mystery that we want to kind of take a look at. Some classic cases of what's going on here, some stories, some firsthand accounts, and then we'll make our own conclusions at the end, you know?
Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Oh man.
So you've only heard of this in the movies?
Yeah, I've only, it's like, such and such. What happened? Oh, I don't know. They spontaneously combusted. And, you know, like, it's just in the movies. That's all I know about. Just like, this is a thing in the movies. I didn't think that this was something that was, well, not, I don't want to say real, but debated to be real.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, to
Cool.
be fair.
Cool. I mean, you don't hear on the news or see on like a Twitter trending that someone just combusted.
Right. News today as another person drops dead from flames out of their God knows what.
Out of their gullet.
Out of the gullet. Yeah, it's super interesting. And honestly, you don't hear about it a whole lot. So I don't blame you for kind of associating that with movies and whatnot. Just pop culture in general has really latched onto it as an idea. But yeah, it's really fascinating. So what we're going to do is we're going to break down some classic cases, looking back into the history of this phenomenon and kind of how it got its start, perhaps, or the first kind of encounters with it. Obviously, it has to have a first documented instance. And then we're going to talk about some more modern cases because it does have a very long history of occurrences, but they're all very rare and few and far between. So we'll jump around and kind of see if we can start to figure out any commonalities before diving into just the phenomenon as a whole and any theories trying to address it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is different.
Let's get the task force badges just on straight. Here we go. And let's dive in. Get your notepads out, okay? Because we're gonna be scribbling down a lot of we're gonna be actively trying to solve this.
God damn.
All right. So the first recorded case of spontaneous human combustion occurred all the way back in 1470. It was an Italian knight named Polonius Vorstius, who had been heavily drinking wine in his home. His parents saw this happen and claimed that Polonius was vomiting fire at the time. And that's a simple story. That's all we really know about this first instance. And we'll kind of dive into why later. But yes, it's a very small encounter, not a whole lot of detail there, but you might pick up, even in the small details, some commonalities between this and some other ones. So let's flash forward a few centuries here. In 1726, there was an innkeeper named Nicole Millay, who was also recorded to having passed away from spontaneous human combustion. She was also known to be a heavy drinker, so we have a commonality there, boom, flag. And her skull and some vertebrae were the only bones found, in addition to her feet that were left entirely unburned, by the way. So now in the remains, you have some ashes, you have some vertebrae in the back, you have the skull, and you have two entirely unburned, almost untouched feet.
All right, see, here comes the whole like crazy conspiracy portion.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me these people vomiting fire? That sounds just real unfortunate.
Oh, painful.
Painful. How do you recover from that?
I would say one doesn't.
I mean, you could gut check. You could persuade me and say chemical X, Y, and Z mix within the gut or something like that, and then here we go, boom,
bada boom, bada bing.
It just stops burning once it gets to the feet. Like,
man, that was a nat 20 persuasion roll right there. I think you were putting down some good numbers. Yeah, so not a whole lot of people have come out of this alive, and we'll kind of get around to that. But yeah, regardless of it taking their lives in that moment or later on due to wounds or whatever, but yeah, it doesn't sound like a fantastic way to go if one were to select. But what's even further more interesting about this case here, not only just the feet that were unburned, but there was a straw bed and a wooden piece of furniture nearby that were also entirely unaffected by the fire.
Okay. All right. Okay. Come on. Okay. All right. Okay.
You've seen Hereditary. You've seen how that can, happen, right? That's a documentary right there.
Yeah. Total documentary. It really happened.
So as you can imagine, right, Millay's husband was suspected of having murdered her because you're like, all right, exactly your reaction. Come on, right? Well, suspected of murder. However, there was a testimony of a doctor named Dr. Claude Nicolas Lecat, or Dr. the Cat, if you want to be English about it, convinced a court that her death was an act of God. And that's it. So the husband walks free. They determine that it's not murder of any sort, and that something else was going on here, that there was some sort of phenomenon. In fact, Malay's story was written about, and I'm going to struggle here because it's Latin, but in the De Insidis Corporis Humani Spontaneus, which is the first reliable source of information regarding this phenomenon. It's an old text that kind of documented cases of spontaneous human combustion, bringing it into the public eye as a potential threat rather than just a scary story. And it's actually the same document or text that inspired Charles Dickens to include it in his novel, Bleak House. So that's how it's starting to enter the pop culture realm, all the way back in the 1700s. I can hear you struggling. I can hear, you're a little flabbergasted. I believe it.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me back then, to just be like, God did that. You know what I mean? We had witch hunts back then and all kinds of like weird stuff. Things that human didn't understand. So they were just like, crazy stuff happened. Magic.
Yeah. To be fully burned down to the skull and backbones. I mean, just those bones, none of the other ones, I guess. But also the feet. Very strange.
Yeah, it's so precise.
Yeah, it's very precise. Which fire is not a precise kind of thing.
It's not. And if it was just like, okay, everything went but, bones or cartilage or something like that, then you can kind of like narrow it down to be like, okay, like, obviously, the fire is not going to be hot enough to just burn through a bone, like that. Like it needs a lot of time and needs to be really, really hot, etc. But if fire isn't out there picking and choosing.
Right. Well, let's dive into the next case and see if we could pick up any more commonalities here. So we have Matilda Rooney and her husband Patrick, who were found dead after, once again, another suspected case of human combustion. This was unfortunately on December 25th of 1885. So Merry Christmas. A family friend was staying with them, John Larson, who was staying the night upstairs. Larson claimed that Matilda drank a lot before, so another instance of heavy consumption of alcohol. Patrick's body was found laying on the floor of the couple's bedroom and was found to have passed away not from combustion, but rather smoke inhalation. Matilda, on the other hand, was found cremated, except again for her skull, and both of her feet remained in shoes. And the only source of fire that was in this room that the bodies were found was a half-burned candle on the Rooney's kitchen table. So the question has to be asked, what burned so hot and so big to once again burn this whole body down to the skull and leaving just the feet behind and producing enough smoke that it could kill the husband within the same room? And to kind of cap this case off, that makes it a little strange as well, is, the police suspected that the Rooneys might have been murdered by Larson. So on one hand, they're saying, okay, well, you're the only person around. Clearly, there's some sort of foul play at hand. And on the other hand, they're actually sitting there going, I don't know. Based on everything we can tell, this could be one of those rare cases of human combustion. Ultimately, Larson passed away 2 weeks later, also from smoke inhalation. So we have a situation where this woman's body went up in a very quick blaze. It must have been very quick to not affect, once again, anything else around them, and produced enough smoke that it killed not only the husband, but the guest that was upstairs 2 weeks on.
See, that tells me that, okay, I believe that there is actual fire involved, right? Because what motive does the doctor have to sit there and go, I'm just going to say it's like inhalation or, smoke, they just inhaled smoke and then all of a sudden, that messed up their lungs and their system, and that was that. There's like no reason to lie there. There's not really any like random motive, and that's pretty scientific stuff. Like that is something that happens. You know what I mean? Like the fire doesn't get you, the smoke can kill you.
Right. And you're not going to like suck down a bunch of smoke unless it's an accident. If you're murdering someone, right? You're not like, I guess I'll go out with them, but at least I got them. Like, you're right. Factually, there is a fire in play. And factually, you can see that the fire took place in a certain spot in this house and that it did not spread. So it must have been very hot and very fast, is kind of all you can assume.
Yeah, that's, but like, okay, so literally everything but like the feet?
Just the feet. And the shoes are intact.
Come on, man. How does that, I guess like, where does the fire start? I guess.
That's a good question. See, that's the question. Because if you're stood up, what's the closest to the ground? Fire tends to go up, right? Heat rises, the
heat
reaction, the
rises.
chemical reaction of fire goes upwards. If it consumes the body, it doesn't inherently need to travel down. If it burns fast enough, it doesn't have to travel downward to consume everything it's touching, right? So maybe that's why the feet are left behind. Maybe the hands would be left behind too, because I'm just thinking it's a long extremity. There's not a whole lot of bone there compared to everything else that's going on, right? You just have your little leg bones.
Right.
So yeah, some bone. But I mean, all things considered, I guess I can make that work out. If you're assuming that this phenomenon is actually what's happening, I guess that plays.
It intrigues me.
It's very fascinating. And so then your gut says, well, fine, okay, these are old times, They're saying it's an act of God. They're saying like there's a story of this Italian knight that wasn't documented for a while. Like it wasn't, and again, I'll get to this, but it wasn't written down for quite some time. So is this just hearsay? Is this just archaic misinformation, the lack of scientific knowledge? Well, I don't know, because we're going to dive into some modern cases that come all the way up to 2010. This is something that kind of consistently
here we go.
Happens every few decades. Like there's another case. So let's jump into the death of Mary Reeser, who was a notable case of suspected spontaneous human combustion. This happened before she went to bed on July 2nd of 1941. And before going to bed, she told her son that she had taken 2 Seconal pills. Basically just pills that you would take typically before a surgery to relax, to kind of knock down your anxiety. They're barbiturates, as it were, and she intended to take 2 more of these pills after calling her son. At this point, Reeser fell asleep in her chair. The next morning, the landlady, Pansy Carpenter, smelled smoke when she came to deliver the telegram that was meant for Reeser. When Carpenter opened the door, or she tried to open the door, she realized the doorknob was too hot to touch, and so, as you can imagine, she immediately called the police for help. That's just a little factoid there for all the kids at home. You touch a handle, it's hot. Risk of fire, okay? Call 911.
No one's going to get this, but, if you've seen Backdraft,
I don't know.
Damn it. I guess all right, hold on.
Let's get into Backdraft.
Backdraft is a
Backdraft Pizza.
As a movie about firefighters, Chicago firefighters, who 2 brothers who didn't get along. They had to work together.
Dang.
Because there's an arsonist that's loose. This movie was released in 1991. It had William Baldwin, Kurt Russell, Donald Sutherland, and Scott Glenn too.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's what I learned.
Just 2 brothers.
Just 2 brothers don't get along. There's an arson loose. Gotta solve the case.
Dang, this is a stacked movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Okay, so back to Reeser's unfortunate demise here. So when Pansy opened the door to come inside, eventually, right, with the police, I should say, the police came in and they almost missed her cremated body in the damaged chair. They almost couldn't tell that someone had been sitting there, except when they looked down and they saw her left foot was entirely unburned and still in her slipper.
Here we go again.
Now, there is imagery of this online. And
what?
If you're going to look it up, heavy viewer discretion is advised, right? It's black and white. It doesn't look as gruesome as it potentially could. It is older footage, but it is what it is. But for those of you who don't want to look it up, it's simply not... Okay, it's not like a foot at the ankle going down. It kind of cuts off on the lower end, the lower half of the shin. And then it's, as it says, it's just a foot in a slipper. Very odd and completely untouched, surrounded by obviously a bunch of ash and the chair being melted and burned down, much like a chair would be if you lit it on fire.
Okay. So here's a non-scientist.
Okay.
Trying to science this shit up right now.
Let's do it.
Okay. So it kind of seems like a mixture of things within the body. Sounds like, either someone's taking alcohol or certain medication, whatnot, that's triggering things. If I'm to believe this, something's being consumed, it's being triggered within the gut, the stomach, and if the flame, in order to pretty much just incinerate everything except for the shins down or whatever, it'd have to burn very hot, very very, very, very hot,
and then immediately stop. right?
Yeah, and immediately stop, but then heat would rise. So I mean, if it was literally like a burst, maybe it's like it shoots, obviously shoots upwards, consumes
Sure.
everything, but that pressure, that energy, that force shoots down, reaches towards the feet, and then, you know, rises back up.
What? What
Right?
pressure? What energy?
I mean, like, wouldn't there be like?
Are you talking about like the heat
The
splashing
heat.
off the ceiling and kind of
Not
rolling
splashing,
down?
more just like if I'm assuming there's some type of like explosion within your stomach, right? Like
Yeah.
a fiery explosion that consumes the top half, but obviously just the force of the explosion pushes down towards your ankles and then just ends up rising back up.
I don't know if I'm capturing the imagery here. I might need a diagram.
Man,
But
you know
I
what
think
mean?
I think I'm getting what you're saying though, which is like if there's some sort of mysterious, yet to be determined, right, chemical reaction happening inside these bodies, and maybe it is biological in a sense, something to do with their DNA or their genetic makeup of some sort, right? Maybe they have a high level of, I don't know, I'm just gonna make something up, stomach acid. I don't know what other fluids are kicking around in there. Or maybe they have a high level of bile or just some sort of like an acidic bile or something that then combines with something that they eat. Maybe it's alcohol in some form, because a lot of these
That's insane.
are heavy drinkers, such that we've seen so far, or this person has taken some barbiturates. And maybe it's just a very, very rare combination that then sparks like thermite and it burns hot and fast, and there goes the body, the fuel's consumed, and the fire then stops. I don't know.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like thermite.
It's, yeah, like, except thermite does continue to burn and burn and burn, but whatever the biological version of that would be. And maybe, maybe that's like, we are ancestors. Our dragons were our ancestors, right? And like fire breathing was a thing, and we got bad at it.
We lost it over time.
And then when we tried it again, we just kind of like really messed it up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There are definitely like some bugs. I think there's a bug that spits out like two chemicals, and when they combine, it basically like melts its prey and it smokes and stuff. So
Oh,
it's
that's
not
awesome.
entirely unheard of for biology to have reactions of this nature.
Yeah, nature gets getting real like wild with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that.
Whew. Well, what's interesting here? So we have another familiar symptom, however, a little different, very strange that I didn't know about this one. Among the ashes and the gore, I should say, they also found pieces again of her vertebrae and her skull. However, this time it is said, and I'm going to quote here, that the skull was shrank, quote, to the size of a teacup, end quote. That I'm not sure if I can believe. And that is why I actually stumbled into the photographs, because I was looking for photos of this. Perhaps they exist, but to the size of a teacup, I know there's like shrunken heads, but I don't know the whole process around that. And I don't know if, I'm just trying to think of the skull itself actually shrinking. And I don't know if that's possible.
Does that happen? I mean, we know nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we're just like lunatics online.
But like, yeah, to get a skull to shrink, I mean, it's a thing, isn't that? Like,
so there is a process to create a shrunken head. I don't want to go into that process because I am completely just looking this up. I don't know the process.
yeah.
But it is, I just wanted to confirm this part. It does involve removing the skull from the neck, and then the rest is kind of dried down. So again, it's interesting, right, that they're saying that the skull was in fact shrunken down. I don't know if I have any evidence of that I can find immediately, but it just seems like this might be the one piece of evidence that we're kind of fancying up the situation, and all it's doing is clouding the possible evidence here, right?
Yeah, I think the thing too is, I mean, again, we know nothing, but I would think that if you were trying to shrink a skull, it'd have to do with, I don't know, kind of depleting the moisture in a certain way after a certain, during a certain time frame or something like that. Not burning it so it shrinks.
Right. That's. I mean, even if a skull could shrink, I'm with you. I don't know if necessarily just like being burned would do that, especially since other victims of this phenomenon, it didn't happen.
Because when bodies are cremated, it doesn't always fully cremate the entire body. Sometimes there's pieces of bone and stuff like that. I've never heard of those bones possibly being just baby bones, like tiny
I was
versions.
gonna
You know
say
what I mean?
babyfied.
Just, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I mean,
babyfied
you know.
bones of your body.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting too is that now we start to, as we enter the modern era, we get a little bit more around the case, a little bit more documented observations. So around the area, some of the objects nearby Mary Reeser actually did start to melt a little bit, but they did not show signs of burning. There were no burn marks elsewhere in the apartment. So all we can now add to the list here is that the fire burns very hot. And it, again, must burn very quickly, but hot enough to radiate out. And you have to imagine, the door handle was hot. She wasn't sitting by the door handle. So what it must have done is really dramatically increased the heat, the radiation coming off of this fire, enough to make the door handle hot, enough to melt some of the nearby items. But again, not enough to burn anything else. Very strange.
Fire's not selective.
It's not selective at all, no.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it burns so hot to like just incinerate a body and then generate enough smoke where someone can die from just smoke poisoning, and then the handle was hot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are we not essentially burning the place down at this point?
Exactly. And what's even crazier is you say, fire is agnostic, and mostly that's true, right? There are things that fire won't necessarily burn, like a cup of water. But here's the thing. Nearby to this incident, and this is just exacerbating the point, there was a stack of newspapers, okay? They didn't catch fire.
Oh,
this is
come on.
newspaper. This is some dry paper.
Oh, come on.
In fact, this whole situation went down without any of the neighbors nearby having any idea of it. No one had any idea that there was a fire. No one had any idea that this had happened to the unfortunate Mary Reeser. It just did. So again, just more points in the extremely hot, extremely fast column. Whatever that means. I'm not saying it has to be spontaneous combustion, but whatever's going on, it's fast, it's happening when they're alone, and it's over. It's hot. But anyway, investigators found that it was not an electrical fire, so that kind of marks that one off, and they were baffled at how the fire would behave this way, much like you and I are. The remains of Mary Reeser were sent to the FBI, and they found ultimately nothing combustible from what did remain, but they did find melted fat in the rug, which is a bit grotesque, but it does go to say that, okay, maybe they weren't entirely burned apart. Maybe this fire went so hot and fast and that it was not enough to burn the whole body to smoke, you know what I mean? But rather that it was so hot that some of the more soft tissues of the body basically just melt away. And that's why this is able to go boom so fast, just gone. But it's honestly kind of spooky when you start to think about it. And you think of it as like, we all fear the unknown. What's around this dark corner? You never know. But to have the idea that at any given moment, you could just burn apart in a few minutes or seconds or I don't know, and no one know why, like that, it's very spooky, very unsettling.
It is, but you'd have to think that this would, I don't know, there's just so many people out there in the world that you'd have to think that this would happen more often, and then at this point that we would be like, okay, don't mix these together.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just such a rare combo of stuff.
It's so rare. I mean, there are a lot of super rare medical cases. This could be something that fits along that line, but
yeah,
I don't know if people are just sitting there just like, all right, I drank some alcohol and I have this genetic mixture or whatever. You think that it would happen more than like, I don't know, once every 100 years or so? Like,
yeah. Maybe it does too, and it's just either not documented or whatever, because the worst part about this is, again, however you feel about the subject, let's presume for the moment that it's actually what's happening. Because if you take it at that value, all the evidence is burned, man. Like, how are you supposed to figure out what exact chemical combinations that uniquely combined to happen in this moment to unfortunately burn this person in but a moment? It's all gone. There's no way to really dissect it. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe there are some cases where the house does burn down and it looks like a normal fire or something. It's just it's really fascinating. And to be in the modern times and to actually have the door open to something like this is really, it's just like, that's what keeps me so intrigued on this.
As soon as you said like, oh, this happened and a recent case or somewhat recent case in 2010. I went, okay, here we go. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause at that point, I'm banking on modern technology to kind of really help push the narrative one way or another.
Right. You would expect, a high quality iPhone video of like something going down, or like, maybe when one happens the next couple decades, we'll have someone's home video capture it and we're all going to be freaked the F out. But
see someone just poof.
But let's dive into, now we're getting into the even spookier times, because now we're in the 80s. And then we'll follow up with the one from 2010 here after this. But in 1982, the family of 61-year-old Jeannie Saffin witnessed, okay, finally, there was a witness
Okay,
here.
well, here we go.
Witnessed her burst into flames as they sat in their kitchen.
Wait, what? Witness who burst into flames?
So the family of this 61-year-old basically witnessed Jeannie Saffin.
Got it.
The matriarch of the family basically burst into flames as they're all sitting in the kitchen.
What?
And her brother-in-law, Don Carroll, claims that the fire started in her stomach, saying this, quote, "The kitchen wasn't damaged, but her cardigan melted. The inquest never sorted it out, but I know what I saw," end quote. So Don and Jeannie's father, Jack Saffin, were able to put the fire out. However, Jeannie unfortunately passed away in the hospital 8 days after. So now we have the very first, at least that we're covering here, documented case of someone who underwent this phenomenon and then survived, at least for the time being. I don't think we have any quotes from them. I don't know if they were comatose from injuries, but we don't really have any firsthand account from Jeannie themselves as to what happened or what they experienced. But Jeannie's family also claims that her clothes did not end up on fire, that the only source of the fire would have to have been the pilot light in the stove, because otherwise there was no other source of flame in the room. Some theorize that perhaps the father's pipe was the source of the flame, but at that time it had already been put out. So investigators were starting to say, okay, well, maybe there was a stray ember from the pipe that could have lit her nylon shirt on fire. And so, there are a couple of little caveats here that could open the door to the possibility of just a freak accident, something that we couldn't have expected, right? And maybe that's why it looked like it's emanated from her stomach, because an ember landed in the folds while she was sitting in around the stomach area. But this is one of the very few eyewitness cases in modern history. Carol also claimed, by the way, this is the person that I quoted before, but claimed that the fire was actually also coming out of Jeannie's mouth, and that she, quote, roared like a dragon, end quote. Yeah. I guess I joke about dragons, but I mean... So anyway, the investigators on this note did not find any evidence of burning in her mouth. So you can trust this, or you can say this is a bit sensationalized, but I do have an anecdote. It's not a personal one, but it kind of goes to support this in a way. Now, I've heard stories of people who cook whole turkeys or whole chickens, and I'm talking like whole, and they stick them in the oven, and hot air escapes out the neck as steam is created and the bird is cooking. And if it affects the vocal cords, it can create a bit of a scream sound. And people have reported that they've had chickens or turkeys or whatever in the oven screaming, and it's unsettling to say the least. But no, it's definitely a dead animal and it is not screaming. But if this person, if Jeannie had some fire blazing in her stomach from some freak combination of chemicals, and that fire burst out her esophagus because heat was just looking to expand, like you were saying, maybe there was some sort of explosive pressure. Maybe it could have been quick enough to not burn the mouth, but would have been enough to basically blow past the vocal cords and actually create a sound. I mean, so it is entirely possible.
Like a kettle, right? Like
right. In a weird way, yes, like a kettle.
Yeah, I guess.
So I can see it.
It's the air pot. I can see it.
That would be terrifying, though. Grandma starts spitting fire and roaring.
Why wouldn't we have more cases, though?
I mean, we're not covering all of them. We're covering a handful of some of the key ones. But remember, the very first documented case was not necessarily roaring like a dragon and flames coming out, but vomiting flames is what they said. So there is a bit of an overlap here. That there is a consistency between all of these stories that is kind of unique in this realm. I mean, when you talk about a lot of people undergoing various paranormal activity or whatever, there tends to be some overlap or whatever, but this is probably the most consistent case by case, decade by century by century situation that I've seen. And again, I don't know if it's people building off of stories that they've heard, kind of like aliens and abductions, or if there is something else going on here. It's just the consistency is actually pretty startling when you really think about it.
Then again, it just takes like, people that want to get involved with it as well.
That's true. I don't want to get involved with it. I'll just let you know that.
Look,
if I burned to pieces, it was not me.
Yeah, aliens and stuff. Like, sure. You want to believe. No one wants to be set on fire.
Right. Well, no one wants to be sucked up into a spaceship and tossed out back onto a Wendy's.
Well,
like
some people do.
Some people do. I don't know, man. But let's talk about the 2010 case. Let's kind of wrap up the cases here, and let's see again if we can find any other similarities. Just kind of continuing that trend. So, this one happened to Michael Faraday, who was 76 and considered a possible case once again of spontaneous human combustion. This happened in Ireland on December 22nd, 2010. So we have another kind of Christmas or holiday situation here. Don't think that has anything to do with it, but maybe. You got to think about fireplaces being involved. You got to think about, heat elements being in play in these colder environments during the winter seasons. But Faraday's neighbor, Mr. Mannion, woke up to the sound of his smoke alarm going off. He got no answer when he knocked on Faraday's door, so he got another neighbor to start helping. Like, hey, let's get in here. Something's going on. There's a fire alarm. I can't get in.
Yeah.
When they got in, Faraday was found lying on the floor on his back with his head closest to the fireplace, but his body was totally burnt, but not all the way down to ashes. The floor below him and the ceiling above him were the only other things in the room affected by the fire. So I imagine that at some point when he was on fire, he was laying on the ground, and that the heat was dramatic enough and the smoke dramatic enough to rise up and create a mark on the ceiling. So this is, one of those other instances where there really isn't a whole lot of fire spreading here. Now, the police did not suspect foul play, but they also did not believe Faraday's death to be caused by the fireplace, which is interesting because you would think so, given where they were laying, given the fact that perhaps they were lighting a fire, and maybe when striking the match, a piece of the red stuff on the tip of the match could flick off, hit the sweater or something. Who knows? But they're saying we don't think whatever it was that caused this was the fireplace.
Damn, that's that like frustrating middle ground.
Right.
Where, like the previous story with the family, it could have been, sure, it could have been X, Y, or Z, right? It could have been like this, was it the pipe or whatever, or something like that. The ashes could have gone on to the cardigan sweater or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Here is one of those situations where it's like, well, I mean, you'll probably say maybe it was caused by the chimney or whatever. It's like, no, that definitely wasn't it. That's like, I guess, confirmed to not be it.
I mean, again, these are the people that were there on site. These are professionals. So you want to say, sure, I believe you, but unless I guess I have my eyes on it, I'm like, is there a starter log? A naked, untouched starter log in that fireplace? Is there some untouched firewood? And yes, sure, some people keep untouched firewood in their fireplace because then it looks nice. But to me, that kind of tells more of the story. Was this person, in fact, in the midst of interacting with their fireplace in some way, and then this went down? Or was the place that they collapsed just ironic in that way? But pathologist Grace Callergy noticed that while Faraday had diabetes and hypertension, they noted that this individual did not experience a heart attack. So, we have some conditions here of the body, right? They have a couple ailments, but it wasn't because of those ailments that they passed away, that it was in fact from the fire. And then we have 25-year-old coroner, Dr. Kieran McLaughlin, claimed, quote, "This fire was thoroughly investigated, and I'm left with the conclusion that this fits into the category of spontaneous human combustion, for which there is no adequate explanation," end quote. And so there we have it. We have one of our most recent, if not the most recent instance of this, and we have young professionals out here claiming that this is what it is. It's SHC, right? This person fell victim to a phenomenon that we don't fully understand still. And that was that.
I mean, there's a lot of medical mysteries. So it's not super far-fetched to like think that it's a super rare thing. There's just so many key things that just like intrigue me and baffle me and confuse me, like the newspaper in one of the situations, and how, I don't know, the fire doesn't just consumes so much, or it's like it just burns so hot, or the door handle's hot, but then like nothing else is, there's a lot of stuff that's untouched.
Yeah, it's very strange. It
seems so precise.
Very precise.
And
Very
fire,
precise.
Fire, I don't know how precise fire is. I mean, it just spreads.
Not very.
Give it oxygen. I don't know, just breathe itself and go.
Yeah, you know what's interesting to me, and again, we always do the theories at the end, but I can't help but think, you're talking about how few cases there are. And let's be clear, there's about 200 cases or so that have undergone or have some sort of spontaneous human combustion involved. And what's fascinating is that they're all deeply related to each other. They have a lot of similar experiences or similar pieces of evidence. But what's really interesting and what's totally possible is that this is not necessarily spontaneous human combustion, but rather fire acting in a freak way. That if an accident happened, and this is where I don't know if this has happened before, but where scientists, if they could basically just gather up a bunch of pig bodies, humanely gathered, put typical human fabrics on them, I would say probably put various alcoholic beverages in them, and then give each of them like various ways to accidentally spark a fire and see how each of them react in an environment. This is a very expensive and very intensive experiment, but see how many of these fires fully spread to engulf the whole place, the whole room, or whatever else. Or if you get maybe even like 0.5% of those that just burn hot, fast, and in one solitary location, you might start to go, okay, I guess we're all used to houses burning down because that is how it always tends to go. But there is a small sliver of a window that just allows the opportunity for some crazy things to happen, which is a body burning very hot and fast due to various, reasons, whatever those might be, but not necessarily self-created, like a fire just spontaneously creates, but rather that something initiates it, but it stays localized. And, that's, to me, maybe what's really going on here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to sell me on any piece of it, that would be it.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. I don't know. I'm like, so precise.
It's very precise.
So powerful and precise.
Yeah, and it always seems to originate from inside. All these stories don't really indicate that there's an external source, or at least not as the way they're documented.
Which I'm kind of happy about, because if it's like, oh, it could happen on the outside of your skin, then at that point it gets really confusing.
Yeah.
I can believe like the inside of someone's like stomach, their intestines, certain chemicals mixing in together. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's kind of where my mind goes too.
The thing I really like about the last story was the fact that there were professionals involved, and you know me, like, I love the fact it's like, okay, get the pros involved, get them in there, let's hear their opinion, let them try and break it down, give them access to the scene, the crime scene, or the area,
right?
And
document it, photos,
get some great minds on it,
right? Exactly. Unlike, the first case. Now, I kind of indicated this earlier, but Polonus Vorstius, that first documented case that happened back in 1470, is a complete opposite of what you would expect from the modern times, which this wasn't recorded until 1641, almost 200 years later. So, and it was documented almost like a tale passed down verbally within the family. And then eventually it made its way into a collection of stories, a book that is just a collection of unique causes of death. I won't attempt the name of the book. It's like, okay, I will, but it's Latin, so bear with me. Historiarum Anatomicarum Rariorum.
Does not sound easy, I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Look, you attempted it. I wouldn't have. I would not have.
It's out there.
I wouldn't have attempted because I'm not bold enough.
Yeah. So like, then it starts to make me think, okay, cool. I really like that some of these recent cases have modern science behind them, documenting things, theorizing, whatnot. But then I have to crack open the case a little bit further and start to go, can we apply what we've discussed in the past, you and I, about abductions and about aliens? Can we apply that here? Basically, a story is established, whether it's falsified, fantastical, or accidental, or real, I don't know. A story is documented. And many years after that, that story then starts to kind of creep into the zeitgeist a little bit and starts to pick up some steam. You know, maybe it takes a while for someone to come up with the monster of the week, right? It takes a really creative writer to come up with like Frankenstein, but then once he's out there, he's all over the place. You know, so maybe it's just kind of one of those things.
But the thing
turned the people's minds onto a certain subject.
I can see what you're trying to like go with.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it applies here simply because like a lot of the abduction stuff, it's more so you kind of have to just go off of what the person is saying.
That's true. That's very true. That's
here there's actual like tangible evidence.
Right.
There's burnt bodies.
Right. And regardless, again, of it being this phenomenon or whatnot, it's definitely something that's happened. Something's happening, and it's wild and very hard to explain, if at all explainable.
Right, like definitely something is happening because there's the burnt bodies.
Mm-hmm.
How? I don't know.
Hey everybody, Trevor here once again with a couple of housekeeping notes. Just wanted to say right here, just before you skip, store.roosterteeth.com. We've got that Task Force merch out and ready and available, hot and fresh. Thank you all so much for those of you who have been buying that Task Force merch. The button, pin, badge kind of combo already sold out day one. So thank you so much. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's in stock right now because I am recording this in advance. But again, thank you so much for supporting the show. That really does mean a lot to us. But with that said, I do want to talk about a couple of sponsors that also help the show. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Candid. Thousands of people have used Candid, the clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners to help straighten their teeth, and now they love their smile. Just like Cameron from Nashville, Tennessee, who said that their life completely changed because of Candid. And Candid is here to help straighten your teeth so you can fall in love with your smile as well. Your treatment is prescribed and closely monitored remotely by a licensed orthodontist who's an expert in tooth movement. You'll have the same quality of care that you'd get from an in-office orthodontist, plus the convenience of doing it from home. I was able to go to their website and see if I qualified using their very easy little survey that they have right there on the home page. It lets them know what kind of issue you have, when you want to start, and how you found out about them. And right away, you can figure out if you are qualified. So I really appreciate that their survey, super easy to use, and boom, you get that information right away. Become your best you. Start straightening your teeth today. Right now, you can actually save $75 on Candid Starter Kit. Go to candidco.com/redweb and use code REDWEB. That's candidco.com/redweb with code REDWEB to take advantage of this limited time offer and save $75 on your starter kit. candidco.com/redweb and code REDWEB. We'll tell them that we sent you. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by Raycon. I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm always looking at the screen, now more than ever. And we all know that unplugging yourself is easier said than done. One of my favorite ways to rest my eyes and get the content I'm itching for, well, it's by putting on Raycon wireless earbuds and listening to something great. Raycons are built to perform anywhere and anytime with water and sweat-resistant construction and Bluetooth that pairs quickly and seamlessly. Couple that with enough battery life for 6 hours of playtime, you can unplug for quite a while. I use Raycons when I'm going on a walk to get away from my work, just get some sun on me, and get outside the house for a little bit during these quarantine times. And they're super sleek looking. They're not large. They don't protrude. They look quite nice, and they tuck into your ears, and they don't fall out when you're walking around. So you can either run or walk or whatever you want to do with them. It's really nice to be able to plug those in and go outside, get on a walk, and just listen to some good music with good quality. Raycon's offering 15% off all their products for listeners, and here's what you got to do to get it, okay? Go to buyraycon.com/redweb, and that's it. You'll get 15% off your entire Raycon order, so feel free to grab a pair and a spare. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/redweb. Buyraycon.com facebook.com/redweb. But with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. Well, what's interesting is that spontaneous combustion has also been documented in nature as well. So not just humans, but it's commonly studied in hay. And so they're going, okay, well, let's take a look at this and see what we can learn from this, and maybe that will apply to humans. So it's theorized that when it comes to hay, that the moisture contained at the center of the hay bales ferment to the point where it then combusts. Now, I know what we all know. We probably all know what fermenting means. It tends to be applied to the fermentation process of creating alcohol. But just for the sake of conversation, I'm going to outline it here. It's the chemical breakdown of a substance by bacteria, yeast, or other microorganisms, typically involving effervescence and giving off heat. And so that's the thing I wanted to note, is that, you know, alcoholic beverages were common in a lot of the stories. And if you imbibed a truly large volume of, I don't know, maybe it was still fermenting, whether it was wine or some other alcohols, and the fermentation process suddenly kicked it up to 11 inside your system.
Yeah.
That spontaneous release of heat from that process, from whatever biology you got going on inside, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. But it's just interesting that the theory that we are kind of tapping into for this case is also something that's being theorized for other instances.
Mm-hmm. Right. If I was to kind of like bet on anything, it would be somewhere along the lines of like that kind of like theory, right? Like that train of thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been saying it since the beginning of this episode. It's like something is mixing with something else, and it's sparking this.
Right. Because it's always, every case has always been nigh impossible to figure out the source of the fire. And anytime they look at it, and they look at like the fireplace, for example, they go, nope, that's not it. So it's interesting. So it must be a source that has been destroyed, and the only source being destroyed is the self in these cases. But a couple other characteristics are found throughout multiple of these stories, beyond even the ones that we covered. But these cases tend to be elderly women. They often tend to be heavy drinkers or smokers. And smokers, you got to think about, you know, lighting up, matches, lighters, all of that sort of thing. Accidentally, you know, houses burn down from cigarettes all the time. There's also the commonality of diabetes and often living alone. Now, I'm not saying living alone is causing this, but I think the lack of witnesses is kind of exacerbating the unknown here. But it is a common trait. And it's so freaky how consistent these descriptors are.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, a part of me goes, oh, they're just reading it from other, but then why would you read that? Right? Because okay. So what I'm trying to get at here is that there's no sense of like foul play, right? That there's no like, oh, someone is essentially trying to create this anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
And that being said, it's not like aliens in the sense of like, oh, I heard this story, I want to mimic it, right? Like, I don't believe that there's old ladies out there going, I heard this myth, I want to mimic this, and then
right. But maybe investigators hear it and they go, maybe it's that stuff. Maybe it's that thing that happened. I heard about that. I mean,
I can see that happening just because they just want to put some type of button on it.
Right. Put an answer on something.
Yep.
Well, I want to talk about one case that is extraordinarily rare to have somebody who's lived through this and lived to tell the tale. But there is a person who claims to have survived spontaneous human combustion, and that's Frank Baker, who was going out on a fishing trip when he suddenly caught on fire. He claims that there was no source of fire, like a candle or a cigarette, just nothing in the nearby area. And after his friend helped stop the flames, he went to the hospital and claims that the doctor said that the fire came from inside out. So now we have a situation where someone might be claiming the story, but that's all we really have there. You would think that if they went to the hospital, that there would be some sort of documentation. I would be deeply fascinated to hear from this doctor to say, like, did you not, like, really look in there? Did you have, like, some sort of endoscopic camera that you could take pictures of, like, the stomach lining being burnt or something, you know, something, right? But it's interesting.
I mean, that was my thought exactly, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this person said that this happened, then where's the evidence? Because then
this person's writing a paper, all right? They're getting huge grant money for this. They're not ghosting their only living, you know, spontaneous human combustion case. Like, there would be news here.
Right. And I feel like it's something that, I mean, because firefighters, you know, like, you can track a fire.
True.
You know, you can see, like, the origin, like the point of where it sparks and burns, it's because the way things are burnt and the markings and everything like that, chemicals and whatnot. I would assume to some degree, if this person was set on fire and still alive, there'd be some part of the body that was burnt more so than others.
Right.
And then boom, there's your evidence, there's your documentation. Now, whether or not this person did it to themselves, who knows? Like, that's a whole different thing. But you can at least verify that much.
Right. And let me ask the question. How did you put it out if it started inside? And if it started as a chemical, there are chemical reactions that are exothermic that essentially release heat a la fire, but don't need oxygen to burn, much like thermite, in which case, good luck putting it out. So if it can burn inside of you, and then the doctor is saying it's coming from inside of you, how did you and your friend put it out? And how did you basically sustain no damage, right? No lasting damage. This is a story that I think is a bit of a farce, but I wanted to mention it because it is intriguing, and it is one of the few cases of somebody saying, hey, I had this and I lived.
Yeah, I think that it's very interesting to note and to bring up, simply because in my mind, I was thinking there's at least one. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, there's at least one. Yeah, for me, I guess I just can't ride with it simply because, come on, like, there's got to be so much evidence and documentation, and there's no way that, you know, just kind of believed it and then patched them up and sent them on their way. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would think there'd be a lot of like evidence.
Yeah. And to me, you know, when it comes to evidence and investigating these cases, I think the biggest thing to me is that when you look at these investigations now, they tend to be led by paranormal investigators rather than forensic scientists or other science fields, because scientists as a whole tend to deny the possibility of a fire starting without any sort of external source. And I guess, you know, science doesn't know what it doesn't know yet, but we know quite a bit now, especially about fire, chemical reactions. And so I think there is something kind of baked in when you start to hear that it's mostly paranormal pseudoscience investigators that kind of it kind of starts to tip your thoughts one way over the other. But
true.
But having said that, what's interesting is that there was a forensic analyst, John F. Fisher, and a paranormal skeptic, Joe Nickel, that both led a 2-year-long study on SHC back in 1984. Now, this is where some interesting kind of points come out. So they used common qualities from many reported cases to try to explain what was going on with this phenomenon, but they focused on the death of Monsieur Charbonnier in 1847. This particular case was the death of a person who was found laying in bed, almost completely burned, with a small white flame that was still burning. So now we have witnesses of saying, okay, well, there's still a flame happening here, and it's very small and very white. So maybe there's a unique case here. Well, they found that most of the victims, when they were doing this study, were actually near some kind of flame, counter to what was said earlier. But that newspapers left that detail out, so that way the story felt a little bit more ominous. So on one hand, we have people saying there's no flames in there. You know, the story is there's no flames. But they're finding, when they looked a little deeper, that there were, in fact, possible sources of flame in most of these cases. And that to make it a little bit more sensational, right, you need to sell papers. Let's just leave that out, make people go, wow. They also said that because of intoxication, and that was a common trait here, you know, the drinking, was that victims were more likely to stumble into flames, and they could not properly respond by whether it's stop, drop, roll, right, the basics, taking off the clothes, finding a way to put out the flame, getting help or whatever. And so basically, if they were severely intoxicated, it would be something where they couldn't properly react, and that it would just kind of engulf them.
But to me, that just seems like a common fire. And in that case, why wouldn't the whole building go up?
That's true. And that's kind of where I guess my idea comes in, which is like maybe they're just uniquely localized and it's a very rare case. Every other case that it wasn't localized and that the whole house did go down, we just call a fire. And so all these strange cases where they are localized, I guess we just haven't really seen that happen, and so we have to call it something else, or I don't know.
I see what you're getting at. No, and trust. I mean, like, I definitely see what you're getting at. I think the thing there is then, but then it's hot enough to burn the body, right? Because then, God, it just behaves unlike fire.
Yeah. Well, one thing that they mentioned just on that note is, because this will play into the theories a little bit, they were noting that in a lot of these cases, the body was totally cremated, but they started to hypothesize that the melted fat from the bodies would obviously liquefy and then soak into the clothes, the blankets, the chairs, whatever was nearby, and that would be what was fueling the fire. So much like you could soak a little paper ball in rubbing alcohol, and then you could light that on fire. You could hold that in your hands, and then you could blow it out, and the paper would be essentially untouched because the fire was essentially consuming the rubbing alcohol. And obviously, then you blew it out. Eventually, the paper could be on fire, or the rubbing alcohol could burn off, and then the paper is totally fine. But that's kind of what they're starting to lay the groundwork of. They're thinking, okay, maybe the melted fat from the body localized the fire and kept it feeding on that rather than the environment.
Ooh, okay. Now we're starting to get into something.
Which, again, I would want to say that the fire would leap to something else still, instinctually. But this does kind of make sense to my normal person brain.
But this is what I'm thinking, though. Like, and I have done no research on this whatsoever, but like when you see stuntmen who set themselves on fire, it usually doesn't catch a whole bunch of other things on fire, right? Because it's consuming whatever the chemical is that's lathered onto the body.
Right.
And the clothing, etc. It's not just like setting things, because like you'll see a lot of scenes where like stuntmen will be set on fire and they're touching a whole bunch of things, but they're not setting other things on fire. Oh man. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then one last note when it comes to this, and this is once again going to lay some of the groundwork for the theories. In 2002, Angie M. Christensen at the University of Tennessee compared healthy and osteoporotic bones in cremation. Essentially, healthy bones and bones of those who were a bit elderly or had osteoporosis, corrosion of, whatever. I'm not a doctor. So when they tested these two types of bones in cremation, they found that the osteoporotic bones displayed more discoloration and a greater degree of fragmentation than the healthy ones did, which is something to note because a lot of these victims that we discussed earlier were in fact elderly, right? So there is a chance that their bones were a bit more brittle, and so they would be more likely to burn and disintegrate in a fire. And then another part of their experiment, which is the second part, they found that when they burned human tissue, that it actually burned quite small. And that they said this is what explains why the fire didn't spread beyond the body, is that, sure, they burned, unfortunately, but because of that, it doesn't, we're all picturing big fires because when things get consumed and engulfed in flame, you just think, raging fire, very tall. But they're saying, hey, when we burned human tissue, it actually didn't burn all that big. And so I don't know what this situation would look like, but that's probably why it stayed localized to them. And so combining these two things, we start to get a little bit of the science coming involved and saying, okay, so maybe there's some accidents and maybe there's part of our anatomy that can explain why the fire stays localized, whether it's that kind of candle sort of effect with the fat or if it's the size of the flame. I don't know.
Yeah, because there's different types of flames, and I didn't even think about it. Like, depending on the material that is burning, it could localize the fire.
Mm-hmm. Possibly.
Yeah, it's more believable now. I didn't even think about that angle. It's just so crazy to me that it'd be a localized fire that essentially just incinerates a human being to just ash.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess if they have brittle bones and man, like it's just like
before it can spread, it consumes its fuel, I guess.
Yeah.
Dang.
I'm buying into this.
This is actually helping me feel a little bit better about this because, like, it's kind of creepy. But then when you start to really apply some science to it, you're like, oh, okay, no. These theories start to make me feel a little bit more comfortable in the predictable, in the known, right?
Man, okay. It's still so baffling to me that they would consume, burn so. It's just like you gotta have the right mixture of components within a human being.
Right. Well, with that said, that's kind of like the stories, the background of spontaneous human combustion. We've theorized a little bit ourselves, but let's dive more officially into the theories section, talking about a couple of different ways that people have theorized that this has come to be. The first one being chemical effects, because there are many theories that certain chemicals that are present in the body can cause it to spontaneously combust. And that's something that you and I were kind of mulling over a little bit at the beginning,
right?
Whether it was something that consumed that kind of instigated it or some other phenomenon. But in the case of Matilda Rooney's death, investigators believe that her body spontaneously combusted as a result of high amount of alcohol creating a high amount of heat and gases that eventually then turned into flames. And, you know, once again, this kind of goes back to the somebody's vomiting up flames, someone's spitting flames from their mouth. And then somebody else said that the flames started at their stomach. There's a lot to kind of go into this that says, yes, something is happening in the stomach region and internally. And because of that, because so many of these cases originate from the stomach, there was a chemist named Dr. John Emsley that proposed that an overproduction of diphosphane could cause hydrogen and methane gases to combust. So here we have it. Now we have someone who actually knows what's going on in the body, saying, okay, a certain chemical could be in play, that if these other two chemicals also happen to be in play at the same time, and a rare instance occurs, boom, combustion is possible.
Yeah, I totally believe that.
Yeah.
I can see that happening. It's just the weird thing. Like, okay, like I feel like how they could possibly just ignite makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, very late into this episode, how it could only consume just a human being and not anything else really. Kind of starting to see that picture. Oh, man.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah?
But another theory, and this one's a little interesting, comes from Brian J. Ford. It's centered around the idea of ketosis. You might recognize that term, but ketosis is essentially a bodily response to low-carb diets or sometimes alcoholism. So basically the keto diet causes ketosis. I'll keep it as simple as that. Ketosis creates extra acetone in the body. This is the main chemical found in nail polish, and it's highly flammable. The night Mary Reeser passed away, she actually skipped dinner, so she could have been in a state of ketosis. Now, with all of that said, you and I very well know a person in our lives that is very much into the keto diet. And I know the keto diet is very trendy right now, and a lot of people are having great success with it. You would imagine that in a world where keto is at the forefront, right, more prominent now than probably ever, that cases, if this was the originating factor, that cases would rise. Exactly. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if our old pals out there, kill the diet. I don't want you burning.
Stop what you're doing.
But that's interesting, though. That really is interesting, and I this is where I really dig it. Right, I like the eerie, but I just as equally love science trying to get in there and figure it out. Like, oh, maybe it was the oxidation of phosphine, diphosphine, and methane, which is a chemical reaction known as will-o'-the-wisps. And that's another theory that people have, that this is the same chemical reaction that's happening in the body that's creating these flames.
Look, I mean, that's what I want for a lot of these episodes. It's like, scientists, get in there. You know what I mean? Break this down.
Right. Theorize this to pieces.
We got a handful of that. Man, this isn't as... When we first went into this, I was like, oh, damn, is that a real thing? And just hear about that in the movies to like, oh, come on, how is it? And now I'm kind of towards the tail end going, I can see.
You can see it happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild.
What a roller coaster.
Now, some of these paranormal authors are not helping the case. I'll be real. So we have Lewis Proud, for example, who is an author, theorized that spontaneous human combustion could originate from the malfunction of electricity in the body. And that's where I say, okay, calm down. I don't know. Listen, there's definitely things happening in the brain that could be likened to electricity, some firing of neurons and whatnot. But we're not robots. Let's not apply like the most basic understanding of electricity to the body and be like, oh, I had a short circuit in my brain, I'm a fire. That's just, I don't know. Maybe I'll be like, like one of those people that the future looks back on and goes, wow, the past was dumb. They had no idea.
Yeah.
There's absolutely electricity in the body, and everyone's flying around like Electro, shooting electricity from their hands, charging their phones while they're texting. That'd be cool. You know, Shazam!
I mean, there's gotta be something like hundreds, thousands of years from now. It's like, man, they just really got it wrong. They just really got it wrong. And if they just adjusted this to that, boom, open up a space travel, whole new world, some crazy, something wild.
But to close off this idea that it's a chemical reaction, a lot of people are opponents to this idea because the body is 70% water on average, and that would create an environment that is very unlikely to start a fire. And that's where I then say, yes, but that's why we're talking about chemicals. Like, once again, we go back to thermite, right? Where you don't need oxygen, and if those kind of chemical reactions can happen within water. So, I don't know. It's interesting. I think it gets very close to attempting to explain something that we clearly know very little about. And that way, it does kind of make it a little less eerie.
Yeah. It didn't step too far into the eerie for me. I do like, though, how I was very much afraid that, not that it was going to step into the eerie, but that it was going to step into the, like, oh, this person said they saw it, or that person said they saw this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't really get broken down, especially like scientifically, which is pretty cool. But, oh, man, I could start to really see this.
Yeah. My gut kind of like, when first thinking about this, and I guess what makes it so creepy to me is, as a kid, I'm like, what? I don't want to turn into fire suddenly. But I know better now. I know that I'm not an old lady with with a drinking habit. Chemical effects, really, like, that's what my gut was kind of going for. But the more we talked about this, and the more we started hearing about, John F. Fisher, Joe Nickel, Angie M. Christensen, these other experts in the field, the more I started, we started talking about this other idea, which is the next theory. And it's in fact the leading theory of this phenomenon, and that's known as the wick effect. That these fires and deaths are the result of this effect, wherein the body is consumed by fire and the victim's clothes and surroundings, right, if you're on the couch, act as the wick of the candle.
Interesting.
Yes, that the fire is actually caused by an unknown source, something like a candle or a cigarette or ash or something of that nature, something mundane and explainable, but that your body then, whether it's the melting of your fat or that your clothes or whatever, basically that you are an inside-out candle. And a candle works in the sense that there's a wick that if you burn the wick by itself, it would basically burn down relatively quickly like a shoestring and then just be gone. What makes it last so long is that it's pulling up liquefied melted wax through the wick, burning the wax, and that's the major part of the flame is wax burning. And then the wick slowly burns therein.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, that's what they're kind of hypothesizing here.
That's an interesting theory.
Right. The only challenge here is that, again, all the evidence is consumed by the fire, so it makes it very hard for investigators to pinpoint this as what's actually going on, unless you start going out and burning, humanely sourced pig bodies, or cadavers that volunteer for science or whatever. There's no real way unless you start putting tissues through this, and that's if you really wanted to figure this out.
I mean, I'd say throw a couple of cadavers at it.
You volunteering?
Easy.
When you're old and gray and you passed on,
yeah,
from
sure.
choking on
Why
a
not?
Cheerio
Yeah.
at the tender age of 112.
I mean, oh God, I hope I'm not 112. That just sounds painful.
111. And
Right,
yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think this one sounds very interesting. So basically what's happening is the body's melting fat acts as the fire's continuous source to keep the flame going, and the clothes keep the flame contained to the body, as the flame basically sits on your clothes, like the wick holds the flame. Your body is the wax of the candle, and it holds it there against you as your body continues to smolder. And obviously at scale, that's your whole body, and maybe it goes up quickly because it's both feeding on your body while also burning your body, which is morbid.
Yeah, sounds gruesome.
Yeah. Oh, and then they're saying because the feet and the lower legs have so much less fat content than the rest of the body, that the fire simply runs out of fuel and stops. And in this case, I also do want to say, the woman whose foot I saw when I searched the case, she might have been sitting on her right foot. I do that all the time, and maybe that's why there was no right foot. But the left foot, it's not that there was clothes there, right? Maybe she was wearing a robe or some shorts or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm feeling my lower ankle right now, and it's bony as heck. But that's just me. But truly, that is definitely a more bony kind of area of the body, and so that makes sense.
That was a passing thought I had in the beginning of the episode. Was like, is it that the ankles don't burn because there's, I don't know, less something there or something like that?
It's definitely mostly bone. This guy right here, squeezing my own ankle. Not much to burn there, truly. It would basically be like when the candle gets at the bottom, and that's literally what's happening. When you have, there's wax there, but there's not enough. And so you're like, dang it, this candle smelled really good. This is a bad analogy. Let's move on. Yeah, that's really interesting. And so basically what they're saying is that yes, there's just a normal source of the fire, and that a unique set of circumstances went into place to keep it localized, whether it be body composition or being inebriated in a way that you couldn't move around very much or reflect. Because that's another thing, right? The one woman we were talking about, Mary, she was taking barbiturates, and she had planned to take 2 more, and so she could have very much been out of it, right? Okay. Oh man, I didn't even process that till right now. Dang. Okay. Ooh.
This is starting to actually make sense. Oddly enough.
I'm like holding my cheeks, going like, oh my god, did we figure it out?
I can't quite fit all of it together. But I'm like, I feel like I have a bunch of pieces that make sense. Like they're a part of a set. I just don't know how the set comes together.
Right. I've seen the light, but I don't know how to get there. What's another interesting fact is right here, in 1998, there was an episode of QED. Dr. Dougal Drysdale illustrated this very same wick effect using animal fat wrapped in cotton. The fire burns very slowly and upwards, as you could imagine. But that was basically demonstrating why everything surrounding the body wasn't damaged, that it all went upward and that it was all localized because of that cotton. What's interesting is that there's a greasy residue that's caused by the burning body fat. And so if this greasy residue is common at these sites that people are, spontaneously combusting, that could go to add to this theory, right? That is the result of burnt body fat.
Right.
Wow, that's interesting.
It makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
This is making sense to me. Oddly enough, I'm like more and more. I don't feel like I'm crazy. I've been like, it kind of makes sense.
Right. But I guess, when just looking at the study more, just reading a little bit more about it, it's saying here that the only thing counter to this wick effect, the only thing counter to this theory here is that the body, or the stand-in for the body here, wasn't totally cremated, and that the heat reached around 1.4 thousand to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere in that range. Now, one thing that is worth mentioning when it comes to this experiment, though, because it is fascinating and it does demonstrate this phenomenon very well, it doesn't, however, I don't think, demonstrate how the body could be totally cremated. Because to do that, you need quite the temperature. And studies show anywhere between 1,400 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius, I'm sorry, you're on your own. But the fat in this QED experiment did not burn to complete ash like one would suspect if it were a spontaneous combustion case. So, there is a little bit in this, some variables in play that don't necessarily align with what we're witnessing here.
Yeah, I think the hard thing is just like, it burns so hot that it burns the body to add. Like, that's so over the top.
Yeah. You know what I'm thinking? And I know it says here too, in our theories section, that, yes, it could be the alcohol or the medication or the age all combined that kind of prevent the victim from moving too much. But when you really think about it, and this is common with stuntmen, when they are doing fire, especially when they're lighting themselves on fire, they have to hold their breath or in some way look after themselves, because the fire will pull the oxygen from your lungs. It can really suck that out of you as it's consuming more oxygen than you are able to safely breathe. It's consuming all the oxygen around you.
Oh, that's crazy.
And so there is a possibility here that the reason why people fully cremate, and I'm just kind of spitballing.
Right.
They fully cremate because maybe they succumb. Not only do they not move because of barbiturates or medication or alcohol, or their age, but rather they incapacitate. They're knocked out, right? They pass out because of the lack of oxygen, or the smoke inhalation or whatever. And so they're actually unconscious. And then the fire just kind of finishes the job, unfortunately. Wow. That actually really all combines to make a lot of sense to me. Wow.
Dude, I could see yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
This is, oddly enough, making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I don't know how it all pieces together, though, and there's some parts that are very wild, but I don't know, man.
Yeah. So those two theories, I think, are very strong. They actually give me a lot of comfort in a weird way of figuring out this phenomenon. And I feel like coming out of these two theories in particular, that I know way more about what's actually going on here than I did otherwise. But as always, I would be remiss if I didn't address some of the other more fantastic theories that are out there. Theories, whether they were at the time historic theories or theories that maintain to this day, that are actually kind of interesting in their own ways. But let's dive in. Obviously, some of the smaller theories include that this is murder, that these are cases of murder that are very unique and confined to these locations that have very strange results, obviously with the burning and whatnot, but many people think that these are just straight up cases of murder.
The thing about that is that the big time jumps in so many different, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's so precise and consistent throughout every case to sit here and say, well, this person knows how to do it, and then that person also knows how to do it hundreds of years later. And there's, we only talked about a handful of cases here, but there's about 200 some cases or whatever, and
right,
none of them, like, nobody slipped up somewhere.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
That's what, like, and I'm actually happy that in my mind I'm ruling that out, and I could feel like I could comfortably rule that out.
Yeah. Especially, like we said before, especially when somebody who was staying over the night, the person who would be the suspect of murder, also passed away 2 weeks later. And I don't think that they were trying to say, this'll clear my name, and then they also pass away. I don't know.
Yeah.
But again, that's just a cursory glance. But another one that kind of goes weirdly hand in hand with this is divine intervention. That is, that a god or some other higher being stepped in some way. And this was very popular in the time of these happening, right? The historical ones. Newspapers like to publish that this was what was going on because, the further back in time you go, the more religious people tend to be. And so people are saying you're being judged. Right. You're living a life of debauchery filled with drinking, self-pleasure, whatever it might be. Or maybe because these people are living alone, people start spreading stories about them. I don't know. But that was one of the popular theories at the time as well. One interesting one that I hadn't even properly thought about was that this is poltergeist activity. Now, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but when you think about what a poltergeist is, the paranormal investigators explain poltergeists as the physical manifestation of your outward emotions, right? That whatever it is, the entity, the ghost, or whatever, it's manifesting because of your outward emotions, and that this is the opposite of poltergeist behavior, in that something is manifesting internally because of what's going on with your emotions or what's going on in your life. And so that is to say that your thoughts can absolutely impact your surroundings as well as your internal. And maybe this is maybe an ability that people might have. I don't know, but it is an interesting theory. I'm not necessarily subscribing to it, but it's a way of describing this that I hadn't thought about.
I agree with you completely. It's a very interesting take on it. This is definitely in that category of like, okay, here are the very crazy over the top,
right,
like theories of said episode.
Right. This is where you start to go, that is technically an explanation.
Yeah, right. Like, okay, yeah, you weave together a story,
right,
in your head that you can believe.
Right.
I see why you would believe it. It's a little out there for me though.
And I think, there's some other explanations here that are more modern, right? That are inspired by The Matrix, for example, and that some people kind of take this as a glitch in the Matrix, that we are living in a simulation and that our consciousness is simulating this life in some way, and that there's a bug. That's all that it is, that there's truly a glitch in this simulation, and that causes us, whether we're a program or whatever, to combust, to be erased in some way.
All right. I mean, I would say that person probably has like a leather duster as well.
Oh, they have a leather, the clip-on sunglasses that clip to the bridge of your nose. Yeah. They got that mall ninja stuff. And they also probably explain everything with this same theory. This is one of those catch-alls. You're like, we're in the Matrix.
Yeah.
That explains everything.
Yeah, that's always the excuse. It's the Matrix. It's the Matrix doing this, it's doing that.
Something a little bit more fascinating that I actually kind of really find interesting is ball lightning. Ball lightning is another unproven phenomenon wherein small, sometimes even pea-sized balls of lightning that last longer than a typical lightning strike are flying around, floating around, and can interact with people by way of lighting them on fire or creating microwaves inside their bodies that energize, much like an actual microwave would, energize your cells inside of you and create combustion in some way. Now, ball lightning is certainly an interesting phenomenon. I don't know if I would apply it here, but it's definitely something I think we should look at down the road.
Ball lightning.
I don't know much about it, but it's basically lightning in an orb. And it's like, instead of lightning going from one point to another point, cloud to sky, back and forth, the dissipation of energy, it's instead trapped for some unknown reasons, because it's all unproven, that the lightning gets trapped into a ball of some sort, lasts a little bit longer than a normal strike, which is instant, and then fizzles out. I don't know. I really don't know much about it.
That's a weird one.
And the last one it's very strange. And the last one I wanted to touch on was by an author named Larry E. Arnold. They theorized, okay, it's going to sound very smart until it doesn't. They theorized that there was a new subatomic particle existing in the body fat of humans called pyrotrons. And that simply, when a person is stressed and drinking alcohol, they are likely to combust. And there you have it. The explanation that is not an explanation. Basically saying, well, it happens.
I mean, there would be so many other cases.
Yeah. Find me that pyrotron and we'll talk.
So many other cases.
Yeah, oh yeah. I would have burst into flames in high school. Talking about stress. Okay, not drinking. I was straight edge. But no, talking about stress though, absolutely. My pyrotrons would have been all over the place. But that's interesting. I wanted to address it. It is out there. But there are a lot of very interesting, more out there theories. But in wrapping up, Fredo, how do you feel on these theories? Let's go back to our old scale, 1 to 10. I don't know if we did 0 to 10 or whatever, but 1 to 10, 1 being you don't believe it, not even for a second. 10, you're fully convinced. How are you feeling on any of these theories? And which one do you kind of lean on a little bit?
I mean, look, I'll throw down a. Oh God, so my gut was gonna tell me a 6 because originally I was like, it's like a 2. Come on, you're telling me like, and then this is the whole like, is spontaneous combustion within a human body a thing? I'd be like, nah, it's a 2. My gut tells me to give it, I've been telling you the way I feel throughout this whole entire episode.
Right.
I lean a little bit more towards it, so I can give it like a 6. But just the fact that like it does happen, this isn't like us listening to someone saying I saw this happen. It's
right,
like,
exactly.
People have died. There is actual
fires
evidence.
are happening, man.
I gotta lean towards like a 7 on it. I give it a little bit more.
Dang. Okay. Here's the thing. I just went instant gut check. I really like the chemical theory. I think that's where my old engineer brain wanted to go.
The chemical theory, if anything.
Absolutely. That's if you're subscribing to something happening inside, a chemical reaction or whatever, that spontaneous combustion exists. Now, I personally go with the Wick effect, and I give it a strong 9 because therein it basically says that it isn't spontaneous combustion, that there's actually an explanatory, there is a source of flame somewhere, and that for whatever reason, that's either not told, it's not noticed, it's not seen, that's starting the flame, and then the Wick effect takes over. That's kind of where I'm at, and that spontaneous combustion isn't in play. That we're not just like lighting up internally on fire by accident.
Right.
So I'm giving that Wick effect, like, I'm feeling like that's really strong. I wanted to say 9, but that's close to saying like that is it. But I'm up there. As far as the chemical thing, if assuming spontaneous combustion was a phenomenon that existed because something happened internally and we just lit on fire, then I'd be like, all right, it's chemical effects for sure.
Right.
But just as an idea coming into all this, I was like, spontaneous combustion, I think it's just something that is unique, rare, and unexplained because of it. I don't think that necessarily it is something that happens, but it's very fascinating. I remember hearing about it when I was younger, but kind of haven't heard about it since. It's interesting.
Yeah. It was just really funny because, like I said, I never go into these episodes really knowing what we're going to get into. And when you were like, all right, we're going to talk about spontaneous combustion, my mind
like, what?
combusted. I was like, what? Are you talking about that fake thing in the movies?
And then we're going to talk about the Matrix.
This is a fun one. Yeah.
Yeah. This was really interesting. I'm really fascinated.
I like that you're throwing a bunch of just different things my way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep you on your toes.
Like every week, I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't sit here and go, it's gonna be, an internet case or a murder or XYZ. It's so all over the place, but in like in a good way, because I don't know, it keeps it fresh for me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as much as I say we, Christian and I, like, we really started all of this off with internet mysteries because I feel like that is a realm that is just deeply unexplored. Right. And I really like that kind of, as it were, new frontier of mysteries. And there's still a lot to dive into, but the internet's not as old as time itself. And so there's only so much to cover. There's only so many things that have enough meat on the bone to deliver here in the podcast. That's why we kind of do some compilation episodes that are some smaller ones that are still really fascinating. But I mean, I just really like mysteries in general. And and I really enjoy that you guys in the audience have really been resonating with all the different types of topics we've covered, because it's just fascinating, Fredo, you and I, to sit down and hash out some of these things that have, like, I think we have to do Bermuda Triangle at one point, because that's probably probably my gateway mystery.
Yeah, I feel like for a lot of people, that's where it started off.
Yeah, I remember in third grade, I distinctly remember this. It was third grade. They were showing us the 2000 election stuff on, I don't know why. I don't know if the teachers were just interested or if they were trying to educate us about the whatever. But I remember being distracted and talking to my friend. I was like, listen, when I get older, I'm going to sail into the Bermuda Triangle. Whatever happens, I'm going to see that thing. Whatever happens to me, if I get struck by this ethereal being who sucks me out of the world. I don't know. I was like, I just want to see. I want to see what the answer is, whether I make it out the other side or not. And that's another just teaser of where I'm going to take you. Maybe someday in the future, it's just going to send you out into the world, conquering these mysteries, just mano a mano, hand on hand. We're just going out there, physically tackling these mysteries.
Yeah, well, no. You keep trying to drive it home, and I'm getting further and further away from you. As
we are on the same page. I can feel it. We are both excited.
Be further.
Yeah, we're so far from home. We're out there where the mysteries are. I can feel it now. Yeah, History Channel. We're your guys.
I hate
just
this.
Two boys and a couple of mysteries. That's the name of the show.
You got one guy.
Got two guys, two confident boys. All right. Well, Fredo, thank you again for your lovely thoughts here on another mystery.
It always is.
Yeah. Everybody else, thank you so much for continuing to share the podcast. Word of mouth, always important. For leaving us those reviews on Apple, for hitting us up on roosterteeth.com, where you can comment on the episode that's uploaded there, and all that. Oh yeah, and we've got the merch out now, don't we? So yeah, if you want to support us directly, you can go to store.roosterteeth.com. But anyway, with all that out of the way, thank you guys again, and we'll see you all next week for another mystery. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1922, the inhabitants of a German homestead were found brutally murdered. The puzzling detail is that there was reason to believe that the killer lived on the farm for days afterward, even taking care of the animals. Today, we look at the baffling case of the Hinterkaifeck murders. This is Red Web. It's another murder mystery Monday. I'm Trevor Collins, coming in with a little ditty, and Alfredo Diaz across the table from me on the other side of the country.
Nothing for a loop. Oh, hi. Yes, I too am here. Interesting, this little This little episode we got going on here.
Yeah, we're dipping our little toes back into some true crime.
The killer decided to hang around.
Oh, they're hanging.
After the crime was committed.
Oh, they're vibing on site, dude.
It was even kind of to take care of the animals. One, the guts of said person, to stick around.
The gall.
Just hope that no one comes by or there isn't any type of obligation that they have, that the family has, that would cause someone to come and check on them. Two, this person's they're just throwing DNA all over the place, left and right.
Oh, but it's the 20s. He doesn't care about that.
Yeah, damn, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. I think this entire case, as fascinating as it is, I really do like this one. I like them all, but this one's really intriguing. This is a case study for how not to handle a crime or suspicious activity or what have you. This is what I was messaging Christian before we started this, the producer for Red Web here, and I'm like, man, this is exactly why there are unsolved mysteries all over the place, because like things like this happen everywhere. So yeah, there's going to be some frustrations throughout, but exciting and interesting nonetheless.
Ready to dive into it.
Yeah, let's dive into it. Let's talk about the who and the where, because there's a lot of people to get to know here on the homestead. But we have the family, who consisted of Andreas Gruber, his wife, Cecilia, their widowed daughter, Victoria Gabrielle, as well as Victoria's children, Cecilia as well. There's another Cecilia in play.
Okay.
But Cecilia and Joseph. So
Big
Andreas, his wife, and then Victoria is their kid, and Victoria has 2 kids of her own. They also had a live-in maid at the time. We'll name her later because there are 2 maids in play. I don't want to offer confusion here. And then I also want to talk about Victoria's husband, Carl Gabriel, who passed away in December of 1914. He served in World War I and unfortunately passed away during his services. So that's why Victoria is a widowed daughter with 2 children of her own living at home here. Now, their Bavarian farmstead was known as Hinterkaifeck, and that is in what is known today as Weidhofen, which is just north of Munich, Germany.
Okay.
Now, before these murders went down, there were a bunch, and I'm talking about a bunch of strange occurrences at their farm. So let's talk about some of those, and maybe a word to the wise at home. Take some notes. We're going to lay down some life pro tips if you ever stumble across some of these, strange occurrences.
I'm just going to throw out the blanket rule. Just get the hell out of there.
Boom! There's your life pro tip. That's just it. That's just it.
The hell out of there. It ain't worth it. Secondly, the other question I have is, now that I'm finding out, or I guess just the question I'm hoping to get answered is, now that I'm finding out that there's a bajillion people in this house, how did this person happen to like take everybody?
It's interesting. I mean, that'll definitely come out. I'm going to talk about some of these strange occurrences because I want to lay the scene. But when we talk about the crime itself, there is one major factor that's going to leap right out to you. I mean, it's one of the core elements to this crime that you're going to say, like, interesting. How did that go about or whatever? Because you're right. There's definitely, like, you got a house full of people here. How did they carry this out? How did this go down?
Yep.
But that's going to be a good question to kind of revisit as we go through all the details of this case, because I would love to hear your gut check on that as we kind of unveil some more information. So let's go back 6 months prior to everything went down. The family's maid quit her job and left due to her belief that the house was haunted. Now, she reported hearing strange noises and footsteps coming from the attic, often around midnight. Now, this gives me a lot of flashback memories to those creepypasta and spooky subreddits where people post videos that are living in their attics overnight. You know, have you ever seen any of those?
Oh, nope.
Okay, well, don't go digging. It's weird.
Sounds weird and oh man, like why?
Some are fake, right? But like there's like security footage of people slinking out of the cabinets, eating food, making cereal, and heading back up. It's wild.
That's terrifying.
It's terrifying. For sure, dude. Oh my God, that gives me the heebie-jeebs. I hate that. Woo! Sorry for anybody who's alone at home in the dark right now. Now, again, the maid was like, okay, this house is haunted. I need to move on from this job. She left. She also said that she heard voices, and she asked the father, the man of the family, I should say here, Andreas, to check the attic. He went up there. He looks around. He doesn't find anything. despite the occurrences of footsteps happening.
Right. I mean, they never do it first. There's always a build-up. I don't know why.
Right. Like a good movie.
There's a lot of good horror movies out there. But yes.
Get your popcorn ready. Yeah, I mean, they never find anything the first go around, but this is going to be a trend, my friend. After the maid's departure, the Gruber family took up the work that she left behind, and they all began to notice the same things that she was noticing. So I don't know if this is a Harry Potter Defense Against the Dark Arts cursed role that's happening in the home, or if now that she's gone and she made it aware that, like, hey, these things are happening, now they're finally hearing these footsteps and whatnot. I don't know. But the whole family's in on this now. They all hear these footsteps.
See, that's the part in any story or any movie, TV show, is when everyone's on board. Because when it's happening to one person, it's just like, people could just believe this person. But then there's always that, oh man, there's so much satisfaction when you have everyone else just going, I don't know. And then there's that turning point where, it
we
happens
all know.
and everyone knows. And then it's like, okay, now we're on the same page. Now y'all believe me.
Mm-hmm. That's when you grab the day bag and you get the heck out of there. You go to the Motel 8, you get the free breakfast buffet, and you have the police raid your place.
Or if it's like the Conjuring universe, though, it follows you.
That's true.
It latches onto you.
Oh, why'd you say it? Oh, you are absolutely correct, because that's exactly what they did. They went to a motel and it followed. Oh, that's nuts. And then like they moved to a different house. I think maybe that's a different ghost story. No, sometimes they follow. That's a good point. But some more strange occurrences here. March of 1922, Andreas found a Munich newspaper on the grounds that did not belong to anyone in the family. So they're going, okay, this is strange. Let's go to my neighbors. Maybe they subscribed and this showed up randomly. None of the neighbors subscribed to this particular newspaper, and the mail carrier themselves said that they did not drop it where they found it. So this was not a mistaken delivery. This was not owned by anybody. It shouldn't have been there. So we have some more evidence trickling on the scene. And just days before the murder, Andreas found... Now, here's where your gut check's going to scream into the...
We did was make them in fucking factories, but it's like...
Were they real American cherry wood in factories, though?
No, it was fake wood. But we told him, like, yeah, we'll give you that. But basically, it's kind of like, when you trust a toy, like a bookstore, like Scholastic sells books, and fucking old people know about books all the way back because Scholastic's been around forever. Yeah. They sell toys. And so, since they already trust the bookstore, they don't feel like going to Toys R Us. So they call up Scholastic, like, hey, we need toys. So I would work on the phones for toys. And I did that, and the pay was shit. But it was like, working on the phones is horrible. Because I had this one bitch who would loom over my shoulder and fucking egg me for anything I do. So I'd talk to all these old people who have fucking hearing aids, so I have to be on the phone. I'm like, excuse me. And she's like, I can't hear you, Sonny. I'm like, can you hear me? And then the person would go over and she'd be like, you're screaming, you're interrupting the whole entire place. If you didn't say please a certain amount of time, they would call you into the office and talk about how you should have said please and thank you like 60 more fucking times. And you would get graded, and if you got like a C, you wouldn't get like extra things. You're supposed to check your fucking thing for special deals, but regardless, I had a bunch of people who call in all the time, like crazy shit. I had this one woman call in, she was so fucking mad at me because we had like China imported shit, and she's like, what are you, a communist? A communist corporation? You put fucking bombs in your toys? Can we say that?
The bomb?
Yeah.
Just don't say, I'm gonna kill Barack Obama, the president. Just don't say that, you'll be fine.
Okay. She's like, will you put that?
I'm gonna kill with a rifle.
What are you bombing? What are you putting shit into the toys, bombs into the toys? I'm like, no, we're fucking... Is my story boring?
It's too long.
It's too long?
Yeah.
Well, okay, my shitty job is I worked on the phones and I talked to a bunch of old people that can't hear. Oh, their precious dollhouse, their fucking 8-year-old daughter who's gonna fucking break it down the flight of stairs.
Okay.
I like telling long stories.
So Corey works for a company where he sold Jackson dollhouses and shit to people over
a bunch of like old people who fucking bought like baseball flags and stupid shit that nobody buys anymore.
Snapper, what was your shitty job?
I did telemarketing for a while. I sold timeshares
really?
in Breckenridge, Colorado.
Did you feel like a douchebag when you, like, just because it's like...
I did. Because you'd have to call people up, and you knew that you were just bothering them.
Yeah.
You'd catch people during dinner, and they'd be totally pissed, and I could only sell to women.
Really? Did
What?
you?
And then their boyfriends would pick up the phone and be like, "She's not interested," and hang up. I don't know. Not to sound sexist or anything, but maybe dudes are more just they could pick up bullshit easier or whatever. Girls
What are the
see
ways in the
vacations
scale?
and happier times lying ahead. But 90% of my sales were to women, and guys would just.
What did you say to convince them? What did you say to like wrap them
You
inside?
used to sell like vacuums and shit.
Hey, slut, you want a timeshare?
You would sell like overpriced fluid vacuums that cost like $300.
Me and Jeff both sold door to door, but
Really? I didn't know. I have a story about that.
For the telemarketing
Almost,
thing,
I
it was
almost
just
did.
the timeshares and.
What
it was
is timeshare?
It's essentially a vacation house that you share with other people at different times of the year.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't sell many, and it was the first time that anyone's ever called me a scumbag in real life, and actually meant it. Because there's this guy, and I was like, "Hey, I'd like to say." He's like, "Is this a fucking telemarketer?" And I was like, "Well, I'm a salesman trying," and he's like, "Put your manager on the phone." I looked around because normally they monitor calls, and I looked around to see if he was like had his earpiece in and he was monitoring the calls, and I didn't see him anywhere. Yeah. And he was like, "Put your manager on the phone," and I was like, "Nope, I'm not gonna do that." And he was like, "Oh, you scumbag," and I was like, "Yep." And then I hung up the phone. The whole thing started like so professionally, and then I just turned into a fucking kid at the end of it. Like, not only did I bother him during whatever the hell he was doing, but then I treated him like an asshole and hung up.
It's it.
And that's it's like no caller ID. He can't call back. He's probably still pissed off to this day. That I
worked at Arby's when I was like 17 or 18, and I went to clean out the, they'd say, "Hey, go do the toilets," and then I'd go right back and do the fries. So I'd walk back and fucking have my hands dripping with feces and fucking stuff and go handle the fries.
Really?
And then some guy ate your sandwiches like, "Oh, you fucking
He's
scumbag."
like, "Yeah, you fucking scumbag. This beef tastes like shit." I was like, "Well, surprise. Guess what? Guess what else I do?" No, but it was always sad to me because I would see these big fat fucks bringing their little fat fuck kids. And I get really bummed out. It's really depressing to see that. Because the kids don't really know any better.
You know what's most depressing about that? Is that it was Arby's. Arby's is garbage.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Arby's sucks.
Exactly.
Like, everyone's like, "Oh, you work at McDonald's?"
Yeah.
But it's like,
McDonald's.
really?
Like,
I mean, at least it's good.
Yeah.
Like, you can't...
Wendy's or something. It's like, oh,
you go to
Wendy's?
McDonald's and you can get like fucking like 6 burgers for $6. You go to Arby's, you spend $7 for a shitty sandwich.
It always kind of blows my mind when people are like, "Oh, yeah, he works at McDonald's." They make fun of the occupation, but then they eat there at lunch. And it's like, you can't do that, man. If you're going to hate McDonald's, hate it all the way. Don't be selective about it.
Boycott it completely.
You know, my friend works at McDonald's. What a fucking loser. I'll have a number one, please. Give me a break, dude.
Jeff, did you have a story about door to door?
I'll tell you, when I was basically desperate for money after college because I was trying to be a freelance illustrator, and that's a little bit harder than you'd imagine. I saw this ad in the newspaper said it didn't tell you what it was. It said it was $12 an hour.
That's the same thing that happened to me too.
They trick you. This whole thing is such trickery going on. And
Did you have
Yeah, go ahead.
It might tag on, but my friend said like he had if he sold like the shitty floor cleaner, he would get an extra like money boost on his fucking thing.
I think
you
it did say something like that. It was like guaranteed $12.
But nobody wants to buy a $600 fucking floor cleaner.
So yeah, so like the people, if anybody listening, you probably heard of this company, but they're called Cutco, and they sell.
No, you should actually clarify that. Anybody listening needs to be very wary of ads for jobs.
Yeah.
My door-to-door shit said something like, "Hey, you want to be a rock star? You want to do this and this and this?"
No,
I was like,
yeah.
that sounds great.
It was just the most. This was the most bizarre job interview thing I've ever gone on in my life because it's a master class in like brainwashing potential employees. Basically, Cutco is a company known for selling high-end knives. And the way they do this is it's like a little pyramid scheme. They basically hire people in like college or students. They give them a set of knives. They go from like door to door or go to friends' houses and like pity, make the people feel sorry for you. And you sell them these knives, which are like go for like $400 a set. You can buy an individual knife for like $80.
Oh,
or
80
like,
for one knife?
Oh, it's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, because they.
Knives?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say they're quality knives, but the whole way they go about this,
because the first thing you do is you go in, you're answering the ad with a bunch of people all at the same time. You go in a room. There's like 40 of you. There's clearly like
this is literally exactly what happened to me.
So it's like a room full of people, and there's like a dude at the front giving you a presentation.
You go to like a mysterious, unlabeled building.
Exactly.
You show up. You still don't know why you're there.
This is like exactly how my friend fucking described it.
And you're sitting in there. I'm sitting in there with a shirt and tie. I'm all sad because I don't have any fucking money. I have like antifreeze running out of the tailpipe of my car, and I don't even know fucking why. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, I just need some money. I'm having panic attacks because I have no money. So you're sitting in a room with, and there's students. There's very shady people in there that look very more desperate than me. They look borderline homeless.
Yo.
And then a guy comes out and he says, "Yeah, welcome. This is Cutco. We sell knives and various other things, various other products. But for today's purposes, yeah, we're interested in hiring some of you to sell our knives." And then then this is where like the manipulation starts. He starts saying,
Wait, what kind of knives are they? Like the Swiss Army knives? Or
no, they're like kitchen
kitchen knives. Cutlery. Is that the right word?
So he's like, listen, people. We're not going to hire all you today. We're looking for some special people. And we're very specific because we're looking for the right person.
Only the best.
Yeah. Only the best.
Only the best to sell knives. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh geez, well, I better smile. I better smile today, unlike every other day of my life. And so he starts calling us in one at a time into his office, and after answering some really bland questions, he's like, well, you know what, Jeff, I think you got it. I think you got the stuff to do this.
Yeah, that's, not to set you back, but that's exactly what happened with the telemarketing thing. He took me into a back room and he was like, read this paper. And then I was like, would you like to buy a timeshare in Breckenridge, Colorado? And he's like, you got the goods. And I was just like, what the hell are you talking about? It's probably the worst reading I've ever done in my entire life.
I guarantee they do that to fucking like everyone.
All these guys telling us this shit, they start out where we were. They know the whole scheme bottom up. So,
but like the people who are desperate for money, they're like, man, I'm gonna get $12 for selling some fucking cutlery knives.
And I guess they do turn some of the grodier people away, but all the naive idiots, like me who don't know what's going on. Yeah,
malformed.
Yeah, a little malformed. There were some
like clubbed feet get directed to a different door.
The fucking mutants who walk and squabble in there.
This is just a public call. You'll see everybody there.
The ones that
and the thing is,
the three-headed ones, get out of here.
On the first day, like 40 anonymous people show up to this room. And then the next time you go back, maybe only 8 of them stuck around.
I mean,
what happened to the mutants?
This happened like 15 years ago or something, but I still remember it clear as day. I was sitting in the lobby. I made friends with these 2 guys. One was like...
I have a question. Did a mutant ever get Employee of the Month?
Anyway, yeah, I made friends with these 2 other guys. One looked like he was in about 100 motorcycle accidents. He had scars like all over him, his face and shit. And so there was a black guy who was wearing a shirt. You ever wear a white shirt and tie, and you wear a colored T-shirt under it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, so like you were like
he was wearing a bright yellow T-shirt with like a logo on it under his shirt and tie. So talking to these guys. And we graduated to the next phase of the. Tell me if this is getting boring. I don't know.
No, it's good. It's good.
We graduate to the next phase of the master plan to get us to sell the knives to housewives. Go in the next room, and we're introduced to a new guy who looks like he looks like a cross between Henry Rollins and the fucking Sandman from fucking Marvel Comics, where he's wearing like the striped sweater. But he looks like Henry Rollins. So he comes out. He's like. He's even a better salesman than the last guy. He's like, hey guys, you guys could have a real future here if you do a good job. And he takes us into his office, and his entire office wall is covered in knives and broadswords and bigger broadswords, and they're all etched with his name. And it's like employee of the month, like various months, employee of the year. He's using a fucking like medieval broadsword with like employee of the decade, his name on it. And we're like, oh shit, this guy's good stuff.
This guy is selling Conan swords to somebody in the general vicinity that needs them.
So the day this wrapped up, and he said, go home, come back tomorrow. We're gonna start the real training tomorrow. So I come back the next day. My mom was already wary of this. She's like, She's like, she's like, yeah, this is, I don't think you.
Did you try to sell to your parents too?
No, this is the problem because
Did you try to sell them to your parents?
I grew up in the fucking country. Not to skip ahead, but yeah, they basically at some point in this whole scheme, they're asking you to write down like 50 names of people that you know that you can go try to sell the knife.
Yeah,
I know
try
like
to
3.
immediately rope
Oh
your
my
family
God.
and friends down.
That's
yeah.
Dude.
fucked up.
So you start, and they start playing these fucking games with you. They're like, all right, we're gonna do some team building exercises. You know that shit where like you catch each other and you have to like put your hands on everybody else's shoulders and like form a ring. And,
Oh, God.
It's just weird games they're playing with you, and then it starts to get a little weirder. Now we're all sitting in a circle on wooden chairs, right? They're almost like intentionally uncomfortable wooden chairs.
So they downgraded you.
No, they didn't. No, this is where we started. And over in the corner, there's some padded chairs. And he's like, all right, people, I want you to make a list of... He wanted us to make a list of 50 people we could eventually contact to sell knives. But he said, listen, pick out like the top 5 people, and I want you to cold call them tonight. And if you whoever can manage to get the most... appointments by tomorrow, because I want you to come back tomorrow and report back to me. Whoever gets the most appointments gets to sit in the padded chair. The 2 top people. Everybody else gets to sit in the wooden chairs.
Do you know what's funny about this like situation?
What's that?
This story. My friend told me the exact same thing. He told me like it was like a leveling system where you eventually get the cool room with all the drinks and stuff.
Oh, it keeps going.
But
it keeps going.
He said like, unfortunately, I was like, hey dude, how did you do? He's like, I didn't try. It was too hard.
I'll tell you the brilliance of the whole plan. But basically, it keeps going. So now he says, I didn't go back the next day. I'll just cut ahead for a moment. But back to day 2. He said, and now he's like, listen, guys, I don't want to get your hopes up and get you all excited, but I want to tell you some very exciting things about what happens if you do well here. And we're like, oh, well. He's like, now listen, he's like, the more knives you sell, and he's like, when you start out, you're going to get a low percentage of the profits. But the more knives you sell, the higher percentage you're going to get. He's like, if once you sell 50 sets, now you start rolling in the money, guys. Now you're into the good stuff. He's like, and you know what happens then? He's like, at the end of the year, whoever sells the most knives, you want to know what happens? He's like, we rent you a limo. You get to go out on the town with some cash on us.
Wow.
To go around town, eat, have fun. Everybody's thinking, oh, well, this sounds good. Right? He's like, yeah, and he's like, you get to take somebody. And we're like, a friend? He's like, no, you get to go with me. You and me together. On the town.
Holy shit.
Wow.
That's really nice of him.
Did he look cool?
What?
Was he cool looking?
He's an asshole.
This
No.
is knife guy, right?
Did he have a sweet like Hawaiian shirt?
He was the most...
Ace Ventura getup?
No, he looked like... This is the Henry Rollins. He looks like Henry Rollins, but a salesman. He's like... He's just such a salesman. He's such a soulless salesman. He's like, guys, you get to go out in the town with me in a limo all night.
Gee, I wonder why.
Don't you think that's great?
I mean, you're in a limo,
like,
so you're just thinking, oh, a limo.
Now at this point, as some of you guys might have realized, even earlier in the podcast, when I'm not happy, I start making like faces, and I realize it. I'm like. I started frowning. I'm not very good at hiding. So he calls me into his office. He's like, "Excuse me, just what's your name, Jeff? Can I talk to you in my office? I'm getting reprimanded, and I don't even fucking work there." He calls me into his office with all the broadswords on the wall.
Did he kill you?
No. He's like, "Hey, listen. I might be."
Chris. He killed him.
Cut your head off with his sword.
He killed him,
Astute
Chris.
commentary, Chris.
Sometimes I can see through Jeff. I was wondering.
Yeah, no. Well, I was nervous. I was nervous because I don't like being yelled at. But he's like, "Listen,
Did he see your piece?
I could swear that it seems like you don't want to be here."
Oh.
And I was so nervous because, like, A, I didn't like the confrontation at the time, and B, I needed the money. So I'm like, no, I want to be here. You totally misjudged me. He's like, because I don't know, because you look kind of unhappy out there,
Dude,
Jeff.
no. I want to party with you,
Yeah, it's like, no, man, listen, I can do this. And I said all this, and he's like, all right, well, my mistake. And we went back out there, and he went through his whole spiel about saying how they'd usually give the knife sets away to the new recruits as like a example set to show people. But he's like, well, enough people start just taking them and leaving, and they don't come back. So we're gonna have you buy the set.
Oh my!
For the discount, nice discount of $300.
Holy
when they're normally like $450.
How many knives are in the set? It's like a chef
Nah,
knife.
like a dozen.
It's like a basic. It's like a regular block of knives, like a.
Do you have
basic block?
like? Do you have
and
like
that's
those
not only
knives that like for like bread that you don't make anymore, and like stuff that you don't actually cut?
It's like a fucking.
Are you cutting like fucking lamb legs every night?
You have to level up in like a fucking video game. Even with the knives you sell, you can't even sell all their products at day one. You have to earn it. He's like, after you sell like 5 sets, then you're allowed to sell the pizza cutter.
You say it was $400?
Then after that, you can sell the wooden block to put your knives in, but you can't sell them right off the bat.
Did you say it was
Are you
$450 for a
serious?
dozen knives?
You're gonna look like a fucking idiot coming
It was
up.
around that. Yeah, it was $450.
You could buy ice
You're gonna
skates for
carry
that, like Tom Hanks.
They're supposedly high quality.
Cut open coconuts.
Well,
And-
you're gonna carry a dozen butter knives. Like, listen, I need to upgrade to a fucking pizza cutter. Can you please
I
buy
don't know.
my fucking butter knives?
I can't comment on the actual quality of the knives because they did this whole demonstration where the knives cut through thick leather hides,
Well, yeah, they're
cut through a
fucking
penny,
knives.
and I'm like sitting there, I'm like, when the fuck are you ever gonna need to cut through a penny? But the knives did it. They cut through the penny. They had like some carbon fiber handle
If
thing.
you want to cut through your wife's bones, then it'd be useful.
They had some
saw through them.
They had some pre-brainwashed girl come out. She was already pre-brainwashed and gave us the whole routine of like what you're supposed to do when you meet the housewives.
Yeah.
There's a whole script.
Yeah.
It's very important. You stick to the script, they say.
Is this like?
I never
No
did.
improv. No going crazy with it.
What?
No improvising.
No, not really. It's like you can. He's like, you can make it your own a little bit, but it's important you stick to the
But
script.
the one thing you learn is that housewives are the most bored, needing of human interaction people on the face of the planet. So
Yeah.
the script goes right out the window. You just start talking to them like normal people. They're just happy to see you
When
most
she
of the time.
read the script, was she kind of like, "Yes, I want your knives"? Was she like very enthusiastic? Did she almost feel like an actor? But at the time, you're just kind of like.
She was okay. I think that's why they brought her in because she was one of their.
She didn't feel like a
better-
stage performer?
She was doing well at the time. She was in college. So she was there to convince us how to do this to the bored housewives.
Jeff, could you do it on me right now if I'm the housewife? Could you still know what it is?
Zach is a housewife.
We're all the housewives.
Zach is a housewife.
All right, okay. Ding dong.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
I'm Amanda
my
from Cutco.
Get away from me, Ray! Ray! He's got knives.
Steve, get the shotgun.
Here, let's do a different one. Okay, let's do it for real.
what's going on
Ding
here?
dong. Oh, my husband left. To the army.
Well, I'm a girl,
Oh,
so
my breasts are so
lesbian.
don't you want to see our knives cut through
I want to
pennies
see your
and
penis cut
quarters?
through my...
Well, I like cooking. I like cooking.
How many
You're in
women
luck.
live in this house?
Stop, you slut.
I've just earned the right to
I'm
sell
the
you a
hottest.
spatula.
Yeah, there's like 4 women in this house. You
My
you
breasts
just
are the
pull your
biggest.
wiener out and fuck
It's like
off
a Mormon
right
family,
Yeah.
5 wives.
I'm
This
the
sounds-
husband.
so
wait,
I could sell like $2
All right,
grand worth of knives in this
so
house if I do well.
I am an exotic woman. Okay, you can hear it in my voice. I am looking for all sorts of knives.
Yeah.
Pizza knives, bread
Well,
knives.
you're in luck.
Fucking noodle knives.
You
What
are
the hell
in
is
luck.
a noodle knife?
Like an action knives.
Noodle knives.
What do you got?
Action knives.
You have a tiny little knife for cutting a noodle.
Just a noodle.
Yeah, one noodle.
What kind of knives you got?
Oh, we got the.
No, is what kind of knives do you got?
What kind of knives you got?
Buffalo too.
Steak knives.
Steak. I don't eat steak. My teeth will fall out.
My husband makes steak.
Well, good thing because they can cut your steak into tiny little pieces.
Oh.
And if you don't like
That's
your
actually
husband, you can
that's
kill
actually a
him
pretty
with
damn
them.
good like sale pitch. Like if somebody if someone's like I can't eat it, it's like well you cut it into
Yeah,
microscopic
tinier
pieces, just
yeah.
slide down your throat like noodles. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
there you go. See, maybe
like
maybe I was in
applesauce.
that. Maybe I shouldn't have gone into
That's not a good
animation
sales
and did
pitch
this.
at all. That's a very bad one.
Corey.
That's bad.
Listen,
not
Jeff.
good.
This is a role play hour. This is Jeff's
it's
story
fine.
about fucking getting fucked.
I was terrified. Yeah, so basically, when he pulled out the knives and he's like waiting for us to hand over our check of $300, I ran out of the building. I'm like, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get the money from my mom.
How
I
fast
never
did you
came back.
run?
Did you run away like Hal from Malcolm in the Middle?
I didn't run. I walked.
Did you walk proudly?
No.
Did you not give
I
a
cowered. I ran like Gollum out of the building. I'm like,
Did you tuck your dick between your legs and walk away?
Yes.
Okay.
I was ashamed. I can't believe you I felt tricked because I sat through like a day and a half of this shit.
No, because I did the same exact thing. Like, I walked in there with the same thing, and I walked into the same room with the same 40 people.
Yeah.
And I went in there with my friend Bob at the time, and he was my best friend at the time. We used to fucking do everything together. We used to blow each other, fuck each other. I beat you guys to it, so whatever.
I wasn't
gonna say that, you
I wasn't even
disgusting
thinking
perverts.
that. I was thinking you guys had fun outside, playing pretend, superhero adventures.
Yeah.
You ruined it.
Last
you
thing I
derailed
thought
it
was you were
sexual
fucking him against the tree
fantasy.
and
You always
sucking
have
him
to
off.
rub everything in the smut.
We're
That's
not
the
your
first thing you thought
therapist
if it
here.
had a tree involved.
Listen,
I walked in there with Bob. We sat down.
Fuck him up his ass.
you blow him and fuck him.
We fucked him after. We fucked after the
Fuck his
fact.
cock.
But no, so we sat in the big crowd of 40
fucked.
weird people and dudes with bullet wounds and shit like that.
Wait, there's fucking veterans in there with no legs looking to sell knives.
Did you not hear what Jeff said earlier? This fucking weird
You
mutants.
scored. You said there were mutants everywhere.
Yeah, but I was thinking, I didn't think there was crocodile people. I thought there's a form of.
When you put an ad in the paper, what do you expect to turn up? It's well-adjusted human beings.
Bill Gates?
It's people that need jobs. Anyways, Corey.
Listen,
I showed up with my
Crocodile Man could sell a fucking knife.
Crocodile Man, what the fuck?
I showed up with my friend Bob. We sat in a room with 40 fucking weird, broken people. And he's only critical to the story because when we first went in there, there's a guy, and he was the main guy that came up to the front to do the whole speech. His name was Skip, and I only remember that
Skip,
because he
right.
was like 950 pounds. Me and Bob called him Skip Giblet because we couldn't remember his last name. It was like Makazumwanika Witch Wish.
Right. Skip was his
So we
last
just called
name.
him Giblet.
His first name was my dog.
What?
My dog Skip.
Chris, go over there and be quiet.
Skip Giblets? Did he skip dog food hour?
No, he was just fat, and his name was Skip.
So the irony was Skip could never skip because he was.
The irony was, let me finish the fucking story.
Okay.
Anyways,
you fuck Skip.
He.
Sorry, go on.
He did the brain games on me and Bob early because when I walked in there with Bob, I knew that something was off. And Bob kind of did too, so he fell asleep in his chair. And meanwhile, Skip was at the front of the room and he was like, look at what I have. I have this fucking empire. We sold vacuum cleaners. It's exactly like Jeff's story, but with vacuum cleaners instead of knives. And then he went up there and told us this fucking story. When he came home when he was a kid, he saw his mom in her bed killing herself, and he was like, and now look at me now. And I watched my mom die. And then I had to raise my 6 or 7 brothers and sisters by myself. And Bob fell asleep.
Yeah.
And then he pointed at Bob at one point, and he was like, get the fuck out of here. You don't belong in here. Get out. And then Bob was like, what? What? Wait, what? And I was like, dude, you need to get out of here. He's like really mad at you right now. So he made an example of Bob and then made everybody else in the room feel like they were privileged to be in there. And then he kept going with his fucking bullshit story about like how you're destined for fame and fortune.
I got the look at me now. I got the look at me now thing too. I'm like, I was down on my luck and working at McDonald's, but look at me now.
When you were telling
everybody in this room was down on their luck, and
Yeah.
look at us now, and we're still in bad shape.
Yeah.
When you were telling that story, I zoned out, and it went from really lighthearted to really dark. And when I zoned back in, and you were talking about dead people.
Yeah, because you're falling asleep on the couch.
Yeah.
You know, people actually want you to contribute to the podcast, Chris.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Are we gonna get up full
But you're not
all these
trying,
comments
though. That's
like?
the
I am trying.
Chrissy,
I was
baby.
waiting to tell my story about GameStop, but you all trailed off.
Chris, what are 3 of your favorite foods?
Go, hurry.
Brunch.
The bomb's gonna go off.
Brunch ice cream,
Ice cream.
jalapeno
Dying.
pizza,
Chewits.
Thai green curry,
You like Chewits?
blueberries, Chewits. I haven't eaten a Chewits in a while.
What the fuck is brunch ice cream?
It's yummy. It's pink and it's covered in flakes.
Poop.
Poop
What?
doo-doo.
I don't eat
doo-doo flakes.
poop.
You eat doo-doo flakes, little fag.
Brunch isn't a food, it's a mealtime.
Brunch is an ice cream.
What kind of farts
What's
do you
your
suck
favorite
out of
dinner?
butts?
It's a pink
dinner.
ice cream. It's really delicious.
What's your favorite food? Breakfast. Okay, makes a lot of sense.
Cheerios is good. Cocoa Pops is good.
What's your favorite food?
Cocoa Pops!
What the hell are Cocoa Pops?
Gotta have my
They're
pops.
like, they're Cocoa Pops. What,
All right.
What the fuck do you mean what are Cocoa Pops?
Chris.
Do you know
Hey,
what-
Americans, what are Cocoa Pops?
Are you serious? We don't have Lucky Charms. We don't have Lucky Charms.
I didn't ask that. I asked
What
what
the hell
the
is
fuck
Cocoa
Are they just
Pops
called
were.
You do
charms,
now.
or are they
We don't
called
have
regular
those.
Are
charms?
Cocoa
Period.
Pops little black chocolate balls like this?
No, they're little Cocoa Puffs.
Are they called like American charms?
Pups?
Puffs.
You say-
Pops. They're called Cocoa Pops, and they have the little monkey on the front.
Oh yeah, of course, the little monkey. Yeah, of course.
His name's Coco.
We have Cocoa.
Oh, you mean Cocoa Krispies?
You guys,
What the?
I have a question.
Are they like? Are they teeny tiny?
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh, they're Rice
then
They're
they're
like
Cocoa
Rice Krispie chocolate.
I have a,
Okay, so
I have a question.
They're called Cocoa Pops.
No, they're not. They're called Cocoa Krispies. They were invented in America.
I have a question.
Is Kellogg's American, yes or no?
I have an important question that
No.
will deliver.
Then fuck you!
I have an important
Is it
question
really not
that is
American?
important
I don't think so.
to the podcast.
Well,
as-
Kellogg's is
No
American.
goblins.
Fuck
Do
you.
not eat
Listen,
cereal.
Listen,
What?
it's not about goblins and what sort of fucking.
Regale us, Corey.
This is an important
Everyone's
story.
going to be really
Here we
quiet
go.
to listen to your important
Everybody, here, we come, here it
story.
comes.
Who
Here it
wants to
comes.
hear the story about the little 8-year-old kid who showed me his penis as a Power Ranger?
I want to hear that after my game.
How did you go from cereal to that,
Another
Corey?
fucking intersection car crash by Corey. The story is like going 90 miles an hour down the road.
Thank you, Zach. I was
Hold
about
on.
to say we should start calling Corey
This is bullshit.
T-Bone
This is
because
bullshit.
everything he
Let
does
him
is
T-Bone sounds like
him
a husky
finish.
black guy. Isn't even close to my fucking like.
Can I tell
First of all, my story is
No,
when I was young.
Stamper's not
Stop.
done. Stamper's
He's
not
still
done.
going.
yogurt, wolves, cake.
I wanted to tell
Bananas,
you. I want to tell you a story about
skeletons.
GameStop.
Okay.
Corey,
Stamper's not done yet, is it?
what was his story?
Well, tell me
Let him
more.
finish.
You asked me what brunch was.
Corey.
That's all I
About your
remember.
sandwich.
I feel like I was done.
Oh, just do a quick
This was-
ender.
What happens
This
when
was
you're
actually
like,
important.
you're like, wait, I have to stop this right now to talk about.
This was actually brought up by a fellow.
Yeah, what goes
sleepy,
on in your
This
mind?
was a Sleepy Cabin fan. He asked,
But
"Tell me the story
what-
about the
what-
Power Ranger dude who showed
Corey,
you your penis." This
You
is.
gotta wait your turn.
Why do you have to? What?
What the fuck?
That's my topic interruption.
Well, do you think he can finish? Because there's no way we can go back to it.
Look, just try to do
Wait.
it. Just try to do a
You
little.
already
just a little
said.
cap.
You
Just a
already
little
said.
cap.
You already
Say-
said he walked out while Mr. fucking Brown was talking about his knife collection.
Not
You already
him,
said he
Stamper.
left.
Stamper.
Stamper was talking about
Cocoa Krispies.
Cocoa
Chris
Krispies.
interrupted him.
A fucking yellow. Who
but
gives a shit?
No, but when you're like, no, listen, guys, I have to stop this now to talk about
Power
this
Rangers.
totally other
Power
thing.
And I wanted to tell him a GameStop story.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no. See, when you do that, it's like people talking about like computers, and you're like, no, I have to interject right now, and then you start talking.
And then 6 hours later, it's
like blueberry pies.
I have 45 liters of beer inside me. I need to tell
Stop
the story
drinking.
before I
Stop
can't
drinking
speak
it.
anymore.
Stop drinking it.
45 ounces of beer in you.
Same thing.
Corey.
Holy shit.
Stamper, you want to do a little bumper? Be like, anyways, that's when I worked at the place.
Did it?
Because he interrupted you with breakfast.
I don't even know what's going on anymore,
I interrupted him with breakfast?
You
What?
interrupted him with something. and
You were
he got
talking
mad at
about
you and said,
Cocoa
"What do you
Puffs
put in
and,
the
like,
food?"
He asked me what my favorite food was for some reason.
I don't even know how we
Because you
segued
interrupted
into
him.
cereal.
Neither do I, and I did not interrupt shit.
You interrupted him. He said, "Chris, what's your favorite food?"
That's because
You
you're
said
about to
brunch.
segue, and I didn't tell my story because you all ignored me.
Hey Chris, didn't you work at GameStop?
You're,
Wow.
You're like
It
the
was
you're like
cool.
the black tractor trailer in Terminator 2. Like you just smash through the bridge and land in the and you just keep going.
Listen,
What?
when you put alcohol into my gullet, there's no
we know.
telling what's
We
coming
know.
out of it. Go
You know, anyways, hey, today I was at GameStop and I saw a retarded person dying in the streets. Chris, didn't you work at GameStop?
Yes.
That's the worst segue I've ever
What?
heard.
What
I'm
Stamper,
gonna
you do
ruin
it.
it again.
Okay.
Why'd you talk to your right shoulder?
Stamper, you do a segue to GameStop.
Okay, fine. All right. So I sold. Wait, yeah.
What the fuck? Dan Paladin's screaming in my ear.
Paladin's. This is.
Tell. Ow! Jesus.
Yeah. Why don't you take the thingy off?
My name is Man.
Okay, so
monster can and I will blow
Shut up.
you up.
All right, so long story short, I sold vacuum. I actually have a lot to say about that fucking job.
Well, let's say more.
Yeah, you went to like a poor place, and you were trying to sell like $80 vacuum cleaners. Where
Oh yeah,
clearly
you
people
said,
couldn't even afford.
You stopped your story when the dude was like, "Bob, get out of here."
But then eventually Bob came back to work. I guess it was just scare tactics. Anyways, the same exact story that Jeff had, verbatim, just with vacuum cleaners. And then I went door to door selling vacuum cleaners, but the problem with the vacuum cleaners were they were $3,000 vacuum cleaners.
Damn, did they shoot liquid and shit?
And to ease the blow, you could give them the carpet shampoo as well, which is another
that's what I'm talking about.
$1,500.
Okay.
And they sent me to the ghetto to sell.
To
Vacuum
sell
cleaners to people
$3,000
that
vacuum
could barely
cleaners.
afford their fucking rent.
They're starving by McDonald's.
I didn't sell anything.
Yeah.
Tell me
Tell me
the story. Tell me the story where you walked up and like this person with like 6 kids.
There was one story that the one that I remember the most was I went to this old woman's house. And I was like, hey, I'm basically selling vacuum cleaners. I was pretty much done. And she was like, are they good? Because the whole thing is like, I had to bring out my vacuum cleaner and tell them to bring out their vacuum cleaner.
And do a side by side.
And then do a comparison.
Yeah.
And in some cases, go in and sprinkle dirt into their carpet and be like, use your piece of shit vacuum cleaner to pull the dirt out of that carpet, and then I'll show you what mine can do. Like that, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to bring out their fucking vacuum cleaner and do chores because some asshole came to their door.
Or sprinkle
and just
dead
surprise
earthworms
them.
on the ground so you can.
We had an old man on our street did this every year to my family. He'd come in with his vacuum and his ball bearings, and he'd vacuum up the ball bearings and be like, check it out.
Who cares? It's ball bearings.
Like how strong it is anyway.
What time are you ever gonna vacuum up fucking like small metal balls?
But no, there's.
I think you're just supposed to show the strength of the vacuum anyway.
Shattering the eardrums of the old man.
This old woman though, she was more concerned with getting the cat piss out of her rug. She had like 9 cats, and the cats just pissed on her rug. And even when I was younger, I was just like, maybe you should get a cat box, something like that. Anyways, she had this big yellow spot of cat piss, and because Skip Giblet was like, this is the best carpet shampoo ever, it could pick up everything, he totally got me. Like, it totally could pick up everything. I ran over this cat piss spot on her carpet at least 3 different times. And then at one point she was like, I have to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. And when she went to the bathroom, I took this big potted plant that she had in her living room and I slid it over the cat piss. And then I left and I never came back.
You think she wouldn't know the diameter of her fucking house?
Like I was covering something.
She forgets.
I was hiding the cat piss.
Stamper, did you ever consider,
She forgets the layout of her own
Stamper,
house.
that was her piss?
Yeah.
Oh, that she was like,
maybe
she
he
was
was a
pissing
fool.
everywhere.
Like
Maybe
I
maybe
came
she
into
knew
her,
about
to her world and she was like, oh, this guy can
the
clean
cat's
up her
peeing
piss.
everywhere. I can't help
Maybe
it.
she knew about Skip Giblets and she set up that piss urine thing, moved the potted plant just in case you saw the
This isn't Inception, Corey.
Realistically,
I'm saying some
though,
old
I'm
bitch
saying
pissed on the floor because
Listen.
her husband's been dead.
Anyways, that job was over. The end.
Bitch fall around.
I kept his vacuum cleaners and he got pissed off and I had to return them. And then I worked at Walmart, TJ Maxx, Pizza Hut, then the telemarketer.
You said Pizza Hut was pretty good.
Stamper, would you?
Oh, Pizza Hut's a great company.
Yeah, because you get
This
tips.
podcast brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Pizza's
Get
pretty
your
good.
dirty pepperonis right now for
Pizza
free.
Hut, to this day, is the best company I have ever worked for in my life.
I've had friends who work for like
including Newgrounds and Sleepy Cabin, the best company I've ever worked for.
I worked in my dad's office over summers in college, Verizon. You ever see, Office Space?
Verizon?
That shit is 100% accurate.
I've never had a legitimate office space type
is
job.
fucking
No,
accurate.
I have in Florida. I did have a weird fucking office job down there. That's all excluding. Oh, and I also worked at Kmart. I don't know if I said that.
Yes.
My office job in Florida is when I started getting into professional design and stuff like that, I exclude those as jobs. That's just this
hobby building.
This like a clay ball of shit just like mashed together. I don't even count them anymore.
I feel bad. The only job I've ever had is working on the phones of Scholastics. And you know what's funny? That place actually got shut down from fucking up an order for thousands of dollars because they just sort of ignored the phone calls. And then they got sued.
Chris!
That's what happens.
Oh?
Don't you GameStop.
Well, I went to GameStop and I was like, hey, how much am I gonna get for this? $30? Wow, I was like fucking 6-year-old game. Are you kidding me?
Or like $5.
You guys are gonna be pissed, right? Because in GameStop, nothing very interesting happened, right? Except I was told a story by one of my superiors that was really cool.
What was the story told by?
Did he piss his pants and everyone fucking clapped him?
No, but P was involved, right? So he told me,
Dude,
he tells me when he was younger, he was bullied. He was picked on. He lived in Dublin, right, in a real shitty part of Dublin, which is like, okay, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like Dublin. I hate it. Okay, it's a boring, horrible place. Anyways,
is it because you want punched in the face?
Yeah, it's because I was walking down the street and a guy clocked me in the jaw and split my lip open for no reason.
Question.
What?
Have you ever pissed in your hand and hit someone in the face with it?
Corey, you are sick.
It's hard. It hurts.
I do that daily, dude.
The piss makes it hurt.
You smack him.
It's like getting slapped by a wet fish. But anyways, Corey. Anyways, okay, so the guy lives in Dublin in a shitty.
This is important.
He lives in a great shitty life. Okay, his life is shitty, and he's a little kid, right? And this kid called Bobby. This kid called Bobby picks on him every day, right?
Yeah,
and he gets his friends to hold him down, and they all pee on him, right? He's like, right? And then so they used to walk down to get to town. They take a shortcut.
Hold on.
Shut up, Corey.
Hold on.
To get to town, they go through a shortcut over a field and then over a.
Corey, shut up!
It's important.
Shut up! No, it's not. It's never important.
Were you stalking the Call of Duty case? He's like, listen.
What are you talking about?
I pissed in this Bobby guy's mouth.
No! You've misinterpreted everything.
Corey, shut up!
This is it.
Shut up and stop talking forever, Corey.
This is real, folks. This is real.
Okay, let's. Okay, so Corey, I'm gonna give you a basic breakdown of what we have so far. Okay, a kid gets bullied, gets pissed on. His name's. Let's say his name is
Billy.
Samus. It's not his bounty hunter.
Samus.
No. His name is Brian. Okay.
Brian
gets held
I don't
down
like
by
Brian.
Brian gets held down by Bobby. Gets peed on by him and all his friends. Right. So he's like.
Brian is a tougher name than Bobby.
He holds resentment to this Bobby fellow. They used to listen. He goes to town every day. Right. He walks through a field and he lives in the
Jeff, shut up!
He lives in the same.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Lives in the same neighborhood as Bobby. Right. So he has to be careful.
Corey, shut up!
What is this, smear?
Corey, I swear to God, shut the fuck up. Corey, shut up.
You listen to me.
Shut up.
Last time we did a shit debate, you were telling me shut up, and I couldn't explain my points because you were like, shut up!
Whose story is it? It was orange. Anyways, they used to have to go to town, or they would want to go to town at the weekends, right? So they walk over a field. At the end of this field was a big old fence, right? So they have to climb over the fence, right? And one day, Brian and Bobby are walking through the field, and they're like, we'll just let each other walk this one time. So they're both climbing over the fence, right? Brian gets over it, no problem. Bobby fucking falls over it, and he's hanging by his fingers through the fence, right? His fingers got caught, and he's like, Brian, help me! I'm being caught by my fingers, can't help it! And Brian's like, no! And he runs away. And then he comes back later, and the kid fell off the fence, and both of his fingers are still on the fence. So he got yanked off by his fingers, and he had to go to town to get help, and he couldn't reattach him because it was too late.
I forget, what does it have to do with GameStop?
He was the guy, he was my superior at GameStop.
Oh, your superior had no fingers.
My superior, he's the one who got peed on by the guy with no fingers.
Brian.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
dude.
you're a guy at GameStop.
He got peed on, and he got his...
He allowed some kid to get his fingers ripped off and Bucky deformed for life.
Yeah, he peed on him.
How do you lead to that?
What would you say to him?
So the worst thing that happened at GameStop
Chris,
was
shut up!
I would have
sold
done the
like
right thing.
Superman 64. That was like the worst thing that happened.
I would have
at
done the
GameStop.
right thing.
Yeah.
And I would have.
All I had to do was sit around and take games out of their cases and put them in little plastic sleeves. That was the worst of my
Chris,
life.
if I was Brian, I would have pissed directly into his mouth. I'd be like, "Hey, how's it taste?"
I think getting your fingers ripped off is just as good as a dessert. Okay?
You pissed on him?
He got his middle and index finger ripped off.
Yeah, so
he could never finger a girl.
He can, but it would just not be as good.
He can do his pinky.
Yeah.
His pinky and his ring.
He can still do one in the pink and one in the stink.
Gross.
Unless he puts two in the stink and a thumb in the pink.
He could just fist her with his gross stub hand.
Or he could just like lick her out.
He would have to hold his hand like a autistic retard.
Or he could use the other hand. Problem solved.
You're right.
You could have a huge hook on his hand and hook her pussy.
Problem solved.
Stamper, if you were at a store...
I like how that was Chris's job story. It
I
had
told
nothing
you.
to do with the job.
Look, the only 2 jobs I've ever had were walking up and downstairs with boxes to put into the back of my dad's van, and then he'd buy me a Game Boy game or something.
Welcome to the world of jobs.
Yes,
Those
it's boring.
are jobs.
And GameStop was just sitting in the back room in the cold, and people are, and then you have to just you have to use this little thing and put in a 15-digit number and then print it onto the back of the sleeve, and then you put it in the drawer.
Every job that everybody has is a conveyor belt. Do this.
I know. I'm not complaining. I'm saying that's what my job was.
Stamper.
Yeah.
A homeless man.
Shut up, Corey.
Stamper, I have a real thing to ask you.
No, is this?
Okay, Corey.
Fucking kidding me? You can't keep telling me shut up. I'm not a jewelry box.
They keep
what?
What the?
They keep talking.
Okay, a homeless man gives you a box. He's like, I need you to keep this forever.
What's in it?
This is my home.
Can
I want you to hold on to this for life.
Can I just interject for 1 second?
He's pissed in it, he's shitting it, and he gives it to you.
Corey,
what do you
mean
do?
a cardboard box? Or like
Yeah.
Corey!
It's like a TV
Corey!
box. A CTR TV
Corey!
box.
Wait. Do you like granola cereal?
You have to say Corey.
I like granola cereal.
Yeah.
Me too.
Do you like with bananas?
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Dude,
If you dipped the banana into a granola, would it cling?
Almond granola
Yeah,
cereal.
I think so.
Okay.
Jeff, if you were at a store with a big staircase, a big concrete staircase,
You ruined my story.
and you smacked
Stop.
This is What am I getting heckled on stage? Come on, what is this?
Yeah.
What an audience? You die?
Jeff, what if you were at a store and you see an old lady and you push her over and she breaks her neck? Would you feel bad?
Give me a second. This is an important story. So a homeless man gives you
What
a
do you
shitty...
think of Vladimir Putin's invasion?
Boo!
A homeless man gives you a shitty, pissy box. He's like, here, I need you to hold on to this. What do you do with it?
What?
He gives,
You fart in it.
he gives you a farty, poopy, pissy box. He's like, I need you to keep on this. This is my
I would
home.
not touch it.
I'm upgrading to my fridge box. I need you to hold on to my CRTV box.
This is my old house.
If it's a box
Why
you
is
can live
so
in, it's
specific?
like a refrigerator.
No, it's a box.
No,
It's
it's
a
a box.
box.
He lived in it.
The box
sounds
to
like this
refrigerator.
happened.
He lived in a CRTV giant box. He gives it to you. He's like, I need you to hold on to this box.
A what TV?
I need you to shut up, Corey.
No, it's a scenario. What do you do with the box?
I don't understand the logic.
He gives you.
He gives you a smelly
He's
box.
giving you his home.
Stamper.
What do you do with
Stamper,
it?
Bill Gates walks up to you and says, "I'm gonna die of cancer, and one day here, have this. You might."
He gives you his pissy, shitty, farty box.
No, not a pissy farty box. It's a small jewelry box with a little lipstick kiss on it. And he says, "Stamper, here you go." And he runs away. And then like 10 years go by, and because he says, "Don't open this ever." And then 10 years go by, and you're like, "What's in this?" And you open it. His tooth is inside there.
A little toot.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You were gonna open the CRTV, and
I
his
beat you
dog
to it.
was gonna.
What
fart.
is a Sierra TV?
CRT TV?
What the fuck does that mean, Corey?
Cat food, Ray Tube, actually.
What is?
Wow, Jeff.
You don't know what a CRT TV is?
Oh,
God damn it!
No, a CRT. I get what. I thought he was saying Sierra TV.
Oh, no.
Oh,
CRTV.
CRTV.
Zach,
Do you know letters,
do you
Corey?
remember?
CRT.
Do you remember long
Homeless
ago
man
when
gives you a
TVs
CRT
were
TV.
4, 3
Damn it.
dimensions?
No, I
Damn it.
I also thought he was saying CRT.
Oh
come
yeah,
back.
yeah, I heard
I
him.
mean, the round,
I thought it was a brand like Sierra
Round tube,
TVs,
yeah.
like
I had that.
Vizio.
Analog.
Those were pretty. Yeah, those
I
were
was just
pretty-
trying
Back
to
in the
create a
day,
humble
yeah.
scenario where you don't give the homeless man back his home, and he comes back later because his fucking fridge
I
got
would've
caved
been
in
like,
from the rain.
Can I interest you in some real estate? And then gave him the box.
You guys you wanted me to talk about the dude who showed me his fucking penis.
Yeah.
Like people wanted to know about that.
Yeah.
Because I went to that. And I'm like, whoa.
You gotta make it a quick
You
story,
have
though.
3 minutes.
All right, quick story. Okay, it was a hot summer day.
Hot summer.
It was fucking shitty out. I didn't enjoy being outside. I went outside of this guy's house.
Okay, you went to your friend's house.
It was my friend's house, yeah. And this
Okay.
kid next door, he's like, hey, come over to my house. And I'm like, no, I don't feel like it. So we went over to his house. Because we were
You
fucking...
didn't feel like it, but you went over anyway. Okay.
He had stuff, and he was wearing like an outfit.
Okay. What kind of an outfit?
Like he was like, I want to show you what I learned on Power Rangers.
What?
He was wearing like some fucking
Oh.
like
Oh, I guess
baby
it
outfit.
is.
I don't know. He was like a little kid. He was a
Okay.
weird kid.
How old were you and how old was he?
I was like, I think like 13, maybe 14.
Okay.
And we went over to his house. I was like, show us. What the fuck are you doing? He's like, it's a Power Ranger move. And he pulled his shirt up like one of those kids who's about to pee into a toilet like a big boy for once. And then he fucking showed me his little Jimmy. And he was like wiggling it around and like singing the Power Ranger song.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's gay. you're gay. And then we went back, we ran home, and my mom, she had all these fucking popsicles frozen from the start. And I had a strawberry popsicle, and my friend had a grape popsicle. It's fucking bullshit, because I wanted the fucking strawberry popsicle, and he was fucking hogging the grape one.
Okay. Wait, you wanted the strawberry, he was hogging
I wanted to, like, mix them together in a bowl.
Long story short.
Jeff looks so fucking
I cut it up. I cut it up. I put it into the bowl, and I made a grape strawberry popsicle, and I ate it with a spoon.
Cool, dude.
How does this? Where did this? This is the story you've been teasing for like 4 hours.
Well, I gotta pee.
You're like, I want to tell the Power Rangers story, and it ends with you eating a popsicle. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Jeff,
I was looking forward to that story. I was like, this is gonna be good.
That was Mighty Morphin Shitty Jobs. Join us next time on Sleepycast. I'm gonna go jack off to photos of my anus that I took when I was a little boy. Goodbye.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1845, the British sent out an expedition to find a way through the Northwest Passage. After 2 years of no contact, the expedition was deemed a failure. To this very day, most of the crew has still not been found, and no one truly knows what happened. Let's discuss the puzzling case of Franklin's lost expedition. This is Red Web. Welcome back, Task Force, to another Mystery Monday. I'm Trevor Collins, and with me, bringing his gut check, coming in blind, Alfredo Diaz.
Heyo. Okay. All right. A little mystery. Upon the open sea. What?
You're going to like this one. I'm just going to go ahead and crack this one wide open.
Okay.
You turned me onto a show a while ago. AMC's The Terror.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this is based on, or this is what that was based on.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
That was a really cool show. Like, the atmosphere of that show was so eerie, and there was so much mystery and intrigue.
Oh, yeah. You're going to pick up nuggets throughout this kind of episode of what that show is polling on, because there are some things we kind of piece together in the investigations and expeditions trying to find this thing, these ships that were lost. But the show does a really good job at trying to draw between the things that we don't know. It tries to build out a full story, and I think it's really well done. But obviously, it's a little bit more fiction, relying on the fact. But
right, because things get pretty wild and crazy in that season. And the thing I liked about the show too is that it was season 1 was contained. It was literally this story from start to finish, and then season 2 carried on a different tale. Which season 2 I didn't like as much. I don't think it had the same directors. But man, okay, I'm super excited because the show was just so eerie.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I can imagine living through this expedition. It would be just as eerie. So we're going to talk about some of the facts that we know about the case, the preparations of the trip, some of the ancient investigations, I guess historical investigations, and then the modern attempts to search for these ships and the crew and what happened. But yeah, you're going to pick up on how the show leaned on some of the facts and developed some of the fiction. And I think this is going to be a good time. So let's dive into it. So in 1845, as I mentioned, the British were searching for a way through the Northwest Passage, essentially an area north of Canada in the Arctic Ocean that would connect the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. It would just make trading a lot more easy, essentially being more efficient. So that way they wouldn't have to go south around the Cape in Africa or South America. They could try to finagle their way up through the Northwest. Just make trading better, right?
Right, yeah, trying to maximize.
You got to maximize your efficiency, that goes straight to the bottom line. It's all about the
save
profits.
Money. It's like save money, time, you know what I mean? Start bringing up, those profits.
Also, give us a couple of mysteries, turns out. So, we have Sir John Franklin, for which this expedition is named after. He was the one chosen to lead this expedition, and at the time he was 59 years old, and he had a whopping 45 years of experience with the British Royal Navy. This guy's been on the seas since he was 14.
Right. Very experienced.
Yeah. So definitely the guy you want at the top or at the helm there. He was also a lieutenant governor at one point of what is now known as Tasmania in the Australia area. Another interesting note is that Franklin previously had experience in this area, leading 2 other expeditions into the Canadian Arctic Ocean. But in one of those expeditions, he actually lost 11 out of his 20 crew. So he was familiar with this area, familiar with the treacherous winters that you would go through. And he also knew that this was not a safe place to go to, that loss is very much an expectation, potentially, by going to a place as harsh in the winter as this.
I just can't imagine too, because like, yeah, the conditions are harsh, but also like back then medicine and like technology wasn't as advanced.
Right.
And then you pile on top of that the terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say you go through and you navigate it, who's to say like the land's not shifting around in any way, shape, or form, right?
Right,
Like,
exactly. I mean, we'll get to it, but there's no guarantee that some of these waterways that they were navigating would thaw every summer. And so, like you're saying, like these paths can ebb and flow and change. Some could be blocked off. So, I mean, even if they made it through, let's just pretend this wasn't a mystery and they made it through successfully. That doesn't mean that the path they took would be consistent.
Yep.
But he had learned from this failure, right? The Copper Mine Expedition is what it was called. It mostly struggled due to low provisions, and they realized that the journey was growing too long, that they were out there too long, whether they were frozen into the water or not, because that's something that happens in this area. Ships get frozen in place, sometimes for years. And so because of that, they learned a lot about this kind of environment. So that way, when they went back out, hopefully this would be the right person. Hopefully they will have learned on how to make a more successful trip, right?
Right, because you want to get out there with your best foot forward, because this is the kind of trip where most likely it will fail, right? It's not one of those things where like, things are going to be all right. It's one of those things where you're probably going to lose some people. Things are probably going to go sideways. So you want to make sure, like, if you do spend the time and money and if you take anything of value, obviously not counting human lives, then you want to make sure that you have the best shot possible.
Absolutely. I think the safest thing about the North is that there's not a lot of owls up there, so they should be fine. Nothing's watching them. No nefarious birds scooping around the skies.
I just the owls.
Yeah, I mean the task forces keep me up to date on all the owl goings ons, and they get me.
I need to hire someone that has like a trained owl to mess with you or something in some way, shape, or form. Oh my God. I know. I knew it all along.
I start waking up and I'm like, ooh. I'm like, no, we're moving.
Just drops a letter. You know too much.
You know too much. No post on Sundays. So coming back to this trip, though, this expedition, the second in command was Francis Crozier. He was chosen as the commander of the HMS Terror, for which the show was named. So you have the HMS Terror, and then we have James Fitzgerald, who commanded the other ship, the HMS Erebus. So both the Erebus and the Terror had history, and they were actually bomb vessels that were then converted for these expeditions, right? They were both ships that sailed in the Antarctic expedition, and the Terror was actually a veteran ship of the War of 1812. So they have a colorful resume behind them, and I think they were chosen because of the thick hulls that they had, being bomb vessels, I think. This is my guess, just for the sake of going through so much frozen ice and being able to plow through it or being able to stand up to being frozen in place.
What a sick ship name, the Terror.
Oh my God. It's really cool, but I don't know if I want to be on that.
It's dope as hell. You gotta be a bunch of badasses on that shit. There's no way you could be a pushover on the Terror.
Enemy forces hear the Terror coming and they start rattling in their bones. They're like, I don't know. It's got a name like that for a reason.
And it's seen combat, it seems like. Or I don't know. So I don't know. That's really cool.
Yeah. Well, they took both the ships. They were retrofitted with the most advanced technology for that time period. So they did everything that they could, including really stocking up these ships to really make this potentially 3-year-long journey as easy as possible, as doable as possible.
Wait, it was 3 years long?
Oh yeah, they were at least equipped for 3 years. So that way, even if it didn't take that long, they would be good. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't. No way you're getting me on a damn boat for 3 years. Are you kidding me?
No way, yeah.
But then also, I mean, it doesn't make sense. If they were to get frozen and stuck, they'd potentially have enough food to be thawed out the following, like, summer.
Absolutely. I mean, they had tons of food. I mean, they had 8,000 cans of food. And this was a time, you have to remember, where canning was still very much a luxury. It was not super common, but because they were canned, they would last longer. In fact, if they rationed them properly, or if a situation arose that they needed to ration, they could actually make this food last for up to 5 years. So, I mean, think of it. You're on a boat in the middle of the Canadian Arctic, potentially frozen, so everything that you see is just white ice and snow for 5 years potentially. That's mind-boggling.
I'm not brave enough for that. That's just too long.
I truly am not.
That's just too long. I mean, sure, you're good on food, very important, but like, I mean, I guess you can grab ice, boil it, but still, it's like, there's so much more than just food, right? Just the conditions themselves are just dummy. It's just ridiculously like too much. It's just way too much. And then on top of that, you also have to think of the different like health conditions you could possibly run into. Like, what if you run out of antibiotics, all that kind of stuff. Like, it's, yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you get the drama, the infighting, things like that. Yep. Let's just say, thank God we did these expeditions before the invention of the television, because as soon as that thing came out and our attention spans plummeted, this kind of expedition would be impossible with millennials.
Yeah, no one would want to leave their house. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, they accounted for something like that. I didn't even realize this having watched the show. Right. The show tries to do as much as possible to stay factual, true to history. But one of the ships actually had a library with over 1,000 books. So that's a lot of weight, but that's with the intent of keeping the crewmates entertained and sane, which is incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be your form of entertainment, right? You're not like watching TV or on your phone.
Right. Or you just stare at the horizon and wait.
Yeah. Icy cold.
Yeah. And this was another thing that they didn't have in the show, which I'm going to keep referring to now, is they had a cat, they had a dog, and they even had a monkey aboard the ship. So that's interesting.
Cat, dog, monkey. I think I remember the monkey on the show.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
No, we named the monkey Jack.
Monkey's named Jack.
I know that. But anyway, coming back to the expedition a little bit. So we have the Erebus and the Terror, and they set sail from Greenhithe, England on May 19th, 1845. And then on July of 1845, they made a stop at Disco Bay on the west coast of Greenland to gather some fresh food, because they're like, man, this is going to be our last taste of that fresh non-canned goodness.
Right, everything's going to be coming out of a can.
Uh-huh. And I don't know if this was a bad omen or anything, but they let off 5 men at that time. They made it to Greenland very much at the beginning of their adventure here. They let off 5 men who had become sick. So when you really think about it, after 1-2 months, you got 5 men sick, you got 3 years potentially ahead of you. Starts to get me a little nervous personally. But then at Baffin Bay, they were seen passing ships as they waited to cross to Lancaster Sound, just northwest of Disco Bay. This would be the last time that they were seen by Europeans, and the crew's final letters were sent from this location. So essentially, this is the last we ever heard of them as people.
Right.
Well, more or less. It's the last we've heard of all of them, I should say.
Alive, I'm guessing, or something?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a couple nuggets we'll get into with the searches of some lost letters and things like that. But at the end of the day, the deeper mystery here is what went down? What happened with the men of these expeditions? So let's flash forward a little bit, because as far as the rest of the world is concerned, they are in the middle of their expedition and they're not going to be heard from for a while just because of the nature of all of it. There's just not a lot of people up there. So after 2 years of no contact, it was believed that Captain Franklin and his crew of 129 men had gone missing. It was uncertain exactly what had happened to Franklin's crew, but it has been pieced together by searches done over the last 150 years, and that's what we're about to dive into.
I think one of the worst things about this trip is that it's so long. You got to sit there and go like, I mean, we could be lost in the first month and people are going to be like, yeah, they're good.
Oh,
we won't see them for 2 years, so there's no reason to worry about it, because
right.
it's such a long expedition. It's not like I took a trip to the grocery store and I didn't come back that night, right? And then immediately hours later you might be searching or whatnot. Like there's probably 2 years, 2.5 before they go, okay, hold on, like maybe we should send someone out there. Maybe there is something going down.
Absolutely. And as always, I have to compliment you on the gut check because that is exactly what went down with Lady Jane Franklin, Captain Franklin's wife. She was pushing for a search mission in the Northern Passage because the Royal Navy was just not concerned at first. And that's where you have that push-pull kind of thing, because on one hand, yes, we all acknowledge that they're going to kind of not be heard from as they do this trip. But on the other hand, she's like, okay, it's actually been a pretty healthy amount of time. This is my husband. Let's start looking a little bit, right?
Right.
And so they, the Royal Navy didn't really expect to hear from them until 1848. So that's 3 full years.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so they sat there, they said, you know what? They got ample provisions. This is all as expected, at least within the realms of the timeline. And we know that they're unable to send letters because there's literally 0 Europeans going on around there. So there's no infrastructure for that. It is worth mentioning that there is an indigenous peoples, the Inuit people, in the area, but that doesn't mean that they'll be able to send letters off.
No, not at all. Like it still cuts off communication.
So, after these kind of conflictual conversations, eventually, after 2 years of no contact, searches did begin. They sent 3 search parties beginning in 1848. They actually posted a reward as well. The reward was 20,000 pounds, British pounds, which, accounting for inflation over the many years, would be about 2 million pounds as of 2021. Obviously, this was with the hopes of encouraging people to search because this was a very dangerous area. Truly, no sane person who doesn't have much experience is going to go waltzing into the Arctic to go find a ship,
Yeah, I don't understand how. I mean, even if you put that reward out there, like, what are you expecting? Like, just the most desperate of desperate people to try and make something happen?
Right.
Yeah.
You would hope that they would have to be like signed off on, so that way you can at least vet all the people that are just like, oh yeah, I'll do it. I got a dinghy out back, like, no, you are definitely going to disappear if you go, pal.
Yeah, yeah. There's no way. I mean, look at that. Look, the amount of resources on that ship and the experience, and they didn't make it.
Exactly. Well, at least as far as we're aware at this time. So one of the expeditions that kicked off in 1848 was an overland expedition led by Sir John Richardson and John Ray. This is a person that we'll call back to a few times throughout the episode, but they began traveling along the routes planned by Franklin. Ray actually stopped and interviewed various Inuit people that told him that they had seen 40 white men sometime in the spring of 1850. So you might notice that there's a bit of a timeline shift. This is how long their search was. They started in 1848, and by the time they're interviewing Inuit people, they're saying, we saw some white men as of the spring of 1850. So they're out there for a few years searching.
Oh my God. Like,
Oh,
what
yeah.
do you, I mean, at that point, you're just looking for the ship, right? And that way you can investigate it.
They're literally looking for everything.
I wouldn't expect anything to come of like finding them and them being like, oh, we don't have to ration anymore. You found us.
Right. Oh, thank God. We didn't expect a John and a John to just waltz across the tundra and help us out.
Like you just gotta think at that point people are moving on.
Oh, probably. I mean, at this point, it's more of a let's figure out what happened so we can have peace of mind and maybe
Definitely
know if this is worth doing again in the future. But what's interesting too is not only did the Inuit people see those 40 white men, they also seemed to be, and this is from the Inuit people, they were saying that the men seemed to be dying of starvation. They were seen, very importantly, on the north shore of King William Island near the mouth of Back River. Another interesting note is that the Inuit people had reported seeing acts of cannibalism by the crew. The Inuit people also basically verified their reports by providing objects that had belonged to the crew, such as forks, spoons, and some buttons. So this is very eerie to me. You're out in the middle of nowhere, you're desperately looking for this expedition, and you find some local individuals, and they're able to procure some evidence. And with some hindsight here in play, they are just like titillizingly close to uncovering something.
So, like in the show, I believe like the food was contaminated or was poisoned or something like that. Like the rust was getting into the food, so it was making the men sick.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely part of this. Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet. So the show got that correct. Yeah, because it seemed like they were getting sick from eating the food that was supposed to like, nourish them.
Yeah.
And then it was a mix of like, okay, damn, like we gotta eat something, but it's
you have to
sick.
exactly. Whether it makes you sicker or do you stop eating and starve? Like, what do you do?
And I think I saw this show when it came out like years ago, but I think like one of the men like brought back meat or something like that from either from another human. I don't know if he killed him or the person died.
Right.
Remember? And then he was like, "Oh yeah, I caught something out there," and they were all just eating it.
Yeah. Okay. So on one hand, you're talking about one of the theories, and so we'll definitely dive more into the canned stuff here soon. But on the other hand,
I'm coming off of like what I saw on the show.
Yeah. I love it. So on the other hand, the story that you're talking about with the potential killing, and there was an identity swap situation happening in the show.
That's right. There was.
Yeah, and that surrounds the person who had the meat, and there's a lot of drama that happens in the show, and you go, okay, that's where we started to really stretch the limits of what was factually happening. But guess what? There was that is based on some evidence found in one of these expeditions to find the team. That identity theft situation is basically based on something, and we're going to get to that here in a minute. It's just kind of, as we talk more about this, you'll see just how much of that show is based on what we know about this. The show, I just want to say, this is not sponsored, but the show did a great job at building off of what we know.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a really eerie show.
Mm-hmm.
To everyone I recommended it to, they're like, "Oh yeah, that was a fun watch."
Yeah, but yeah, so we have the Inuit people talking about what they've seen, and that's very important. And we'll come back to some of these destinations, especially Ray's interviews. But in 1850, we have other search crews that found evidence of a camp on Beechey Island. Now, again, I want to pause for just a second and recognize there's going to be a lot of geography happening. And this is in the far north of Canada. And even Canada, even my lovely Canadians up north, most of them live within a few miles of the border to the United States. So it is very remote. And I recognize not a lot of people might know these islands. So as always, you can check out our YouTube page or our Twitter page, both with the handle RedWebPod, where we will provide some maps and a path of the expedition so you can follow along if you're so inclined. Otherwise, I'll do my best to kind of verbally direct you where we're at. So they found some evidence of camp on Beechey Island in Lancaster Sound. They also found the graves of 4 crew members. So now we're starting to make some progress. We're starting to see, okay, unfortunately, a few crew members met their early end, and this is kind of indicating a less optimistic picture, right?
Like, they ran into some trouble. I mean, it's so crazy that this was like it's kind of like to be expected in a way. In terms of like how harsh this mission was, truly.
Very much so, for sure. And we'll continue to unveil some of the harshities, if that's a word, some of the harshness of the conditions that they sailed through. And really, as we kind of start to know more from some of these search parties, what might have actually gone down as best as we can. But you're totally right. And I think the Royal Navy at a certain point has to make a pragmatic decision based on all factors, because otherwise, one, there's the waste of further life. There's the waste of finances, and there's the waste of time. So essentially, by March 31st of 1854, despite the demand for many more searches, despite the people of Europe saying, we need to know what's going on, we need to know what's happened, the Royal Navy determined the entire crew was deceased, simply due to the odds, given the length of time, not hearing from them, and not finding anything optimistic, right? There's nothing here so far saying, nope, they're still kicking it, they're still around. I mean, based on the stories, the graves, it's not looking great.
It's not. And at what point do you go and, like you said, like risk other people?
Exactly.
You just kind of have to call it quits.
Mm-hmm. But despite that, it doesn't stop other expeditions from popping up and focusing on certain areas, such as the expedition that was led by Francis Leopold McClintock. This happened in 1857, and they focused more on the Back River area based on the information provided by Ray earlier. The intent was to locate the remains of the Franklin expedition because it seems like we've already started to pick up some breadcrumbs on that path.
Mm-hmm.
So in his search, McClintock ended up buying all of the Franklin expedition relics that the Inuit people had. Again, these are the people that Ray had interviewed, so he knew where they were roughly, geographically speaking.
Right.
So he procured those just to see what's up. They also then told him about a ship that had wrecked west of King William's Island, and that some of the crew went to a large river. So this is great information, almost forensic information to say, okay, we witnessed the crash or a sinkage over there, and then the crew went down this river, and so it seems he's kind of on the right path. So McClintock then splits up his crew between the northern and southern ends of the island. Then in May of 1859, the search crew that headed south actually found a cairn, essentially a pile of rocks stacked in a way.
Right, as a grave.
Exactly. And this was in the show, containing messages from the crew of Franklin's expedition. Now these notes rather, were called the Victory Point Notes. So the Franklin crew had written that both the Erebus and Terror wintered at Beechy Island from 1845 to 1846. They ascended the Wellington Channel and returned west of Cornwallis Island. It's also worth mentioning that this is a maze of waterways and islands up here, as you can probably tell.
Yeah, there's I don't even know how you navigate that. I mean, mapping it out, that just seems that's a profession and all on its own.
Oh yeah, especially without satellite, GPS tracking, all that. But suffice it to say, when they looked at these notes, they read them, and besides general information, the crew that had written them wrote, quote, "all well." So okay, we have our first positive sign as far as everything else is concerned. But then in the margins of the note, you have Captain Crozier, Franklin's second in command, wrote that the crew of 105 had abandoned the Erebus and the Terror on April 22nd, 1848. Get this, because they had been stuck in the ice since September of 1846. Almost 2 years, those ships stuck in the ice. So they decided to abandon.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I just there's so many times when I play games, or I'm just you know what? I've already committed, an FPS, for example, where you know what? I'm already committed to this angle, I'm not leaving. And that's what I feel like they did there, where they were just we're committed to getting this thing thought out by the next summer, so we're not leaving.
They're all right, boys, the summer's upon us. 1847 rolls by, summer comes to a close. All right, boys.
Yeah.
Dang, I thought what you were
next
going to say.
summer will be better.
Right. Well,
oh my God. Just can you imagine? That'd drive me mentally insane.
Oh yeah. What I thought you were going to say, which would also be accurate, is in an FPS game or whatever, you're holding an angle, and the second you start going, all right, I'll move, you take your eye off the angle, bopped. And so they took their eye off the angle. They abandoned the ship. But it is worth mentioning, in this note, he wrote that Sir John Franklin, the man that led the expedition, passed away on June 11th of 1847, as well as 9 other officers and 15 men. So again, kind of laying out what we already expected, that the men were passing away. And again, remember, we kind of know whether, everybody knows their end at the end of the day. But it's what happened is what is still the biggest mystery. And that's what these expeditions, in searching for the information, that's what they're trying to uncover. How they disappeared, how they met their end, outside of being frozen into the water. When they left, what went down, right?
Dude, that is a lot of people that got lost too.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I mean, that's a ton. That's a good chunk of the crew.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it turns out, in searching this area, a second cairn was found. Again, another pile of stones. And this was just a few miles southwest of that same kind of area, and it had the same information as the main message back in the Victory Point note that we just discussed. Another thing that was found that's very interesting, and this is where we kind of have that kind of confusion on identity that the show really had fun kind of building drama out of. On the southern coast of the island, there was a skeleton still wearing clothes that was discovered with a strange pocketbook. Inside were the sailor's certificate, and basically to validate the identity of a person, and it was the certificate for Officer Henry Pegler. But since the clothes belonged to a ship's steward, the body was believed to actually be that of Thomas Armitage. So Armitage was essentially a shipmate of Pegler's in the gunroom, and it's uncertain as to why Pegler's notebook was found on what they believed to be Armitage's body. And so this is, I think, where the show had fun with identity theft and someone being on the ship that shouldn't be. But this is very intriguing. Is it that Armitage wore someone else's clothing to stay warm? Where was his original clothing because it wasn't there?
Right. Well, that's where my mind would be.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I mean, that makes
instantly.
sense, right?
Yeah.
Or because the bigger question is, why would he have somebody's notebook? It just seems very strange. But Pegler's notebook essentially got nicknamed for the alliteration Pegler's Papers, was damaged, so the writing was hard to make out. It was hard to pull off any information from it, but it appears to contain notes about the expedition as well as certain words written backwards for some reason. I'm going to read them as they were.
Weird. Backwards.
Backwards, yeah.
This is such an interesting mystery. Like, the show was very intriguing, but I mean, I see why.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
they were working with some good dark source material.
Most likely, I mean, right now my mind isn't going towards where the show is, where there was, spiritual things happening and whatnot, but like more so the conditions got him. But
Right. The Yeti. Yeah.
Some kind of like polar bear type
Honestly,
soul thing.
Honestly, I mean, that's what the show had, but like, yeah, I mean, and we'll get into all that, but some of the words that they were able to make out that were backwards read as follows: met, knit, and et. And obviously, reading those backwards, I'll read them in the same order. That would be the words them, think, and the. So, good luck reading between those lines.
I don't know.
I just remember the show had a lot of fun. This is an episode about the show now, because we are the #1 movie podcast about mysteries at the end of the day.
Very true.
So this was the device they used to kind of explain. Like I think it might have been the captain that had the notebook, but just writing down what was going on day to day, and so that way for posterity, right? And that's what I think this is based on, or they based it on the Pegler papers here. But at the end of the day, let's just like wrap it all up on these more historic investigations. There were 39 search missions that were sent for Franklin's expedition. One of them, the McClure expedition, actually led to the discovery of the Northwest Passage. So in a kind of dark and twisted way, the lost Franklin expedition did open up the path to the discovery of the Northwest Passage, but not in the way that they had hoped, right?
Yeah, and more of a cost than they thought would.
Very heavy cost
that they'd pay.
Right. But based on the information in the Victory Point note, after the Franklin expedition's winter at Beechy Island, the crew became trapped in ice north of King William Island for 2 winters and eventually decided to abandon their ships and travel south. The Royal Navy had a general idea of what happened to the crew, but there were still so many questions left over, and that's where I want to flash forward to much more modern history, because with the advent of technology and a lot more safety measures being able to be taken, we've learned a lot. But even in modern times, the curiosity over what happened to this expedition continues, right? I mean, as we keep talking about this show, that is the byproduct of such curiosities. And I think that show came out just a few years ago. But the first kind of modern investigation into all of this was in 1981, when Professor Owen Beatty of the University of Alberta and his team, all named this is a long name, 1845 to 48 Franklin Expedition Forensic Anthropology Project, hereby I'm going to name it FEFAP, they discovered remains from the lost expedition on the west coast of King William Island. So again, you hear King William Island a lot, basically to say the experience that the Inuit people had was basically telling them that that was the hot spot to be looking for. And it turns out, even in the 1980s, we're finding more evidence there for good reason. So now that they found more bones and stuff, they start testing them. There's that tangible evidence that you love.
Yeah.
And they found that the bones were actually lacking of vitamin C, suggesting that they may have succumbed to scurvy. They also found within these bones that there were 226 parts per million of lead in these samples. This is 10 times more than the Inuit bones that were found in the same area. So that kind of wipes out any sort of toxicity from the region, from the ground or whatever.
Right.
Basically isolating that, yes, lead was a problem. And we kind of knew that. There is a bit of a twist to that information in that we'll expose more in the theories section. But, we kind of talked about that, you and I, about the canned goods. And that's pretty well known that old cans for canned food were made with lead often prior to knowing that lead was actually toxic. But yeah, we'll dive into that. But essentially, when they looked at these bones, they also started to realize that there were markings on the bones, suggesting that there had been some sort of sawing activity, cutting, basically implying and validating the idea of cannibalism, right?
I mean, if the cans had lead and that was poisoning the men, you're really, really, really hungry and someone's dead. God, right? I don't think I could ever come back and be the same from that if I said I'd eaten human.
Yeah.
No.
Nah. I just keep picturing the scene where they had poisoned a body or something. And so he's like, don't eat the body. But they're like, you better eat the body or we're going to eat you. And so he eats the tough heel skin.
Oh, right.
Because he's like, the poison will make its way there last, I think it was the doctor. The doctor
it was
self-inoculated himself with poison knowing he was on the outs.
Oh my goodness. You're 100% correct. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, if you have to eat me, eat my heels. I don't know. Very eerie. I just I think you are on the right path to try to exemplify my feelings, because I like to put myself in the situation that the mystery is about, right? And I'm just thinking not only if you got lost within a month, you just know, regardless, you are cut off from the world for years. Not only that, but on top of it, you're out there struggling for food. People are falling ill. You don't know what to do because the food hurts you, but not having the food hurts you also. And so you just feel so trapped, and that will to survive keeps you going, but there's just not much to hold on to. It's a very desperate situation that, wow, it's just I can't even come close to imagining this,
It's just so unfortunate that they had years. They were smart enough to plan of just in case, here's years worth of food. And you said earlier, if they rationed it out, 5 years worth of food. And none of it was edible. Damn, dude, that sucks.
Oh yeah. I would feel so helpless.
I just feel like I just got the short end of it. You know what I mean? You planned it out. You're just in case, we'll be good for years. And say they did get stuck, the food was good, and they didn't succumb to the conditions or illness. There were people, going out there searching and actually reaching the places that they had previously traveled. So they could have possibly have been saved.
That's true. That's actually really, really true. If only maybe they just planted down and waited. But again, it's such a harsh environment. It's truly, in most of these spots at least, especially in the dead of winter, stone and water and ice. That's it. It's wildly deserted up there. But yeah, so Professor Beatty, just kind of to recap, found some bones, sampled these bones, learned a lot about it, and actually returned in 1984 for further research. He also exhumed the well-preserved bodies buried at Beechey Island. Remember, a long, long time ago, there were 4 graves found. And so he decided to exhume those to see if there was any more insight he could glean into what went down. But now we're really coming up into recent history. September 7th of 2014, the Victoria Strait expedition led by Parks Canada, the National Park Service for Canada, discovered the wreck, finally, of the HMS Erebus. It was just west of the O'Reilly Island and south of King William Island. And then, on September 12th of 2016, the Arctic Research Foundation found the wreckage of the HMS Terror, coincidentally, in Terror Bay. which is just south of King William Island. So again, it almost, I guess I feel very conflicted with this information, because on one hand, I feel there's resolve in finding the wreckage and in this area and getting a little closer to knowing maybe what happened and where the ship's final destination was. But on the other hand, I just know that King William Island keeps being talked about as far back as the mid 1800s. And it just seems that, I don't know, it almost seems like they could have been found or could have been saved. And I don't know how to feel about that, you know?
Right. I mean, maybe it was just because technology didn't enable it.
Right. That's true.
You know?
It's true.
I mean, I'm sure in the 90s or the 80s they wanted to go out there. Maybe funding wasn't right at that point, and maybe people were looking and we just didn't find them. I just can't imagine to know about this ship and to read about it and then to come across it. Could you imagine just finding a ship like that and then knowing that, oh man. I'll be honest. If you and I were, I don't know, that was our job to like explore and map in, I don't know, the year 2020. We came across a ship and we didn't know about it, and the ship just said the Terror. I'd be like, no, I'm not getting on that ship.
Right.
No, I'm not getting on that
pass.
ship. Like this thing looks like it's been out here for centuries. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna get on the Terror.
Right. No way. Especially since it disappeared and reappeared. Also, I mean, coincidentally, in Terror Bay, that's not helpful. Well, hello again, Task Force. It is that time of the episode that I get to talk directly to you, have this little bit of a one-on-one chat, as it were. Well, you know those cryptid pins that I have been teasing for ever so long, and you all have been shouting at me saying, hey, just release the dang things. Well, thankfully, we finally have a date, so mark your calendars, February 15th of this year, 2021. We have the cryptid pin set coming your way. We also have this really dope hoodie. It is very similar to the hoodies that we sold before, so if you're still interested in that, they flew off the shelves. It is a darker, like a crimson red with, I think it's like a gray, light gray or off-white embroidered Task Force logo on the chest with a small red web embroidered hit down on the bottom left sleeve. It looks really cool. I'm looking forward to adding it to my Task Force collection, but I'm also incredibly biased. But the cryptid pin set will come with 4 pins. I believe we have the Loch Ness Monster, the Chupacabra, the Mothman, and the Jersey Devil. So if you like those episodes and you want to represent, I know a lot of you out there are pin collectors. Thank you so much for continuing to buy our pins. It's been a treat. And the more enjoyment you show with those, the more they fly off the shelves, the more I'm inclined to try to continue doing more limited runs and try to make them into our own little Red Web collectibles, you know? But with that said, I want to talk about some of today's fantastic sponsors. Today's episode of Red Web is sponsored by Babbel. It's that time of the year for setting new goals. Top of my list is to continue learning a new language. That's right. Trevor Collins, said continue learning a new language. That's because I have, and I don't mean to brag, the speaking ability of a 3-year-old in French. That's right. I am technically bilingual. Anyway, I'm doing this with Babbel, and Babbel gives you bite-sized language lessons that you can use in the real world. It's fast, fun, and kind of addictive. They make it sort of like a game. So I've been looking at their app, and the fact that they use these bite-sized lessons really make it fun and enjoyable. It's not the same as the classroom experience where you're just constantly looking at flashcards and memorizing things. So I really enjoy the fact that you can do it all on an app, because who goes anywhere without some sort of app-capable device, right? Like your phone or what have you. Other language learning apps use AI for lesson plans, but Babbel lessons were created by over 100 language learning experts. Babbel lets you choose from 14 different languages, including the usuals, like Spanish or French, and even ones that are a little bit more on the fringe, at least for the American education system, like Russian, Turkish, or Indonesian. Plus, their speech recognition tech helps you improve your actual pronunciation and your accent, so that way you can try to speak as close as possible, as authentically as possible, which I honestly really enjoy. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 whole months for free. That's 6 months just for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com and use promo code REDWEB. That's BABBEL.com. Code REDWEB, Babbel. language for life. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. Are you looking for another podcast that dives into the details behind conspiracy theories, cults, or scams, or perhaps secret worlds like the mafia or North Korea, or just flat out money laundering? There's a lot of nefarious topics out there, and you can get all of that and more with The Jordan Harbinger Show. It covers a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with guests that offers an inside look at worlds most of us don't get to see. Check out his episode on combating cult mind control, or his episode with Javier Pena and Steve Murphy on taking down Pablo Escobar. The show also covers technology stories like deepfakes, telepathy, and preventing a superbug epidemic. Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or simply search The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever else you listen to podcasts. And with that said, let's dive right back into the mystery. It almost makes me wonder, because, like, again, I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. A lot of the productive searches happened because of the continued involvement of the Inuit people. There had been stories passed down. There was a lot of firsthand sightings of people. And I would have to say, without the Inuit people of this area kind of passing these stories down, I honestly don't know if we would have found these ships. I think it is because of some of these stories that these ships were able to be found, because some of the stories talked about a ship that sank in this area. And I guess it just hadn't been known about or hadn't been discussed or whatever. But that is what led to at least one of these two discoveries. But
so were they both found above the ice?
That's a good question. I have another question too for Christian. Were they both above the ice, or were they both fully or partially sank? And then the other thing I want to ask is, it might be called Terror Bay, just pure coincidence, but I would be curious to know if whoever named this bay, if they maybe knew about this ship in there,
Right.
but didn't know the history of the ship, and they saw, like you said, Fredo, it says Terror on the side, let's just name it after that.
From a very quick Google, it looks like Terror Bay was named in 1910, and yes, the expedition did factor into the naming of the bay.
Okay, so because this ship disappeared in the general vicinity, they were like, okay, well, this is an homage to the Franklin expedition. Let's call this bay Terror Bay. But they didn't even know that they named the bay that the Terror was in. Oh, that's wild.
That is crazy.
It's interesting. I'm continuing to read, and it says that, but then it also says that, yes, the Terror was found here, but then it also says that it's a coincidence. So the name was not a fact. Let me read this from the beginning.
I think what it means is like is that it was just like, here's to the expedition. Let's name it after that, whether it's here or not. I think it's just a coincidence that it also ended up there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, according to this, it says that the bay has the same name as the ship, although this is coincidental.
Oh, so it's not even named after it.
Apparently not, but it's not saying anything as to why it was named this. It just says it was named by the Geographical Names Board of Canada in 1910.
Weird. Another mystery.
It's another damn mystery.
Well, as Christian looks up the other question with regards to whether the ships were above or kind of at water level or below, I have one more interesting fact before we get to the theories. So this comes up into last year, 2021, as of recording this episode. So it was until May of 2021 that none of the bodies discovered in the previous searches had been positively identified. I mean, we had the person who had the clothes of one person and then the notebook of another.
Yeah.
But that's all just kind of guesswork. And I do want to say, in short, that there were many bodies found over the years. It isn't really worth diving into all of them because we outlined most of them. It's just there's varying significance and there's varying information. So I just didn't want to muddy the waters. But Lakehead University's Paleo DNA lab actually was able to identify one of the bodies found. They were able to procure DNA of several of these bodies, and one of them had DNA of a crew member, John Gregory, that matched up with someone today, to this day. The great-great-great-grandson, Jonathan Gregory. I don't know if they're coincidentally named or what have you, but there was a match. So that basically validated the fact that one of these bodies found was in fact that of John Gregory. And the last contact that the family, the Gregorys, had with John Gregory was in July of 1845 when, again, the ship stopped in Disco Bay. So I find that to be so deeply fascinating that DNA is just wild.
Yeah, to be able to trace down lineages like that. And yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It'd be very interesting to see what we do with that from a technical standpoint, like 50 years from now.
Oh, God. I've got conspiracies that come to mind that just get me all fearful.
More likely terrifying than anything else, but yeah,
you know,
sure.
at some point they're just going to print out another Trevor and I might just be disappeared, but no one would know.
That is true.
Ugh, I don't like that. But all right, but that wraps up kind of the modern searches, the investigation up into this day with regards to the HMS Terror and Erebus and the Franklin expedition at large. But Christian, were you able to find any information with regards to the ships and their sinkage?
I was. So it looks like when the Erebus was found, that was found lying at the bottom of the eastern portion of Queen Maud Gulf, which is a gulf kind of in the general area. But it looks like that when the Terror was found, that may have been frozen in the ice. It says the ship was discovered in 2016, like we said, but the researchers or the people who discovered it were led to that location based on somebody who had seen a mast protruding from the ice in Terror Bay back in 2010.
Oh, so this thing was popping up like the little stick out of the water.
So awesome.
Up to 2010, yeah, it seems like it was still frozen in the ice. As for whether it was frozen in the ice in 2016, not really sure.
Right. That's the part that's hard to know because of the freeze thaw that happens almost unpredictably in this area. Interesting.
I mean, the little excitement to have, to just hear word of mouth from, from a local that, there's a mast sticking out of the ice. I'd be like, oh my goodness, we got to go. Like, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
I just got to take a look. Like, why would this person lie to me about it? And it makes no sense at all. Like, it must be there.
That's wild. I mean, I can't even imagine like rolling up on the mast sticking out of the water and being like, oh my God, after 150 plus years, we've found it. That's huge.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's that's kind of like I said, it brings us up to the modern day as far as everything we could possibly know about these ships. And again, it just leaves the biggest question as to what happened to the crew. Some of it feels like natural. Some of it feels like we kind of have a gut instinct for what might happen. But there are some pretty interesting thoughts as to really the ultimate destination for these crewmates.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So, and I'm going to toss this to both Christian and you. We were talking about like DNA and then you brought up like copying.
Yeah.
What if you went to bed, closed your eyes, woke up, right?